The story begins with the attempt to prevent Yuan Yi from departing. Please inquire with my attendant Axie. I must set off for the temple now. Set off? At this moment? Yes. I merely wish to bid you farewell before I leave. This time, Ikezuki Iwakatsu halted him. Stop. Brother? Mother has departed. So you too intend to abandon me? Yuan Yi remained silent, unable to proceed, and thereafter, he became the new heir of the Ikezuki family. The essence of familial bonds signifies that both brothers have their own lives, leading normal or abnormal existences, and ultimately, Chapter 1, The Unmatched National Scholar. You practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wooden longsword slices through the air, producing a series of subtle sounds akin to the whisper of the wind. Beneath the scorching sun, the glaring light is blinding, beads of sweat cascade down your forehead, some trickling into your eyes, bringing a stinging discomfort. Your hand gripping the sword is hot, your arms feel stiff, nearly numb from the exertion, and your neck is sticky with perspiration, while the cicadas in the courtyard chirp incessantly. Your younger brother stands in the shade beneath a pine tree. You can sense his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon you. That he is a clingy child. When mother was alive, he was attached to her, and in your presence, he follows you closely. There is nothing wrong with this from birth. Your father regarded your brother as a discarded child, subjecting him to the world's cruelty and bullying. At the tender age of 10, he would be sent to the temple to become a monk. As his only elder brother, you have cherished and protected him, never once blaming or harming him. Is your dream to become the mightiest warrior in this nation, brother? You hear your brother's inquiry from beneath the shade. This is the first time he has spoken since his birth, and his words flow effortlessly. Upon hearing his voice, you lower your sword, stow it away, wipe your sweat, and approach the shaded area. Your brother's innocent eyes gaze up at you, and you rarely perceive confusion reflected in them. In the cool shade beneath the pine tree, shielded from the sun's oppressive heat, it is indeed much more comfortable. You gently caress your brother's face. A dark red mark adorns his forehead, resembling pure white jade stained with blood, a sight that feels ominous. Thus you can thoroughly comprehend your father's disdain for him. You respond, I aspire to be the foremost warrior. What about you, Yuan Yi? What is your pursuit? A smile, rare on his expressionless face, blooms forth. Like clouds parting, the gentle rays of sunlight illuminate the earth. Then I wish to become the second strongest warrior. Your naive brother expresses his aspirations with fervor. You gaze upon his first smile. What a delightful smile. He does not comprehend the dignity and strength embodied by a warrior, nor does he grasp the sacrifices and exertions that such ambitions entail. With a heart untainted, he carelessly articulates such a frivolous wish. How disheartening. Your stomach twists in turmoil. That a warrior. Indeed, you set down your hands, smiling as you question him. Why does Yuan Yi wish to become a warrior? His vacant eyes turn toward you. You realize he has never contemplated this question. Like a newborn's first cry, his wish is uttered in innocence. Perhaps his feelings at that moment mirror that impulse, speaking simply because he desires to do so. Your stomach knots tighter, your chest rises and falls with urgency, and your vision blurs slightly. You extend your wooden sword to him. In that case, let us study the way of the sword together. Yuan Yi. He tilts his head, glances at you, and dazedly accepts the wooden sword from your hand. You observe his round, small hand emerging from his tattered gray sleeve, securely grasping the damp, grimy hilt of the sword. In your own similarly small, tender hand, with rosy palms that bear tiny blisters, the knuckles covered in thin layers of calluses from training. You practice diligently, day in and day out. Your enlightenment, your swordsmanship. What a tragic portrayal must hold in Yuan Yi's eyes. Your father's wrath at your audacity is indeed formidable. Do you intend to defy me? The man's merciless slap strikes your face, and young as you are sent sprawling to the ground, pain radiating from your molars, blood seeping from the corner of your mouth. This is dire. You lick your lips, tasting the blood, while your cheek swells painfully. Father, you swiftly regain your composure, kneeling on the ground, lowering your injured face respectfully. Your voice is always filled with obedience and reverence. Please forgive me. You hardly bother to argue, for there is little to defend, as your tyrannical father despises any voice in the Ikezuki household that is not his own. You loathe the impending punishment that is inescapable. Ha, ha. You hear your father's heavy, stifled breathing as he paces restlessly upon the wooden floor, his footsteps echoing with cruelty. For a moment, he seems indecisive, but ultimately he steels himself, moving to one side to retrieve his blade, approaching you thereafter. You remain bowed, silent, your head lowered, even your breathing cautious, like a small, inconspicuous shadow. Bang! The sensation of the scabbard striking your back is a distant memory. From the point of contact radiates pain, like a wooden plank cleaved by an axe, the agony spreading through your being, expelling all vigor and pride, leaving only fear and helplessness within. The last time you faced a similar ordeal, you beheld Yuan Yi in the depths of winter, clad in a thin garment, prompting you to secretly offer him your own warm coat. As expected, it was soon discovered by your father. What? Do you see yourself as that worthless child savior? Your father seizes your collar, his rage boiling over. You wish to respond, but your toes barely touch the ground, your neck constricted by fabric, and you can muster only enough strength to gasp for air, utterly preoccupied. In this world, only the strong survive. Survival of the fittest. The useless should accept their demise. Your father spittles forth the harsh realities of the warrior's world. His grotesque visage is etched into your memory, a reminder that lingers to this day. That day, he punished you severely, and you languished in your room for an entire week before you regained enough strength to practice swordsmanship again. From that moment on, you vowed never to engage in any overt acts of kindness toward your brother again. Yet today you forgot. Bang! Bang! You do not evade your numb body, cannot flee. But as you collapse to the floor, you hear the sound of footsteps approaching, echoing loudly from afar. A throng surrounds the delicate, noble lady, her graceful hands unceremoniously knocking on the door, creating a cacophony of anxious sounds. Master! Master! T.S. Your father's actions cease. You gain a moment's reprieve. The tightly shut door swings open. You see your mother, breathless and approaching slowly, with Yuan Yi by her side, tightly grasping her left hand, never straying from her side. His gaze scans the room, and upon spotting you sprawled on the floor, his pupils constrict slightly, caught between relief and heightened anxiety. Mother positions herself before you, her voice rising to a volume you have never heard as she speaks to your father. Iwakatsu, as the elder brother, is merely exchanging sword techniques with his younger brother. They are both our children. Seeing your father remain indifferent, mother pauses, then shifts her approach. Moreover, Yuan Yi is already 7. He will be sent to the temple in 3 years. So let this be for self-defense. Mother continues to speak from the heart, her words laced with sincerity and barely concealed tears, a testament to her deep concern. The grip of my father on the sword loosened slightly, yet his tone remained rigid. Humph. The mercy of a woman. Master, you felt like a heap of discarded flesh lying on the ground, pain gradually overwhelming your senses. The sounds you could hear and the thoughts you could formulate grew increasingly faint. You vaguely heard your mother and father arguing again behind you. It was indeed a novelty to witness your gentle mother speaking so loudly. According to the servants in the manor, on the day you and Yuan Yi were born, your mother had also behaved in a similar manner. At that time, your father had already made a decision between his 2 sons and entered the delivery room with a knife in hand. Your mother, who was still weak and lying on the bedding, seemed to be propelled by maternal instinct and an understanding of her husband. In a frenzy, she embraced the spotted infant, desperate to save his life from the hands of his father, even if it meant defying the head of the household. But this was merely hearsay. Your father believed that the heir to the family should not be raised by the hands of a weak woman, thus deliberately limiting your encounters. Perhaps it was for this reason that the relationship between you and your mother always felt distant. Since you could remember, this seemed to be the first time you experienced such profound emotions from her. Ugh, pain enveloped you like a net, tightly grasping you. You seemed to emit a sound, teetering on the brink of losing consciousness. How long would you have to recuperate in bed this time? Unconsciously, you found yourself troubled by the thought. Elder brother, someone knelt beside you, carefully helping you to sit up. Are you all right? Your consciousness flickered back momentarily. You stifled the pain in your body, gritting your teeth to suppress any embarrassing cries. Turning your head, you opened your eyes to meet your younger brother's concerned gaze. His small hand was warm, almost hot, as he gently and steadily supported your arm. In his often dazed eyes, there was a hint of urgency. Taking a deep breath which caused your ribs to ache, you whispered to him, "Did you ask for Mother to come?" He lowered his head, as if guilty, and fell silent. You remained silent as well, straining to lift your hand to stroke his drooping head. Since the age of 5, you had bound your hair, ensuring that as the heir to the warrior lineage, your attire was neat, and your bun was properly arranged, each action adhering to the samurai code. That, in contrast, your younger brother, with his disheveled hair and simple linen garments, ran barefoot in the courtyard like an untamed wild child. Gathering some strength, you finally managed to sit up properly. Raising your hand to undo your bun, you used the released hair tie to gather your brother's unruly locks. Your mother had blessed you both with good looks, even with his spotted face. Your brother appeared a handsome and dignified child once his hair was tied back. Yuan Yi touched his newly exposed neck and looked up at you with innocent confusion. You gazed at your bickering parents. Outside the door, servants and maids exchanged glances, frozen in silence, afraid to intervene. Utterly unreasonable. Truly unreasonable. The argument concluded with your father storming out in anger. Your mother, who had just been standing her ground like a protective hen, collapsed entirely the moment your father left the room. "Madam," the loyal servant Axie hurried over to support your mother. Your mother clutched her chest, emitting pained groans. You had originally been leaning against Yuan Yi, but at that moment, sensing something amiss, you turned to your brother. His once dazed eyes, now gazing at their fallen mother, reflected an even deeper sorrow. Chapter 3. The Unmatched Hero. After that day, both the heir to the family and the matriarch fell ill. Your mother's chronic ailment flared up, and the physician who came to examine her repeatedly emphasized the need for careful recuperation and peace of mind. Observing the young child bewilderedly guarding his mother's bedside, he shook his head with a sigh before departing to report to your father outside. These were the things you learned during your conversations with Yuan Yi when he came to see you. Since the last time Yuan Yi spoke, you noticed he remained rather taciturn, and had you not made an effort to draw him out, he would have grown accustomed to silence, lacking the impulse to share his thoughts. Having sustained superficial injuries, you lay on the soft bedding, reviewing your literary assignments while engaging in a casual conversation with Yuan Yi. "In the future, let's study swordsmanship together. Take the wooden sword I gave you." Yuan Yi's expression shifted, revealing hesitation. You smiled. "Father won't mind. Even if he finds out, he won't say anything." Yuan Yi's gaze drifted toward the small courtyard outside. The boy who had once boldly claimed he would become the second warrior now displayed a visible lack of enthusiasm for the precious opportunity to learn swordsmanship. Following his line of sight, you looked into the courtyard as the heir to the family. Your small courtyard was not particularly splendid. It contained a modest rock garden, an ancient pine tree, and a simple water basin for washing brushes, nothing more. Your eyes caught the brilliant sunlight pouring into your courtyard. Birds flitted and chirped on the pine tree, and with a flutter, they soared across the azure sky, disappearing from sight. You withdrew your gaze and asked him, "Would you like to go outside to play?" The physician had advised that you should rest in bed for a week before resuming swordsmanship training. By today, you had already lain there for 2 days. The pain had diminished significantly, and as long as your movements were limited, you could manage to walk. Carefully propping yourself up from the soft quilt, you attempted to rise. Elder brother Yuan Yi, who had been intently observing the courtyard, promptly supported your arm. With his assistance, you cautiously stood up. Clad in loose sleepwear with your hair unkempt, you appeared weak and unsteady, standing in the coolness of the room. You led Yuan Yi to the dressing table, retrieving a wooden comb. Typically, your maid would attend to your grooming, but having spent the last few days in bed, your appearance had naturally become rather neglected. Yuan Yi obediently remained at your side, watching your movements, even sitting in front of you, allowing you to untangle his messy hair. You inquired, "Are you still wearing the hair tie I gave you?" The fabric of the hair ties prepared for you in the manner was of good quality, dyed a lovely purple, durable, and aesthetically pleasing. When you asked Yuan Yi, you did not genuinely expect him to carry it with him. In his childhood, Yuan Yi was undeniably a simpleton. The things he valued, and those he overlooked, were always beyond your anticipation, and you were too lazy to ponder. So, when he actually pulled the hair tie from his pocket, your eyes widened in surprise, and a sense of as expected washed over you. Taking the hair tie, You fashioned a simple ponytail for him. Like you, Yuan Yi's hair was thick and black, with a hint of dark red at the ends, slightly coarse and naturally wavy. If left unattended, it would become a tangled mess, but once groomed, it appeared quite neat and expansive, exuding a childlike charm. You couldn't help but tug his ponytail a couple of times, feeling a strange sense of delight. Yuan Yi, bewildered by your actions, turned to look at you, not comprehending your intentions. Adopting a brotherly demeanor, you smiled and said, "You are already 7 years old. From now on, tie your hair up when you go out. You can ask Axie for help, or come find me." Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to the back of your head, elder brother's hair. Testing your shoulder's mobility, you quickly felt the sharp pain from the wound on your back. You smiled at Yuan Yi and shook your head. "We'll take it easy today. I won't be leaving the courtyard anyway. It'll help you comb your hair." He gently grasped the wooden comb from your hand, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in his grasp. You truly wish to refuse. You were combing Yuan Yi's hair moments ago. One might attribute your clumsiness to a lack of experience, or perhaps to the fact that you had never groomed someone else before. Nevertheless, you quietly managed to remove quite a bit of his hair, while he sat before you like a wooden figure, maintaining a commendable silence. However, if the roles were reversed, and you found yourself in the position of being groomed by your younger brother, your aching back would surely not benefit from an additional layer of discomfort atop your head. Though you pondered this, as a dutiful older brother, outrightly rejecting your sibling's kind gesture seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, when Yuan Yi genuinely set to work on your hair, you discovered that his skills were surprisingly commendable. Sometimes, I help mother with her hair, perhaps noticing the astonishment on your face. Yuan Yi earnestly explained, when she's unable to rise, she still wishes to present herself. Well, and I assist her. Your gaze fell upon the small, somewhat blurry mirror before you, an object you typically overlooked. Now, it reflected Yuan Yi's youthful visage behind you, and as he spoke of their mother, a delightful smile graced his innocent face. Unlike you, who grew up beside your father, Yuan Yi was raised in the nurturing presence of their mother. It seemed that the affection intended for both children had coalesced into an overwhelming love. For one, she cherished Yuan Yi immensely, especially since the child beside her rarely spoke or smiled, almost resembling a congenitally mute individual that a few years prior, she had even sought a protective ear ornament from the sun deity for Yuan Yi, advising him to wear it daily, an unusual adornment for him. In your memories, you once harbored feelings of jealousy due to your mother's blatant favoritism. After all, compared to your strict and irascible father, you inevitably sought solace in the gentle and beautiful presence of your mother. Yet, whenever you finally found her, you would witness her cradling your daft younger brother, calling out Yuan Yi incessantly. It seemed she had entirely forgotten that there was another son named Iwakatsu in the front yard. That son missed her dearly as well. You quietly hid outside the door, listening to the sounds of your mother and brother, feeling utterly superfluous. How terrifying were the emotions that surged within you at that time, more profound and painful than the shame and hatred you felt when your father scolded you. These feelings were etched deeply into your heart. Yet, these were ultimately immature sentiments, emotions unbefitting a warrior. When you returned despondently to seek your father's counsel, he regarded you with a stern, disdainful gaze, imparting lessons such as do not grow soft in the hands of gentle woman. Only the weak seek solace in one another, and Iwakatsu, a man's spirit is akin to a sharp blade. Emotions are merely the rust upon it. You must constantly hone yourself. You adhere to your father's teachings, aspiring to become an exemplary warrior, diligently pursuing your growth. Yet, father, you gazed at Yuan Yi's face in the mirror, silently contemplating. Some are born as blades, dazzling the world with their innate brilliance, requiring no honing. In contrast, how should an ordinary person like yourself find their place? Chapter 4. The unmatched hero. The instructor who imparts the art of swordsmanship to you is an underling of your father, and he regards your brother Yuan Yi's pursuit of swordsmanship with disdain. What does this fool know about the way of the sword? From the glint in his eyes, you discern an unmasked scorn and contempt. You turn to see your younger brother beside you, his hair tied high today, the sun emblem earrings on his earlobes gently swaying. He is clad in tattered garments, clutching the wooden sword you gifted him, and his demeanor exudes a remarkable ease in this setting. Since you can recall, you have wielded a wooden sword, practicing swings, aiming at targets, and engaging in sparring as part of your daily existence. As your father often states, the first step in mastering the sword is to defeat his subordinate, your swordsmanship instructor. You strive toward this goal, yet each time you believe you have secured a decisive strike, the seasoned warrior effortlessly deflects your blow to the ground. Oh, you have overheard the warrior report to your father. Young Master Iwakatsu possesses exceptional talent. When I was his age, I lacked such strength and precision. It won't be long before he surpasses me. With each defeat, your sense of shame intensifies, while your father and his subordinate harbor great expectations for you. The world presents countless paths, yet from the moment of your birth, Iwakatsu's destiny has been irrevocably marked as that of a warrior. You observe your instructor listlessly demonstrating to Yuan Yi how to grip the sword and adopt the warrior's stance. Come at me with all you've got, commands the young warrior, positioning himself loosely across from Yuan Yi. You stand by, watching the spectacle. In the afternoon courtyard, the cicadas chirp relentlessly under the blazing sun, with not a breath of wind to be felt. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirs. In an instant, Yuan Yi leaps into action, his speed astonishing. Before your eyes can track him, a sound akin to a collision reverberates, and the warrior before him falls to the ground as though struck by a charging cart. In the next moment, Yuan Yi lands gracefully, his small frame low to the ground, steadying himself on the gravel pathway, mirroring the combat techniques your instructor had taught you. Yuan Yi turns to face the fallen opponent, who lies unconscious, bruises evident on his neck and chest. Holding the wooden sword, Yuan Yi glances back at you. You are uncertain of your own expression at that moment. Is it one of shock, panic, astonishment, or have you, as always, allowed the ugly face of jealousy to betray your feelings? Nonetheless, you recall your duty. You blink and approach your stoic brother. Ah, the instructor has been knocked out. You remark, examining the young warrior's injuries, grappling with the immediate reality, and sighing in frustration. You must report this to your father. Brother, Yuan Yi is calling you. Comes the voice from beside you. What is it? You turn your gaze. He grips the wooden sword tightly, his arms and legs as slender as yours, though perhaps even frilier due to his diet. It's hard to believe this slight figure just wielded such immense power to topple an adult warrior. He looks at the fallen warrior, then back at you. Did I do something wrong? Having been confined in the rear courtyard of the Iwakatsu estate, Yuan Yi, apart from interacting with you, knows little of the ways of the warrior. You instantly grasp his anxiety. Injuring your father's subordinate might bring down a fierce reprimand from an enraged father. Additionally, your mother may also become worried and distressed, and the already strained relationship between your parents could deteriorate further. Such thoughts are typical for any child. However, the reality is more complex. The customs of the Iwakatsu clan are not so simplistic. You gently ruffle Yuan Yi's hair, observing his impassive face. You are uncertain whether he is truly concerned about the matters you suspect. You have done nothing wrong, you assert confidently. Father will be pleased with the talent you have displayed, Yuan Yi. To defeat an adult warrior on your first attempt with the sword at the tender age of 7 is an extraordinary feat of swordsmanship. Your father will be delighted by this gifted heir, welcoming Yuan Yi into your courtyard, providing him with splendid garments, exquisite meals, and attentive servants. He shall become the new heir of the Iwakatsu, destined to be the most powerful lord of the clan, with his sword pointing the way for the will of the Iwakatsu. In Yuan Yi's eyes, you perceive his bright future. You take his hand and lead him towards the front courtyard where your father resides. Father admires strength. He shall reward you. As anticipated, upon learning that a mere 7-year-old has bested his subordinate, your father does not respond with anger. He allows the revived warrior to remain, engaging in an extensive conversation with him. Following this, however, your father's demeanor towards you noticeably cools. As a renowned samurai under the general's command, your father is not one to engage in subterfuge, and within the Iwakatsu, he need not conceal his preferences. Thus, Yuan Yi begins to be summoned periodically to demonstrate his swordsmanship. While you find yourself unexpectedly relieved from the burdens of your rigorous training, affording you time to visit your ailing mother. In your mother's courtyard, there are not many servants. The gatekeeper greets you lazily and opens the courtyard door. The ever-attentive Axie is taken aback by your arrival, rushing inside to inform your mother, but when she returns, her expression is troubled. Lady Iwakatsu is currently napping. You sit patiently in the corridor outside, nodding in understanding. I see. I will wait for my mother to awaken. Axie's eyes light up with surprise as she prepares for you a rather bland cup of tea, explaining that your mother has been unwell lately, finding it difficult to sleep. And today, she has finally succumbed to slumber, making it hard to disturb her. You harbor no doubts. Although your relationship with your mother is not particularly close, there is no question that she loves you, her eldest son, and there is no need to refuse your request for an audience. This encounter, where she has succumbed to slumber, is merely an inconspicuous footnote in the shallow bond between mother and son, neither her intention nor your desire. Yet it will occur when the time is right. By now, you should be accustomed to it. You wait for nearly an hour, during which you finish reading a poetry collection you brought along, consume the snacks and tea Axie provided, and subsequently find yourself idly gazing at the courtyard. Axie seems to grasp your cold reception, timidly sitting beside you and striking up a conversation. How is the lady's health? Lady Iwakatsu has been feeling weak and lethargic. As the physician indicated, she takes her medicine daily, but her sleep has worsened of late. Is it only you caring for her? Yes, indeed. The master has grown angry with her recent defiance, and she refuses to relent and plead for mercy, so the number of attendants has dwindled, and in the end, it has come down to just me. What does your mother do when she awakens? I assist her with washing, tidying her hair. She would often sit in the place where you are now, staring quietly at the courtyard gate, waiting for Yuan Yi, and for you to visit her. You blink in amusement at Axie's easily discernible falsehood. You even let out a soft chuckle. Haha, mother truly cares for Yuan Yi. Axie watches you cautiously. Your interactions with this servant, who closely attends to your mother, have been infrequent, yet she consistently displays a blend of fear and respect towards you. It stands to reason that her fear of your father, as the master of the household, extends to you, who has been raised under his tutelage. As a longtime observer, young Master Yuan Yi likely understands that he stands as the weaker contender in the contest for maternal affection. Consequently, discussions involving his brother and mother are often shrouded in hesitation. Young Master Yuan Yi has always been somewhat simple-minded, and his mother, ever concerned for his future, devotes her heartfelt attention to him, a situation that seems unavoidable. Ashi remarked, however, young Master Yensheng, you are quite different. It is said that you possess exceptional talent and are the esteemed heir whom the family head holds in high regard. Your intellect assures a promising future, and young Master Yuan Yi will surely rely on your guidance. At this point, Ashi bowed deeply to you in a gesture of respect. She is evidently oblivious to the world beyond the small courtyard, unaware that your status as heir is precariously hanging by a thread, while the once overlooked young Master Yuan Yi is on the verge of a remarkable ascent. Thus, she humbly requests that you, the future weakling, protect the strongest of the realm. You observe silently, choosing not to respond. It is not merely your mother. Ashi, too, shows profound concern and affection for your younger brother. Chapter 5. Unparalleled talent upon awakening. Your mother, having learned of your vigil outside the door, hastily summoned Ashi inside. You overheard a flurry of commotion from within. While waiting outside, you witnessed Ashi bustling about, fetching water and tending to various tasks. After a considerable time, your mother's gentle voice finally beckoned, Yensheng, come in. As Ashi opened the door, you beheld your mother, adorned in a splendid outer robe, her hair meticulously arranged, her face daubed with thick white powder, and her well-groomed appearance inviting you to approach her from beneath the comfort of her cotton blanket. She presented herself with an air that would never be deemed disrespectful, even to guests, which left you feeling a touch uncomfortable. Following her gesture, you settled beside her. With her right arm, she tenderly embraced you, and you leaned against her, careful not to exert any weight. Your mother, cradling you like a soft cloud, emanated a gentle fragrance, her porcelain-like complexion failing to conceal the weariness and hardship reflected in her eyes. Yet she held you close, mustering her strength to converse, her voice melodious as she inquired, Yensheng, what brings you here? You leaned against her, gazing up at her lips, tinted with color, and asked, how is your health, mother? She paused, perhaps contemplating her response. After a moment, she gently stroked your hair and slowly replied, alas, my dear, I may not live to witness you and Yuan Yi reach adulthood. Her voice was soft and drawn out, like the delicate wisp of smoke rising from a burning incense stick, ethereal and fleeting. You fell silent, suddenly reminded of the late matriarch in the neighboring town, who passed away shortly after giving birth, leading the lord of the town to remarry and soon welcome a second son. All you desired was one mother. You reached up to firmly grasp her hand, which felt unnervingly cold, even in the sweltering heat of summer, clad in heavy garments. within an unventilated room. You asked, "Is mother going to die?" The frail woman offered you a faint smile, her gaze drifting as if looking beyond you, finally settling on the sunlight outside the door, responding softly. Who can say what death entails? Even the gods and spirits dare not claim to understand. Your mother did not deceive you. She merely sidestepped your question with caution. Yet this evasion imparted clarity to your understanding. You straightened up, sitting beside her like a mature adult, earnestly asking, "Is there anyone or anything you worry about, mother?" The moment the question left your lips, you instinctively recognized it as a foolish inquiry. Worry? Following your mother's gaze outside, you noticed the tightly shut courtyard gate. Recalling Ashi's words that your mother always sat by the gate, day after day, awaiting Yuan Yi's return to visit her. Her concern for that child had almost become a daily ritual. "I worry about you, Yinsheng," a voice resounded beside you. You turned in astonishment, meeting your mother's gentle, slightly crescent-shaped eyes as she smiled at you, saying, "You seem to ponder many things while keeping them hidden within, refusing to speak. My exceptional eldest son, I cannot help but worry about you." Startled, your mind went blank. You stammered, I have nothing to trouble mother about. I will take care of myself." Your mother chuckled at your flushed face as you fumbled through your futile protest, waving her hand to dismiss Ashi, who exited without closing the door and proceeded to busy herself with medicine preparation beneath the great tree in the courtyard. "Your father visited me last night and spoke of Yuan Yi," she began, leaning slightly toward you as the conversation turned serious, her tone measured and deliberate. "You have seen Yuan Yi's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, have you not, Yinsheng?" You blinked, your previously blank mind beginning to fill with thoughts, nodding vacantly. "Your father wishes for Yuan Yi to become the heir to the family estate." As she spoke, her gentle yet frail eyes remained fixed on you, observing your bewilderment and silence, and you nodded numbly, her gaze revealing silent sorrow and regret. "He came to inform me, Yinsheng, my opinion holds little weight with him." Acknowledging what you had already known, you continued to nod in silence. Your mother reached out, grasping your hand resting on your knee. "So, what will you do from now on?" she asked, her impending departure weighing heavily upon her heart, filled with concern for you. You clasped her icy hand in yours, looking up at her. In her effort to meet you, she had applied a thick layer of white powder, yet the pallor of death could not be concealed. Her eyes appeared hollow, devoid of light, and the once vibrant contours of her face now sagged and waned. Resembling a corpse that had already descended into the underworld, yet still clung to the world of the living. You felt as though you were on the brink of that thin veil between life and death. Your mother was about to leave you, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. You cradled her slender hand against your face, your inexperience in seeking affection from an adult rendering your actions awkward and clumsy. Yet you maintained a puzzled expression as you made a rare request. "Please give me a gift." "A gift?" she echoed, her weary eyelids struggling to widen. You watched her intently, witnessing the flicker of confusion and evasion in her dazed eyes, which swiftly averted your gaze. She weakly repeated your request. "You wish for a gift?" Indeed. A dreadful yet anticipated silence ensued. She harbored concern for you, but was ultimately powerless to fulfill it, a woman who could not even grasp her own life. How could she support yours? "Is it merely words?" she stammered, her breath slow and labored. "I am unprepared." "Ah, you were not surprised. Just words." She could do nothing, accomplish nothing. The hand resting against your face felt unbearably cold, causing your once warm palms, cheeks, and heart to grow frigid inch by inch. You placed your mother's hand on your knee, covering it with your own, and smiled at the silent woman. "Mother, do not worry about me. I am the eldest son of the family estate. Even without the title of heir, I will adhere to the family's rules in the temple, ensuring I do not bring disgrace upon our lineage." As the gentle swaying continued, mother could no longer endure, collapsing into the midst of the bedding, faint sobs escaping her lips. "Yinsheng, I am so sorry." Mother had always epitomized elegance and grace. You had never witnessed her in such a disheveled state. Her frail body lay amidst the chaotic bedding, her visage obscured by unkempt hair, yet you could discern tears pooling in her eyes, trickling down her cheeks, leaving behind comical yet sorrowful white streaks against her powdered face. You gazed down at her delicate hands, which you had tenderly covered. Mother's hands were exquisitely beautiful, even in illness, with pale, neatly trimmed nails. You adjusted the quilt to slightly conceal her exposed neck, feigning ignorance of her tears, displaying the bright, responsible smile expected of an elder son. Before heading to the temple, I shall take good care of Yuan Shi, should he require my assistance. The afternoon sun slanted through the room where you conversed. Dust motes danced in the luminous light, and the uncontrollable sobs of the woman filled the space, while the sweltering air outside failed to penetrate the somber chill within. This amalgamation formed a stifling, miniature whirlwind that swirled around the room, almost inducing a ringing in your ears. The thick quilt and opulent garments could not restore her warmth when you placed her hand beneath the covers. It felt as if you were touching an unyielding block of ice. In this atmosphere, a rare weariness enveloped you, and you found yourself unwilling to conceal your feelings any longer. Please, do not weep, dear mother. Your tears cause me great distress. The faint sobs ceased, and the woman remained motionless. You beheld the disheveled figure before you, dismayed. This was not the reunion you had envisioned with your mother. You had anticipated various outcomes, perhaps unpleasant or somewhat strained, but not this dire. Unbidden, you recalled the silent interactions between Yuan Shi and mother, the younger son, always clinging to her side, and the weakened mother, perpetually concerned for her child. Why, then, could you not achieve the same? The atmosphere had been rather pleasant moments ago. How had it deteriorated into this? Overwhelmed by shame and regret, you stood, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee. Yet, ultimately, you remained. You retrieved a damp cloth set aside by Axie, approached your mother, and gently brushed aside her long, brittle hair. In her startled, evasive gaze, you wiped away the absurd trails of tears from her face. Dearest mother, do you believe in the Sanzu River? As you removed the thick layer of white powder, her porcelain complexion appeared marred, revealing the lifelessness etched upon her features. The Sanzu River? Mother was a woman of faith. You understood that she believed in such things. The Sanzu River, the realms of hell and paradise, and that divine beings would safeguard her youngest child. You set the cloth down, placing your small hands upon her cheeks, tenderly cradling her face. You made a wish. If you should cross the Sanzu River before me, might you look back and wait for me so that we may journey together? You offered her a quiet, hopeful smile, a gift you longed for her to bestow upon you. On the night you returned from your mother's courtyard, Yuan Shi came to visit. Elder brother. The moonlight outside was exceptionally bright, casting Yuan Shi's diminutive shadow upon the paper door, a small silhouette that bore ominous tidings. Mother had passed away. You rose and opened the door, finding Yuan Shi seated properly before you, his hair neatly tied back, attire immaculate, with a small bundle on his back, as if prepared for an immediate journey. You leaned against the door and softly inquired, "Did this happen just now?" He nodded. "I am truly sorry. For further details, please inquire with Axie. I must depart for the temple." The bright moonlight illuminated you both. His handsome face bore no expression, yet seemed enveloped in an ethereal quality, as if he had long anticipated his fate. You murmured, "Depart? Now?" "Yes, but before I leave, I wish to bid you farewell." As he spoke, he produced a meticulously wrapped handkerchief from within his robes, carefully unveiling a flute. You listened to his self-indulgent smile as he uttered absurd sentiments. Equating the flute he gifted to you with an unwavering bond that would endure even across vast distances. Then, without hesitation, he tucked away the flute, an item that could easily be deemed a discarded failure, and prepared to leave with unwavering resolve. "Stop." You reached out, grasping him. Yuan Shi turned back. Confusion etched on his face. "Elder brother?" The moonlight graced his visage, imbuing it with a touch of melancholy. You found his bewildered, self-absorbed demeanor utterly distasteful. Yet, you were a master of performance, adept at concealing your true self, so you blinked, tilting your head in reflection, and softly asked, "Since mother has departed, must you also abandon me?" Yuan Shi hesitated. After all, he had not intended to abandon you. The very thought was unbearable to him. The urgency of his earlier hasty departure transformed into a prolonged discourse. "I do not wish to abandon you, elder brother. I am merely going to meet my destiny." You sat side by side on the wooden corridor, Yuan Shi's body turned towards you as he earnestly explained. You feigned acknowledgement, nodding as if you understood, then continued to question him. "Is destiny more important than brotherhood?" He opened his mouth, as if to respond, blinked slowly, and fell silent once more. Of course, he could not articulate a response. Your conversational style was clearly a convoluted debate. As he became ensnared by emotion, following your rhythm, what began as steadfast conviction would inevitably unravel. Furthermore, you held the bundle you had snatched from behind him, anxious that he might bolt without a word. "So, Seizing upon his moment of indecision, you swiftly confiscated his belongings. You unfastened the tightly secured wrapping, examining its contents one by one. 2 plum rice balls, a flute, a comb, a set of clothing. You glanced up at Yuan Shi, your expression betraying evident confusion. Is this what you intend to take to the temple? Yuan Shi lowered his gaze, his hands fidgeting on his knees. As he fiddled, he inadvertently brushed against the wooden sword hanging at his waist, promptly removing it and presenting it to you as if a cherished treasure. And the wooden sword that you gave me, I carry it as well. You replied, it is merely a child's practice tool. You thought this to yourself, yet upon seeing the earnest pride on Yuan Shi's face, you nearly commended him for his thoughtfulness. However, retaining your composure, you placed the wooden sword aside and bundled the items on your knees into a heap. Without a map to the temple, where would you venture upon departure? Lacking the necessary letters of introduction, how would you prove your identity at the temple? Without an adult escort, how could you ensure your safety along the way? You stated plainly the inadequacies of his preparations for departure, and in closing, could not suppress a sigh. Yuan Shi, are you truly prepared to forsake your inheritance, to abandon me? You gazed at the cold moonlight in the courtyard, listening to the silence enveloping you both. Even a gifted warrior like Yuan Shi would likely be at a loss when confronted with such a complex dilemma. Suddenly, the image of your mother's frail face from earlier flashed before your eyes. I will wait for you. I shall make amends. Mother had promised you this, even if it were a lie. Thus, you would strive to uphold the promise made before her. As you gaze upon the resplendent moonlight in the courtyard, the brilliance of tonight's moon is truly enchanting, almost as luminous as the sun during twilight, illuminating the flowers, grasses, and trees within your yard in exquisite detail. It is no wonder that Yuan Yi possesses the courage to venture alone into this moonlit realm. Today, I encountered our mother, who revealed that father intends to designate you as his heir. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed heir to the throne. As you speak, your gaze drifts towards your younger brother. Yuan Yi's eyes widen, devoid of the previous naive pride, instead fixated blankly on the courtyard, ignoring you entirely. You continue. I shall enter the temple at the age of 10. Perhaps I shall become a monk soldier, or perhaps I shall delve into learning to become a cultural teacher. In the future, the kingdom shall be my greatest support. Yet Yuan Yi remains transfixed on the courtyard, enveloped in silence. From his quietude, you sense an inexplicable hint of retreat, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. This unexpected vulnerability makes your often unappealing younger brother appear rather endearing. You reach out, grasping his hand resting on his knee. Startled, Yuan Yi recoils slightly, compelled to turn his gaze towards you. The floral ear ornaments by his neck sway gently in the moonlight, nestled among his hair. You offer him a gentle smile. As the heir to the kingdom, you will protect me, won't you, Yuan Yi? Yuan Yi cannot refuse. Regardless of the cunning maneuvers employed, the outcome is unmistakable. Yuan Yi remains. Perhaps he had contemplated midnight escapades or was merely swept by a sudden whim, but he has not fled. His disturbance has entirely dispelled your drowsiness. You retrieve a rice ball filled with plum, one for each of you, and settle down on the corridor to eat. Did Axie prepare this rice ball? It is quite well made, you remark. Indeed, our mother has recently taken a liking to them, so Axie always prepares 2 for the room. Oh, did you sneak this one out? Did you inform mother and Axie? Yuan Yi, with crumbs on the corner of his mouth, hurriedly explains. Mother said I could eat if I was hungry. It is not stolen. And this bundle was also prepared by mother? This one I prepared in secret. You swallow the morsel in your mouth, raising your gaze to the lofty moon hanging in the sky, languidly pondering your departure from the kingdom. Where do you intend to go? Do you know the direction of the temple? Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Yuan Yi watching you. I plan to go far away. Far away to where? Just far away. It seems this topic yields no fruitful conversation. Holding half a rice ball, you turn to Yuan Yi. Did you not say you would embrace your destiny? Far away is your destiny. He lowers his head in silence, his fingers clenching the rice ball with a sense of unease. You avert your gaze, once more looking at the brilliant moon in the courtyard, softly sighing. On such a splendid night, to be abandoned by mother and your brother. If this is fate, then fate is not particularly gentle with me. This is merely your futile lament, intended to emotionally bind the unsettled Yuan Yi, ensuring he does not inexplicably vanish again. I am sorry. Yuan Yi's timid voice breaks the silence. Brother, it is Yuan Yi's oversight. Will you act thus again next time? Hastily preparing to leave me behind? You sigh. If you wish to leave again, Please bid me farewell as you did this time. At least allow me to know your decision. He silently consumes the rice ball, offering no reply. You press your lips together, unsure how to further the conversation. How does mother usually interact with her silent son? His recent inclination to speak is a new development. Previously, he was utterly unresponsive. Yet mother continued to bestow her affection and concern upon Yuan Yi. You often find yourself distressed and awkward when communicating with him. Perhaps due to your inadequate care for him as an elder brother. There seems to be no remedy for this. Observing Yuan Yi finish his rice ball, you extend your half to him. Take mine as well. He gazes at you in astonishment, with grains of rice adorning his lips, and offers a silly smile as he accepts the rice ball. How should one describe it? The obedient demeanor of your brother is undeniably charming. In the sound of his chewing, you silently contemplate your relationship. For instance, if you were to give him half of your rice ball, he would accept it without hesitation. Yet if the roles were reversed, and as the heir to the kingdom, he offered you half of his food, how would you react? The moment this question arises in your mind, you know the answer. You would undoubtedly feel humiliated by your brother, even if you feigned indifference in accepting it. Your soul would be tormented by the flames of jealousy. Such is the narrow-minded and ugly nature of the heir to the kingdom. Once Yuan Yi finishes his rice ball, you gather your wooden sword and bundle, rising to enter the room. Stay with me tonight. Father is preoccupied with mother's funeral. He will not have time to concern himself with such trifles. All right. Yuan Yi obediently follows you into the room. Compared to the bright moonlight outside, your room is considerably dimmer, and as you draw the paper door shut, it becomes even gloomier. You and Yuan Yi lie upon the still warm bedding, sharing a single blanket. Your shoulders brush against his, and upon realizing the closeness, you instinctively yearn to shift away, yet you suppress the impulse. You are the rightful owner of the blanket. Why should you feel discomfort in accommodating your guest of a brother? Wouldn't that be akin to conceding defeat? You refuse. You even turn your head to glance at Yuan Yi, who shares the same pillow. Vaguely, you see him with eyes wide open, mouth curving upward, appearing somewhat pleased. How perplexing. Are you saddened by mother's passing, Yuan Yi? You inquire. You turn your gaze back to the ceiling, your tone flat. I thought you would cry. If I were to weep, mother would feel sorrow and concern. His response aligns perfectly with his character. He even inquires back, brother, are you sad? You feel the warmth of your brother's body against your shoulder, your mood remarkably calm. I am not sad. Yuan Yi emits a loud exclamation. Brother, you are so strong. You close your eyes, and after a breath, respond, I visited mother today. She told me she would wait for me at the river of 3 crossings, praying for my life in this world to the deities. Thus, I shall not feel sorrow. Again, you hear his exasperated exclamations. So that was it. It must be because mother spoke similarly when she departed, having met you during the day. You sigh deeply within, feeling an emptiness. Chapter 7. Unparalleled scholar in the days that follow. Father becomes engrossed in preparing for the funeral rites of the heir's consort, truly lacking the time to scrutinize the closeness between you brothers. During mother's funeral, father, clad in elaborate attire, silently follows the priest's directives, his brow perpetually furrowed. Speaking only when absolutely necessary, he refrains from discussing anything concerning mother with either of you, methodically and silently laying his wife to rest. It is rumored among his aides that someone has suggested he swiftly marry the daughter of a local shrine priest as a new consort, which would benefit the kingdom's power and stability of the household. Alas, father resolutely declines, his expression stern. Consequently, tales of the late lady's affection and deep love for the master begin to circulate within the kingdom's residence. While practicing kendo in the flower garden, you overheard the maids whispering nonsensical remarks, prompting you to confront them. The maids, trembling, bowed repeatedly in apology, leading to a reduction in subsequent gossip. After your mother departed, Axie was assigned to care for Yuan Yi, along with your mother's diary and farewell letter. Together, you and Yuan Yi opened your mother's dressing box, sifting through its contents. You discovered her diary, characterized by elegant handwriting, beginning from her youth, through her marriage to your father, to the birth of the ill-fated twins, expressing her concern for her younger son and her helplessness regarding her declining health. The diary reflected her gratitude for the younger child's understanding. Despite his quiet demeanor, he leaned against her unresponsive left side, lending her strength, which deeply moved her, prompting her to care even more for Yuan Yi's future. As you read these passages, Yuan Yi sat beside you, his wooden sword resting in the corner of the room, seldom used. Recently, He had been encouraged by his cultural instructor to study poetry and prose, but his progress was less than satisfactory. While you effortlessly scanned through the diary, Yuan Yi turned the pages slowly, eagerly asking you what words his mother had left behind. He still struggled with reading and writing. You gently ruffled his hair, sharing the contents of the diary with him. "Mother," Yuan Yi said, his face flushed as he closed the diary and held it close to his chest. His expression a mix of joy and sorrow. You observed this scene with indifference, diverting your gaze. Yuan Yi hardly participated in your kendo lessons anymore. While you practiced under your instructor's guidance, he would sit in the shadow of the corridor, watching. Your instructor had contemplated teaching Yuan Yi, but, after several attempts, deemed himself unable to impart any further knowledge and happily reported this to your father, thereafter ceasing his efforts. Yuan Yi was no longer clad in tattered gray garments. He now wore proper hakama made from fine fabric, crafted by a renowned tailor. Each morning, Axie would groom him and arrange his clothing. He wore freshly made white tabi and wooden sandals, and, under the guidance of his etiquette teacher, he had begun to walk with a semblance of composure, shedding the wildness of the neglected child he once was. The heir from a neighboring city, having come for your mother's funeral, keenly observed the changes in Yuan Yi during your encounter. After comparing you and Yuan Yi, he privately remarked to you, "So, your younger brother is quite the nuisance, isn't he?" You frowned but remained silent. The peer, not shying away from directness, proposed an alliance, suggesting that as the eldest son, you could support one another against the threats posed by your unstable peers. While you were practicing in the courtyard, his trivial words disrupted your focus, leading you to challenge him to a duel. Unaware of your irritation, he believed it was a test of his abilities before the alliance and, confident in his swordsmanship, readily accepted, positioning himself opposite you with his sword at the ready. The duel consisted of little more than a few exchanges before you disarmed him. Your wooden sword pressed against his throat. "Irajima-kun, if this is your level, I suggest you further hone your skills." The boy stared at you in shock. You lowered your sword and, with a cool politeness, offered him some words of encouragement. He flushed red, grasping your meaning. What pride could he take in losing his claim to inheritance? In essence, he was merely a commoner. Irajima covered the back of his hand, bruised from your strike, muttering bitterly as he retreated. His words rang true. You could not refute them, only watch as he departed. In this era, noble samurai families adhered to a system of succession, where the strongest boy inherited all the glory and wealth of the family, while the others were relegated to commoner status, taking nothing but a seemingly noble surname. The victor claimed everything, while the vanquished lost all. Children who lost their inheritance were sometimes sent to temples to become scholars or warrior monks. Some married into other families to maintain connections, while others, with barely enough silver to survive, became unstable ronin, scorned by society. None of these paths aligned with your desires. Yet, you ultimately found yourself inexorably drawn toward this fate. After Irajima's departure, Yuan Yi opened the paper door from the side courtyard and stepped out to stand beside you. He hesitantly spoke, "Elder brother." Yuan Yi appeared as if he had committed a grave error, keeping his head bowed, furrowing his brow. Mid-sentence, he faltered, struggling to find the right words. You sheathed your sword and turned to him, inquiring, "What is it?" "I'm sorry," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground, unable to meet your eyes. The sun blazed in the courtyard, the cicadas buzzing incessantly. Your heart, which could remain tranquil amidst others' mockery, nearly stirred at Yuan Yi's heartfelt apology. The wooden sword in your hand fit snugly in your palm, the thin callus a testament to your unwavering dedication to your training as the heir. Just as you had effortlessly defeated the eldest son of the Irajima family, it became clear that, if you were to disregard Inakuni Yuan Yi, this extraordinary existence, you would undoubtedly emerge as the most exceptional heir of the Inakuni clan. Your talent for swordsmanship was more than sufficient for a warrior family. If only, without Inakuni Yuan Yi, you closed your eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The fresh air filled your lungs, allowing you a moment to adjust your inner turmoil and maintain a facade of calm. Upon reopening your eyes, you found Yuan Yi still bowing his head, and thus you resumed the role of a dutiful elder brother. "Why do you apologize to me?" you asked gently, your tone devoid of any hint of reproach. Inakuni Yuan Yi remained silent, keeping his head down. He resembled the boy who had once never spoken, mute and unresponsive, like a naturally foolish deaf-mute. Were your brother truly such a being, as his elder brother, you would undoubtedly devote yourself to caring for and nurturing him. ensuring he lived a life free from worry. As long as you drew breath, you would be his greatest support. Regrettably, those past thoughts were mere what-ifs. You grasped his hand with one and held your sword in the other, guiding him back to the shaded corridor. As you surveyed the courtyard that nominally belonged to you, the glaring sunlight strained your eyes, yet you continued to regard the space before you. I am preparing to leave, Yuan Yi, you announced calmly. Elder brother? Yuan Yi finally reacted, grasping your sleeve, his voice tinged with alarm. You did not meet his gaze. After mother is laid to rest, father will proclaim me as the heir. I will go to the temple to pray for the future of the Inakuni clan. There are 3 years left. No, less than a year, you countered coolly. In the warring states, children age by counting the new year as 1 year older, having passed your birthday. You and Yuan Yi are currently 7 years old, yet in your father's eyes, you are already seen as 9. Your mother often held Yuan Yi, referring to him as her 7-year-old, blurring the lines of time. Calculating the time left, it would be less than a season until your birthday, when you would turn 10. Given your father's temperament, he would undoubtedly not tolerate the presence of an ill-omened child in the house for long. If only your mother were still alive, perhaps there would be a chance for redemption. Now that she is gone, everything that is yet to unfold has already become a foregone conclusion. In the nights of recent days, as you lay down to sleep, thoughts of your destined tragic future and the inevitable brilliance of your sibling, Yuan Yi, have plagued your mind. It is a reality you should have long since become accustomed to, yet your heart feels as though it is being seared by hot oil. You have endured several sleepless nights, your heart wavering in uncertainty, and today, amidst Zhang's provocation, you finally resolved to take action. You placed the wooden sword aside, withdrew your sleeve from Yuan Yi's grasp, and turned to meet his gaze. It is difficult to discern any emotion from Yuan Yi's vacant eyes. He has never intentionally concealed his feelings. Yet this unadulterated expression is more elusive than your calculated veils. You strive to play your part. I have decided that after our mother's burial, I will leave. And father will agree, for he has already begun to grow weary of me. In these final days, you find no joy in practicing swordsmanship. Let us play backgammon or fly kites instead. Such splendid weather deserves to be spent joyfully. Everything is, in truth, mere pretense. Yet, as you speak, attempting to embrace the future you have long resisted, when all seems predetermined, you surprisingly find a sense of tranquility and joy blossoming within you. Chapter 8. Unparalleled scholar, your father's acceptance of your proposal has proceeded remarkably smoothly. Throughout your interactions, it is rare to witness him so understanding and amiable. Yankatsu, you truly are a sensible child. His rough, calloused hand reached out to ruffle your hair, rendering the meticulously styled locks disheveled. In a voice imbued with authority, he declared, I am quite pleased with your decision. He then joyfully determined the time of your departure, the selection of the escorting warriors, and the supplies you should take with you. Pack what you need. I trust your judgment. Returning to your chamber, you retrieved the bundle cloth you had requested from Yuan Yi. As a warrior travels, a servant typically accompanies them, a notion you had never contemplated nor prepared for. When Yuan Yi had prepared to leave, you had mocked him for carrying what you deemed trivial possessions. Now, however, the roles have reversed, and you are to depart from the inheriting nation. You scrutinized the size of the bundle cloth and realized that, apart from trivial items, it could scarcely contain anything substantial. In an era fraught with banditry, where the common folk remain untainted, the decision to abandon your homeland and venture into the unknown requires immense courage, verging on a disregard for life itself. In light of this, the items you insist on carrying are all essentials, things of great importance that you would wish to take with you, even in the unfortunate event of death on the journey. So, what will you take with you? You gazed at the open bundle cloth, sitting in silence for a time before melancholically realizing that you seemed to possess nothing of such significance. At least, nothing came to mind at that moment. The cherished wooden flute, the wooden comb, the floral ear ornaments, and the wooden sword, which Yuan Yi held dear, were things you had previously derided as trifles, and you found yourself devoid of even such meager possessions. Even the wooden sword, which you wielded daily, was merely a tool for a child to practice the art of swordsmanship. Had you the means, you would have readily replaced it with a sharp iron blade. That is the essence of who you are. Despite your earnest efforts to suppress this reality and portray yourself as an exemplary individual, your innermost world remains an expanse of emptiness, and within this void, like a fool, you desperately search for the most elusive essence of your value in this world. You felt helpless in this regard, yet having long since accepted this flawed self, you found that your heart was not particularly troubled. You sought out the gray cloth robe that Yuan Yi once wore, gathered your 2 sturdiest pairs of shoes, and estimated a sum of silver that would fall within your father's acceptance, packing your bundle and tossing it into the corner of the cabinet. "What does my elder brother need my old clothes for?" Yuan Yi inquired. You explained the reasoning behind your request. The monks in the temple are not the saintly figures who toil not and know not the grains. At this time, those who can enter the temple include not only the children of noble families who have lost their claim to inheritance, but also modestly affluent commoners or bandits who have been summoned by the authorities, an assemblage that is both hierarchical and complex. The lesser monks must tend to the fields and crops, earning silver through religious duties. The higher-ranking monks serve as warrior reserves, farming in peacetime and rising in arms during conflict to serve as local deterrents. Among them are former noble scions who possess cultural knowledge and venture forth to teach poetry and literature to other nobles. In other words, your father's decision to send you to the temple not only signifies your failure in the struggle for succession, but also presents you with an alternative path to traverse. Of course, you are aware that in your father's estimation, the best arrangement for your future is likely to be immersed in literary studies at the temple, preparing to re-enter the inheriting nation as a cultural tutor for Yuan Yi's children while simultaneously guiding a group of young noble scions. Yuan Yi would oversee martial matters from the forefront, while you would engage in the cultural persuasion from the shadows. As the head of the family, your father cannot help but hope for the holistic development of his descendants. In the realm of cultural studies, you are evidently more proficient than Yuan Yi, and such an arrangement poses no issue. You fully comprehend this. Yet, you are unwilling to accept it. Will you still adhere to the way of the warrior within the temple, elder brother? Yuan Yi gazed at you intently, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. How remarkable! Your unsettling future, the hesitantly set aspirations that seem trivial to you, hold a different significance for Yuan Yi. His thoughts consistently diverge from yours. What you consider mere pastimes, he approaches with unwavering diligence. What you regard as the essence of a warrior's path, he views with indifference. The future arrangements you reluctantly accept evoke his admiration instead. Despite being brothers, you and he seem perpetually out of sync. To demonstrate his support for your resolve, in the final days leading to your departure from the inheriting nation, Yuan Yi relinquished kites and backgammon, proclaiming, "If it is not alongside elder brother, playing is of no significance." As he spoke, he diligently attempted to impart to you the so-called breathing technique. You, an ordinary human, cannot perceive the veins, bones, and muscle movements beneath other skin, nor can you deftly manipulate your own flesh and sinew to deliver a formidable strike. As you and Yuan Yi discussed the strengths of his martial arts, you ultimately discovered that the only aspect that held relevance for you, an ordinary individual, was the so-called breathing method. How to breathe in a certain rhythm, how to coordinate the movement of your chest and lungs, how to mobilize your limbs in a particular cadence, and then, like a snowball effect, drive unimaginable power through your flesh and blood. These were feats beyond your reach. To facilitate your learning, you even pressed against Yuan Yi's chest to practice his breathing rhythm, nearly losing your life in the process, and once again, you felt the chasm that lay between you. The day of departure drew ever closer. In contrast to your silent determination, Yuan Yi appeared increasingly anxious about the stagnation of your progress. Utilizing a brush that felt foreign in his hand, he locked himself in the study for 2 days, scribbling on silk paper, deep in thought, his brow furrowed and his eyes darkened. Eventually, with bright eyes and filled with anticipation, he presented you with that silk paper. The breathing method? You gazed at the assortment of strange and chaotic symbols sprawled across the paper, each line inscribed with the so-called breathing technique, and struggled to suppress the twitching corners of your mouth. Is this your breathing method? Indeed, elder brother. Yuan Yi, with his bright and sparkling eyes, drew close to your side, nearly leaning against you. He pointed at the cryptic symbols that only he could decipher, meticulously explaining the meaning behind each stroke of ink, how to interpret the rhythmic breathing constituted by the characters, and the nuances to be aware of during variations in rhythm. You listened attentively as he recounted the information to you twice, and then he had you practice against his chest for an entire afternoon. Although you still struggled to catch your breath, perhaps due to psychological effects, you seemed to vaguely grasp a hint of the sensation he had once described, the rush of energy surging through your veins. As an elder brother, surely he understood. In contrast to your calm demeanor, a facade of composure you were adept at maintaining. Yuan Yi remained steadfastly convinced, almost more so than you, that something wonderful was destined to occur. In the final days at the Inheritance Nation, you initially intended to accompany Yuan Yi in a few games, hoping to leave him with fond memories. However, as time unfolded, it was this usually taciturn younger brother who busied himself with your martial arts training, chewing through 2 brushes in the process before finally producing a breathing technique manual. Following Yuan Yi's annotations, you practiced the breathing technique multiple times under his direct guidance, but all you gained was a sore chest and fatigued limbs, leaving you with little strength to respond to him. You reclined on the corridor, the wooden floor cool and dry beneath you, murmuring to Yuan Yi beside you. I thought you didn't like the sword arts, yet here you are preparing so much. Yuan Yi carefully folded the scribbled silk paper and placed it beside you before sitting down next to you. Responding obediently, the sensation of striking another's flesh is quite unpleasant. Yet for the sword arts themselves, for you, my elder brother, I shall strive even harder. You gazed at him, your eyes wide, observing the foolish yet fiercely determined expression upon the heir of the Inheritance Nation as he smiled down at you. In that moment, you found yourself at a loss for words. Despite being brothers, why did you feel so unlike him? On a foggy morning, you departed from the estate of the Inheritance Nation. Yuan Yi had once tugged at your sleeve, saying, "When that day comes, allow me to send you off, elder brother." He still addressed you as elder brother, a title that had drawn a harsh reprimand from the stern etiquette teacher who admonished him with a cold gaze. You are the heir of the Inheritance Nation. Please recognize your own nobility. After that remark, a scornful glance was cast upon you. During your last days in the Inheritance Nation, your father did not diminish your treatment, yet your departure had become a foregone conclusion, and everyone was aware of the future of the Inheritance Nation. Consequently, the once adoring attention from the estate had receded like a receding tide, revealing the barren and unsightly mudflats beneath. Meanwhile, the barren shore where Yuan Yi once stood had been submerged by the waves of followers. Yuan Yi chose to disregard the etiquette teacher's lessons, turning a blind eye and deaf ear to them. Throughout the past 7 years, he had mastered this behavior, and thus, when faced with the peculiarities of life, he continued to do so instinctively. For instance, when the swordsmanship instructor called for him to practice, he would often sit on the corridor with a wooden sword, ignoring the call. When the approaching maidservants offered flattering bows, he would overlook them. And when the etiquette teacher insisted he adopt the demeanor of the Inheritance Nation's heir, he remained unchanged. It seemed that while everything around him transformed, he remained a steadfast isle amidst the surging currents, refusing to alter. Somehow, since your mother's passing and the subsequent funeral, your father's attention towards you and your brother had significantly waned. Previously, he would become furious over any discord between you two. Yet now, when he spotted you and Yuan Yi flying kites, he merely cast a fleeting glance before hurriedly walking away, showing no further interest. As the head of the Inheritance Nation relaxed his scrutiny of you, the 2 brothers, as sons of the family head, found themselves unrestrained. Master Iwakatsu, as your elder brother, you ought to guide Master Yuan Yi. Some less discerning individuals had privately suggested this to you, attempting to leverage your position to demand your change. You understood their intent. They hoped you would first adopt the role of a vassal towards Yuan Yi, making him realize that times had changed and that circumstances were no longer what they once were. Thus, even if you remained indifferent, your respectful demeanor would convey a convincing disparity in status. You had previously valued the rituals of hierarchy between lord and vassal when addressing the samurai who taught you swordsmanship. Despite the practical teacher-student relationship and your inability to defeat him at the moment, you would stand tall, projecting the authority befitting a future head of the family, unwilling to be belittled. Yet, the very etiquette you cherished had never been applied to Yuan Yi. You felt sympathy for your brother's struggles and constantly cared for him, even lowering your voice when speaking. Now, with roles reversed, were you to bow and scrape before him? Logically, you ought to do so, yet you chose not to. In the solitude of recent days, you often found yourself contemplating Yuan Yi. You thought of the future he was being nudged toward, the one of becoming the master of the Inheritance Nation. After relinquishing your once assumed position as the heir, you finally found the perspective to step back and ponder. Was Yuan Yi truly suited to become the heir of the Inheritance Nation? You often concluded this line of thought with a peculiar smile. With a heart both sorrowful and morbidly curious, you observed the divergent paths of you and your brother. heading towards starkly different futures. Beneath this facade, when Yuan Yi offered to see you off, you smiled and nodded in agreement, yet turned away to seek your father, proposing that you wished to depart at dawn the following day with the escorting samurai. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, you noticed your father, half in shadow and half in light, where the exposed half revealed the weariness and aging of flesh. He asked, "Iwakatsu, are you so eager to leave?" You found yourself rather perplexed by his words. Eager? The departure had been planned for these days. It hardly counted as urgency, merely following through with a predetermined course of action. Your father regarded you with a composed demeanor, yet sighed, a sound that, unlike his usual powerful presence, bore a hint of ordinary sorrow. Your mother, he hesitated, before she departed, had implored me not to separate you brothers. I had once mocked her for her weak-hearted sentiments. His face, difficult to discern in the shadows, revealed the turmoil of a father and husband. His eyes, usually piercing, now locked onto you with a newfound urgency. Iwakatsu, what do you think? Iwakatsu, what do you think? Father, you are too weak, you thought to yourself. However, you were not the foolish younger brother who spoke without thought. Instead, you feigned contemplation, respecting your father's inquiry, and after a time of deliberation, you raised your head as if troubled, responding, "But father, you previously taught me that weakness in a warrior's household invites downfall." You keenly sensed the underlying meaning in your father's hesitation. If you were to remain, what identity would you assume? The ineffectual elder brother? The failed heir of the family? A mere claimant to the divided inheritance of the inheritance nation? It was precisely to ensure the enduring strength of the family line that the system of inheritance was established, and that the family head's decree was regarded as the supreme and unquestioned rule. You were bewildered by the weakness your father now exhibited. How can one feel compassion for the vanquished? Even if that vanquished soul is oneself, it remains incomprehensible. This man before me, whose frailty is laid bare, whose once vibrant eyes sparkled with life during a quarrel with his mother, now stare vacantly, wide open, as if numb. Through the crimson light of the evening sun, he gazes at you. Then, as if stung by your bewildered gaze, he averted his eyes. You are indeed correct. His countenance has retreated into an indistinct shadow. As you wished, I shall ensure that Kawanashida awaits you at the gate come dawn. He hesitated, sensing his gaze sweep over you, then hesitantly drift away to a more distant place. If the temple proves too harsh, you may write to me. Thus, you departed from your suddenly weakened father, leaving behind your clingy younger brother, and at the break of dawn the following day, clad in coarse linen, burdened with the pack once carried by Yuichi, you left the realm of the aristocracy alongside the samurai escorting you. Chapter 10. The eclipse of the sun at the moment of purification. Yuichi became aware of the fact that his elder brother had departed. Indeed. Aki took the used wet cotton cloth from Yuichi's hand, hesitating and avoiding his gaze. She managed to convey the news. It was said that just as the sun rose, while the city's mist still lingered, young Iwakatsu had left in the company of Mr. Kawanashida. Yuichi fell into silence. Aki, attempting to muster a cheerful smile, reassured him. "It's all right. Today, Aki, who is on duty at the gate, informed me that when young Iwakatsu departed, he appeared quite spirited, riding alongside Mr. Kawanashida. By now, they should be nearing the temple. If Yuichi harbored any concerns, he could inquire of Mr. Kawanashida upon his return in the afternoon." Yuichi, upon hearing Aki speak, did not respond overtly. Since learning of his brother's departure, he had lowered his gaze to the surface of the basin, his brow furrowed, revealing no emotion, neither sorrow, nor surprise, nor joy. He resembled a clay statue, hollow, echoing only emptiness. After a moment, he lifted his eyes to the door, where daylight had fully arrived, illuminating the courtyard with brilliant sunlight. A hint of confusion graced his features as he murmured, "My elder brother had promised to let me see him off." Aki was somewhat taken aback. Recently, she could not fathom the cause. Perhaps it was due to Yuichi's new status as the heir of the aristocracy. As Aki, the lady-in-waiting, observed the young master she had watched grow up, she began to share in the reverence for power felt by others, and her demeanor became less casual than it had been in the lady's lifetime. After careful consideration, she ventured, "Young Iwakatsu surely did not wish for you to endure the sadness of parting. Farewells are invariably melancholic. Perhaps he sought to spare you the sight of his sorrowful departure, hence his early leave. And besides, you have been diligently studying under your teacher, toiling late into the night and rising early each day. Today, Being a rare day of respite, young Iwakatsu likely wished not to disturb your rest. Yuichi refrained from responding, unsure of whether to believe her words. After a simple breakfast, he resolved to venture out. This decision astonished Aki greatly. It was somewhat amusing, since his birth. Yuichi had spent his entire life within the walls of the aristocratic estate. Until the age of 7, he seemed mute and deaf. His mother too fearful to allow him outside, confining him to the backyard. His father, viewing his blemished visage as a bad omen, forbade him from stepping beyond the threshold, instructing the gatekeeper to prevent his escape. After turning 7, a mere month had passed when Yuichi's swordsmanship talent began to manifest under the radiance of his brilliance. The marks upon his face ceased to be seen as a flaw, and his dual identity became surmountable should another relinquish it. The extraordinarily gifted young heir of the aristocracy naturally ascended to the role of successor, prompting an urgent need for the cultural refinement befitting such a position. Having only played and wielded a sword, he was now required to grasp a slender brush, dipping its fine tip into ink, and inscribing characters upon pristine paper. Aki had witnessed more than once the frustration of the cultural instructor, who lamented Yuichi's lack of aptitude, exclaiming that the young master was like a rotting log, an utterly wooden-headed boy. While the exact words may not have been so harsh, the essence remained unchanged. In those moments, young Yuichi would rest his chin upon his hand, listlessly gazing out the window, indifferent to the instructor's admonishments. When young Iwakatsu practiced his calligraphy, the instructor habitually compared the two students, prompting Yuichi to glance up. Obediently listening to the instructor's words, Aki, standing outside the window, had heard the instructor's praises, extolling young Iwakatsu's discipline and dedication. How quickly he had begun to master writing, and the numerous scrolls he had copied daily. At the same age, he had already thoroughly studied an extensive array of classic texts on ethics. This refrain of unending praise reminded Aki of the lady. When the lady was alive, she too had spoken of her eldest son. This child is a mirror of his father, ambitious and driven, relentlessly pushing himself. Aki recalled the lady's brow furrowing, her eyes shining with a mixture of pride for her son's brilliance and concern for his future. When I first met your father, he too was such a determined man, unwilling to show even the slightest weakness. Later, he encountered another warrior under the command of a renowned lord, and in life, one will invariably face insurmountable mountains, whether on this road or another. Thus, her husband became the man he was today. What fate awaits young Iwakatsu as the lady's devoted maid? Aki was perhaps the one who understood her best within the entirety of the aristocratic household. She had witnessed the lady weeping for her young master in the dead of night, seen her fervently praying before the altar, and observed her attempts to engage in heartfelt conversations with her eldest son. Yet, how could such discussions unfold, no matter how soft the words? The eldest son resembled a general clad in armor, dismissing every expression of concern with a furrowed brow. The training is arduous. It is the necessary path to becoming a warrior. You need not worry, mother. I shall strive to fulfill father's expectations. I cannot comprehend why you display such a sorrowful countenance, mother. Each time such conversations arose, Aki observed young Iwakatsu seated across from the lady, while Yuichi would always nestle obediently beside her, and it was as if she were witnessing the young lord of yesteryears. Born a warrior, destined to fight for the name, and ultimately to be laid to rest as a warrior. The lady seemed disinclined to see her child so stubbornly tread this path, yet Aki felt that young Iwakatsu, possessing faith and aspirations, diligently honing himself toward a singular goal, was truly radiant, like the sun of the aristocracy's future. Alas, this sun departed on a fog-laden morning. Upon learning of this, Aki covered her mouth, unable to suppress her sorrow. Young Iwakatsu. She could not help but recall the exceptional young man he had been, now quietly departing in a dawn barely touched by light. The sun yet to pierce the mist, the city of the aristocracy still in slumber. Chapter 11. The eclipse of the sun too. Nevertheless, Yuichi resolved to step outside. Aki prepared his outdoor shoes and coat, assisting him in dressing, ensuring she carried sufficient silver, and together they exited the grand gates of the aristocratic estate. The estate was situated in the very heart of the city, and as Aki, the lady-in-waiting, had ventured out to procure supplies before, she was not unfamiliar with the act of leaving. Young Iwakatsu had departed. He must have taken this route from the estate to the city gates. Aki stood at the entrance, discerning the directions, pointing out the path along which Iwakatsu had left. She pointed to the broad main road of Kyogai Castle. When Iwasuk departed, the windows and doors along this road were tightly shut, with only a few scattered stalls set up, calling out to the early risers. Now, the same road was lined with stalls, where intimately connected couples strolled hand in hand, mischievous children frolicked about, and elderly gentlemen sat behind stalls, resting their eyes. Over the years, Kyogai Castle has developed remarkably, presenting a picture of thriving prosperity. Aki and Yuki set off together. Unexpectedly, Yuki, on his inaugural venture onto the streets, did not exhibit the typical curiosity of a child, peering around inquisitively or demanding Aki purchase various amusing trinkets, which she had brought money for. Instead, he walked a step ahead of Aki, his hands tucked within his long sleeves, his step steady and his gaze resolutely fixed ahead, showing no interest in the distractions around him, not even casting a glance. Aki hastened to catch up to him, introducing the various shops they encountered along the way. This establishment is the clinic of Dr. Taniguchi, who treats the lady. The quality of the medicinal herbs is quite good, and after taking her medicine, the lady sleeps more soundly at night. Dr. Taniguchi is a capable and kind-hearted man. This shop supplies fabrics to Kyogai House, and the fabrics spun by the mistress are fine and well-made. Everyone enjoys purchasing cloth from them. I once bought candied fruits from this shop. They are sweet and tangy, and the lady always has a bit after her medicine to wash away the bitterness. Young Master Yuki, you have tasted them as well and enjoyed them greatly. It is not easy to find something sweet these days, so we can buy some on our way back. The swords crafted by this shop's master are renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship. However, the master has decreed that they only create weapons for Kyogai House, and their business is thriving. Aki chattered on throughout the journey, while Yuki displayed no particular reaction. After about an hour of walking from the center of Kyogai Castle to its gates, Aki's primary responsibility in the Kyogai household was to serve the lady. Busy with fetching tea and water and purchasing herbs for medicine, she seldom engaged in heavy labor such as cleaning or sweeping and had never considered herself weak. During her work, she rarely felt fatigued. However, today, after this monotonous hour of walking, she found herself slightly breathless. Yuki, in contrast, maintained a steady pace, unwavering in his purpose. When they reached the city gates, his face was unflushed, his breathing calm, and not a bead of sweat graced his brow. Here we are at the city gate, Aki said, wiping the sweat from her face, leaning against the city wall to introduce Yuki. The last time she had been at the gates of Kyogai Castle was during the lady's wedding, when she traveled from one city to another, filled with curiosity and unease. Once she became familiar with the new city, she settled in Kyogai Castle, remaining there for 10 years without venturing out. She remembered her last impression of the city gate, marveling at its grandeur and feeling joy for the lady finding a noble husband. Now, upon her return, the gate stood as it always had, imposing and proud, and she, Aki, had transformed from a Navi girl into the present Aki, while the gentle and beautiful lady was no longer there. Standing at the city gate, Aki could not resist gazing beyond the city, to the roads stretching into the distance. The path beneath her feet extended forward, reaching the horizon and beyond, lush forests. Undulating mountains and ribbon-like rivers meandered in the far distance, places so remote that they seemed endless. The thought of traversing such a distance without a clear goal in sight was enough to instill a sense of trepidation, and it was not unusual to lose one's resolve to embark on the journey. What emotions did Iwasuk harbor as he took his first steps on this road? Having never left Kyogai Castle since birth, Aki pondered, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She could not help but glance at Yuki, who, like her, was gazing into the distance. Indeed, when one emerges from the confines of Kyogai Castle, the instinctive reaction is to look towards the broader expanse ahead. This was Yuki's first glimpse of the world beyond Kyogai Castle, and Aki found it difficult to articulate the expression in his eyes. Yuki's gaze often appeared hazy, suspended between indifference and naivete. However, this did not imply a lack of emotion. Perhaps his means of expression were inherently subdued, yet his heart was undeniably sincere, as evidenced by his affection towards the lady, his loyalty to Iwasuk, and even the kindness he showed Aki, the servant. He was a noble who was easy to please. One merely needed to invest effort to understand him. Aki held this belief. At that moment, she observed Yuki's unusually earnest expression as he scrutinized the distant road, examining every undulation of the mountains and each newcomer approaching from afar. His gaze seemed to convey, "All right, I am ready to embark." as if he were on the verge of stepping onto the path Iwasuk had traversed. This sudden thought filled Aki with unease. Young Master Yuki could not leave Kyonoa Castle. He was the designated heir of the Kyonoa house, destined to lead this traditional samurai family towards glory and honor. If he were to depart, the master would surely be furious with her. Aki felt a thin sheen of sweat forming on her back. Yet, these were merely her unfounded fears. For in the next moment, Yuki withdrew his gaze, turned to Aki, and said, "All right, let us head back." He then confidently strode down the path leading back to Kyonoa Manor. Chapter 12. Years in the mountains. The temple you have joined is known as Kayamizadera, a renowned monastery that has thrived in this region for 2 centuries. Aside from you, several generations of the Kyonoa family have had unremarkable offspring join Kayamizadera, leaving you with some inconsequential connections. Mr. Kawashita safely escorted you to the temple, handing over the Kyonoa family token to the monk who received you, leaving behind a message that Iwasuk could always write should any matters arise, before departing on horseback. The monk who received you was a robust adult male with thick eyebrows and upward-turned eyes, giving him a fierce countenance. He examined the token and then scrutinized you, dressed in coarse linen, before clicking his tongue and leading you to the back courtyard of Kayamizadera. In the courtyard, several young monks with shaved heads were training and laboring. And upon noticing you, the newcomer with bound hair, their gazes subtly shifted towards you. The monk leading you was displeased and bellowed, "What are you looking at? Have you completed today's tasks? I will come to inspect shortly." The curious ones immediately averted their gazes, shrinking their necks in fear. "Children from the Kyonoa family are truly troublesome. You will reside in this room," he remarked, guiding you through the twists and turns of the courtyard until arriving at a secluded building. "Surely, children of noble families wish to pursue cultural studies? This place is quiet enough for you to delve into poetry and literature." As he spoke, he pushed open the paper door of the room. Peering inside, you beheld a modest single room of 3 tatami mats, with a low table by the window and a row of shelves against the inner wall. The absence of a bed suggested that you would need to spread bedding on the tatami for sleep at night. This room, akin to Yuki's chamber in the Kyonoa house, was cramped and dilapidated. However, the presence of windows and doors provided somewhat better lighting. Now, with the sun at its zenith, the room was bright and cheerful. The monk, perhaps subconsciously aware of your potential dissatisfaction, furrowed his brow and explained in a gruff voice, "Children from commoner families enter our temple. Yet you have been specially arranged an independent room due to the generous donations made by the ruling nation to the Kayamizu temple. If you are not content," he smirked, "then you may need to speak with the abbot. Should your status be high enough, perhaps he might even relinquish his own quarters for you." As he spoke, the man beside you chuckled mischievously. You tightened your grip on the bundle at your chest, feeling little emotional fluctuation. Having made the decision to enter the temple, you had long prepared yourself mentally for whatever lay ahead. Moving into a room of a mere 3 tatami mats was trivial. If you remained in the ruling nation, you would only occupy a similar space. To feel disheartened by such circumstances would be an underestimation of your resolve. You stepped forward into the dormitory, turning to smile at the monk in gratitude. "This is quite satisfactory. I deeply appreciate your arrangements." The monk seemed taken aback by your unexpected response. Seizing the moment, you inquired, "May I ask how to address you, master?" He stared blankly for a moment before responding, "Iron Man, that is the name the abbot bestowed upon me. I am no master, by the way. Aren't you a noble? Can you truly be content in such a small room? While you reside in the temple, we will not provide you with attendants. You must dress, make your bed, and tend to your own needs while fulfilling the temple's duties. By the way, do you truly comprehend your current situation?" You widened your eyes, puzzled by the monk's sudden agitation. With a gentle demeanor, you explained, "Having arrived here, I am well prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. As for taking care of myself, it is a fundamental discipline expected of a warrior. Mr. Iron Man, I do not aspire to become a scholar of poetry. I have come here with the intention of becoming a warrior monk." "Warrior monk?" Iron Man echoed your words, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You wish to become a warrior monk?" He scrutinized you once more, and this time, he finally shed his preconceived notions. He noticed the faded, coarse linen shirt that had been washed too many times, revealing a robust physique among your peers, the calluses on your hands, and the fearless gaze that belonged solely to a warrior. "Ah, indeed," he murmured, realizing that the ruling nation was a prominent family of warriors. He looked at you with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "But do you truly understand what it means to become a warrior monk?" This is a temple, and there is not enough food for you to devote yourself entirely to martial arts. Excellent instructors are limited, and your competition consists of commoners who would risk their lives for a meal. Are you prepared for such a reality? You silently scoffed at the notion of sacrificing one's life. Yet, you maintained your impeccable smile, replying, Mr. Iron Man, I am merely a child discarded by the ruling nation due to my inadequacies. Regardless of whether I possess that resolve, I shall strive with all my might in this only place that has accepted me. Iron Man was momentarily speechless, ultimately closing his mouth. He turned, appearing ready to leave, but then casually asked, by the way, what is your name? I cannot keep referring to you as the child of the ruling nation. I am Iwakatsu from the ruling nation. Iwakatsu. What a delightful name. Iron Man repeated it twice, his coarse laughter erupting. Ah, this name is far superior to my Iron Man. Very well, Iwakatsu. I shall remember you. I lead the junior martial monk team in the temple, so I hope you are not merely a silver-tongued orator. Be prepared to endure the hardships. You listened quietly as this boisterous man rambled on at the door. As a commoner, Iron Man bore no surname, and among the common children he taught, few had names. Thus, he likely did not grasp how audaciously rude it was to address a noble by their name upon first meeting. Should you join the martial monk team, would this crude man become your instructor? After a long absence, a wave of nausea washed over you, and your stomach began to cramp slightly. Once again, you saw clearly the undeniable truth before you. From the proud heir of the ruling nation, you had been reduced to a lowly warrior monk among commoners. Your hands instinctively curled into fists. You expended considerable effort to maintain a serene smile on your face without revealing your distress. Ah, it is already this late. I shall report your arrival to the abbot. Please tidy your room. I will take you to dine shortly and introduce you to everyone. Huh. The child of a noble family learning martial arts will surely pique their curiosity. After delivering his last statement, Iron Man disregarded your response and excitedly departed. Chapter 13. Years in the Mountains 2. On your first day at Kyogai Temple, you shared lunch with the monks. Compared to the meals in the ruling nation, the food here was merely palatable. Prior to this, you had never considered yourself spoiled. But as you choked down the food for the second time and needed water to swallow, you understood why the children around you regarded you with bemusement. The noble children who had come before you must have made quite a few blunders during their first meal. A burly novice, appearing friendly, spoke to you. Young master, if the food is too difficult to eat, I can help you finish it. We cannot waste food in the dining hall, and if you do not finish, Master Iron Man will be furious. You smiled and firmly declined his offer, consuming every last morsel of your meager portion of watery rice porridge and a rice ball. The clear porridge, with visible grains of rice, and the dark rice ball mixed with wood chips or sand, accompanied by a small dish of pickles, comprised your first meal at Kyogai Temple. You discreetly observed the entire dining hall. The tables were occupied by adult warrior monks or instructors, who enjoyed meals made from fine rice, their white rice balls mixed with seafood. On the left sat a table of long-haired youths, dressed in elegant clothing, quietly eating from their bowls with minimal conversation, while the remaining tables were filled with children of your age, noisily chewing their rice balls, and after finishing their portions, they would slurp up porridge while casting envious glances at others' servings. Iron Man's earlier words echoed in your mind. This is a temple, and there is not enough food for you to devote yourself entirely to martial arts. Excellent instructors are limited, and your competition consists of commoners who would risk their lives for a meal. Thus, even the difficult-to-swallow food was sustenance for life. Without filling your stomach, you could not practice martial arts. This was the first challenge you encountered at the temple. Perhaps due to your noble upbringing, you adapted too quickly to the meal, and the previously enthusiastic novices lost interest when they found no weaknesses to exploit. They finished their food noisily and left. The afternoon rest was precious, and a boy named you, who had to weed and practice in the afternoon, explained a few things to you before departing, urging, Iwakatsu, you should finish quickly and rest. Since Iron Man introduced you to the novices, they began to directly call you by your name with playful laughter. You felt quite uneasy but refrained from reacting. After finishing your meal, Iron Man wiped his mouth and led you to meet the abbot. The abbot's quarters were significantly more spacious than yours. As he sat within, his eyebrows and beard were a stark white. When he lifted his gaze to you, a benevolent expression of concern adorned his face. You may find it somewhat unfamiliar here at Kyogai Temple, having just arrived, right? You replied courteously, assuring him that everything was well at Kyogai, and that Mr. Iron and the little monks you encountered were all warm-hearted. The abbot then erupted into a hearty laugh, genuinely amused. I heard from Mr. Iron that you wish to pursue the path of a warrior monk? You nodded in affirmation. This seems to differ somewhat from what Lord Jigwa mentioned. The abbot hesitated, scrutinizing you further before breaking into a carefree smile. Nonetheless, you have come to Kiyomizu on your own accord. If Lord Jigwa wishes to tread the path of a warrior monk, then you should practice alongside Mr. Iron for the next few days. He is indeed one of the finest teachers at the temple. Thus, your journey as a warrior monk was set in motion. The days that followed were rather monotonous. Mr. Iron handed you a tattered bamboo sword, and you practiced swordplay with the little monks in the courtyard. The flimsy sword sliced through the air with a cacophony of sounds, making you reminisce about the wooden sword you had left behind at the Jigwa residence. When the sun's intensity waned, everyone changed into appropriate attire and descended to the rice fields to weed the crops. It was your first experience with agricultural labor. Barefoot, you stepped into the warm, viscous mud, rolling up your pant legs to reveal your fair skin. What pale legs you have, Yinsheng, exclaimed the little monks. And your arms too. No wonder you are the son of a noble. Initially, a few oblivious little monks teased you, but they soon retreated under your cold gaze. After all, just moments ago, you had adeptly defeated all your sparring partners with that flimsy sword, earning praise even from Mr. Iron regarding your level of skill at such a tender age. It was no wonder you yearned to delve deeper into martial arts. Such extraordinary talent would be a waste if not pursued. Mr. Iron marveled. Such talent cannot be inherited by the Jigwa family, can it? The martial clan is indeed formidable, as you showcased sufficient prowess. Even with your identity as a noble son setting you apart from the crowd, the others began to regard you with a sense of awe. Regrettably, even as a noble son, Mr. Iron assigned you the same weeding tasks as everyone else. Bending down, you plunged your hands into the warm mud, uprooting the weeds that encroached upon the rice seedlings. This labor was tedious, requiring you to navigate slowly between the rows of seedlings, ensuring that every weed was eradicated. The disgusting mud clung to your toes, making each step more laborious. It was a repulsive task. You noticed small insects bobbing on the muddy surface, brushing against your delicate skin, and occasionally a leech would slither up your leg, stirred by the water's flow. At the sight, your throat tightened, nearly betraying a gasp. Yet you restrained yourself. Straightening up, you observed a nearby boy engaged in the same task. His legs were similarly entangled with dark insects, yet he reacted nonchalantly, swatting the creatures off and tossing them aside. With a stiff expression, you resolved to mimic his actions. The sensation was revolting, and your inner turmoil shattered in that moment. Yet your exterior remained composed. Eventually, when your back ached and Mr. Iron called it a day, a familiar little monk approached you, a look of admiration gracing his youthful face. Everyone was waiting for your misstep, expecting you to be frightened like other young masters. He exclaimed, "Who knew you would adapt so well?" You imitated those around you, shuffling on the grass to wipe the mud from your feet, remaining silent. However, Yinsheng, your attire upon arrival did not resemble that of a noble son, so perhaps you are not held in high regard at the Jigwa residence? He continued, "Thus, your demeanor toward our lives is so tranquil. As you cleaned your feet of the mud, you donned the straw sandals you had worn upon your arrival. You had anticipated the little monk's desire to witness your misfortune, and it did not surprise you. Yet, a warrior need not mingle with commoners, nor must a genius walk alongside the mediocre. You were indifferent to their gazes. Nevertheless, you had heard of noble sons who were not valued, living conditions that could be less comfortable than those of common children. You coldly interrupted his probing. You have overstepped, you." He chuckled sheepishly, waving his hand. My apologies. Though I was once a noble son, Yinsheng, you have always been so approachable. I became a bit too casual, You replied, "Maintaining relationships is a troublesome affair. The most challenging aspect lies in the fact that the society you inhabit is a complex web of connections. To live joyfully in this world, one may not need to walk with the majority, yet it is wise not to present oneself as an adversary or express overt hostility." You glanced around, matching the pace of the other little monks returning, and casually remarked, "Let us head back, you." Chapter 14. The years in the mountains. 3-year time at Kiyomizu Temple flowed quietly, akin to a serene stream. There were no remarkable events to chronicle. Everything felt mundane and tedious. For instance, due to your exceptional performance in martial practice, Mr. Iron took you on as his disciple. replacing your nearly worn-out bamboo sword with a wooden sword crafted from ironwood. Your skin had darkened and roughened under the elements, and you had blended seamlessly with the little monks, save for your hair, which still set you apart. You grew weary of the agricultural tasks in the fields, whether weeding, fertilizing, pest control, or pinching the tips. Each required you to bend and toil for at least 2 hours, inevitably resulting in sore muscles and a lack of energy for sword practice the following day. These seemingly trivial matters, while easy to recount, were not ones you often reflected upon as you moved forward with time. Your perception of time since arriving at Kiyomizu Temple had morphed into a black and white silent film, playing frame by frame as the reel turned. Occasionally, you would glance back to relive moments, yet even the expressions of those speaking remained hazy in your memory. Life at Kiyomizu was stable and unremarkable. This serene and monotonous existence dulled the sense of time, making each day blend seamlessly into the next. You would awaken to a new day, take up your practice sword, push open the door, and step out to greet the rising sun. Half a month had elapsed since your departure from the Jigwa residence when the abbot summoned you, handing you 2 letters. They had been sent by Lord Jigwa's messenger. Take a look, he urged. In the presence of the abbot, you opened the correspondence. One was a letter from your father, already unsealed. The first page was filled with words addressed to the abbot, expressing, in essence, that his son was dull-witted and pleading for patience in his instruction. Only at the bottom of the second page did a few words reach you. As winter approaches, has Yinxing's clothing been prepared? Enclosed is something he once cherished. Please convey it. I will visit Kiyomizu Temple with Yuan Yi before the year's end to offer prayers. You glanced around, noticing a tightly bundled package on the abbot's desk. The contents a mystery. After sealing your father's letter, you opened the second, unopened letter, which was from Yuan Yi. It spanned 3 pages, written in a somewhat legible hand, detailing his life at the Jigwa residence. He mentioned changing his living quarters, the increase in attendants who constantly watched over him, causing him distress, and how children from noble families were brought in to study with him, which he did not enjoy. These were all trivial matters, far too verbose compared to the reserved demeanor he had previously presented before you. You skimmed through impatiently, reaching the final page, where he expressed concern and care for your life at the temple, alongside the good news that he would visit Kiyomizu Temple to see you at the year's end. The abbot, observing you as you deftly finished reading your letter, smiled and spoke. If you wish to send a reply, I have paper and ink here. Once you have written it, I shall ensure it is delivered back to the city. Grateful to the abbot, you selected a clean sheet of paper from the table, dipped your brush into the ink, and elegantly inscribed a large character. All is well, do not worry. I hope both you and Yuan Yi are in good health, and I look forward to seeing you at the year's end. Once the ink dried, you handed the letter to the abbot, entrusting him with its delivery. The abbot took the letter and chuckled. Only a single line, Your Highness? You nodded in affirmation. He sighed gently. Ah, Your Highness seems to possess a tranquil heart. Much like our temple. You recounted a conversation with Tyron, who mentioned that the temple would not hold a ceremony for your ordination for at least 5 years, should you choose to pursue the path of a warrior monk. He remarked that you were genuinely committed to this journey and notably spoke highly of you. A rare occurrence for someone of your stature. Hearing this, you were genuinely taken aback. For the commoners and noble scions alike, the role of a warrior monk within the temple was vastly different. The young novices you learned agricultural work with were often the offspring of impoverished families unable to care for their children, who would sacrifice their hair and send them to the temple. As these children matured, their most likely fate was to become lowly warrior monks. Wielding weapons at the forefront of battles, they were more akin to servants, reliant on the temple for sustenance, their lives dictated by the temple's future actions. Noble science, however, had a different experience. Each noble child entering the temple had first studied scriptures and ethics, grasped basic literacy and arithmetic, and, with minimal instruction, could earn the commendation of being somewhat versed in military strategy. When firmly choosing the path of a warrior monk, they would clarify their intentions with their lineage, shave their heads upon adulthood, and bear the marks of their vows, ascending into leadership roles among the warrior monks. They commanded the expendables, truly embodying the essence of the temple. You had expressed a desire to pursue the path of a warrior monk, delving into martial arts, naturally seeking the pinnacle of personal strength. Within the ranks of warrior monks, those possessing exceptional martial prowess had a greater chance of survival and advancement, fostering a closer relationship with their respective temples. You contemplated the future of this path, often gazing into a mirror, pondering the thought of sacrificing your hard-earned hair. Your mother had blessed you with a handsome visage, and you were not particularly concerned that a shaved head might mar your masculinity. However, the thought of reuniting with Yuan Yi, who would have flowing hair adorned with playful curls, while you bore a bald head marked with the scars of your vows, stirred a twinge of jealousy within you. The selection process for the leader of the warrior monks at Qingshui Temple was notoriously stringent. It seemed that your performance over the past half-month had exceeded expectations, prompting Tiran's loyalty to the temple to translate into a desire to recruit you. As you silently pondered these tangled calculations, the abbot continued to regard you kindly, awaiting your response. Almost instinctively, you stepped back, kneeling on one knee to pay your respects. I am deeply grateful for the guidance of Master Tiran and Abbot. I shall surely repay this kindness in the future. As you knelt, your gaze fell upon the abbot's robes, the golden threads shimmering in the sunlight. What a considerable offering of devotion must have been exchanged for such finery. The abbot approached and gently helped you to your feet. Despite his frail, aged appearance, his hands were remarkably steady, warm against your skin, bringing an uncomfortable sensation. Your Highness is indeed a clever one, he remarked with a tone of admiration, showering you with praise. You reciprocated with humble gratitude, engaging in the customary social niceties until the fatigue began to show on the abbot's face. Recognizing the moment, you took your leave, clutching your belongings. Once outside the abbot's quarters, you felt a gaze follow you until you rounded a corner, at which point it finally dissipated. You placed a hand on your abdomen and exhaled a long breath, reflecting on the triviality of power struggles among the weak. Chapter 15. Days in the mountains. For you returned to your modest quarters, the size of 3 stacked beds, and opened the parcel sent by the state of G. As you unwrapped the tightly bound package, you discovered a neatly folded soft fur vest, with silver coins tucked in the inner pocket, a well-arranged wooden backgammon set, and a bamboo flute gifted by your music teacher. You stowed the coins safely in your small treasury and laid the remaining items before you. The vest was not a familiar item, but it fit perfectly. Likely a thoughtful preparation from your father for the approaching cold. The wooden backgammon set was one you had previously used during games with Yuan Yi. Though you had damaged a corner of the board, your interest in backgammon was minimal, often a mere pastime, and in the bustling Qingshui Temple. You could hardly fathom who would join you in such a noble pursuit. Most likely, it had been Yuan Yi who prepared it for you. As for the bamboo flute, you cradled it in your hands, examining its meticulously drilled holes. A year prior, your father had arranged for you to take music theory lessons, and you chose to learn the flute, later practicing several well-known songs under your vocal teacher. Your memories of the flute were limited to that. You recalled practicing in your room while Yuan Yi secretly observed you from the doorway. The sounds you produced were chaotic, lacking breath control, resulting in notes that strayed far from the sheet music. Upon noticing Yuan Yi's gaze, you felt a rush of embarrassment, your face flushing crimson, unsure how to react. Uncertain if Yuan Yi had noticed your discomfort, he approached calmly, sitting beside you and watching in silence. From your reticent brother, you gradually understood his intent. "Oh, please don't mind my lack of skill, as I'm just beginning," you said, blushing as you attempted to extricate yourself from the awkwardness, raising the flute to your lips, your small fingers covering the holes, and resumed playing. "The mountains are firm, the oceans deep. Only the mountains are steadfast, only the oceans vast. Humans are like fleeting flowers, the world like drifting smoke." This was the song you played at that time. You recognized the characters and understood the imagery, yet could not fully grasp the essence of the piece. Coupled with your breath control issues, the melody was far from the score, but Yuan Yi listened with rapt attention. Thus, you played intermittently throughout the afternoon, while he patiently listened. He leaned against you, much like he had with your mother before. "Ah, this is unacceptable. A man should not indulge in such softness," you had thought when witnessing Yuan Yi display affection towards your mother, looking down upon his seemingly girlish vulnerability. Yet that afternoon, as Yuan Yi gently leaned against you, the clean scent of his tousled hair wafted to you, and the weight of his trust upon you, coupled with his focused gaze, rendered your heart inexplicably tender. What can I do? After all, it is Yuan Yi. As an elder brother, how could I deny him the chance to be affectionate? This was the only justification you could muster to allow yourself this indulgence. In time, you would pay the price for your leniency, upon learning of your time spent together. Your father stormed into your courtyard, furious, and gave you a severe reprimanding. The tempestuous wrath emanating from your father, akin to a cataclysm, left an indelible mark upon your psyche, resulting in a series of haunting nightmares that plagued your nights. The reverence you held for him deepened significantly thereafter. Yet, amidst the palpable fear, you found it impossible to forget the moment when you played the flute, and the seemingly vacant eyes of Yuan Yi sparkled with a glimmer of light, fixated upon you. Thus, you sought out wood, and, with a practiced knife meant to strengthen your wrist, meticulously crafted a rudimentary wooden flute. On a moonlit night, you stealthily ventured to Yuan Yi's chamber to present it. Should you ever require assistance, simply blow into it, and I shall hasten to your aid. So fret not. You spoke these brazen words, despite the remnants of your wounds and your disheveled visage. Ah, the recollection of that moment now evokes a visceral sense of nausea. Deep down, you understood better than anyone that for Yuan Yi, your very existence was the greatest misfortune. Such is the plight of twins, had one of you not existed. The surviving child might have led a life of unadulterated happiness. In stark contrast to Yuan Yi, a paragon of talent and virtue, you were the true child of misfortune. Your prowess in the study of music theory was rather mediocre, earning you merely a passable assessment among the heirs. Subsequently, as your father placed greater emphasis on the martial accomplishments of the heirs, you meticulously planned your limited time and decisively abandoned the music theory course, allowing the flute to gather dust in an unknown corner, a relic you no longer cared for. You sifted through the scant memories of Waka, recalling only the scenery song you had practiced clumsily for an entire afternoon, to no avail. You picked up the bamboo flute, and, recalling the teachings of your music instructor, placed it against your lips, fingers poised over the holes. Alas, you faltered. Indeed, it was futile. The musical scores had long since fled your memory. Fortunately, your breath had grown steadier, and even if the notes strayed from their intended melody, the sounds you managed to produce bore a semblance of elegance. At your current level, should you wish to revive your musical studies, a visit to the temple to seek out relevant scores for transcription would be requisite. You regarded the bamboo flute in your hands, pondering, who might have prepared this for you? Your father? You would hardly possess the leisure for such endeavors. Yuan Yi, an involuntary chuckle escaped your lips. Why resort to such self-deception through elimination? This tattered flute, forgotten even by you, the master, who else could possibly remember it but Yuan Yi? Indifferently, you noticed the afternoon sunlight streaming through the small window, casting radiant spots upon your low table, illuminating and beautifying your cramped quarters. Such is the sun. Regardless of where shadows may retreat, given the opportunity, it will infiltrate every crevice, striving to illuminate every dark corner, endeavoring to warm every soul. This tenderness and strength, sighing. You accepted it long ago, did you not? It was a gentleness and might forever beyond your reach. Chapter 16. The years in the mountain 5. On the day the heirs of the inherit country came to pay their respects at the shrine. It happened to be the first snowfall of winter. As a novice monk of Kyogai Temple, you represented the temple in welcoming guests from afar. You beheld your father and Yuan Yi approaching through the temple's grand entrance, and upon seeing your younger brother after a prolonged absence, you found yourself momentarily hesitant to acknowledge him. As Yuan Yi dismounted with grace, the edges of his garments danced in the chilly air, and upon coming to a halt, he handed the reins to an accompanying retainer. Turning to face you, the heir of the inherit country bore a sword at his waist, his hair neatly tied, and the once ominous markings on his face now glimmered with clarity. Yuan Yi's gaze met yours, and as the cold wind lifted his red haori, he strode directly towards you. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he had truly assumed the role of the inherit country's heir. Meanwhile, you, tasked with receiving him within the temple, donned the white robe issued by Kyogai Temple, the sleeves and knees, areas prone to wear, patched with care. The first time you mended clothing, your fingers had been pricked by the needle, but by the second patch, your stitching had become quite adept, with neat and even stitches that rendered the patches rather pleasing to the eye. The thin robe offered little protection against the winter chill. Relying more on your own body heat to withstand the cold, you often witnessed fellow novice monks scouring the mountains for dried reeds to stuff into their robes, their faces pale from the cold as they fervently prayed for a mild winter. Indeed, this year was a warm winter, as evidenced by the late snowfall, the scarcity of rain, and the gentle sun bestowing warmth upon the inhabitants of the earth. Thus, when you stood before Yuan Yi, adorned with symbols of Kyogai Temple's monk soldiers, you realized that you had truly transformed into a monk of the temple. As you contemplated whether to exhibit shame and avoid eye contact with the esteemed Yuan Yi, He approached without hesitation, and before you could react, he had opened his arms and embraced you. Brother, Yuan Yi has missed you dearly. In that moment of astonishment, his familiar, steady voice resonated in your ears, and you felt the faint chill of his heir, along with the heartfelt longing emanating from his embrace. Much like the letters he had sent you over the past few months, long, rambling pages detailing the minutiae of his life, often concluding with a sentiment of wishing you were by his side. These letters had become a source of annoyance, leading you to neatly store them away, responding to none. Almost instinctively, you raised your arms to wrap around his shoulders. After months apart, his physique had grown considerably stronger. Your father, having halted behind Yuan Yi, stood with his head bowed, eyes downcast, observing the embrace shared by the two brothers. For you, he was positioned against the light. His already dark eyes were rendered even more obscured in shadow. You could not discern his feelings regarding this scene, but instinctively, you recalled your father's disdain for the bond shared between you brothers. You patted Yuan Yi's back, signaling him to release you. He paused momentarily, adhering to your cue, and stepped to your side. At that juncture, you hesitated, uncertain of the appropriate gesture to present to your father. Should you offer the nobleman's greeting, addressing him as father? Or should you adopt the monk's formality, as one would when receiving other nobility, referring to him as lord of the inherit country? Clad in your monk's robe, you ultimately chose the nobleman's salutation. Father, after your long journey, the abbot of Kiyomizu Temple has entrusted me with the honor of welcoming you and Yuan Yi. Your father remained silent, and as your anxiety began to mount, he extended his hand towards you, ruffling your hair. You've grown taller, Yanxing. You. What is this? You bit your lip to quell your emotions, lowering your gaze to maintain a respectful demeanor as you replied, thanks to your letters. The abbot has taken great care of me, and I have been diligently practicing martial arts within the temple. Is that so? The man seemed to sigh, initially intending to say more, but ultimately chose silence. That evening, the current head of the inherit country and its future leader took refuge at Kiyomizu Temple. Your father lit candles in the grand hall of Buddhism, kneeling on the tatami mat as previously agreed, to pray throughout the night. His prayers, of course, were directed towards the people of inherit country, the lord he served, and the future heir of inherit country, among others. You did not believe that, as the discarded child, you would feature on your father's list of those for whom he prayed. Later that night, at Yuan Yi's insistent request, you shared a room with him. After all, your minuscule quarters would have been rather disrespectful for hosting guests. You both laid out separate bedding, each retreating into your own covers. With bright, sparkling eyes, Yuan Yi engages you in light conversation, regardless of your interest. He is eager to share that dear father misses mother profoundly. There are persistent suggestions for him to remarry, to ensure that the household of the successor remains lively with a lady and female companions. In response, father erupts in fury, asserting that even when mother was alive, she exerted every effort to avoid mingling with the ladies of the household, and yet the city thrived all the same. Those who dared to counsel him scurried away, covering their faces in shame. This visit to the temple for prayers reinforces this sentiment. Father reminisces about mother's devout faith and the good deeds she performed during her lifetime. He believes that such a pious woman would undoubtedly attain Buddhahood upon her passing. Yet, as a warrior under the command of a renowned lord, he worries that the bloodshed he has caused may prevent him from reuniting with her on a night of full moon in the afterlife. Father confides in me, his disappointment palpable, and the next day he solemnly warns me that no one must speak of that day's events. Father misses you as well, dear elder brother. Whenever he wishes to write to you, he hesitates, feeling shy, and instead calls me to his study, instructing me to deliver recent letters to Mr. Chuanxia, asking him to keep an eye on your well-being and report back to him. However, dear brother, aside from the initial letter, there has been no reply. His voice carries a hint of despondency. He cautiously inquires, did Yuan Yi do something wrong to upset you, elder brother? Outside, the sound of falling snowflakes dances in the air, and the bright moonlight spills into the room. You can envision the courtyard outside, with trees, rockeries, and ponds blanketed in layers of snow, adorning the tranquil night in a shroud of white armor. It was once such a lovely evening. Noticing your silence, Yuan Yi reaches out from his bed, seeking warmth within your blankets, brushing against your arm, and instinctively snuggling closer. His body temperature is slightly higher than usual, and in this cold night, the warmth against your arm becomes an overwhelming and fervent heat. Elder brother? He calls softly. You gaze at the dark ceiling, clenching your teeth to suppress the rising nausea. Yet even then, disorienting swirls of color begin to dance before your eyes, and a buzzing noise grows louder in your ears. Indeed, you still harbor an aversion. Amid your rapid breaths, a warmth spreads through your nose, a trickle of warm liquid flowing down. Chapter 17. Years in the mountains. Despite your efforts to endure the discomfort, Yuan Yi notices your struggle. As he fumbles to light a candle, you are crouched at the edge of the bedding, clutching your nose, blood trickling through your fingers and pattering onto the green tatami. Elder brother, what's wrong? Yuan Yi crouches beside you in alarm, offering a pristine linen handkerchief. You accept it, pressing it to your nose, intending to thank him, but as you turn, you see his face, well-formed but marked with worry, the sun-patterned flower ornament in his hair swaying gently. Unlike you, who must suppress your ugliness, his composed visage radiates nobility and divinity. You bury your face deeply in the linen to stifle the urge to retch. Elder brother, Yuan Yi places a comforting hand on your back, patting it up and down in a futile attempt to soothe you, naively believing this would alleviate your discomfort. In truth, you do feel somewhat better. Holding your nose, you close your eyes, steeling yourself before finally speaking in a tone indistinguishable from usual. I'm sorry, Yuan Yi. Elder brother, you're bleeding. Should I call for a physician? His concern for your minor injuries is misplaced, and he seems ready to alarm the entire temple. You shake your head. At this moment, your spirit feels significantly calmer. You reach out with your unoccupied hand to grasp Yuan Yi's sleeve. It's merely a small issue. It will resolve itself shortly. Do not trouble the adults. Yes, I understand, he replies, obediently sitting beside you, his eyes fixed intently upon you. Under such scrutiny, your own vulnerability becomes even more apparent. You close your eyes again, turning your head to evade his gaze, and resume the previous topic. I apologize, Yuan Yi. He tilts his head in confusion. Why are you apologizing to me? You press your nose against the handkerchief. The bleeding has begun to subside, though your breathing remains labored. The air heavy with the metallic taste of blood. With downcast eyes, your voice becomes hoarse. I haven't replied to your letters, and I am truly sorry. He responds with kind understanding. Elder brother must have his reasons for his actions, right? You observe the flickering oil lamp between you. The dancing flame casting shadows that intertwine. His figure stands tall, while yours seemingly collapses into the ground. Elder brother, why haven't you written back? Yuan Yi's question lingers in the air. Your face remains expressionless as a wave of heart-wrenching sorrow washes over you. Why? You desperately wish to cast aside all pretenses of dignity, to leap from your bed and berate him, revealing just how much you loathe the existence of inheritance country Yuan Yi. The sight of his face makes you feel nauseous. The sound of his voice churns your stomach. And each letter from him, filled with lengthy accounts of his life in inheritance country, makes you yearn to tear it apart and plunge a paper cutter into his heart, forcing him to bleed out in confusion and shock, to experience the pain you endure, and then vanish from this world in tears. Between the two of you, only one can attain happiness. Every word is true. If your soul were to take form, you would undoubtedly be a demon. Yet, you cannot relinquish the facade of civility, nor commit such sinister acts. You are lucid, rational, and painfully aware that Yuan Yi has done nothing wrong. His letters, filled with mundane details of his life, are simply expressions of his longing for you. As he wrote, the chrysanthemums in Mother's garden have bloomed. Axie cut 2 stems and placed them on my desk. I recalled how you always had seasonal flowers on your table, and it made me feel closer to you, granting me some comfort. Are there chrysanthemums at Kiamisa Temple? What color are they? Do the flowers on your desk resemble mine? While practicing calligraphy, I cannot help but ponder these thoughts. My supervisor, Mr. Mushin, is quite displeased, remarking that my mind cannot settle. Yet if peace of mind means forgetting all those who bring joy, I fear I may never find tranquility. How might you respond to such sentiments? You would tell him that you reside in a mere 3-tatami mat room, occupied with farming and sword practice, with no one to attend to you. Hence there are no flowers on your desk. You do not care whether flowers bloom along the paths you traverse. Occasionally, you might notice some budding flowers in the fields, but you merely think of the seeds spreading and the labor that awaits you in clearing them away. Should you share these mundane details with him? You can only expressionlessly fold his letters time and again, placing them in an unseen corner, straining to maintain your inner peace. Yet, you cannot bring yourself to respond. If you were to feign the demeanor of a caring brother, inscribing words of warmth and longing upon the paper to send back, you would likely falter midway, consumed by the flames of jealousy raging in your chest. Silence is the extent of your gentleness. Now, when the question of destiny presents itself before you, even if you wish to evade it, doing so with dignity proves impossible. Embracing a sentiment that eludes description. I find myself in the dim flicker of candlelight, uttering words that astonish even myself. In comparison to my studies at Kiyomizu Temple, I feel inadequate and shy, reluctant to share these trivial matters with you. With this thought, I struggle to express my honesty and find myself unwilling to fabricate lies for your sake. Please forgive me. Yuya. Forgive me, dear Yuya. Is this truly how you feel within your heart? Your soul seems to float in midair. Observing below where two small children clumsily confide their innermost thoughts to one another. In the warm glow of candlelight, one child reaches out and embraces the other, followed by a silent reciprocation. The sound of falling snow drifts through the window. It is already late at night, and surely a fresh layer of snow has blanketed the yard. Tomorrow, as we step outside, we shall be greeted by a scene of pure and exquisite beauty. The full moon hangs high in the sky, casting its cool light upon the earth, enveloping Kiyomizu Temple in a silvery shroud, while the night remains utterly silent. Through the wooden lattice of a small dormitory, two solitary souls cling to one another tightly. Chapter 18. Years in the Mountains 7. The following morning, you and Yuya don your garments and push open the paper door to gaze outside. Indeed, the yard lies beneath a thick blanket of pristine snow, with scattered snowflakes drifting onto the wooden corridor, forming a thin layer of ice at the edge of the yard. The breath shared between you and Yuya manifests as wispy white vapor. Your nose, which had bled yesterday, has ceased its flow, but the cold air outside brings a sharp sting to your breath, yet you show no sign of discomfort. During breakfast, a monk informs Yuya that his father had spent the night praying and had returned to the dormitory to rest, planning to rise at noon and take Yuya home after lunch. Lord Kinokuni is exceedingly devout, having donated a substantial sum to the temple. The monk delivers this message with a smile, his gaze towards Yuya imbued with admiration. For the past 2 days, as Lord Kinokuni's father and son have been entertained, Master Tetsujin has granted you a 2-day respite, allowing you to spend time with Yuya in the guest courtyard. During this time, your greatest desire is, of course, to engage in a swordsmanship duel with Yuya. He has come to the temple equipped with weapons. Noticing your interest, Yuya unfastens the sword from his waist and presents it to you. It is the latest creation from the city's blacksmith, one you have never encountered before. The blade is precisely the length of your arm, freshly unwrapped, glinting with a chilling radiance amidst the ice and snow. A remarkable weapon crafted with care, specifically for Yuya. You attempt to wield the sword a couple of times. The heavy iron weapon slices through the air with a commanding whoosh. Yuya explains on the side, "My father says my swordsmanship requires better weapons. Thus he commissioned Master Tetsujin to create this sword for me." You sheath the sword and silently sigh within. When you were still the heir to Kinokuni, your martial arts training began with a bamboo sword. Only after progressing did you transition to a denser wooden sword. Before losing your status as heir, your instructor had once assessed your level. With 2 more years of practice with the wooden sword, you could graduate to a proper iron weapon. At that time, you were filled with anticipation at the sight of the swords worn by the samurai. Even now, having finally acquired a wooden sword at Kiyomizu Temple, your ambition and yearning for the genuine weapons of esteemed martial monks remain unabated. Your path in martial arts, though occasionally fraught with obstacles, has generally been smooth. Just days ago, during a contest among the monks, you were the only one to endure 10 strikes under Master Tetsujin's tutelage, earning praise from all. Without Yuya as a point of comparison, you could maintain your spirited ambition and fervor, tirelessly exploring the realm of martial arts. After returning the sword to Yuya, you reach out to tousle his hair, smiling as you commend him. "Truly, you are remarkable, Yuya." The younger brother shyly accepts the sword, lowering his head with a bashful smile. You divert your gaze, seeking 2 bamboo swords and proposing a sparring match. Back when you were still Kinokuni, after Yuya had demonstrated his martial talent, he reluctantly engaged in private duels with you at your insistence, resulting in unremarkable outcomes as you lost each time. It was through these successive defeats that you were forced to acknowledge the gap between you. Nearly 6 months have now passed, and among your peers, you stand out as exceptional. Yet, for you, distinguishing oneself among the mediocre is not the pursuit worth chasing, and comparisons to them hold little significance. With bamboo swords in hand, You and Yuya step into the courtyard, leaving footprints in the immaculate snow. You both assume your stances. Your focus sharpened as your eyes fixate on Yuya across from you. Unlike the lackluster enthusiasm of past duels, this time Yuya appears equally eager. It is hard to tell who strikes first as you, brimming with fighting spirit, dare to employ breath techniques you have yet to fully master. In a surge of energy, as your calf muscles tense, you strike. You scarcely catch a glimpse of your opponent's movement. Unbelievable speed, unbelievable power, unbelievable accuracy. In just one blow, you emit a humiliating cry, clutching your wrist as you kneel in the snow. Your bamboo sword lies abandoned. Your white monk's robe soaked by the icy water seeping into the footprints, quickly transmitting the cold to your core. Kneeling dazed in the snow, the pain in your wrist pales in comparison to the emotional shock. With just one strike, you have lost the weapon vital to a warrior's existence. Yuya, he drops his bamboo sword with a thud, rushing to your side and kneeling beside you. His warmth envelopes you as he gently takes your cold, pained, and swollen hand into his own. Brother, you watch, dazed, as Yuya brings your hand to his mouth, awkwardly breathing warmth onto the swollen area. I'm sorry. His breath mingles with the frigid winter air, forming a soft white mist that caresses your hand, leaving an odd sensation of both pain and tingling. As your hands rest together in such proximity, you clearly observe the increasingly coarse texture of your skin and the small abrasions you had previously thought insignificant. While Yuya's hands are fair, delicate, and warm, like the finest silk pressed against yours. A stark contrast between the hands of a commoner shaped by labor and those of a noble born to privilege. A lump forms in your throat, making it nearly impossible to speak. After a moment, you regain your composure, immediately feeling a physical discomfort due to Yuya's intimate gesture. I'm fine. You force a stiff smile, attempting to withdraw your hand, but in that moment, he instinctively tightens his grip, only realizing it as you try to pull away. You manage to flex your painful hand slightly. Yuya's strike had skillfully landed at the base of your thumb, causing a brief surge of pain that had rendered you unable to hold onto the sword. Now, as you flex your fingers, the pain has eased considerably. The so-called bone-crushing pain, which had not truly fractured, was merely your excuse for abandoning your sword. You take his hand with your other hand, spreading his fingers to examine his palm. Your instincts were correct. A thin layer of callus resides where his palm meets his fingers. As a daily practitioner, you are all too familiar with this callus. It is the mark of a swordsman. Extending a finger, you gently pressed against the layer of calluses. And in that moment of confirmation, you felt your heart and mind freeze within your body, your voice emerging as stiff and wooden. In a daze, you inquired, "Have you been practicing swordsmanship at home all this time?" A somewhat bashful voice from ahead floated into your ears. "Because this is the martial way my elder brother adheres to. I diligently train myself every day." Stop. You could not contain yourself and interrupted loudly. Yuan Yi's fingers recoiled in surprise, gently enveloping your hand, marked by thick calluses and labor scars, yet still a hand of a failure. You withdrew your hand, unsteadily rising to your feet under Yuan Yi's pure, bewildered gaze. Is it because this is the martial way you uphold? Therefore, you persistently train yourself? A colossal void echoed within you. Were you born into this world for such a purpose? Chapter 19. Years in the mountains after finishing his midday meal. Your father summoned you for a conversation. You met in his quarters, where he sat behind a desk, his figure shrouded in the shadow of the backlight, emanating an imposing presence as always. Bowing your head, you knelt before the desk, feeling his icy gaze sweep over you. I hear from Master Mingxin that you wish to become a warrior monk? This was an anticipated inquiry, contrary to the will of the clan. For the path of martial arts would surely be communicated to the clan by Sarayu Temple, thus making such questioning within your expectations. With your head bowed, your hands clenched into fists resting on your knees, you felt a swelling bruise on your right hand, a remnant from a previous match. Casting a glance at your hand, you replied respectfully, "Yes, father, I still wish to pursue the path of martial arts." Your father pondered, neither affirming nor denying, and after a moment, he stated, "You lost your match against Yuan Yi this morning." His tone was remarkably calm, with no discernible fluctuations between words, and the finality of his statement was soft yet firm, leaving you uncertain if it was a mere declaration or an inquiry. If it were a declaration, no further explanation followed. If it were an inquiry, he seemed already assured of the answer. His gaze fixated on the crown of your head, cold and severe, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, pressing down upon you, rendering the surrounding air thick and heavy, making your neck strain under the pressure. You could only bow your head deeper, responding honestly, "Yes, I lost." "Ah, that was an expected answer." Your father scoffed lightly from behind the desk, his voice echoing distantly as he asked, "Then, Iwaki, you should understand Yuan Yi's strength now?" The paper door behind you had likely been left ajar, allowing the frigid winter wind to sweep into the room, brushing against your neck. The monk's robe offered little warmth, and your body felt rigid and cold. You continued to bow your head deeply, responding respectfully to your father's query. "The clan will achieve glory through Yuan Yi. Thus, you understand," came a sigh from your father. You heard the rustle of fabric followed by the sound of his footsteps. Thud, 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 thud. He rose, stepping out from behind the desk and approaching you, the white foot coverings thudding dully against the tatami mat. Your father stood before you, and with your head bowed. It felt as though his elevated gaze had captured you, rendering you breathless for a moment. Memories once veiled by time resurfaced, dusted off in this winter of self-awareness. And you once more recalled how deeply you had feared the man before you. Iwaki, your father squatted before you, extending his hand to seize your hair. With the powerful grip of an adult warrior, he lifted you effortlessly, forcing your gaze to meet his. His eyes mirrored the coldness and chill of your memories, seemingly observing you as one would a newly acquired blade, assessing its sharpness and readiness to eliminate foes. As he scrutinized you, his grip tightened, causing a ripping pain to surge through your scalp. You strained to straighten your posture, clenching your teeth to suppress a humiliating cry, allowing him to examine you without flinching. "You know I wish for you to study military strategy, correct?" He spoke, his breath as frigid as the harsh winter air. You met his gaze. Yes. His scrutiny conveyed his assessment of you, a blade deemed insufficient, a mere inferior product. You looked at him, your voice numb as you spoke. "But I wish to become a warrior." His grip on your hair intensified, and you bit down hard, tasting iron as you struggled to maintain an appearance of dignity, defiantly locking eyes with your father, for the first time revealing a hint of rebellion. The current head of the clan, in the prime of life, squatted before you, half of his face illuminated by sunlight, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow. You noticed the deepening furrows on his brow, more pronounced than in your memories, and the corners of his eyes drooping with fatigue and age, yet his gaze retained the icy demeanor of a relentless warrior. No, he narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no regard for your condition. He stood abruptly, seizing your hand and swinging your arms out. Your feet dangled above the tatami, akin to a duck ensnared by a noose, and you were forcefully thrust against the wall. Pain radiated through your back, and you crumpled to the ground, your scalp throbbing, shoulders aching, limbs trembling with weakness, as you lay in a heap in the shadowy corner, unable to rise. You looked up to see your father standing by the door, coolly observing your disgraceful state. "Yuan and I said you brothers could watch over one another. Let me be lenient with you. She is your mother. I think she might understand you better. This kind-hearted yet naive woman. She knows nothing. I can see it in your eyes. You and Yuan Yi, with your disloyal hearts, cannot coexist." You pressed your lips together, refraining from speaking, quietly watching your father, who declared his intentions in the interplay of light and shadow. You recalled the last time you met your father before coming to the temple, when he revealed a rare vulnerability, hesitating as he wished to keep you by his side. Was it perhaps the influence of your mother? Mother, wanting you to serve Yuan Yi. You could not utter a word. "Then, you shall have no further dealings with Yuan Yi," your father concluded decisively. You fully comprehended the source of his anger. The clan's warriors, the temple's monks, or the scholars within the temple followed entirely different paths. While scholars might monopolize education through culture, weaving a network of relationships around the clan, a warrior monk, as part of a different form of armed violence, should, for the sake of propriety, sever ties with the clan on the Lord's land. You would shave your head and receive ordination, acquiring a Dharma name that represented rebirth, relinquishing the surname of Iku, and fully joining Sarayu Temple, existing solely as a part of its strength. Nurtured only to become a pawn for others, this perhaps fueled a deeper anger within you than even your father. Yet, you had no words to express this. You simply gritted your teeth, trembling as you struggled to support your body from the ground, sitting against the wall, palms pressed down, bowing deeply to him. "Father, I wish to become a warrior. Departing from the clan, you will never become a warrior." With your forehead against the floor, you heard your own voice, as cold and detached as your father's, At the very least, I am still a person of the martial way. The father uttered not a word, seemingly too weary to engage in further discourse with the traitor of the nation he had pledged allegiance to. After a brief interlude, with a sudden rustle, he drew aside the paper door, evidently preparing to depart. "Father," you instinctively called out, raising your head. He paused, framed against the backdrop of the snow-laden landscape. Did you truly call out to him? Unconsciously, you had performed an unnecessary act. Upon realizing this, a dull yet sharper pain surged from your heart, more intense than before. During the morning's bout, his strike had landed on your hand, rendering you incapable of continuing. You furrowed your brow, painstakingly articulating your thoughts, declaring that such behavior was incongruent with the code of the samurai. To strike at an opponent's hand, forcing them to relinquish their sword due to pain and thus ceasing to fight, necessitates an extraordinary level of skill and a superiority far beyond that of the adversary. If that were the case, one ought to defeat their opponent with honor, rather than resorting to acts of humiliation through treachery. These were the very lessons imparted to you by your father's subordinates in the past. A samurai who relinquishes their sword is not merely losing a weapon, but is stripped of their dignity as a warrior. You had never fathomed that someone would dare to humiliate you in such a manner, and this was not an act that Yuan Yi would commit. It could only be a result of external misguidance. Your thoughts immediately turned to the man before you. Chapter 20. Years in the mountains. You emerged from the dormitory, a hollow shell of your former self. The next encounter with Yuan Yi transpired as he and your father prepared to leave Kiyomizu Temple, and as the child of the nation, you went to bid them farewell. The head of Inakuni engaged in pleasantries with the abbot of Myashin, expressing gratitude for the temple's generosity while conveying the reverence Inakuni held for the strict Buddhist principles upheld by Kiyomizu. It was a conversation that held no interest for you. Upon your arrival, Yuan Yi hurried over, standing beside you with an air of uncertainty, eager to converse yet utterly at a loss for words. Following the bout that morning, you had no desire to engage with him. For someone whose life was dedicated to the samurai code, the notion of your dignity being trampled upon by an opponent was unbearable. Even though you understood that Yuan Yi had not intended such a slight, you could not confront him with equanimity. Even the facade of a caring older brother, a role you had long since grown accustomed to, now felt insurmountable. In truth, your presence at this farewell was orchestrated by your teacher, Tetsujin, who insisted you accompany him, effectively dragging you along. Otherwise, you would have remained behind. When you refused to engage, Yuan Yi seemed utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. This prompted a realization. Perhaps you had inadvertently spoiled him with your unwavering affection over the years. Standing beside Tetsujin, you gazed at the snowy landscape, your mind racing with thoughts unrelated to the beautiful scenery. The little novice at Kiyomizu Temple was notoriously diligent, sweeping the stairs and courtyard before dawn. The snow was indeed picturesque, but only a few trees in the courtyard bore elegant white drifts. The ground was already a clean, wet slate, facilitating the passage of pilgrims and monks. Your body ached profoundly, your scalp throbbing with heat, undoubtedly a sign of bruising beneath the surface. Thankfully, your hair had not thinned excessively. When you had checked your back earlier, it bore the marks of your father's punishment, bruises of varying shades. Despite having softened his demeanor towards Yuan Yi, your father still exhibited his familiar brutality when confronted with you. So, was Yuan Yi lying to you? Certainly not. You instinctively dismissed such a notion. It was merely your father, who valued talent above all, allowing his anger to surface when faced with perceived inadequacy, while basking in pride when in the presence of brilliance. Unfortunately, you were the one who had fallen short. Brother, Yuan Yi finally called out to you. Your dulled gaze shifted from the pale courtyard to him. He looked at you earnestly, his eyes filled with concern and guilt. Concern? Guilt? You pondered your current state. Having made a conscious effort to tidy your hair before appearing, ensuring it lay neatly, the scars on your head conveniently concealed by your locks, and your monk's robe was freshly laundered, devoid of any blemish. Standing tall beside Tetsujin, your expression composed, you felt confident that others would perceive you as unremarkable. Even if you could not become a worthy heir to Inakuni, you could still present yourself as an exemplary warrior monk of Kiyomizu. In hindsight, your father had indeed shown an unusual gentleness. In the past, his punishments had disregarded your external appearance. You had once endured humiliation at Inakuni, yet now, sent to Kiyomizu, he had allowed you a modicum of dignity. Should you be grateful for this? Your heart felt neither joy nor sorrow. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, You recalled how Yuan Yi's gaze appeared to penetrate a peculiar realm, perceiving the sinews and blood coursing through others. You could hardly envision such a scene, only left to speculate that perhaps he had seen through your facade and recognized your disquiet. You had always performed splendidly before him, yet this time, you had made a grievous oversight, a testament to the toll these past days had taken on you. Noticing your silence, Yuan Yi reached out, grasping your sleeve gently, pulling at it. In a reflexive motion, you instinctively swatted his hand away. You caught sight of Yuan Yi's lips moving. His hand, rejected, hovered uncertainly in the air. His wide eyes expressed a hint of panic, yet words eluded him. You thought your heart had grown numb, but in his gaze, it felt as though it had been tenderly grasped once more. Lowering your head, concealing your expression behind your cascading hair, you declared to Yuan Yi, "Do not touch me." Instinctively, you recalled your father's words from not long ago. In his eyes, Yuan Yi was the quintessential heir, endowed with remarkable talent, having vanquished all of his father's subordinates in less than 6 months of sword training. However, there was one aspect that irked your father slightly. Yuan Yi, raised by his mother, shared her gentle and kind nature, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. He remarked that striking with a weapon felt utterly distasteful to him, and laughter followed as he likened it to his mother's unwavering hope for world peace. Despite being a natural-born warrior, he had been nurtured with a soft heart. Your father, recognizing Yuan Yi's extraordinary aptitude, opted for a more palatable form of education to correct any misguided notions. You, as the heir to Inakuni, were born to be a warrior. A warrior is one who engages in combat and emerges victorious. If one is reluctant to harm their opponent, then they should strive to ensure the opponent is incapacitated with minimal injury. This child is quite obstinate, your father noted, reminiscent of Yuan Yi's mother, making it challenging to impart lessons. Then, he mentioned how Yuan Yi would be delighted to see you excel as a warrior. He mused that Iwakatsu would surely be angered to see you, the one who had taken his place, appear so weak. Such statements quickly lifted Yuan Yi's spirits, encouraging him to incapacitate opponents with a single, decisive strike. In your state of numbness, your father feigned a sigh, as if expressing dissatisfaction. What I truly hoped was that he would strike to the abdomen or neck, places where the impact would be more fatal. However, he has begun to take action, and that is a promising start. Further education is still necessary. This is my duty as a father. The man who had previously been unyielding and harsh towards you now beamed with hope when discussing Yuan Yi, his face reflecting a newfound weariness as he planned how to educate his successor. You found yourself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despair, foolishly inquiring of him, "But what of the way of the samurai?" Your father merely waved his hand, casting a disdainful glance in your direction, as if you were an insufferable insect clinging to his shoe. The tenets of Bushido are established by the strong, to be adhered to by the weak. It is precisely because you were so feeble in the past that I insisted you follow this code. Yet, Yuan Yi is different. He possesses both the capability and the wisdom to set the rules. With that, your father departed, leaving you with his lingering words echoing in your mind. Iwakatsu. As a weakling, you will never comprehend Yuan Yi. Thus, you gazed down at a small patch of green stone at your feet and coldly addressed Yuan Yi beside you. "Please, do not touch me, young master Yuan Yi." Chapter 21. The years in the mountains after the departure of the inheritance clan. The abbot expressed his dissatisfaction with your performance during the reception. Since you have decided to join the Kyogai temple, you must relinquish all ties to your clan. Do not become a person of petty character. With those words, he ordered you to serve before the Buddha's altar tonight, contemplating your shortcomings in silence. Master Iron Man likely intended to console you, winking at you privately, jestingly implying that the abbot must maintain a stance when it comes to offending wealthy patrons. You could only respond with a quiet, bitter smile. In truth, you had no objections to this punishment and even welcomed it. The prospect of a tranquil evening, alone in the presence of the divine to calm your turbulent spirit, was an opportunity you cherished. Thus, on the first night after Yuan Yi's departure, you knelt on the meditation mat in the main hall, lowering your head as you tended to the flickering lamps before the Buddha, reciting the Diamond Sutra, a text you had learned at Kyogai Temple. As a resident of the temple, you were inevitably subjected to morning and evening prayers. The children of the warrior monks were not rigorously tested. They were only required to memorize 1 or 2 scriptures and to cultivate a heart of reverence for the Buddha. With no demand for literacy, the method of learning was simple. A monk would recite a line, and the novices would repeat it. The more benevolent monks would recite and explain a line, and by the end, one could grasp the general meaning. However, the more formidable monks often lacked such patience, hastily demanding that the children recite back what they had learned, punishing those who faltered, while the profound meanings of the intricate texts remained elusive. As a literate noble, you were fortunate to have copied 2 scriptures, which you kept on your desk. Whenever your mind was in turmoil, you would turn to them, and through repeated readings, you gradually committed them to memory. The verse you now recited from the Diamond Sutra was from the 10th chapter on the purification of the land, containing a line that often resonated with you. One should produce a mind that is unattached. The essence of this teaching is somewhat easy to articulate. It implores the heart to remain unperturbed by external sounds, fragrances, tastes, sensations, or memories, to avoid harboring illusory thoughts. Akin to a clear mirror that does not cling to pleasant faces nor reject unsightly ones, neither accepting beauty nor resisting ugliness. You evidently had not cultivated such profound understanding. Thus, in your moments of mental disarray, your frequent recitations were merely an attempt to harness the power of the scriptures to maintain inner tranquility. This notion of yours would surely invite criticism from the enlightened masters of Buddhism. The path of spiritual cultivation advocated by Kiyomizu Temple emphasizes the constant recitation of scriptures, regardless of necessity, ensuring that the Buddha resides within one's heart. Thus, when crises arise and the heart is shaken, one can transform oneself into a vessel for the Buddha's salvation through the tumultuous seas of suffering. When you first encountered this principle, unlike the novices around you who gazed wide-eyed in wonder, you instinctively recognized it as a rather cunning strategy aimed at the masses. Such teachings encouraged daily offerings and reverence towards the Buddha, thereby ensuring the temple's prosperity. Yet when calamity struck, believers were expected to rely on their own strength to navigate through hardships. Should they succeed, it would be attributed to the Buddha's divine intervention, whereas failure could be ascribed to insufficient piety, thus absolving the temple of any responsibility for the misfortunes that befell them. Your mother, during her lifetime, devoutly worshipped the Buddha, praying day after day for peace and the cessation of strife. Yet, mere yards away in the courtyard, your father treated his children with harshness, quick to anger and prone to violence. A fervent devotee of the divine, unable to quell the conflicts within her own household. How could she possibly safeguard the world at large? Unlike your benevolent mother, even as you approached the temple, on the verge of ordination, you remained skeptical of the divine. Yet, the frailty of the human heart is such that in moments of anxiety and uncertainty, one may inadvertently seek solace in these ineffable, unspoken forces. Yearning for a modicum of psychological comfort, you recited the line, "One should produce a mind that is unattached," your heart once calm and still. But upon recalling the day's events, particularly Yuan Yi's departure, your mind began to whirl with unrest. Before Yuan Yi left, you had not raised your gaze to study his expression, yet some truths are understood without direct observation. He must have felt hurt by his narrow-minded brother, and you, unable to comprehend where you had erred, recognized that he bore no fault in this matter. Your mother's error lay in her gentle kindness. Ill-suited to an era rife with discord, your father's fault was his merciless and unfeeling discipline. Your own transgression was in being a mediocre brother, born alongside him, yet unable to provide protection, lashing out at your gentle sibling instead. Yet Yuan Yi, the one you had so callously dismissed, had done nothing wrong. You recalled the stack of letters stored in a wooden box, neatly bound by twine in chronological order. The topmost letter revealed Yuan Yi's cheerful tone as he shared his newfound mastery of a remarkable technique, eager to share it with you during the winter. He had neither humiliated you nor looked down upon you. He simply existed in the moment. You sat in the center of the hall, the Buddha before you, his eyes half closed, casting a gaze that was both stern and compassionate, seemingly observing you. You extended your hand to adjust the flickering wick of the candle before you, only to realize your hand trembled uncontrollably. Your knees ached from kneeling, your back throbbed from the strain, while your arms and neck were sore, and your head felt as if it might explode. You swayed slightly, nearly toppling forward. As you steadied yourself, your right hand, accustomed to exertion, swelled painfully. The breath from your nostrils mingled with the cold air, releasing white vapor, while the heat coursed through your body, yet your mind felt chillingly cold, your torso trembling from the chill. In that moment, you realized you had reached a breaking point. If this continued, your supporting arms would give way. And the last scene in your fading consciousness was the approaching mat as you fainted. On your first winter at Kyomizu Temple, you fell gravely ill, fading in and out of consciousness, vaguely hearing the young novice attending to you murmuring about how to divide your inheritance after your passing. It was said you were a young master from a noble family, and you were expected to possess considerable wealth. You heard such murmurs, but before you could react, you succumbed once more into unconsciousness. Master Iron Man had applied medicinal ointments to you twice during your coma, upon removing your clothing. He likely understood the extent of your injuries. When you awoke, you found him by your bedside, hesitant and unusually at a loss for words. I spoke with the abbot about your situation. The physician has prescribed excellent remedies. You will recover, so do not worry. He clumsily endeavored to soothe you. Yet, halfway through, he inadvertently reverted to his habitual rhythm. With such a grave injury, when the master imposed punishment upon you, you found yourself at a loss for words. How could you forget that he was such an earnest person? It was ironic that he became mute at a moment when cleverness was called for. You expressed your gratitude to him with the same respectful demeanor as always, for your head was still spinning with heat and haze, nestled in your bedding. You were spared the need for formalities. The Iron Master was unconcerned with trifling formalities, yet your severe illness had genuinely startled him. To ease your troubled heart, he mysteriously promised, I know you envy the treatment afforded to the young master of the Jigwa clan. As monks, we cannot compete with the privileges he enjoys. But in other respects he hesitated, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Call me master, and once you recover, I shall prepare a surprise for you. You blinked, indifferent to his notion of a surprise. He was not you and did not comprehend your feelings. He had misjudged the root of your discontent, and thus you held no expectations for his so-called surprise. However, when the Iron Master departed, lying alone in your modest chamber, the only companion being the sound of falling snow, you felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. In this quiet time, you began to anticipate the surprise he had mentioned. Perhaps it would be a beautiful garment, a box of delectable pastries, or perhaps an even sturdier wooden sword. You allowed yourself to ponder these possibilities, and in doing so, your heart felt a little lighter. Chapter 22. The Crimson Hand illness strikes like a mountain collapsing, yet it departs as slowly as drawing silk. In your memory, you had never suffered even a minor headache or fever, but this time, your ailment proved particularly severe, leaving you bedridden for half a month before regaining the strength to rise. A young acolyte, even several years your junior, was sent to serve you tea and water. His robe bore countless patches, a testament to its long lineage. Upon seeing your improved condition, however, his face bore little joy. When you casually inquired, he lamented about the exhausting training, how his senior brothers bullied him, and the burdens he faced, expressing a bittersweet attachment to you. You listened with a smile as he vented, then asked him to fetch your bamboo flute and music sheets from the cabinet. Sitting half reclined, you placed the flute to your lips, your fingers deftly pressing the holes as you played a familiar melody. Climbing the branches, falling like petals, the plum blossoms, a sleeve of ancient fabric. Even the dyed ones you successfully played the entire tune, the sound of the flute resonating beautifully. Even the young acolyte, who stood vigil beside you, was captivated. What melody is this? He inquired curiously. You explained to him the love songs, scenic songs, and miscellaneous songs from the many sh. Telling him this was a song about guarding the plum blossoms. By the time you reached this point, his eyes were blinking in confusion, yet he still rested his chin on his hands, filled with admiration. How wonderful! These cultured gentlemen create such enchanting melodies. Their lives must be as joyous as the tunes they compose. Perhaps, you mused, caressing the increasingly smooth and warm bamboo flute, smiling in response. The young acolyte soon turned his concern back to your health. Young Master Awashage, the physician said you still have a fever. Until it subsides, please refrain from moving too much. Just lie down. You had previously told him he could simply call you by your name, but he respectfully declined, insisting on addressing you as young master. You could not correct him. In truth, he could not restrain you. You bluntly rejected his suggestion and remained seated, continuing to play another tune. You had once endeavored to learn the breathing techniques of Enichi, but had never quite grasped them, even having mimicked and mastered 40%. The remaining 60 often left you gasping for breath, your lungs aching in frustration. Yet, during this severe illness, perhaps by misfortune turning to fortune, as you lay feverish and disoriented, your breathing followed the rhythm you had practiced. At the usual points of interruption, your consciousness waned. allowing your body to instinctively find its most comfortable rhythm. When you eventually stirred from your stupor, you discovered you had finally mastered the so-called breathing technique. Albeit one distinct from inquire's, the mere alteration in your breathing rhythm yielded profound effects. You found your control over your body remarkably enhanced, able to regulate the volume of your breath, the quantity of blood pumped by your heart, the stretching of your muscles, and the expansion of your skin. You joyfully perceived the changes occurring within you. Compared to the former self that had fallen under inquire's tutelage, you had been so coarse in your physicality. You ascended the ladder of martial arts, realizing with growing trepidation the insurmountable gap between you and inquire, who had always accompanied you. Just as he had once described that vividly corporeal world, a realm you could not even begin to envision, how could you ever hope to surpass him? Yet, perhaps due to your illness, you no longer felt urgency. Instead, you focused intently on recuperating. In the tranquility of your spirit and the clarity of your mind, the scabs atop your head and the bruises on your back began to heal rapidly, though your increased appetite left the young acolyte perplexed. Your body remained feverish, yet your spirit was vibrant. The scores, scriptures, and verses you had once struggled to comprehend now appeared clear, no longer shrouded in fog. While your body was still unfit for sword practice and you could not wield a blade, when you picked up the bamboo flute and played a song, it became evident that your breath surpassed that of ordinary monks in the temple, and you diligently worked to enhance the strength, endurance, and speed closely associated with one's breath during meals. Throughout that brief yet prolonged half-month, you were awakened several times at night by leg cramps, almost able to hear the sound of your bones and sinews growing deep within you. Following your dismal defeat at the hands of your brother, you experienced a growth at a pace you had not anticipated. When the physician declared you had recovered, the young acolyte, perplexed, remarked, "But young Master Iwakatsu still has a high temperature." He mumbled to himself, awkwardly trying to extend your time in bed. Well, regarding that, the physician felt your forehead. His adult palm felt cool against your feverish skin, and he pondered the situation. As the one diagnosed as healed, you aptly intervened to resolve the awkwardness. "My temperature has always been slightly elevated. I assure you, I'm fine. If I remain lying down any longer, my swordsmanship will surely suffer." The physician nodded in agreement, convinced, and cheerfully departed with the medical supplies provided by the abbot. With the matter settled, the young acolyte hung his head, brows furrowed, remaining despondent. You gently reassured him, gifting him 2 scriptures from your desk and presenting him with some silver coins, sending him off with a renewed smile. The Iron Master was naturally delighted by your recovery. He rushed into your chamber, and upon seeing you standing, looking healthy and spirited, he beamed with joy. The physician said you were simply overthinking, burdening yourself, which delayed your recovery. "Look at me. I have never fallen ill," he boasted, thumping his robust chest, then sat before you, placing the items he had brought between you. "See, I promised a surprise for you upon your recovery, and here it is." You looked at the items he had laid out, genuinely astonished. It was indeed a surprise. He had brought forth a genuine samurai sword, accompanied by a cloth for polishing and a whetstone. The scabbard of the sword was battered, the cord around the hilt frayed and worn, and the blade's condition was better left unspoken. Yet, it was undeniably a legitimate weapon, a steel blade wielded by a true samurai. Under the encouraging gaze of the Iron Man, you grasped the sword, and with a firm exertion, it slid from its sheath. The blade, in a condition far better than anticipated, glimmered with a unique cold white light characteristic of iron. Upon the pristine surface of the blade, you beheld the reflection of your rejuvenated self, rosy-cheeked and wide-eyed. The remnants of illness completely vanished. However, as you fully drew the sword, you discovered the tip was broken, approximately 2 inches missing, leaving an unsightly fracture exposed to the air. You pondered. It was indeed hard to believe that you had a complete katana in your possession. Yet with the 2-inch break, a sense of relief washed over you, a comforting feeling that it was as expected. At that moment, the booming voice of your master, Iron Man, echoed before you. "This is a blade I seized from a foreign rogue I defeated. He was a fool who attempted to clash my staff with his sword, resulting in the break. Cough, cough. Although it's damaged, this sword is still formidable, and I feel it suits you well, so I retrieved it from the storeroom." Of course, matters were not as simple as he suggested. All resources at the Clearwater Temple were meticulously recorded, even for a mere needle or thread. One required a legitimate reason to request its withdrawal from the storeroom. The assertion that it was suitable for you was evidently not a valid excuse. And persuading the serious-hearted abbot mindfulness to approve such a request was no easy feat. Perhaps your gaze was too stern, as Iron Man's initial proud smile gradually faded, replaced by a sheepish demeanor. He scratched his bald head, avoiding your eyes, and stammered, "Well, it's not that I can give it to you right now. After all, an 8-year-old wielding a sword is rather excessive." The old man likened it to a child carrying gold to the market. It poses a danger to everyone. So, we shall see how you fare in the upcoming year-end evaluation. If you can achieve a rank among the lower monks, I will secure it. You declared with conviction. Iron Man waved dismissively. Oh, not just amongst your peers, but among all the lower monks in the temple? You sheathed the imperfect sword, cradling it with satisfaction, and smiled as you proclaimed, "I understand, Master Iron Man, I will achieve that rank." Chapter 23. Crimson Hands 2. The year-end martial arts competition at the Clearwater Temple commenced on the 3rd day of your recovery. Clutching a wooden sword, as you stood in the competition lineup, your companion Yu was visibly surprised. "Yinsheng, how is your health? We all thought you wouldn't be able to compete. Please don't push yourself." Your appearance echoed the sentiments of many. You touched the hilt of your wooden sword, smiling confidently as you assured them that you were fully prepared. You urged them to exercise caution when facing you in the competition, stating, "I have something I must attain. I will give it my all." You chuckled. "I knew that even without you saying it, no one would take you lightly." Soon after, you fell victim to your strike and was eliminated. Given past performances, his defeat was anticipated, yet none expected it to occur so swiftly. As the judging monk called for the match to begin, your leg muscles tensed, your body felt weightless, and your lungs filled with air. You possessed ample strength and clarity to discern your opponent's movements. He was utterly unprepared, lacking any defensive awareness. With the stance of drawing the sword, a single strike sent your opponent flying, crashing onto the bluestone floor, clutching his arm and groaning in pain. What technique is this? Weren't they saying Yinsheng was gravely ill? This is absurd. You overheard the nearby novice monks, astonished, whispering about your martial prowess. In the midst of the commotion, you sheathed your sword and approached Yu, who was cradling his injured arm, his body curled up like a shrimp. His previously composed face now twisted in pain as he groaned. The weapon had fallen at his feet, blood staining the hilt where his grip had torn. You paused momentarily, a twinge of shame mingled with a strange solace as you observed your opponent's plight. Comparatively, your previous defeat at Yuan's hands seemed to preserve your warrior-esque spirit. You inhaled deeply, dispelling the peculiar thoughts, and hurried to assist you. "I still struggle to control my strength. You're not hurt too badly, are you?" On that cold winter day, beads of sweat formed on Yu's forehead as he grimaced, glaring at you through gritted teeth. "Do I look fine to you?" You shrugged. "Well, perhaps your body hurts, but it's heartening to see you still so spirited." The judging monk approached swiftly, taking you from your grasp and inspecting his injuries. Then, astonished, declared, "It appears to be a fracture." The monk raised his gaze to you, now filled with apprehension and wariness. "Yinsheng, you are the victor of this match. I will summon a physician to attend to him. You may continue competing." The competition format was straightforward, with pairs advancing through elimination. Your next opponent was already standing within the circle formed by the crowd, eyeing you intently. You returned the gaze and noted that this boy, slightly more robust than yourself, gripped his wooden sword tightly, avoiding your eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing you being carried away, he finally uttered, "I forfeit." With that, his shoulders sagged in relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. You stood, surveying the crowd around you. Those who met your gaze averted their eyes, most filled with fear and trepidation, even instinctively stepping back. You sighed inwardly. You had not anticipated this turn of events. Following your grave illness, you had fortuitously learned the art of breathing and, relying on your robust physique and newfound techniques, you had developed the Ikezuki technique, the swift draw and strike, aimed at a decisive victory. Had you wielded a sharpened sword, a single blow could have extinguished your opponent's life, ensuring your triumph. However, within the confines of the Clearwater Temple's competition, where lethal techniques were prohibited, you wielded the Temple's standard wooden sword, lacking the finesse to deliver precise strikes like Yuan. Thus, your only recourse was to exert all your strength, targeting 3 primary attack points: the face, the torso, and the arms. To enhance accuracy, as you executed a single strike, you subtly adjusted your wrist, dispersing some of the concentrated force, creating a small, sharp edge around the primary strike. Thus, your self-created technique began to take form, its essence rooted in overwhelming strength and an expanded cutting area, rendering it nearly impossible for opponents to evade or counter. Reflecting on these two key aspects afterwards, you would find them almost unfathomable before mastering breathing techniques. Such notions would have seemed preposterous to you. Yet, you had indeed succeeded in harnessing your bodily control to develop this technique. You named it Palace of the Dark Moonlit Night. Even so, prior to the competition, you had never intended for this technique to yield such severe consequences as a fracture. Thus, the results surpassed expectations, instilling fear among the onlookers, a testament to your still imperfect control over your strength. This left you somewhat vexed. The training of monks at the Clearwater Temple had always been rooted in practicality, devoid of unnecessary formalities, focusing solely on clear and comprehensible outcomes. Consequently, after striking 3 opponents in the face, 5 in the torso, and 2 in the arms, you emerged as one of the ranks among the lower monks. When the results were announced, the gaze of Master Mingxin shifted upon you. An 8-year-old child had astonishingly triumphed over a multitude of robust adult warriors, securing the top position. Anyone witnessing this outcome would instinctively harbor doubts. Alas, the injured monks in the dormitory, still groaning in pain, could not lie. Each of the 3 defeated by your strikes bore distinct red welts on their faces, lying unconscious on their sickbeds. Several others had collapsed, with doctors reporting fractured ribs that required days of recuperation. As for the 2 affected by your arm strikes, their injured limbs were bandaged, rendering them unable to exert strength for the next fortnight. Afterward, the master summoned you and inquired how you achieved such a feat. You had once posed a similar question to Yuan Yi, curious about the source of his formidable strength. Yuan Yi candidly shared his unique breathing techniques and the wondrous, translucent world that only he could perceive. Had others heard these revelations at the time, they would have surely exclaimed in disbelief. Unlike Yuan Yi, you chose to selectively disclose to the master that following your recent recovery, you felt significantly stronger and faster. Driven by a fervent desire to earn the reward of the sword, you had focused intently and exerted yourself to the utmost. Under such influence of will, the outcome was both commendable and celebratory. Upon hearing your explanation, Master Mingxin regarded you with inscrutable expression, rendering him momentarily speechless. You remained uncertain of his belief, humbly bowing your head in respect. Your previous illness was genuine, your current strength was authentic, your aspiration for the sword was real, and your earnest effort during the contest was equally true. Even if he held doubts, he could provide no rationale against it. Ultimately, Master Mingxin acknowledged your achievements and bestowed upon you the promised sword. Your fundamental training as a warrior is no longer necessary, Jian Sheng. Henceforth, accompany Iron Man in managing the others. Along with the sword, you were also granted powers accessible solely to advanced warriors. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, you held a metal weapon in hand and bore the title of First. At the tender age of 8, you had already become remarkably impressive. Seated before your desk, gazing at the moon outside, you felt a twinge of embarrassment as you realized you had derived a modicum of joy from your recent success. You drew forth the sword, examining it closely. Its gleaming blade reflected the moonlight, casting a bright glow in your eyes. This radiance mirrored the emotions swelling within your heart. Unconsciously, you yearned to share this feeling with someone, anyone, so they might understand your growth and joy, and in turn, experience joy themselves. Then, you recalled Yuan Yi. It was at this moment you were struck by the realization that since your last parting, you had not received any correspondence from the heir. Chapter 24. The Eclipse of the Sun. Ever since Master Yuan Yi returned from Kiyomizu Temple, he had been enveloped in a melancholic demeanor, appearing deeply troubled. This caused Axie to feel anxious. Had my cooking recently fallen short? Was the courtyard not properly tidied? Had Yuan Yi ever remarked upon his appearance? After much contemplation, she concluded that Yuan Yi's sorrow did not stem from her, and thus felt a small measure of relief. In a moment of quietude, she approached him and softly inquired, "Master Yuan Yi, you seem rather unhappy of late. Would you share the reason with me?" At that moment, Yuan Yi sat in the corridor, where the winter winds swept through, and the wooden floor remained perpetually damp and cold, providing an uncomfortable setting. Yet Yuan Yi, blessed with natural warmth and never having suffered from ailments, was unconcerned about where he spent his time, as his father showed little interest in his leisure activities. He sat, lost in thought, gazing at the snowy landscape of the courtyard. After Lord Yinxing's departure, Yuan Yi had moved to the heiress quarters, where he enjoyed a spacious bedroom and a study, along with 2 small storage rooms. Axie, residing in the servants' quarters, attended to him closely. Snow had blanketed the ground for several days, and at Yuan Yi's request, it remained undisturbed, a pristine expanse of white. In the inkstone basin beneath the pine trees, Yuan Yi had kept 2 red goldfish, which, after the pond froze, were retrieved and placed on his study desk. Axie often felt the courtyard's wintry scene was overly desolate, consisting merely of a mountain, a tree, and a pond, rendering it rather dull. Yet, Yuan Yi appeared captivated, as if he could glean profound wisdom from this small courtyard. Axie did not comprehend this, but at times, she would observe Yuan Yi sitting in the corridor, his tranquil profile evoking memories of Lord Yanxing. Having undergone formal training as an heir, Lord Yanxing possessed a dignified demeanor, exuding warmth while also commanding respect, instilling a sense of caution in others. How had he adapted to life in the temple? Had he truly renounced his worldly ties? Was his beautiful hair shorn? Would they ever meet again? Occasionally, when idle thoughts meandered through her mind, Axie would ponder these matters. She recalled that just before the snowfall, as they were about to depart for Kiyomizu Temple, Yuan Yi had been eagerly anticipating his reunion with his brother. However, Axie had been skeptical about their meeting. In this state, Lord Yanxing would surely be quite worried. After all, with only a month remaining until departure, Yuan Yi had yet to draw his sword in combat, provoking his father's furious wrath. Axie had witnessed the lord grasping Yuan Yi's collar, lifting the small child off the ground against the wall, subjecting him to a furious interrogation. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. The blade I gifted you is meant to see blood. You coward. During that period, Yuan Yi bore numerous bruises, and Axie felt immense sorrow while tending to his wounds, even shedding tears as she lamented, Master Yuan Yi, perhaps we should call Lord Yanxing back? At this rate, your father might kill you. Yuan Yi, with his downcast eyes, calmly responded, but my brother endured this as well. At that moment, Axie realized just how exceptionally Lord Yanxing had performed in the same position as the heir. When the lady was alive, the lord frequently quarreled with her, the subject of their disputes often revolving around the then-infant Yuan Yi. At that time, Lord Yanxing, as the heir, was impeccable. He was affectionate towards his brothers, respectful of his parents, and never complained during his martial training. Axie had once seen Lord Yanxing visiting the lady, and despite being a mere child, he exuded a maturity that belied his years, showing little inclination for affection or familiarity, which the lady found regrettable. As her confidant, Axie harbored some dissatisfaction towards Lord Yanxing. Yet now, with the lady gone and Lord Yanxing departed, witnessing Yuan Yi's unhappiness in his role as heir led Axie to a belated realization. While she had always hoped for Lord Yanxing to be close to the lady, she had not truly nurtured a bond with him. She would groom Yuan Yi, cleanse his face, mend his clothes, and cradle him while sharing intimate thoughts. Yet what had she ever done for Lord Yanxing? In my recollection, the lady and young Master Iwakatsu always sat far apart, as if separated by a formidable barrier. One would inquire about academic pursuits, and the other would respond with utmost respect. One would ask about daily life, and the other would again reply with deference. Perhaps this was the scene when Master Iwakatsu reported to his father, resulting in an identical atmosphere with the lady. This reflection led me to realize that the once proud Master Iwakatsu, beneath his resplendent attire, might have been struggling tremendously all along. Now, with the roles reversed, the one who was once strained became Master Yuichi, and Aki felt a sudden pang of sorrow. From a maidservant who served alongside her, Aki learned of the old master's discontent. It stemmed from Master Yuichi's unwillingness to wield the blade against his opponents. Despite the old master's earnest anticipation in crafting a child-sized sword for him, he merely hung it at his waist as an ornament, refusing to draw it. A blade that does not taste blood is worthless. A warrior who cannot let his sword see blood is a failure. The old master raged at Master Yuichi. Yet his reproach was directed at a child with a straightforward and clumsy mindset, who simply sat there, unable to provide the answers he sought. When Aki treated Master Yuichi's wounds once more, she could no longer hold back her tears. Master Yuichi, you are soon to visit the temple to see Master Iwakatsu. If he sees you in such a grievous state, he will surely be unable to sleep from sorrow. As Aki spoke, Master Yuichi, unresponsive to the touch of his injuries, trembled upon hearing her words, abruptly looking up. One side of his face was swollen, with bruises from a fierce blow, Will my brother be saddened by this? Aki wiped her tears, her voice choked. Of course. Even I cannot sleep at night upon seeing your severe wounds. Master Iwakatsu has cared for you so dearly. He will undoubtedly grieve for your plight. His visit to the temple is to hope you become a noble successor, not to remain as you are. At this point, Aki's throat tightened, and she found herself unable to continue. Upon seeing her reflection, Master Yuichi scrutinized his appearance, lost in thought for a time, before suddenly slapping the mirror shut. That was the last time Aki witnessed Master Yuichi acquiring new scars. Subsequently, he seemed to grasp the importance of self-preservation. No longer ensnared by the dilemma of drawing his blade. Instead, he struck with lethal precision, stripping his opponents of all dignity as warriors. The first time Aki witnessed such conduct, she gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the gentle Master Yuichi could commit such a slight. Yet, the old Lord Ikezuki, who observed the spectacle, clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming with joy, praising, "Indeed, he is my child." Thus, Aki and those around her maintained a solemn silence. As the time to visit the temple drew near, Master Yuichi privately expressed his hopes to Aki. Will my brother be pleased with my growth? Aki, unsure of how to respond, merely smiled and remained silent. Yet, silence proved not to be a remedy in this world. Upon seeing Master Yuichi return with a forlorn expression, Aki understood that perhaps Master Iwakatsu had not remained silent like the rest of them. But it was no surprise. If it were that dignified, moon-like, and reliable Master Iwakatsu, he would be capable of articulating the truths that everyone else dared not confront. Master Yuichi, you seem rather unhappy of late. Would you share the reason with me? Master Yuichi, gazing at the courtyard, emanating an indescribable air of despondency, asked, But Aki, I do not know what to do. Chapter 25. Crimson Hands. The Ikezuki clan ceased all correspondence and supplies, which perhaps was a fortuitous turn for the Saishimizu temple. The future talents within the temple and the samurai under the great lord's command were becoming too closely intertwined. It was a matter of concern. Upon discovering this, a hollow feeling settled within you, leaving you somewhat uneasy. Whenever a letter arrived from Master Yuichi, you weighed the hefty envelope with disdain, wanting to discard it, yet instinctively collecting it with care, even hesitating to respond to a single letter. Now, with no news from Ikezuki, you did not feel relief. Rather, your worries multiplied, even adding another burden. You rationally contemplated the current situation, fully aware that the cessation of correspondence from Ikezuki was not of Master Yuichi's doing. Given his nature, he would never do anything to disappoint you. Eliminating all possibilities, the only conclusion that emerged was that your father had unilaterally severed ties between you and the Ikezuki clan. While you might still carry the surname Ikezuki for a few more years, that family may no longer have your name associated with it. The vague sense of loss within you could be likened to a kite in the sky, its string abruptly cut. Henceforth, the kite might soar higher with the wind or tumble down in a storm, but ultimately, it would have no place to return. When you resolved to visit the temple, you believed you were prepared for this eventuality, yet as events unfolded as you had anticipated, you found yourself feeling despondent. Perhaps it was because you were inherently a fragile person. Accepting Master Yuichi's strength, while also acknowledging your own weakness, had become your recent psychological endeavor. One you were striving to understand. The warm winter you shared with Ikezuki passed, and soon, a gentle spring approached, followed by the sweltering heat of summer. Time, unbeknownst to you, always flew swiftly, and you adapted better than you had anticipated. You found yourself thinking of Master Yuichi less frequently, while spending more time contemplating martial skills. This, in itself, was a positive development. However, the tedious passage of time felt monotonous, and your once vibrant life, colored by emotions, gradually dulled as you rose early and retired early day after day, akin to an ink painting soaked with water, fading into a state of utter banality. When you conceived the second martial technique, Juhua Enjayu, the anticipated delight was overshadowed by the lack of anyone to share it with, leaving only a tasteless afterthought. Your exploration of martial arts progressed steadily, and the temple's status began to solidify. The good news was that you no longer needed to toil in the fields yourself. Instead, like the Iron Man you once were, you occasionally inspected the fields, ensuring that the planned tasks proceeded as expected without excessive concern for worldly matters. You, like the upper echelons of the temple, devoted more time to self-reflection. As you joked, Becoming a big figure in the temple transforms one into a completely different existence from the common folk. At roughly the same age, everyone had early comprehension of their fates, learning to accept their destinies, and thus, the hardships and challenges to come seemed less daunting in light of this acceptance. Consequently, the way you and others referred to you transitioned from the initially disrespectful Iwasaki to the respectful Lord Iwasaki, as if it were a matter of instinct. You felt a twinge of sentimentality at this change, yet upon reflecting on your own experience with Ike no Kuni, where you passively accepted a tragic fate, those sentiments dissipated. Life, now devoid of color, continued steadily, silently awaiting the next moment when vibrant ink would grace its canvas. For you, that moment arrived swiftly. It was a day indistinguishable from yesterday, the day before, and the day to come. Sunlight blazed upon the ground, glaringly bright and harsh, mercilessly scorching the earth, a typical, loathsome summer day. You stood beneath the great tree by the water fields, once again swinging your sword, feeling the blade slice through the air. The subtle tremor in your wrist as you adjusted your angle, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of martial mastery. The summer cicadas, once buzzing noisily in the trees, have long since been silenced by your swift blade, leaving the shade you occupy in serene tranquility. The only sounds that disturb the stillness are the faint hissing of the heated air and the rhythmic swish of your sword. Whoosh, whoosh. Tedious, yet monotonously repetitive. As the sun gradually tilts westward and the oppressive heat begins to wane, you notice the increasing frequency with which the monks in the fields glance your way, all eager to conclude their labor and return for respite. In response to their yearning gazes, you sheath your sword and ascend to the treetops, surveying the day as agricultural progress from a higher vantage point. This habitual act of overseeing invigorates the monks, prompting them to hasten their final tasks with renewed vigor. Perched among the leaves, you gaze downwards. The rustling of the leaves against the breeze fills your ears, and as the foliage sways gently, a rare whisper of wind carries to you the distant sound of galloping hooves. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The unmistakable rhythm of horses meeting the earth is discernible. Instinctively, you turn your gaze towards the horizon. On the sun-baked ground, a figure emerges along the well-trodden dirt path, gradually becoming clearer with each thundering hoofbeat. Squinting against the bright sunlight, you discern a child atop a horse, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind. Beneath the blazing sun, the tips of his hair glimmer with a faint red hue, while his dark crimson cloak billows in the air. As the horse gallops closer, you catch a fleeting glimpse of a reddish mark on his forehead, and your heart, which had been steadily beating in the monotony of daily life, suddenly races with fervor. This figure elicits within you feelings of surprise, confusion, anxiety, and a minuscule, undeniable thrill of joy that you scarcely wish to acknowledge. You leap down from the tree and dash towards the approaching figure. Lord Iwakatsu. The monks in the fields call out in astonishment, but you disregard their voices, lost in the urgency of your own thoughts, racing towards the newcomer. With each breath, your pace quickens, and the figure atop the horse becomes increasingly distinct. Finally, you see his face clearly, the familiar mark on his forehead, his usually dull eyes now alive with emotion. The galloping horse does not slow, and your speed intensifies. As the distance between you diminishes, the implausible realization takes shape before you. It is Yuichi. Indeed, it is he, alone, riding a sturdy chestnut steed. He approaches the foot of Seijui Temple. With this undeniable reality before you, a flurry of questions arises in your mind. Why is he alone? What brings him here at this hour? Is he searching for you? Fool, do you not realize the recklessness of rushing towards a running horse? Yet, an unusual calm envelopes you, and as the horse draws near, you consciously shift your body to the side, grounding your stance. Then, as if in a dream, the galloping horse races past you at a perilous speed, and the child leaps from the saddle, landing perfectly in your embrace. You hold each other tightly, rolling together down the grassy slope, finally coming to rest amidst the fragrant grass, breathless yet safe. Your drab existence, once again illuminated by the sun, takes on vibrant clarity. Chapter 26. Crimson hands. The scent of fresh grass fills your nostrils, and you hear the frantic beating of your heart within your chest. The rush of blood through your veins, your own rapid breaths, and the presence of another beside you. You lie there in a daze for a moment until the sun's rays burn your vision, and you realize, to your surprise, that a silly grin has formed on your face. As the realization dawns, you instinctively suppress all outward emotions, maintaining the dignified demeanor expected of one from a warrior lineage. Turning your head, you regard Yuichi with a stern expression and directly inquire, "What brings you here?" His face, mere inches from yours, reveals a troubling sight. Blood congeals in his hair, splatters mar his features, and a dark stain mars his cloak. Alongside the scent of grass, you detect the nauseating odor of dried blood. Your words falter. You raise your hand, gently lifting a blood-matted strand from his temple, feeling its sticky texture and familiar scent. Calmly, you ask, "Have you harmed someone?" At your question, Yuichi's vacant gaze shifts to you, his pupils reflecting nothing but emptiness. His hand still clutches your monk robes, and you watch as he opens his mouth. The dried blood at the corners trembles as he attempts to speak. Brother, the words falter and die. His voice carries a numbing sense of shock and withdrawal, as if conversing with you through a veil, a sensation that unsettles you. Just like the child he once was before the age of 7, he appears like a marionette, blissfully ignorant of pain or sorrow, devoid of any emotion that might cause concern, yet simultaneously evoking deep sympathy. Observing Yuichi in such a state, you ponder briefly, and a faint understanding begins to form within you. You ask, "Did father take you there?" Yuichi's lips twitch, neither curling upward nor downward, ultimately settling into a flat line, saying nothing. So it is. Sometimes, avoidance speaks volumes. Though he remains silent, you feel as though you comprehend everything at once. A wave of sorrow, fear, and an overwhelming desire to flee washes over you, transmitted through an unknown medium from Yuichi to you, compelling you to take action regarding his current state. As one of the monks of Seijui Temple, encountering the young heir of the clan traveling alone is undeniably suspicious. The correct course of action would be to detain him and promptly send word to the clan, inquiring about the circumstances and ensuring the heir's safety. Such is the custom of Seijui Temple. Adhering to protocol would garner the abbot's trust and afford you greater privileges. You understand this clearly. Thus, you contemplate offering Yuichi some words of comfort before entrusting him to the abbot. This thought flashes through your mind like a shooting star, only to vanish just as swiftly. Despite having severed ties with the clan, standing at Seijui Temple, you find yourself unable to act according to the established rules in this moment. "Lord Iwakatsu, are you all right?" Before long, the monks from the fields arrive, rushing up the grassy slope towards you, their expressions filled with concern for your well-being. You prop yourself up slightly, waving your hand to indicate that you are unharmed. As you help Yuichi to his feet and brush the grass from his hair, Rain, your personal attendant from the temple, approaches. "Let us return for now," you instruct him casually, gesturing toward Yuichi. "This is a guest from the clan. I will take responsibility for his hospitality. Please ensure there is an extra portion of food for me tonight." "Understood. Should I inform the abbot?" "No need. I will speak with him personally upon our return." "Very well." The instructed monks, their brows glistening with perspiration, barefoot and bearing farming tools, meandered up the mountain in small clusters. You and Yuan Yi trailed behind the others. Occasionally, curious monks feigned nonchalance as they turned to scrutinize you, particularly the evidently unsettled Yuan Yi. Yet, they merely observed, none daring to speak further. Without needing any prompting, Yuan Yi began to walk, silently clutching your sleeve, following you step by step. This intimacy evoked memories of your time in the former nation. Upon reaching the mountain path, you bid farewell to the group and, taking a forked road, led Yuan Yi toward a secluded trail to the back mountain. You certainly could not enter the temple in such a state, for it would alarm everyone. Before you veered onto the side path, you made a point to explain your intentions to Yuan Yi. The grip on your sleeve tightened slightly, and when you glanced back, you noticed Yuan Yi had averted his gaze, lowering his head with his disheveled hair facing you, and then a muffled apology escaped his lips. "I'm sorry." You slowed your pace, closing the distance that had momentarily widened between you. As you walked, Yuan Yi's hand swayed gently with each step, occasionally brushing against your side. You casually inquired, "What are you apologizing for?" This seemingly innocuous question rendered Yuan Yi once again a silent stone, or perhaps a mute tree. In any case, he remained speechless, unable to articulate a response. Rather than feeling vexed, you found a peculiar comfort in his clumsy silence. Yet, on the other hand, you felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Without a doubt, you and Yuan Yi were the closest individuals in this world. While the intimacy of your blood connection sometimes brought you anguish, you had grown accustomed to his proximity and reliance. What could possibly be so troubling that he could not share it with you? It was perplexing how, when you were impatient. He would chatter incessantly like a fool oblivious to your expressions. Yet now, when you sought answers, he chose to remain silent, like a closed-off gourd. Oh, this simply wouldn't do. Despite claiming not to be annoyed, you found it impossible to refrain from feeling exasperated by Yuan Yi. In the midst of this silence, it wasn't long before you and Yuan Yi reached your destination, a small stream at the back mountain, where crystal-clear water gurgled gently, winding between the grass and stones. At a secluded bend, it pooled into a basin just deep enough to reach your waist, a place where the monks of Signifies Temple sometimes bathed during the summer. The sun had yet to sink below the horizon, and the monks had not finished their tasks. The fierce sunlight filtered through towering trees and lush foliage, casting a warm glow over the pool, devoid of the oppressive heat, leaving only a hint of refreshing coolness. Beside the pool stood only you and Yuan Yi. You turned to face him. He continued to silently clutch your sleeve. As you turned, the direction shifted, causing your sleeve to be tugged away, compelling him to release his grip and stand before you with his hands outstretched in confusion, allowing your gaze to assess him. You disregarded the grime in his hair, the blood splatter on his face, and the dark stains on his kimono, your eyes settling on his waist where a finely crafted wooden scabbard hung. Just as you had last seen, bound with iron wire and intricately woven into an aesthetically pleasing yet functional design. However, the scabbard contained no blade, which seemed quite odd given Yuan Yi's current status. "Where is your sword?" you asked him. You felt your voice was calm and your tone gentle. Yet, Yuan Yi appeared startled, instinctively recoiling and lowering his head more deeply. "I lost it." "I see." His actions led you, still adhering to the way of the samurai, to furrow your brow, troubled by this answer for a moment. Ultimately, however, you reasoned with yourself, walked over, and unfastened the scabbard from Yuan Yi's waist, tossing it aside as you continued your conversation. "As a samurai, losing your sword must have made your father quite furious, no?" "I don't know. Are you hungry?" "It takes 3 hours to ride from the former nation. Did you eat anything since you left this morning?" "I'm not hungry. So you must have eaten along the way?" "No." "Then come have dinner with me later." "Okay." You chatted away in a rather casual manner, inquiring about Yuan Yi's itinerary for the day while you reached to untie his sash and remove his garments. Your primary aim in bringing him to the back mountain was to wash away the conspicuous dirt so that he would not attract undue attention upon entering Signifies Temple. As you worked, Yuan Yi obediently allowed you to assist him. Whether raising his arms or feet, he followed your lead with compliance, his previous bewilderment dissipating somewhat. You had never attended to someone else's changing and washing before, but surprisingly, you adapted quickly. Any discomfort that arose in your heart, given the circumstances, you forced yourself to overlook. "What time did you set out today?" "At a quarter past the hour of the snake." "Did your father take you out?" "Besides you, who else?" "Mr. Yamada, Mr. Anda, Mr. Takeda, and—" Yuan Yi mentioned names that lingered faintly in your memory. They were capable subordinates of your father, all seasoned warriors who fought alongside him on the battlefield. "And where were you headed?" "Mount Oda." "Mount Oda?" Your motion of adjusting his kimono halted. Having spent nearly a year at Signifies Temple, welcoming devotees and engaging with tenant farmers, you were somewhat familiar with the area surrounding the temple. The last time you heard mention of Mount Oda was when a group of refugees seeking refuge at the temple implored the abbot to send someone to clear out bandits from the area. Mount Oda lay too far from Signifies Temple. The compassionate abbot Myashin graciously sheltered the refugees and offered them land at a reduced price. Yet he did not respond to the request for bandit extermination. Mount Oda was not far from the castle of the former nation, so if your father were heading there. A vague notion of today's events began to form in your mind. After removing the last of Yuan Yi's clothing and setting aside his son's symbol earrings, you swiftly disrobed yourself as well, leading Yuan Yi into the pool. This was a spot you frequently visited, remote and relatively clean, with water deep enough to reach your waist. You leaned against the stone edge of the pool, your head barely above the surface. Sometimes, when your thoughts were tumultuous, you would come here late at night, hoping the flowing stream would wash away your worries. Before today, you had never considered bringing Yuan Yi here. Yet many things occur unexpectedly and naturally. You took Yuan Yi's hand, guiding him to sit beside you at the water's edge before rising to stand behind him. You untied his hair ribbon. To your surprise, it was still the old purple one, and used a damp cloth to untangle his matted hair. As you worked, you continued to converse. "Is your father headed to Mount Oda to deal with the bandits?" "Yes." "Were nearby villagers seeking assistance from the former nation?" "I don't know." with your father's manpower and strength, to go there. You clicked your tongue, pausing. Yuan Yi's voice, muffled by the sound of water splashing, completed your unfinished thought. It is a massacre. A massacre? Yes, the bandits are completely unable to resist. You were not surprised by this answer. The so-called bandits of the mountains and woods were typically desperate men who had left their fields, banding together with tools and weapons to raid villages in overwhelming numbers. Among the tenant farmers tending to the land, they may charge down the hills like wild boars, unrestrained and fearless. Yet, before the true knights clad in armor, they remain utterly ignorant of martial arts and strategy, destined to become mere lambs for the slaughter. As this thought crosses your mind, you observe clear water trickling down Yuan Yi's hair, mingling with the dried blood congealed in his tangled locks. You use your fingers to twist and rub, watching as the crimson stains dissolve into a muddy red trace, carried away by the flowing water. Following the stream, your gaze returns to Yuan Yi. He complies with your instructions, bowing his back and lowering his head, sitting in the water with his knees hugged close, the surface just reaching his chin. Through the pond's depths, you can faintly discern his submerged form, as pure and white as an innocent lamb. His father has raised him well. His damp hair hangs limply against his forehead, streaked with red blood trickling down his cheek, his eyes staring blankly ahead, presenting a pitiful sight. Seated obediently before you, answering your every inquiry and cooperating with your every action, Yuan Yi resembles a sheep in his vulnerable demeanor, a quality you have not encountered in some time. A twinge of compassion arises within you. Thus, as you pose questions, he responds, and while you wash his hair, you begin to unravel the events of the day. As you anticipated, Sugakuni went to eradicate the bandits. As you expected, it was a one-sided and unceremonious slaughter. As you surmised, his father hoped Yuan Yi would draw his blade and spill blood. As you predicted, Yuan Yi unflinchingly refused. In your mind, the subsequent narrative should have led to a furious outburst from his father, initiating a harsh lesson in reality through the pain of discipline. However, just before the situation escalated to that point, a subtle turn of fate occurred. The bandit leader, whom everyone believed to be lifeless, unexpectedly seized a pitchfork and summoned every ounce of strength and wrath for a final, fateful strike aimed at Sugakuni's head of household. Did his father fail to react? Uncertain. Did the surrounding warriors intervene? No. Did you draw your sword? The rhythm of your dialogue abruptly ceased. Yet from this brief silence, you gleaned an answer. You had drawn your sword, and that bandit had perished, had he not? You recount the gruesome outcome in a light-hearted tone. From Yuan Yi's fragmented words, you piece together the scene. The enemy's lethal blow went unimpeded, and in the midst of being reprimanded by his father, Yuan Yi timely drew his weapon, striking fatally. The bandit, thwarted at the last moment, met his demise with blood gushing from his wound, splattering Yuan Yi's face. This bloodied child then rode away on horseback, discarding his blade, foolishly seeking you amidst the chaos. A laugh almost escapes you at the absurdity of it all. Yet, you now grasp the crux of today's events. Did the act of killing disturb you? Your fingers delve into Yuan Yi's hair, gently kneading the roots, feeling the warmth of his scalp and the faint pulse beneath it. You are so close to his mind that it seems as if a mere push could touch his thoughts. Yet, from his recent words, it is clear that your mental landscapes are galaxies apart. You have lost your noble status, yet your thoughts remain those of a noble. Yuan Yi, despite his position as heir, remains as naive as a child, utterly unaware of the distinctions between himself and others. Chapter 28. Crimson Hands. Did the act of killing frighten you? If this question were posed to a child of another noble family, it would likely carry an undercurrent of mockery and disdain. No scion of a warrior family would waver at the thought of taking a life. Noble glory is forged in the crucible of bloodshed, and the more heads severed by the blade, the greater the name's renown. As for Yuan Yi, his actions are not surprising. After a moment of silence, Yuan Yi hesitantly begins to articulate his thoughts under your prodding. Yes, the sensation of ending a life is indeed terrifying, yet his father wore a satisfied expression, seeming pleased, while those around him laughed heartily. This he cannot endure. You ponder how he is unable to comprehend their perspective. So you came to find me? Did you report to your father? Surely he would not approve. Yuan Yi hesitates before replying. As we descended from Otaki Mountain, I urged my horse and came to Kiyomizu Temple. My father seemed furious behind me, but I did not pay attention. You cannot help but chuckle at the image of his father, left in the dust, raging in anger. Yet, Your laughter appears to cause Yuan Yi to misinterpret your reaction. His shoulders slump, casting a more dejected silhouette. After cleansing the blood from Yuan Yi's hair, you wring out the soiled cloth and drape it over his head before settling beside him. He curls his knees, wrapping his arms around them, his back hunched, hair damply clinging to his forehead, projecting an air of vulnerability. You find a gentler spot next to him and mimic his stance, tilting your head to regard your despondent brother, softly asking, "So, Yuan Yi, what hopes do you harbor in coming to Kiyomizu Temple?" He tilts his head slightly, gazing at you with those dull, bewildered eyes, as if you hold the answers he seeks, provoking a sense of irritation within you. He states, "I came because I wish to see my elder brother." You strive to maintain your composure, resisting the urge to turn away from his gaze. Upon hearing his words, your heart inexplicably contracts, not from emotion such as affection or shock, but rather from an instinctive aversion to the weakness he reveals. Being near such a frail individual makes you feel weak as well, prompting a desire to retreat and distance yourself. Yet, you manage to rein in your discomfort, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother, maintaining eye contact with Yuan Yi as you patiently continue to inquire, "Now that you see me, what do you wish to gain from me? What do you wish to gain?" At your question, confusion deepens in Yuan Yi's eyes. You blink, unable to resist the urge to divert your gaze, staring instead at the blue sky framed by the tree canopy above. "Do you expect me to gently comfort you after knowing all this? To angrily reproach you? Or to offer encouraging words? You rode for at least 2 hours. Did you come without a single thought in mind? Surely, your father is furious over your reckless actions." As you ponder this, you recall the pristine expanse of Yuan Yi's back when you helped him remove his garments, unblemished, devoid of scars. He is clean and pure, brought by you into this clear water, as if it were his natural state. Yet, as the heir, you often bear the marks of battles beneath your resplendent garments. This trivial disparity stirs frustration within you. You embrace your knees, feeling the cool stream flow over your chest, attempting to wash away the heat of your agitation. You murmur to the water, "What is it you seek from me?" The gentle current responds, "I wish for my brother to remain by my side." Turning in confusion toward Yuan Yi, you find him quietly watching you, his gaze appearing to sharpen in the dappled sunlight, revealing a sense of seriousness. You repeat in bewilderment, "You wish for me to stay by your side. After our last farewell, I often find myself contemplating how wonderful it would be if my elder brother were by my side, or if I could accompany him. We could share our thoughts directly, without the need for letters and the uncertainty of awaiting a response. If my brother had any concerns, he could voice them directly to me, sparing us both from needless worry and anger born from misunderstandings. Though he may have reasons to be upset with me, I believe that if we could see each other every day, awakening to one another's faces, any lingering anger would surely dissipate upon that familiar sight. I long for such companionship with my brother. Yet, my father forbids me from visiting Kiyomizu Temple, and my letters to my brother have gone unanswered. The lessons at home are filled with subjects I detest. Today, my father took me to Mount Odajirai, intending for me to take the life of another like myself. It was only when my brother posed a question that I realized the grave truth, that the person who died was a consequence of my actions, that I was the one who took his life. If this is the case, Yuan Yi's pupils reflected a profound anguish. "Brother, I cannot comprehend this turmoil." Upon regaining my senses, I found myself at Kiyomizu Temple, a place beyond mere letters. In an unusual display, Yuan Yi engaged in a lengthy discourse, maintaining a calm demeanor and revealing no hint of his inner turmoil. Yet, gazing into his eyes, one could perceive the depth of his suffering, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. But why? It was merely the life of a lowly bandit, hardly worthy of such distress. You found yourself engulfed in shock and confusion at his pain. Before you could fully comprehend the situation, you instinctively moved closer to Yuan Yi, your legs brushing against each other. You cupped his face in your hands, interrupting his lamentation, and gently traced your fingers over the skin beneath his eyes, where, aside from the trails of water from his hair, there were no warm tears to be found. Yuan Yi blinked, offering no resistance, simply gazing at you with confusion. "Brother?" He had no intention of weeping. When you regained your composure, you felt a rush of warmth flood your cheeks. To alleviate the awkwardness, you snatched the cloth from his head and clumsily wiped his face. Yuan Yi closed his eyes, retreating from your gaze. Feigning calmness, you remarked, "There are still traces of blood on your face. Speaking to me with such a countenance is indeed frightening. Let us clean it first." You sensed Yuan Yi's cheeks puffing slightly, yet he allowed your actions without protest. As you hastily washed his face, once your own emotions settled, you folded the cloth neatly and placed it back atop his head. Yuan Yi, adorned with the towel, glanced at you before lowering his head to gaze blankly at the pool of water before you. Your legs and knees remained in contact, and you began to feel a growing discomfort. You pondered where your previous conversation had led. It was Yuan Yi's tears that had startled you. No, that was merely a figment of your imagination. He had not wept. Yet, his sorrow after taking a life was genuine, prompting him to seek you out. Did he truly desire solace from you? Brother, perhaps the silence was too oppressive, as Yuan Yi shifted his leg closer to yours, moving his body beneath the water to sit beside you. What are you thinking? You were startled by his sudden proximity. Yuan Yi's face drew near. His wide eyes focused intently on yours. Is brother thinking about me? You wondered how your mother had raised Yuan Yi. From the moment he began to speak at the age of 7, every action and word of his had been a source of concern for you. Just as now, he encroached upon your personal space, asking questions that bordered on intrusive. How could he lack any sense of boundaries, despite being a direct heir to the throne? Why was he so oblivious to propriety and distance? He was more vexing than the commoners you encountered at Kyogai Temple, who approached you with laughter and disregard. With those common folk, you could rebuke them openly and establish a firm distance. Yet with Yuan Yi, it was different. You instinctively leaned back to create space, but the stone wall you leaned against slipped, and you nearly tumbled into the water. Brother, Yuan Yi reached out to catch you, preventing your impending plunge. When you finally regained your balance, you found your legs entangled with his, your bodies closely aligned, your arms inadvertently touching. After a moment of breathless silence, you resignedly accepted the disheartening reality, closing your eyes and deciding to cease your struggles. In a position that stirred an involuntary warmth, you confessed your thoughts. I was contemplating how best to comfort you. But please, do not come so close. Has brother thought of how to comfort me? Yuan Yi's previously dim eyes brightened with expectation as he conveniently ignored the latter part of your statement. You attempted to withdraw your arm from his grasp, but the attempt proved futile. How absurd it felt to be a man wrestling with the discomfort of physical contact with his brother. Compelled by this sentiment, you suppressed your unease, forcing yourself to remain calm in this situation. What had initially seemed straightforward was now lost in your flustered expression, leading you to awkwardly state, "You seem to be in good spirits, so you probably do not require my comfort, do you?" Yuan Yi rested his damp head against your shoulder, causing your hair to bristle, and replied, "Until you mentioned it, I was unaware of what I wanted. But now that brother has spoken, I find myself yearning for solace. So you should not have said anything at all." Yuan Yi nestled closer against your neck, softly imploring, "Brother, please comfort me." On one hand, you felt your skin prickle at the intimacy of his breath against you. On the other, an odd sense of joy blossomed within your heart. It was as though the foolish younger brother, who required your protection, was once again by your side, vulnerable and seeking refuge from the world's adversities. As the brother who was needed, you found it utterly impossible to refuse him. Your muddled thoughts began to stir in response to his plea. Though your perspectives were worlds apart, that did not preclude your understanding of Yuan Yi. In truth, as his elder brother, having shared the same upbringing and the same lineage, you should be the one who comprehends him best in this world. Just as you had touched upon his hidden anguish before he even recognized it himself, a pain that seemed both absurd and eerily relatable. As a member of the aristocracy in this era, you understood all too well the chasm that lay between the noble and the commoner. If the one wielding the blade were you, and the one vanquishing the brigands were also you, after your inaugural act of killing, you would revel in the completion of your father's trial, delighting in the sharpness of your sword, the agility of your movements, and the swiftness of your strike. To you, the brigand you dispatched, an individual hardly deserving of the title of commoner, armed with a fork and knife in a futile attempt to confront you, would appear no more than a beast of the forest. Slaying him would be akin to hunting a rabbit or a deer. There would be no distinction. Should you feel any vexation, it would simply stem from the blood he spewed tarnishing your favorite attire. Beyond that, no other thoughts would cross your mind. The difference between nobility and commonality, while both are manifestations of humanity, is as vast as that between man and beast once the label of human is stripped away. Such is the ideological education bestowed upon you by your father, a doctrine of nobility. This mindset extends seamlessly onto the battlefield, where your subordinates become mere pawns, your enemies' targets to eliminate, and your lord the strategist in command. With such a perspective, one could thrive as an admirable warrior. You wholeheartedly believe this to be true. Yet, the reality diverges significantly. Although your interactions with your benevolent mother are scant, you are acutely aware of her profound influence on your brother, Yuan Yi. The woman who fervently prays for world peace and an absence of conflict, sheltered under the protection of your father, has only been exposed to a narrow slice of the world. Her clear eyes perceive only the confines of her courtyard, where she spends her days listening to the chirping of birds and observing the wilting of flowers, indulging in the lovely tales exchanged among noble maidens. She worships deities, maintaining a small shrine in the courtyard, lighting incense daily, and earnestly wishing for peace, the well-being of her children, and the longevity of her husband. At times, you envision your mother as the divine figures depicted in screen paintings, beautiful, pure, kind, and innocent. The most vibrant moment of her life may have been the quarrels she had with your father during childbirth. Under her guidance, Yuan Yi has naturally grown into the image she painstakingly shaped. He possesses an innate kindness, shunning conflict. When faced with differing opinions, he simply turns away, indifferent. He harbors no desire to inflict harm upon anyone, whether noble, commoner, or enemy, for he perceives all as fellow humans, devoid of additional labels. If he favors someone, he draws near. If he dislikes or feels irritated by another, he distances himself, eschewing the need to express moral dichotomies through violence. Moreover, his desires are modest. Opulent garments and ornate weaponry do not entice him. Not even the most basic cravings for words or attention manifest strongly within him. At times, he seems as unassuming as a tree, standing tall amidst the woods, basking in sunlight and rain, content and serene in his growth. This tranquil, kind-hearted Yuan Yi possesses an extraordinary talent, rendering you, who feels like mere dust in comparison, almost blinded by his brilliance. His heart is abundant, devoid of greed for the external world, reflecting a state of being you have long yearned to attain, perhaps one he was born into without realizing its value. To him, life, which you deem insignificant, is unique and irreplaceable, a singular human existence. Thus his inner turmoil following the act of killing is readily understood. Perhaps Yuan Yi is fundamentally unsuited to the life of a noble. A thought flickers through your mind. Would a being endowed with formidable strength, yet possessing a gentle heart, find happiness in a noble station? The answer eludes clarity, for you are reluctant to confront the truth. Since your decision to depart from the succession of the estate, contemplating these matters is futile, regardless of suitability, now that he occupies the position of heir. As his elder brother, though perhaps ineffectual, you ought to provide him with some measure of comfort. The notion of using benevolent education to realign his deviating thoughts subconsciously reminds you of your father's previous responses. Is it any wonder you are bonded by blood? Before the same circumstances and akin dilemmas, your thoughts align harmoniously. Chapter 30. The Crimson Hand 8 Brother, please comfort me. At Yuan Yi's plea, you suppress your discomfort, lowering your gaze and gently grasping his hand resting against your arm beneath the water. This hand, which first appeared before you today, bore a thin layer of dried blood on the back, and the palm was damp with a mixture of sweat and blood. The state of his hand, clasping yours or your pristine monk's robe, was quite appalling, leaving unsightly marks on your garments. However, after soaking in the crystalline pool for a while, the blood crust on his hand has nearly all but disappeared, leaving only a clean layer of callus on his palm, thicker than when you last met. It seems he has not neglected his training. Bending your head, you cradle Yuan Yi's hand against your chest, vigorously rubbing his skin, meticulously cleaning both the palm and back, erasing every trace of dried blood, grime, and sweat. Each received equal attention until his hand was restored to cleanliness. It is truly remarkable. You can feel that the hand of your brother, cradled in yours, is akin to your own, both pure and childlike, the palm soft and the back plump, yielding under pressure to reveal small indentations, exuding immense charm. Despite both possessing the hands of children, how is it that Yuan Yi can wield such force, effortlessly swinging a blade capable of cleaving an adult in two? You, born alongside him, appear as a feeble elder brother. You strive to control your breath, your heartbeat, and all tumultuous emotions, as you cleanse Yuan Yi's hand, akin to purging your own chaotic thoughts and the unseen filth within your heart. Yuan Yi is remarkably compliant, allowing you to attend to him. A gentle breeze rustles through the trees, the leaves whispering, while dappled sunlight filters through, casting spots upon the pool's surface. Time slips away, and gradually, your heart finds tranquility. You lift Yuan Yi's hand from the water. This world seems to favor him greatly, for at that moment, a beam of sunlight illuminates his palm, water trickling between his fingers. As the last drops gather, the sunlight forms a perfect circular spot, cradled in his hand. He captures a handful of summer's radiant sunshine. You present this scene to Yuan Yi, and he raises his head in response, his damp hair brushing against your shoulder, tickling you. You state earnestly, Yuan Yi's hand is now clean. His pristine, damp fingers flex slightly in your grasp, revealing a hint of bewilderment. You fixate on the bright circular spot of light in his palm, feeling as though this simple action brings your heart as much peace as the sunbeam itself. The sun showers him with affection. When might you discover a similar fondness from others for yourself? As you wandered in a daze, you instinctively grasped his hand tightly, pulling it towards yourself, and gently kissed the palm, a fleeting touch from the cool water, the skin still glistening with moisture. In contrast, the warmth of your lips felt almost fervent. An all too familiar wave of nausea surged from your stomach to your throat, yet it was bearable for the moment. Brother? The anxious tone of your younger sibling echoed beside you, his voice tinged with unease at your boldness, yet he remained obedient to your actions. You maintained a somewhat awkward posture, disregarding the reaction of Yuan Yi, for you knew he would not resist, and you felt too embarrassed to acknowledge his response at that moment. Your gaze fell upon Yuan Yi's hand, and a myriad of colors, chaotic and incomprehensible, swirled before your eyes. Nevertheless, you could still calmly convey the words of comfort you had woven in your mind. I am grateful that Yuan Yi has slain that bandit, and I wish to express my thanks to these hands. Indeed, these hands are formidable. Your blade saved our father. My feelings for him are complex. Yet our nation needs him, and I desire a better life at Kiyomizu Temple, where his well-being is equally essential. Yuan Yi, you too wish to become a competent heir, and you still require your father's guidance. Your strike did not merely eliminate a bandit, it also safeguarded the worlds of many who revolve around our father. Have you considered this, Yuan Yi? Moreover, you continued along this indecisive line of thought, slowly articulating, the bandit you killed will no longer descend the mountains to plunder the innocent. Speaking of which, I am now among those innocents, within the reach of your blade. Because of your actions, the peaceful lives of ordinary people like myself have been preserved. Have you thought about this, Yuan Yi? He remained silent, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. You raised your eyes to meet his, asking earnestly, have you considered thanking these hands that saved both our father and me, Yuan Yi? A breeze rustled through the trees, carrying a refreshing chill. Finally, Yuan Yi's hoarse voice reached your ears. Is that so? You cradled his hand, resting your forehead against it, earnestly concealing your increasingly difficult-to-maintain serious expression. While continuing to impress upon him, you must acknowledge your strength rather than fear it. At last, his hand was withdrawn by its owner, unable to bear the contact any longer. Brother, Yuan Yi sobbed, extending his arms to embrace you tightly, catching you off guard. You fell silent, awkwardly stroking his shoulder-length hair, doing your utmost to remain still and allow him to hold you. While you complied with the embrace, curiosity drifted through your mind. Had he shed tears? It certainly sounded as if he had been crying. How frustrating. His head rested on your shoulder, rendering you oblivious to the evidence of his tears. You would not mock him for weeping. Rather, the mere thought of his tear-streaked face, whether youthful and vibrant or aged and wrinkled, sent a pang of sorrow through your heart. As though it were being tightly grasped, you felt jealousy at his happiness and heartache at his suffering. His mere existence stirred discomfort within you. Thus, you were not mistaken. As you uttered the weak words that made you nauseous, you sadly realized that even in your sorrow, you still wished for this bothersome individual to live as happily as possible. You embraced him gently. Chapter 31. Crimson hands on the way back from the rear mountain. Discomfort enveloped you. Firstly, you were still clad in soiled clothes after your bath. The temporary cleanliness had faded, and the sweat from your body mingled with the dirt, creating an unpleasant sensation, as if ants were crawling on your skin. Secondly, reflecting on the words you had uttered to Yuan Yi while in the water, your heart had managed to remain calm and composed as you spoke those sticky, sentimental phrases, but now, looking back, you wished you could have slipped into the pool and drowned instead. Particularly on the return journey, you glanced back at Yuan Yi, who followed closely behind, still dutifully holding your sleeve, his expression emotionless. Yet, you could clearly perceive the joy flickering in his eyes, his damp hair blooming like flowers, radiating signals of happiness. You thought, although you could hardly bear to see Yuan Yi in tears, it was equally vexing to witness his beaming face. This only deepened your annoyance, compelling you to quicken your pace. Yuan Yi matched your speed, never falling behind. Upon returning to the lodgings at Kiyomizu Temple, it was moments before Rain awaited you at the entrance, handing you a meal and informing you that a retainer from the Ikezuki household had come to visit. One of your father's subordinates approached Yuan Yi, visibly relaxing upon seeing him, and stepped forward to bow, addressing him as young Master Yuan Yi. The master has sent me to escort you home. Yuan Yi grasped your sleeve, shifting his body to hide behind you, remaining silent. The once joyous blossoms that danced atop his head vanished with the arrival of the retainer. You looked down upon his timid demeanor with disdain, pulling your sleeve forcefully in an attempt to bring him out. One tug, two tugs, yet he remained unyielding. This fellow, he appeared to possess a physique similar to yours. How could he be so strong? Taking a deep breath, you quelled your rising frustration, unwilling to let outsiders witness your folly. You stood firmly before Yuan Yi, returned the retainer's bow, and responded, "It is late, and the return journey may not be safe. If my father is anxious, please inform him that Yuan Yi will return tomorrow." You stated the time, sensing Yuan Yi's displeasure as he tugged at your sleeve, nearly pulling you off your feet. You restrained yourself from scolding him publicly. Grinding your teeth, you added, "Please ensure that someone comes to collect him tomorrow." The retainer glanced at the darkening sky, hesitating momentarily. You coldly tugged at the corners of your mouth. "Rest assured, as his brother, I will take good care of Yuan Yi tonight." With that, the retainer sought 2 rice balls from the temple and hurriedly departed on horseback. Once alone with Yuan Yi, you finally pulled away, freeing your sleeve from his grasp. After demonstrating your firm resolve, Yuan Yi obediently released his hold. You looked at Yuan Yi, who stood there appearing innocent, and felt a surge of frustration. He's merely a retainer. What sort of behavior is this, hiding behind me like a coward? The cheerful flowers atop his head had utterly vanished. In his other hand, he clutched a wet heori, the damp ends of his hair and clothing dripping water onto the ground, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight. Under your scrutinizing gaze, he replied, "It is because of my brother." You retorted, "And what of it? That man will one day be your retainer. Show some of the authority befitting your future role." Yuan Yi gripped his dripping heori, falling silent. You understood that he had no interest in your words. Closing your eyes, you mentally recited patience. Upon reflection, Yuan Yi would only stay at Kiyomizu Temple for one night. Your irritation would last merely that long. Yet, for the Ikezuki family, whether your father or his subordinates, Yuan Yi's ignorance would be their burden to bear. Compared to them, what did your single night of discomfort truly amount to? Reflecting on this, your mood indeed becomes tranquil once more. You retrieve yesterday's monk robe from the yard and instruct Yuan Yi to hang his heori for drying. Just like his hair, which has been stained with blood, the heori must also be cleaned promptly. Having recently ascended in your status among the martial monks, you have not washed your own garments for some time, let alone stoop to washing Yuan Yi's clothes. Thus, you sit by the pond, frowning as you don the soiled attire, while directing the bare Yuan Yi to scrub his heori in the water. Be gentle, do not tear the fabric. You inspect your own clothes in the sunlight, ensuring all stains are removed. Once satisfied, you change into your robe and invite him to accompany you to the temple. Yuan Yi, following your commands diligently, manages to wash his heori quite well, hanging it on the drying rack in the yard. Observing the dark red fabric, you can find no fault. For a novice at laundry, his efforts are commendable. Once Yuan Yi has finished drying his clothes, you both enter your modest room. The meal that you had brought is set on the low table, 4 rice balls and 2 bowls of seaweed soup, sufficient for both you and Yuan Yi. As you slide open the paper door, Yuan Yi steps in, and the small room seems to be filled entirely with his presence. A twinge of regret stirs within you. After your rise in the temple, they had assigned you to attend to your daily needs, bringing meals, washing clothes, tidying the courtyard, and other trivial matters, affording you more time to devote to martial arts practice. When the Iron Man Master had inquired if you wished for a larger room, you had dismissed the idea, content with your modest space. The small room, though cramped, sufficed for your 8-year-old self, with a low table, a cabinet, and neatly laid bedding. Your lack of material desire meant you did not covet beautiful garments or lavish accommodations. You preferred a frugal lifestyle, channeling your energy into honing your martial skills. Thus, to avoid complications, you had effortlessly declined the master's suggestion. Now, as Yuan Yi steps into your small room, The space, once comfortably yours, brims with his unmistakable scent, causing you to feel an involuntary discomfort. You divide the meal, silently finishing your dinner. Opening the cabinet, you pull out your sleeping attire, specifically selecting 2 sets. Handing one to Yuan Yi. "What is this?" he asks, staring blankly at the clothes in his hands. You, illuminated by the fading sunlight streaming through the window, swiftly change out of your dirty garments, opting for a clean outfit without the customary wash, feeling a sense of resignation. After all, the room now bears his scent. Why bother? You casually explain to Yuan Yi that he should change into the clothes, noting his bewilderment. Upon realizing that these were your old garments from your time in the inheritance house, you wonder if he will manage on his own. Startled by your address, Yuan Yi looks up at you, his expression obscured by the light behind him. Nonetheless, he obediently follows your instructions and changes clothes. You place your dirty attire outside in the bamboo basket, knowing that you will collect it at night and replace it with clean garments the following day. Dressed in his original linen clothes, Yuan Yi sits at the low table, continuing to nibble on the rice balls. You sit beside him, not out of any particular desire to observe him, but finding no other distraction in the moment. You see Yuan Yi neatly seated at the table, his half-dry hair tied messily at the back, the sunlit ear ornaments resting quietly. The heir of the inheritance house takes small bites from the rice balls. Was Yuan Yi always this meticulous with his meals? You ponder. In your hazy recollection, he had once been oblivious to manners, devouring food haphazardly. Grains of rice splattered across his face. Now, suddenly, he is so refined. This newfound fastidiousness strikes you as jarring. You bluntly urge him to hurry, for you have matters to discuss with the head monk, and cannot afford to delay. Yuan Yi glances at you in a flurry, quickly reverting to his familiar voracious eating style, finishing the last morsel with rice still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Satisfied, you gesture to your own mouth, signaling him to clean himself up before you pick up your wooden tray and leave. Chapter 32. The Crimson Hand. The ministers of the inheritance house have already conveyed Yuan Yi's basic circumstances to Master Mingxin at Kiyomizu Temple. Your return merely serves to supplement a few plausible justifications, such as brotherly bonding, staying overnight, and I will take good care. The elder nods approvingly. As you make your way back from the head monk, the sun sets, the moon gradually emerging in the sky. Flickering lights dotting the roadside as you traverse the winding corridors back to your room. Upon catching sight of your window, the darkness within reveals no flickering candlelight. It is as if your solitary existence has remained unchanged. An inexplicable sense of anxiety grips you, and you quicken your pace, hastening to slide open the paper door. Yuan Yi. At that moment, your foolish younger brother sits clumsily at your feet, awkwardly attempting to tame his disheveled hair. Hearing your voice, he looks up at you in a daze. Responding, "Brother, welcome home?" Your composure falters in his presence, and you cannot help but thump his head lightly. Fool, do not misuse social niceties. Yuan Yi raises his hands to touch his head, obediently nodding. You ruffle his hair and ignite the lamp within the room. The flickering candlelight casts wavering shadows across the modest space, and you glance at Yuan Yi, who still rests his hands atop his head, his damp hair cascading over his shoulders. His linen attire is soaked, yet he appears oblivious, staring at you with a blank expression. You exhale a weary sigh, setting the lamp down, picking up a white cloth from the table, and moving behind him. You question whether you should dry your own hair first. His head sways gently with your touch, and he murmurs, "Because I was eagerly waiting for you to return. Oh, how grateful I am for your anticipation." You reply sarcastically, "No need for thanks. I found joy in the wait." What joy? The thought of you returning made the brief moments feel lengthy, and the lengthy intervals feel fleeting. The room may be empty, yet my heart is full. What a delightful feeling. You pause, responding with a mix of emotions. You've been learning well from the cultural teacher, Haven to you? Your speech has improved. Waka. You ruffle his hair again, but do not apply this to me. It's sickeningly sweet. With a brief gasp of astonishment. Yuan Yi nodded silently. You hoped he truly absorbed your words. After you casually dried his hair, you opened the cupboard and retrieved the bedding, meticulously arranging it on the tatami mat, a chore that was part of your daily routine. Yet, with Yuan Yi's presence, your usual tasks became infused with a sense of frustration. Thus, after laying out the bedding, you instructed Yuan Yi on how to arrange the quilts, which one to lay on and which to cover with, as well as where to place the pillows. He complied eagerly, even enthusiastically following your directives, causing your inner dissatisfaction to swell unnecessarily in contrast to his spirited demeanor. Brother, it's ready. Yuan Yi squatted beside you, his face devoid of expression, yet you could sense his joy. You forced a smile, your teeth clenched. Yuan Yi, you're quite remarkable. His eyes sparkled more brightly in the candlelight. You had initially worried that today, being his first experience with bloodshed, might leave him restless at night. Hence, when the head monk suggested arranging a guest room, you prudently declined. However, observing Yuan Yi now, the earnest fellow had swiftly emerged from the shadows, reveling in the simple joys of life. Your concerns felt entirely unfounded. Moreover, when Yuan Yi nestled beside you, his leg against yours, his arm touching yours, his hair brushing against yours as you both prepared for sleep, you gazed at the ceiling of the dormitory, feeling your spirit float upward, nearly lifting to the ceiling. It was only through this sensation that you managed to resist the urge to kick your ever-present younger brother out. In this modest room, only one bedding set fit comfortably, leaving no space for a second. Thus, you had no choice but to share the same bed. Yuan Yi's body temperature always ran slightly higher than yours. And even after mastering the art of maintaining your breath during the sweltering summer nights, he still felt warmer. With your head resting on half of the pillow, you could catch the lingering scent of Yuan Yi from the other half, a scent that remained potent despite your thorough washing with clean water. Curiously, the very person who troubled you so much turned over in the bedding, facing you, and murmured, "The quilt is filled with brother-s scent." You felt your soul, which had been floating to the ceiling, suddenly contorted in a grimace, practicing knife swings at the pillow-bound Yuan Yi. Yet, your corporeal form, still tethered to the mundane world, maintained the demeanor of a caring brother, calmly assuring him, "I had planned to air out the bedding these past few days, but your arrival was rather sudden. So I didn't prepare. If the scent is bothersome, you'll have to endure it for one night." You had managed to endure it for one night. So why shouldn't he? Yuan Yi's breath brushed against your neck. "I don't need to endure your scent, brother. It makes me feel secure." You found yourself momentarily at a loss for how to respond, sensing something peculiar, but unable to grasp it. All you could do was maintain a stoic face and gently insist, "Turn over and sleep well. And don't apply that poetic nonsense to me." Yuan Yi earnestly explained, "It has nothing to do with poetry. I'm speaking from my heart." You insisted, "Just turn over." "All right," he replied slowly, turning back. You forcefully dismissed all the tangled thoughts in your mind and straightforwardly commanded him, "Sleep. We'll have a long journey tomorrow. It will be arduous." This time, you were certain that the events of the day would not trouble Yuan Yi. You couldn't fathom what thoughts occupied his mind, and despite your best efforts, you remained perplexed. In light of this, it seemed best to avoid probing into his thoughts, allowing him to follow your instructions and actions, which felt like the optimal solution for the moment. Gradually, you found comfort in this realization and closed your eyes, preparing for sleep. Chapter 33. Crimson Hands sleeping alongside Yuan Yi was not a pleasant experience for you. In your early childhood, a time so distant that you could not recall your exact age, you only remembered a frigid winter day, with the yard blanketed in ice and snow, and the biting cold wind sweeping in through the corridor. Wrapped in layers of clothing, a sturdy maid carried you to meet your mother in the backyard. As you bowed to her, you spotted Yuan Yi nestled behind her, peeking out curiously. "Yuan Yi is quite curious about you, Iwakatsu. You brothers should spend more time together," your mother gently said, pulling Yuan Yi forward, grasping his hand and placing it atop yours. "You must support each other in life." Gazing at your mother's soft smile, you were perplexed by her words. Your father and the servants had long informed you about your brother's fate. You knew he was destined to leave for the temple at the age of 10. While you would become the future head of the family, you would not live together, nor would you support one another. Driven by a sense of righteous indignation, you instinctively wanted to counter your mother's assertion, but her smile was too enchanting. Her lips, blooming like a flower, and her gentle eyes, more soothing than the warm breeze of spring, captivated you as she held your hand, warm and comforting, pulling you into a dreamy state, leaving you unable to reject her words. Thus, your hand found itself intertwined with Yuan Yi's. Strangely, Yuan Yi's hand felt even warmer than your mother's. Yuan Yi's hand is quite warm. This child is always so warm. Your mother's laughter echoed above. You gazed at Yuan Yi, who was also looking at you, his face devoid of expression, his eyes dull and vacant, his hair tousled. The decorative ear pendants he wore caught your attention. You were somewhat entranced by the beautiful gifts your mother had prepared for Yuan Yi, symbols of her love and blessings for him. You wondered, what about you? Out of innocent hope, you naively believed that what your brother received would also be given to you, just not at this moment. You flipped your palm and gently scratched Yuan Yi's hand. He glanced down at your intertwined hands, his features as still as a sculpture, showing no reaction to your gesture. Your brother resembled a lifeless doll, warm to the touch and capable of breathing, yet utterly devoid of life. Your mother carefully clasped your hands together, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply into yours. Yuan Yi is a delicate child. As his older brother, you must take good care of him. You looked at Yuan Yi, repeating in confusion, delicate? Your father had told you that such delicate beings could simply be crushed without concern for their feelings, yet your mother told you otherwise. You felt bewildered. Your mother sweetly responded, indeed. It is through protecting the weak that one becomes strong. Yuan Yi is your brother. Please ensure you take good care of him. The warmth emanating from Yuan Yi's palm surpasses your own, enveloping you in a cozy, yet slightly sticky sensation. Rarely do you find yourself in close proximity to peers. And now, as your mother gently holds your hand, you become acutely aware of another's body temperature, experiencing the frailty of your sibling, listening to your mother's teachings. Your Navi heart begins to resonate with myriad feelings, contrasting starkly with the lessons imparted by your father. Thus, you commence a more profound understanding of your role as an older brother. Following this, your mother cradles both you and your brother for an afternoon nap. Yuan Yi is held more closely by her, while you lie beside them, your hands resting neatly at your waist as instructed by the nurse. Lying rigidly on your bedding. This has always been your sleeping posture, one you had never questioned until now. Yet, your brother, like a puppet, snuggles closely against your mother. Sleeping sideways in a disorganized manner, from your vantage point, all you can see is his tousled hair, a chaotic mess. Why doesn't mother tidy it up? With this inexplicable thought, you quietly lie to the side, pondering the chaotic nature of your brother, feeling neither joy nor displeasure in sharing this afternoon slumber with him. Upon awakening, you discover your mother has risen, and Yuan Yi has now become the orderly sleeper beside you. His warm hand rests upon your chest, generating a soothing warmth. If it were merely this, you might endure it. However, his leg presses firmly against your calf, and his chin rests upon your shoulder, his warm breath caressing your neck. Despite the frigid winter, you find yourself drenched in sweat beneath the covers. Rising and lifting the blanket, the cold air from outside sweeps over you, allowing the warmth in your chest to evaporate, bringing you considerable relief. Startled by your movement, Yuan Yi, with his disheveled hair, rubs his eyes and props himself up on one arm. His dull eyes naturally turn towards you, his expression vacant, and he remains silent. You, uncertain of your mother's whereabouts, the room is just the two of you. You glance around, confirming the absence of anyone else, then look at Yuan Yi. You reach out, tousling his hair. Yuan Yi, the younger brother, offers no resistance to your playful antics, his already unruly hair becoming even more disheveled. Yet, in his gentle acquiescence, you begin to feel a sense of embarrassment. You smooth down his errant bangs, withdraw your hand, and smile as you say, Yuan Yi, I am your brother, Yinsheng. Yuan Yi continues to gaze at you in silence, his expression vacant. You recall the discussions of others about him, how they claimed Yuan Yi was naturally mute and deaf, incapable of speech or hearing the words of others. Your father, fearing that this ill-fated child might bring misfortune to the family, harbored deep concerns. As a young child, you too felt the weight of this ominous fate. Yet you ask him with a smile, You won't harm me, will you, Yuan Yi? His pupils seem to contract momentarily before he disinterestedly lowers his gaze, rendering his perpetually vacant expression invisible to you. Indeed, as a mute, he cannot hear your words, and thus you confirm Yuan Yi's inherent limitations, inciting a twinge of compassion within you. It is truly unfortunate. You lean closer, lowering your stature, pressing your forehead against his, earnestly gazing into his eyes, believing that even without the ability to hear your voice, he should perceive your sincere goodwill from such proximity. In this rare display of intimacy, you smile and promise him, As your elder brother, I shall protect you, Yuan Yi. What does it feel like to touch his forehead? You ponder, did such an event truly occur in your childhood? Once more, as you share a night's slumber with Yuan Yi, absorbing the warmth radiating from his being, you find yourself vaguely recalling memories you thought had long been forgotten, gradually surrendering to sleep once more. Chapter 34. The Scarlet Hand. 12. That night was far from tranquil. You awaken in the cold light of the moon at midnight, hearing Yuan Yi's rapid breaths beside you. He feels like a blazing ember igniting your bedding. What should have been a cool summer night on the mountain feels no different from the sweltering midday sun with him beside you. You rise to light a candle, leaning over the edge of the bed to observe Yuan Yi's condition. His forehead and face are slick with perspiration, leaving dark, damp stains on your pillow. His breathing is rapid, his cheeks flushed, yet his eyes remain tightly shut, trapped in the throes of a nightmare, struggling in agony without waking. Yuan Yi, Yuan Yi. You gently pat his face, attempting to rouse him, but he remains unresponsive. With a blank expression, you strike him lightly, and finally, he gasps for breath and opens his eyes. His dark eyes reflect the candlelight, and after a moment, your image begins to emerge within his pupils. He utters your title in a hoarse voice, "Elder brother?" You sit beside him and inquire, "Did you have a nightmare?" He stares blankly at you for a while, before slowly nodding. You ask again, "What did you dream about?" Yuan Yi remains silent for an extended period, merely gazing at you. You blink, dismissing his silence. You can surmise the nature of his dreams, likely memories of murder from the day, invading his night with guilt, discomfort, and concern. Those who could not resist in life now haunt his dreams, tormenting this gentle soul through their deaths. Unlike you and your father, individuals such as yourselves would never be troubled by such thoughts. If there were any distress, it might revolve around the inadequacy of your own lethal actions, the dullness of your blade, and other harsh realities. Observing Yuan Yi, who has been awakened from his nightmare and now sits there in silence, you find yourself at a loss. Should you comfort him? Yet the methods you possess are limited, and you have already exhausted them during the day. Repeating them now would likely yield little effect. Moreover, speaking of weak and sentimental matters in the dead of night is not something you wish to do privately. As you linger in uncertainty, Yuan Yi, who has been watching you, inexplicably shifts in the bed, resembling a fish, and leans toward you. Before you can react, he rests his head against your lap in a gesture of profound dependency. Yuan Yi, the pure moonlight floods into the room, and the chirping of insects outside ceases, enveloping the surroundings in stillness. Through the thin layer of summer fabric, you feel the heat radiating from Yuan Yi's sweaty head, despite lying against you. He seems to curl up, trembling slightly in fear. You have no choice but to cast aside your discomfort and quickly adjust from your rigid state. Reaching out to stroke his head, inquiring as gently as possible, "Are you frightened?" The freshly washed hair you had cleaned for him before sleep is now damp with perspiration. You can feel the moisture seeping through the fabric of your clothing, touching your skin. You nearly freeze in place, overwhelmed by the suffocating sensation of being enveloped by Inakuni Yuan Yi. In that moment, you are unsure who in this small room is truly more distressed, him or the turmoil within yourself. Yuan Yi even nudges his head against your thigh once more, producing a muffled sound, You desperately want to remove Yuan Yi's hand, which has somehow found its way around your waist. However, considering the circumstances, reacting with exaggerated resistance would only seem absurd. Lost in thought, your mood strangely settles into a peculiar tranquility. You dismiss the clammy sensation on your hands, yet cannot ignore the hand that shifts to caress the delicate contours of your back. Seizing the opportunity, you discreetly wipe the perspiration from your palms onto his clothing. In that moment, a sudden, somewhat dull realization strikes you. Yui is clad in your own attire. Your pillow, your quilt, your clothes, your room, and even your once pristine self now seem entangled in a web of intimacy. Perhaps it is best not to dwell too much on these thoughts for the sake of happiness. Gazing quietly at the expanse of white moonlight that bathes the room, you find yourself momentarily lost in reverie before finally taking action. From beneath the soiled pillow, you extract a bamboo flute. It is a habit of yours to glance at sheet music before sleep, occasionally practicing if the mood strikes you. Over time, you have tucked the flute into the pillowcase for easy access, and now it serves its purpose perfectly. You look at Yui, who without a doubt is nestled against you, relying on your presence. A few melodies you have recently learned flit through your mind, and as if by instinct, you select one to play. Bringing the bamboo flute to your lips, a haunting melody reverberates through the tranquil room. The mountains are steadfast, the oceans deep. The mountains endure, hence they are firm. The seas are boundless, thus they are vast. Humanity is but fleeting, the world akin to floating smoke. You play the familiar tune repeatedly, feeling Yui's emotions gradually stabilize. He loosens his grip on your hand, stretches slightly, and lies quietly on your lap, his once dark eyes illuminated by the moonlight and flickering candle flames. gazing at you with an intensity that feels palpable. The weight of his gaze is strikingly powerful. You almost have a vision of him watching you from beneath the pine trees during sword practice in the courtyard of the royal estate. It seems that since that moment, you have increasingly found it difficult to endure Yui's stare. You fear his gaze, which seems to hold expectations as he casually states, "I wish to become a musician under your guidance." Yet you dread the possibility of him surpassing you with his extraordinary talent, leaving you in the dust of your diligent practice. All of this, of course, is merely your own fanciful thinking. Nonetheless, the sentiment remains. Under the weight of Yui's gaze, you soon find yourself unable to continue playing. Even to force yourself to do so feels impossible. With the final note resonating in the air, you set the flute aside, casting your eyes downwards and already concocting a grand excuse. If I continue playing, surely the neighbors will come knocking at my door, complaining of my disturbance to their dreams. You gently brush your fingers across Yui's forehead. The unusual fever has subsided, and his face appears charmingly pale and clean. You lean down to ask softly, "Are you feeling better, Yui?" He nods, still gazing at you, reminiscing as he says, "Your flute music, brother, sounds just as beautiful as I remember." You respond, "Just as beautiful as you remember? The melodies I played for you before were nothing more than discordant noises, hardly deserving of praise." You press your lips together, taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling within you, and gently inquire, "What nightmare did you have just now?" Yui removes your hand from his forehead and cradles it against his chest, earnestly confessing, "I dreamt of a bandit whose head had been severed." Asking me why I had killed him, you reply, "You truly do not understand what is frightening about such dreams." Indeed, you and Yui are starkly different individuals. For you, the souls who perish by your hand, should they dare to intrude upon your dreams, would only prompt you to strike them down once more, swifter and surer than before. Their intrusion holds no value beyond that. Yui continues, "I kept running to you, brother, but when I reached you, you pushed my hand away and told me to go." You blink in confusion, the realization dawning slowly. "Huh?" With a hint of grievance. Yui clutches your hand tightly against his chest. "You told me not to touch you, then turned away. I couldn't catch up." You remain silent under Yui's slightly accusatory gaze, pondering for what seems like an eternity, unsure of how to respond. Should you apologize? After all, in his dream, you have hurt the innocent Yui. Making an apology seemed justifiable. But how absurd. He concocted a version of you that is unrecognizable, a brother who is unkind. Why should you lower yourself to apologize for his own fabrications? Should you ignore it? That, too, seems implausible. For the last time you parted, you did indeed push his hand away, uttering those very words, and sent him away. Rather than being an absurd nightmare, it draws from reality, portraying the very act you had long wished to perform, to cast away that bothersome brother. Yet, you find yourself unable to do so. In the face of Yui, the brother you find so intolerable, you cannot bring yourself to inflict genuine harm upon him. As your older brother, I promise to protect you, Yui. In the blurred memories of the past, you recall making such a vow to him. As a warrior, the principles of loyalty and faithfulness will always guide you. Thus, under the weight of Yui's expectant gaze, you wrestle with your inner turmoil, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as you mirror his grasp, holding his hand tightly. "It was merely a dream," you assure him. "Today, I am here for you, am I not?" You detest the intensity of Yui's gaze, which feels like a ray of sunlight piercing through you, stirring a bittersweet ache in your heart. Raising your hand, you pull Yui's hand up, shielding him from his own piercing stare. With a tender kiss upon the warmth of his hand, you murmur, "As for what happened last time, please forgive me, Yui. I was overwhelmed with sorrow and lashed out at you." As you speak, you catch a whiff of his distinct scent emanating from the back of his hand. In truth, you are enveloped in his essence, the scent of pure sweat. Though it is not particularly unpleasant, the mere thought of it belonging to Yui makes your stomach turn. In such a state, to maintain a calm and peaceful conversation with him is undoubtedly a testament to your growth, nurtured by the tranquility of Kyomizu Temple. So, when Yui asks, "Brother, you won't abandon me, will you?" you remain composed, responding with a gentle nod. This elicits a radiant smile from your brother, who typically wears a stoic expression. The rare sight of his lips curving upwards and his eyes sparkling with joy is a treasure indeed. What brings forth his laughter? In comparison to his smile, the discomfort of his gaze becomes bearable. Suddenly, in a burst of enthusiasm, you clumsily cover his face with your hands, obscuring his expression. Enough chatter. If we are feeling calm, let us sleep. Tomorrow, you must return home to face father and gather your strength. As you utter these words, you sense the smile fading from Yui's face. You gently push him off your lap and slip beneath the thin quilt. If you have another nightmare, I will wake you with a punch. You declare, your tone playful, deliberately disregarding Yui's expression. You watch as he sluggishly sits up, slowly lifting the quilt and obediently lying down, his arm brushing against yours as he turns to face you, his breath warm against your neck. Next time, may I come to see you again, brother? He inquires. Upon hearing his words, a profound sense of distress enveloped you the moment their meaning registered. The reason you remained wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling, was to await the moment he would close his eyes, allowing you to extinguish the oil lamp beside your pillow. Lighting the lamp to sleep in the cramped wooden dormitory during the sweltering summer was neither practical nor safe. Rationally, you kept your eyes wide open. Thus, when he posed a question, you could not feign sleep and ignore him. Yet, instinctively, you resisted providing an answer. The honest response would be a plea for him to cease seeking you out entirely, to vanish completely from your life. Such a sentiment would be neither dignified nor morally upright. To lie and say you would always be at Kiyomizu Temple, waiting for him, felt equally disingenuous. In truth, it would be preferable to simply perish than utter such words. You gazed at the ceiling, and after a moment's contemplation, you replied slowly, Yuan Yi's heart is, at times, quite tender, isn't it? Thus, he subconsciously desires to lean on me, which is rather endearing. You deliberately paused, granting Yuan Yi ample time to ponder, before continuing languidly. However, should there come a day when Yuan Yi possesses the strength to support others, to that extent, I would undoubtedly take pride in you. Silence met your words. You hoped your intent was conveyed clearly. The crux of your message was, such a weak-hearted individual is utterly inadequate. Hurry and become self-reliant, you fool. If he grasped this, perhaps Yuan Yi would feel considerable turmoil upon hearing your response. Just as you often lamented your own martial inadequacies, you wished for him to be troubled by his emotional fragility. Upon this reflection, you found yourself admiring your own cleverness. The tormenting flames of jealousy within you were somewhat alleviated. With a sense of delight, you benevolently added, I will await your news at Kiyomizu Temple. Thus, the night passed. Chapter 36. Crimson Hands 14. The following morning, as per usual, the rain brought you your meal, along with neatly folded, dried garments set aside. Typically, he would deliver clean clothes at noon, so this early delivery was a great help to you. After changing into fresh attire and having breakfast, you instructed him to haphazardly fold your bedding. Once Yuan Yi departed, you would undoubtedly replace all the bedding, so any manner of tidying would suffice. You and Yuan Yi were of similar stature, making the robes you lent him fit perfectly. It was likely his first time wearing such loose monk's robes. He tugged at the sleeves and pants in a state of delightful novelty. Yesterday, you had requested the day off from the abbot, so there was no need to attend morning prayers. Uncertain of when the people from the Kizuna clan would arrive, you sat in the dormitory, quietly waiting with Yuan Yi. The leisurely morning was not devoid of activity. You handed Yuan Yi a portion of transcribed verses from the Minyoshu while inquiring about his progress in music theory studies under the Kizuna clan. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have needed to ask about his life, as he would meticulously detail everything in letters, laying them bare before you. However, after your father severed your correspondence, you were left uninformed about his life. Yet, was it truly essential for you to inquire about his existence? Just as reading his letters once brought you discomfort, distancing yourself from his life seemed the right course for you. A peculiar thought crossed your mind, and before you could discern it, Yuan Yi shyly closed the booklet he had just opened. Mr. Manyo is quite disappointed with my music theory studies, so I am still learning the fundamentals of waka. You propped your chin on your hand, observing his embarrassment, and casually continued, So, are you still playing that broken flute? You asked a rather pointless question. When you had helped Yuan Yi undress yesterday, you noticed that he kept the wooden flute tucked away in a hidden pocket on his chest. Just moments ago, as he changed before you, he cherished the flute as he now did while presenting it to you, cradling it delicately in his hands, and earnestly declaring, I will practice diligently. You could never comprehend why Yuan Yi cherished that wooden flute so dearly. Since becoming an heir, he could summon instruments far superior to this one with just a flick of his finger, masterpieces crafted by renowned artisans, all accessible to him due to his esteemed position in his father's eyes. Yet, he clung to this flute, one that could barely produce a note. You had never paid much attention to this flute, nor did you understand its significance to Yuan Yi, but one is inevitably influenced by their surroundings. What once seemed inconsequential to you became irksome due to his unwavering affection for it. It was as if you thought that after joining Kiyomizu Temple, you had severed ties with the Kizuna clan. However, Yuan Yi's reverence for your discarded possession transformed it from something trivial into a piece of you that he cherished, pressed close to his heart. Perhaps this sentiment is endearing, even heartwarming. Yet from your perspective, it felt as though you had unwittingly become entangled once more in the strings of your lineage. One end tethered to your hand, and the other to the pocket of Yuan Yi. Each time you reflected upon this, an unsettling anxiety would rise within you. Yuan Yi gazed at the wooden flute in his palm, sharing, yesterday, while on horseback, my mind felt empty. The closer I got to Kiyomizu Temple, the more fear gripped me. Would my elder brother welcome me at the temple? What expression would he wear upon seeing me, bloodied and battered? The thought of these matters filled him with terror, to the point where he wished to halt his horse and flee. But where could he go? With such feelings, he arrived at the foot of the temple. UTSK, Yuan Yi, once again revealing that nauseating smile. Yuan Yi lifted his head, smiling at you with evident satisfaction. And then, my elder brother welcomed me without hesitation. The morning sunlight illuminated his fair face, causing the sunflowers adorning his earlobes to sway slightly, and the patterns on his forehead sparkled with a charming brilliance. It was a pure and beautiful smile, one that, despite your discomfort, you could not bring yourself to reject with harsh words. He continued, when my brother gifted me the flute, he said that if I ever needed help, I should blow into it. Yesterday, while riding, I clutched the flute to my chest, hoping for my brother's assistance. I believed he must have heard the call for help emanating from my heart, which is why he appeared so graciously, alleviating my panic and fear. In response to Yuan Yi's heartfelt expression of gratitude, you turned your gaze away, feigning disinterest. What a pity, I heard nothing yesterday. As for why, at that particular time and location, you had perfectly received Yuan Yi at this thought, your brow involuntarily furrowed. It was merely your body acting of its own accord, not a conscious intention. You calmly articulated this fact in your mind. Clearly, your control over your own body was still insufficient. Hence, you needed to continue your training diligently. Dear elder brother, Yuan Yi sat obediently in the sunlight, holding the wooden flute with a smile, awaiting your reaction to his heartfelt revelation. You hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly realized that after yesterday's lengthy discourse, your mind could no longer conjure the eloquent words it once did. So, you will return home today, and your father will surely be furious. Have you thought about how to respond? You awkwardly changed the subject. Yuan Yi, he quietly retracted his smile, carefully placing the flute back into his chest pocket before looking up at you with innocent eyes, responding simply, "It is my fault. I will accept the punishment." How shall I put it? Regarding Yuan Yi's exceedingly honest response plan, you find it rather puzzling. You casually inquire, has your father ever punished you? In the letters Yuan Yi has penned to you, there is scarcely any mention of their interactions, leaving you completely oblivious to their daily dynamics. Despite your understanding of your father's appreciation for him, the father you recall remains that fierce man, quick to anger, who would strike and scold children without hesitation. And it seems that, for Yuan Yi, he only turned a blind eye, as if he had no second son at all, perhaps merely to ease his relationship with your mother before Yuan Yi's talents emerged. Thus, you ponder how he has treated the more gifted heir after you. A flicker of curiosity arises within you. Yuan Yi echoes your confusion. Punishment? You languidly provide examples. For instance, if martial arts homework is incomplete, he might strike your back with a sword sheath. If during inspections he wields his sword feebly, he might crudely increase your meals, insisting you finish them. If you act contrary to his wishes, he would directly impose his displeasure upon you in the form of pain. Do such behaviors exist? As you converse, the image of Yuan Yi standing bare in the woods yesterday, his shoulders gradually revealing muscle definition, his back flawless and unblemished like that of a warrior, flashes before your eyes. By the time your description concludes, you have already formed an answer in your mind. Upon hearing your depiction, Yuan Yi's gaze momentarily shifts from you to a patch of sunlight on the low table. He responds as you anticipated, "Father has scolded me, but the punishments my brother described have never occurred." You suppose you would accept this expected outcome with equanimity, yet in truth, your throat tightens, and an inexplicable pain radiates through your heart. You hastily divert your gaze, feigning calmness. "Is that so? Then I shall be at ease." Yuan Yi. A peculiar silence envelopes both of you. You momentarily lose your train of thought, consciously reflecting upon the purpose of broaching this topic. Regardless of how lenient your father has been in the past, this time, your venture outside would undoubtedly provoke his wrath, and you would endure a severe beating. Yuan Yi, yes. You. Are you truly prepared to return and face such punishment? Yuan Yi, head bowed, appears disheartened. I have erred. Ah, you confirm, this foolish Yuan Yi, with his empty head, would surely face a dire reprimand from their father should he return in such a state. You swiftly shift your tone and propose a solution, earnestly suggesting, in that case, Yuan Yi, let us flee. Chapter 37. The Crimson Hand. Without a doubt, you have uttered a most irresponsible and ludicrous suggestion. In that case, Yuan Yi, let us flee. Yuan Yi raises his head, astonished by your words. Should you return to the family estate and heed your father's teachings? If he were to become so enraged as to wield a stick and inflict pain as a lesson, then you must escape. After all, the family estate is vast. And you are strong. You spread your arms wide, assuming the role of a concerned elder brother, insisting that as long as you do not wish to be caught, evading your father's blows should be quite simple for you. Yuan Yi gazes at you with slightly parted lips, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Yet you continue to prattle on, even with enthusiasm, elaborating on your absurd notion. What does it matter? Your father will likely become furious at your disobedience. But he cannot catch you, and no one in the family estate can either. Isn't that splendid? Let him rage to his heart's content while you remain unharmed. It's a win-win. Yuan Yi, speechless for a moment, finally regains his voice. It can be done this way? Isn't there something wrong? Father will be very angry. Very angry. Yuan Yi emphasizes the word very with unusual fervor. Then let him be angry. You shrug nonchalantly. He is still young and should be full of vigor. Yuan Yi lapses into silence again. The focus shifts to the courtyard outside the window, where the red kimono of a child, dried and swaying gently in the warm breeze, catches your eye. You rest your chin on your palm, observing the scene, and lazily continue. You must take care of yourself, Yuan Yi. After all, your father will not perish from anger, but you. When he loses control of his strength during his rage, what does it matter? You are his capable heir. And as long as you remain powerful in martial arts, your position will remain secure. Your father has previously praised your strength, claiming you could change the rules. With this thought, you cannot help but chuckle at the image of Yuan Yi being so swayed by your words, while your father, in a fit of rage, is powerless to do anything. You smile brightly and persist. Yuan Yi, pursue what you desire. As long as you are strong enough, your family shall support you rather than hinder you. Your father, despite his mediocre talents, is just a member of the family, and as he wishes, he should support your aspirations. To pursue what I desire? Yuan Yi gazes at you with longing, saying earnestly, then, esteemed elder brother, I do not wish to return to the family estate. You pause, suddenly realizing what your brother has just declared. You do not wish to return to the family estate. Your brows furrow. What do you intend? I wish to stay by your side. You are at a loss. Retracting your gaze to meet Yuan Yi's eyes, hoping to ascertain whether this fellow is jesting. No, absolutely not. The moment your eyes lock with his, you realize he is entirely serious. Now, you find yourselves in a cramped room no larger than 3 tatami mats, a space that may barely accommodate your legs when you grow older. Outside lies a courtyard meant for training and drying clothes, devoid of any charm, merely stones and dirt. The breakfast you just had was coarse and dry rice with overly salted fish, and the monk robes you wear now barely suffice to cover your bodies compared to the luxurious garments of the family estate. You cannot fathom what Yuan Yi finds so endearing about Kiyomizu Temple. As this perplexity settles upon you, you catch a glimpse of your own reflection in Yuan Yi's pupils. What did he just say? I wish to stay by your side. You instinctively avert your gaze, raising a hand to cover your mouth, suppressing the rising acidity in your stomach. Esteemed elder brother? Yuan Yi leans closer, his brief words laden with concern. You lower your head, unable to meet his gaze. What is so special about you? Since arriving at Kiyomizu Temple, you have had but 2 fleeting encounters with Yuan Yi. First, when you opened his hand, inexplicably losing your temper. Second, just yesterday, when you commanded him to wash your clothes and tidy your bed. And today, today, you even took delight in his misfortune. No, absolutely not. The more you think about it, the more you want to cover your face, feeling utterly unworthy as an elder brother. So, what is so special about you? You take several deep breaths, finally managing to quell your tumultuous emotions and calmly state your opinion to Yuan Yi. No, I refuse. Yuan Yi's eyes widen in shock. You coldly continue. Because you, dear brother, are quite bothersome. Last time we sparred, you humiliated me, and now you need my encouragement when you're feeling down. Last night, you even soiled my clothes and blanket with your nightmares. Before arriving here, when I seldom saw you, I thought, having a younger brother is truly delightful. But now that we are at Kiyomizu Temple, it is evident that too much interaction leads to annoyance. Receiving your letters frustrates me, as you always appear so unreliable. If you were to stay by my side like this, I would soon come to despise you. No? Yuan Yi's eyes tremble, and he instinctively reaches out to grasp your sleeve. You simply shrugged off, pointing at his outstretched hand, and continued relentlessly. Just like now. Your tugging at my sleeve is quite bothersome. Do you expect my sympathy? My closeness? Or perhaps a change in tone to comfort you? It perplexes me that despite possessing formidable strength, you instinctively resort to petulance when faced with issues. After you spoke, it felt as if Yuan Yi had transformed into a gray statue, his hand that had clutched my sleeve now appearing as if it had shattered and released its grip. From his reaction, I sensed a thrill of vindication. Following this revelation, it was as though I had unlocked the door to a new realm. Discovering an astonishing truth. Why had I always felt the need to suppress my anger when I could have expressed it towards Yuan Yi? If my words caused him sorrow, so be it. He had blissfully remained ignorant of the times his presence had caused me distress. Wasn't he that rather unreasonable? The more I contemplated, the more my heart expanded, and I assumed the role of the elder brother, resolutely asserting, in any case, seeing Yuan Yi once every 6 months is just right for me. If we were to be together every day, I would surely go mad. Yuan Yi, having remained silent, caused my triumphant monologue to falter. I opened one eye, feigning calmness to glance at him. How shall I put it, my grayish-white brother? If a gust of wind were to blow now, you would likely shatter into pieces. I immediately suppressed my expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. Although it was exhilarating to speak thus, I did not wish for him to appear as if the world had collapsed around him. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I softened my tone, deciding it best to remain within the confines of the Jiku family and refrain from indulging in errant thoughts. Yuan Yi, his grayish demeanor lifting his head, seemed on the verge of tears, his retracted hand clenched into a fist upon the table, revealing a mixture of sorrow and indignation as he lamented, You, the elder brother, claim that because I am strong, I can do anything. Are you lying? I too feigned indignation, putting on a brave face. I have not lied. If you cannot do it now, it simply means you are still too weak. As your elder brother, I refuse to be with you. I turned my head away, unwilling to continue this discourse. How vexing. That insufferable Yuan Yi. The previous topic was so splendid. How to defy our father. I could have offered him 100 ideas to help him thrive in the Jiku household. Yet this fellow insisted on discussing the notion of always being together. Surely that would lead to ruin. Absolutely. Immediately. He should just vanish right now. In a sense, I was genuinely furious. Afterward, until the household servants of the Jiku family arrived, neither Yuan Yi nor I exchanged a word. Chapter 38. The Crimson Hand. When the servants arrived, Yuan Yi sat dazedly by the corridor of my quarters, gazing blankly at the uninspiring courtyard, his melancholy rendering him a gray stone figure. Young Master Yuan Yi? The servantess' tone carried an urge, yet Yuan Yi remained motionless. I initially intended to instruct him to gather his belongings, but seeing his expression, I hesitated and instead rose to act myself. After folding his undergarments, trousers, and heir neatly and packing them securely, I handed the bundle to the servant, only to find Yuan Yi still seated, exuding an aura of rejection and despondency. The servant, bearing the bundle, bowed respectfully and reminded him, Young Master Yuan Yi, your father is still awaiting you in the manor. Yuan Yi sluggishly rose, dusting off his clothes, and then turned slowly to depart. I observed quietly from the side. We were still in conflict. I expected him to leave without a word. However, as he approached me, his slow steps came to a halt, and he turned his similarly featured face towards me, his downcast eyes appearing particularly heavy. Elder brother, I am leaving. I should have responded with something to maintain decorum. Yet faced with Yuan Yi's clearly troubled demeanor, I opened my mouth but could not utter a word. Yuan Yi lifted his lashes and glanced at me, his expression even more forlorn, then turned his head and began to walk away. Wait. My body acted faster than my thoughts, and in a fleeting moment, I grasped Yuan Yi's sleeve, tugging slightly before realizing the action and quickly releasing my grip. Yuan Yi's foot, which had been raised to leave, was lowered, and I felt his gaze upon me. The servant, noticing the oddity behind, also halted and turned back, perplexed. What on earth? We had spent an entire evening and a morning in silence. What more could these brothers possibly have left unsaid? I could almost hear the servant's internal complaints. I began to regret my earlier impulsiveness. After exchanging glances with the servant, I pulled Yuan Yi into my quarters, closing the paper door behind us. Seizing the moment to lower my voice and say something that embarrassed me. If you miss me, come right alone to see me. Infected by the atmosphere of my words, Yuan Yi lowered his voice in response. Just like this time, we stood close, and I could clearly see his rosy lips moving, the breath he exhaled carrying a damp, sticky scent. I felt uncomfortable. Instinctively wanting to create distance, I stifled it due to my pride. I answered him quietly, yes, just like this time. But I can be quite bothersome. It felt as if an invisible hand had squeezed my heart. He was echoing my earlier reprimand. I lowered my brow and replied, it's a brother's duty to indulge a bothersome younger sibling. I shall endure. In my line of sight, his lips weakly parted once, but he ultimately remained silent. A wave of restlessness surged within me. Truly, this fellow is exceedingly bothersome. Frowning, I surrendered to despair and whispered to him, because I will miss you too. Father intercepted your letters. I know nothing of your well-being. Are you alone at home, dawdling about, facing any bullying, or making friends? What are you doing each day? It is only natural for me to worry about you since you are such a bothersome brother. He returned my concerns with silence, and I could no longer tolerate it. My voice rising slightly as I pressed him. Say something. After a prolonged silence, the foolish Yuan Yi finally spoke, his tone noticeably more animated as he sought confirmation. So, you did read the letter I sent before in detail, elder brother? Hey, after saying so much, you only noticed that? My heart raced, yet I replied, not at all. I glanced at it, and put it away. I wouldn't scrutinize it. Yet Yuan Yi leaned closer, slightly bending down, his eyes capturing my averted gaze. But, elder brother cares about me. Seeing his eyes, I understood. This fellow was cheerful again. A sigh of relief washed over me, yet I instinctively replied with bravado. Because you are bothersome. This time, he did not sulk at my bothersome remark. Instead, he beamed with joy. Elder brother cares about me. I raised my voice once more, reiterating my stance. Because you are bothersome. Yuan Yi maintained that disconcertingly cheerful expression, still in a crouched position, and suddenly wrapped his arms around my waist. Huh. The action was quite sudden. You took a half step back to steady yourself and maintain your stance. In that moment, he seamlessly knelt on the tatami, wrapping his arms around your waist, his head resting perfectly against your chest, his voice muffled as it emerged from your breast. I have always missed you, dear brother. Startled by his gesture, your arms instinctively rose, leaving you momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Yet your lips, accustomed to a hardened demeanor, retorted, I certainly have not been missing you. It seemed that Yuan Yi did not hear your words, his head adorned with an illusory blossom of joy as he continued. I will heed your words, brother. You straightened your posture, hesitating before lowering your arms, yielding to the atmosphere, and, almost involuntarily, you reached out to stroke his hair. It was stiff in texture, the ends unruly, not particularly pleasant to the touch. Yuan Yi continued, I will take good care of myself. You replied nonchalantly, yes. That sounds quite good. I will persist in my efforts to strengthen myself. Indeed, that sounds good. I will continue to write to you, brother. But alas, father will intercept your letters, so that is not feasible. I can entrust a messenger from outside the manor to deliver the letters. Oh, you were once again taken aback that he was so resourceful. I shall ride to visit you. Ah, do as you wish, but do not come too often. I will be mindful of that. Remember to bring a blade when you come. These times are precarious, and you must protect yourself on the journey. Understood. Yuan Yi's obedient demeanor was quite to your liking, and you affectionately patted his head. Remember to provoke father upon your return. Make him flush with anger, utterly enraged. Yes, if he cannot help but inquire about the matter, just tell him it was the incompetent eldest son who instigated you to do so. Understand? Do you understand, Yuan Yi? The grip around your waist tightened slightly, and his muffled voice responded, yes. You tenderly caressed his earlobe, feeling how pitiable and endearing your brother was. A brief summary of the first phase. As I approach the end of this chapter, I find myself constrained by the 300-character limit for remarks. Hence I have integrated it into the main text. Though I recommend you still read it, I have written approximately 80 to 90 words thus far. and I have been promoting this work in the bookstore. To speak of its performance, it has been quite mediocre, indeed laughably so. A friend commented, "It would be better not to sign a contract. Without one, the work is driven by love, but once signed, it becomes a beggar's plea." This has been somewhat disheartening. If it were not for the allure of the inherited brothers, I would surely not have persevered. Now, let me clarify the character design of the protagonists in this story. 1. Inherited Yuan Yi. In the original text, Yuan Yi is a quintessential character who has grown up being loved unconditionally. As a child, he was cherished by his mother and brother, and later by his wife. Remarkably, the love he received was always without conditions. Consequently, his character is well-rounded, valuing little in material possessions, yet possessing a rich and fulfilled inner world. In the original narrative, Yuan Yi is somewhat spoiled, manifesting in a life akin to that of a mute, where his mother and brother would care for him, and his wife could understand his heart and happiness. Given these attributes, he has no need to seek love, for he has never lacked it. He is a rather fortunate individual. Thus, as he matured, he became a person with a healthy inner self. However, in my second iteration, I have altered his circumstances considerably. My background for him involves feigning deafness in his youth while still being loved by his mother and brother, gaining recognition for his talents, which led to his father's praise and control, his loving brother leaving home for a monastery, and his beloved wife being lost to misfortune. Therefore he, who has never lacked love, experiences a sudden severance from this supply at a tender age. The only figure remaining to offer recognition is his father, whose love is conditional and meager, leading to a stark and overwhelming contrast. Consequently, Yuan Yi finds himself constantly writing to Iwakatsu as he experiences withdrawal symptoms, subconsciously relying more on his brother, who provides unconditional love. Each letter essentially conveys a plea for affection, a continuous expression of "please love me," as he seeks solace. When they eventually meet, his words overflow, as he is, in essence, asking his brother for love. To illustrate, Iwakatsu functions like a vending machine. Unless Yuan Yi articulates his needs clearly, Iwakatsu will feign ignorance, ignoring him entirely. However, once Yuan Yi expresses himself, it is akin to pressing a button, prompting Iwakatsu to respond, albeit reluctantly and with sarcasm, before ultimately dispensing love. Thus, in a situation where Yuan Yi feels deprived of affection, he persistently presses the button, seeking love. Hence, within this narrative, Yuan Yi speaks abundantly and directly, characterized as a monster of a brother who incessantly seeks love from his elder. 2. Inherited Iwakatsu. In the original narrative, Iwakatsu's most significant human trait is jealousy, a concept that can be deconstructed depending on the approach taken. One approach depicts Iwakatsu as jealous of his brother, a hypocrite who ultimately betrays his lord by siding with the demon king, a most unforgivable fool. Another perspective is that Iwakatsu, raised under the samurai's education, values the protection of loved ones and the pursuit of strength. When his brother showcases talent, Iwakatsu feels dwarfed by an insurmountable chasm, shattering his pursuit of strength. With the death of their mother and his brother's departure, he realizes he has failed to protect his loved ones, leading to a profound crisis of self-worth. In his youth, unable to bear this pain, he displaces all blame onto his innocent brother, reducing his complex feelings to the simplest emotion, jealousy, thus transforming himself into a tragic figure. This iteration of Iwakatsu is characterized by annoyance towards Yuan Yi, yet he cannot help but respond to his brother's demands for love. Even when Iwakatsu is irked by Yuan Yi's actions, he finds himself unable to reject him, often expressing love despite his irritation. This narrative thus presents a dynamic of a proud older brother and a monster younger brother seeking love, encapsulated in a tale of twins with a touch of forbidden romance. This belongs to a realm where the imagination can conjure vivid images to the point of causing a nosebleed. Ha ha ha, but it is indeed a tale of familial affection. For instance, as I write about the moment when Yuan Yi and Iwasaki are bathing together, I suddenly envision Iwasaki saying to Yuan Yi, "If you are unhappy, then I am unhappy too. Let us escape." Escape? Let us leave Kyomizu Temple, leave the country of inheritance, and run away to a place where no one knows us. All right, and thus, the two would embark on a clandestine elopement. I do not perceive this as a dire situation at all. However, it is indeed a narrative steeped in familial bonds. Such fanciful notions may be elaborated upon later, possibly released as separate chapters. though I am often hindered by my slow writing speed and my inherent laziness. Ah, this dish is simply delectable. I shall partake in it with reverence. Well then, this is the summary of the first phase. The two characters will mature, and there will be some depictions of adulthood. As I write, I find myself slightly clumsy. If it becomes overly sweet, I feel unease. Yet if it lacks sweetness, why write fanfiction at all? It is quite a conundrum. May fortune bless me to strike a balance between sweetness and bitterness. I must also forewarn that Yuan Yi will marry and have children during the Warring States period. And he will be a healthy, conventionally attractive nobleman of marriageable age. How could he possibly remain unmarried? His clan, his subjects, and his lord will all urge him to produce heirs. Meanwhile, Iwasaki will live a life of solitude, devoid of the desire to marry. It simply does not rank high on his list of priorities. After completing each narrative segment, I will provide a brief summary. Upon reviewing my outline, I realize this story may end up being lengthy, perhaps even a grand epic, which fills me with trepidation, for I have never written a lengthy narrative before. The mere thought of it brings about a sense of weariness, tempting me to abandon it. Wish me luck. Moreover, I must reiterate my warning. Should I write of Yuan Yi's marriage and someone accuses me of deceiving them into a tragic end, I shall stand at the door with a knife. That is all. Please bestow gifts upon me. Thank you. I have truly become a beggar for attention. Chapter 39. A moment of opportunity since parting from Yuan Yi. You have exchanged your quarters with Master Taiman. Moving into a new room spacious enough to accommodate 10 tatama mats, bright and airy. It is more than sufficient for one person, equipped with all the necessary daily items. You effectively moved in with just a small bundle. The bedding, candles, and even some old clothing from your previous room were all left for you to manage. And you brought none of it into your new life. You have always been somewhat indifferent to material desires, spending little. However, after your elevation in status, Kyogai Temple began providing a monthly stipend for senior monks. As time passed, you found that the silver you had brought from inheritance remained untouched, and you even accumulated a fair amount. Consequently, everything in your new quarters was purchased anew. In summary, your new room is furnished with fresh bedding and adorned with new monk-s robes, exuding the pure essence of fabric and sunlight each day, which brings you much joy compared to your old quarters. You have no knowledge of how Yuan Yi's father might punish him upon his return home. Yet you can only imagine that, given his temperament, the consequences would not be pleasant. You also remain unaware of whether Yuan Yi will heed your impulsive suggestions. You certainly hope he does, as it would allow him to preserve his safety and infuriate his father to no avail. Alas, you are not in the country-s estate, and thus remain oblivious to its affairs. 3 days later, Kyogai Temple received a letter from Yuan Yi. My lord Iwasaki, the letter began. You handed it to you. Curiosity evident in his gaze as he examined the ink on the envelope. You had given him your old clothes. He accepted them without hesitation, washing and wearing them. Though he is actually slightly older than you, his naturally slender build makes him appear your equal in stature. The garments, which nearly reveal your ankles, fit him perfectly. He must have cleaned the clothes before wearing them, yet upon seeing him in them, unwelcome memories resurfaced, creating a distance between you and you. Fortunately, your relationship has never been particularly intimate. You instructed you to place the letter on the low table and, seated in your quarters, resumed reading a book, showing no inclination to converse with him. However, you did not depart as he usually would. His gaze lingered on the letter. It has been a long while since we received correspondence from the country of inheritance. This letter feels quite substantial. It seems the writer has much to convey to you. His voice was soft, melodious, and in the confines of your shared quarters, it was undoubtedly directed towards you. You frowned, reluctantly shifting your gaze from the ink to you, who bore a handsome, unassuming face, always submissive in your presence. Now, however, he spoke about matters that did not concern him. You asked him in a mild tone, "Are you curious?" Your tone was not harsh, not differing from how you normally spoke. But upon hearing your words, you lowered his head in fear, half kneeling before you, apologizing. My lord Iwasaki, I should not have pried into your personal matters. Please forgive me. See, though he occasionally overstepped, he is indeed a perceptive individual. You gestured for him to leave. After finishing the volume in your hands, marking the pages you had read, you approached the low table, using a small knife to open the envelope and read the letter. Of course, it was penned by Yuan Yi. It was composed of several hefty sheets, on which he painstakingly inscribed his observations since returning home, the ink a testament to his practice. Albeit still somewhat clumsy, father indeed flew into a rage upon discovering my reckless departure. Once his subordinates retrieved me, he immediately commenced a severe interrogation. In front of all, he denounced my virtues and manners as worthless, and as you might imagine, he commanded his aides to prepare to inflict harsh punishment on me. He detailed the torturous measures in a straightforward manner. His words described how tall, formidable subordinates bound him to a low stool as someone approached him with a stick, their presence imposing. Without a moment's hesitation, the sound of a whip echoed ominously above him. Had he remained compliant, he would have faced a grim fate. Yuan Yi wrote of how, at the exact moment the whip cracked, instead of lying still on the stool, he sprang up, having somehow freed himself from his bindings. In the astonished gaze of those present, he evaded the baton with astonishing speed and swiftly fled the hall. The adults were left in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In the letter, Yuan Yi assured you of his well-being, stating that he was eating, drinking, and sleeping well. He mentioned that on the second day following his return, his father was so enraged that he could not rise from bed. And the physician he summoned prescribed several remedies to quell the anger within him. Yet their effects seemed negligible, for by the time he wrote the letter, his father remained bedridden and unable to rise. You gazed at Yuan Yi's inked words, suppressing a chuckle for a moment, managing not to laugh aloud, perhaps in an effort to compensate for the previous 6 months of interrupted correspondence. The remainder of the letter was filled with various trivialities from the first half of the year, his new etiquette instructor as strictness, the despair of his literature teacher, the delightful melodies played by his music instructor, and other mundane details that held little interest for you. In closing, he expressed a hopeful wish. If this letter could receive a response from my elder brother, it would be simply splendid. You scoffed softly, folding the letter along its original creases and holding it in your hands. A long-awaited letter from Yuan Yi. Yet, you still had no intention of replying to him. To articulate the reasons behind your reluctance, responding to him would evoke an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if to concede. Thus you resolutely refrained from replying. This stubbornness and folly are uniquely your own. Yet, it matters little. After all, it is not you who bears the burden of sorrow, so it is of no consequence. As these thoughts swirl in your mind, you suppress a smile, open the cabinet, and tuck Yuan Yi's letters into a wooden box nestled in the corner. This box, long untouched, reveals its contents upon lifting the lid, letters meticulously stacked in chronological order. As you insert the latest letter, you catch a glimpse of the ink from the previous correspondence, and it dawns on you that Yuan Yi's handwriting has indeed improved significantly. The number of ink blots from corrections has diminished considerably, and the paper appears much neater and more polished. In areas unseen, where your attention wavered, Yuan Yi has been diligently practicing and making progress. This realization taints your already decent mood, casting it into a darker shade. Chapter 40. The fleeting moment 2 afterward. Yuan Yi begins to ride over to visit you. His first visit occurs 2 weeks after your parting. He dismounts gracefully by the edge of the field, the sword at his waist swaying gently with his movements, and approaches you, quietly lamenting your continued silence in responding to his letters. You offer him a polite smile. You are so cold towards me, dear brother. Your frequent visits leave me unprepared emotionally. Must one adjust to this? You ponder, while for him, it seems a necessary endeavor. You respond to his chatter with a cool demeanor during the day, but that evening, you find yourself in the dormitory. Undressing him for an examination, clear and unscathed, he emerges without injury, and you breathe a sigh of relief in secret. I ran away because father was furious. After the examination, as Yuan Yi dons a new monk's robe, he speaks to you with a hint of pride regarding his actions. You feign indifference, rummaging through the cabinet for 2 sets of bedding, indicating that you will be sleeping separately this night. Yuan Yi sighs in disappointment. The next morning, Inakuni's subordinates arrive at Kayamizadera, and after breakfast, Yuan Yi departs with them. Brother, you are so cold towards me, he complains disheartenedly before leaving. You find his unconscious display of affection utterly vexing. Though undeniably charming, it is intolerable to you. Thus, you turn away, furrowing your brow, evading his gaze and earnestly informing him, only long-awaited reunions can fulfill one's desires. Your unrestrained visits bring me distress, and I can only host you as one would have guessed. No, please. Yuan Yi anxiously grasps your sleeve. Had you been able to discern his actions, you would have instantly recoiled and created distance. However, you could not see clearly. Regretfully, you wrench your sleeve from his grasp and look at him disapprovingly. Such behavior troubles me. I am at a loss on how to respond. Caught off guard by your coldness, Yuan Yi can only apologize blankly. I am sorry. After a moment of silence, you regain your voice. You have done nothing wrong. It is merely that I have not adjusted to the appropriate state. I am still sorry. Yuan Yi persists in his apologies. At a loss for words, you extend your hand to gently touch his bowed head. This meeting proves to be rather disheartening. Subsequently, Yuan Yi mounts his horse and departs with Inakuni's subordinates, appearing quite dejected. You stand on the path at the foot of the hill, watching his silhouette recede into the distance, shrinking into an indistinct, and you feel a sense of relief wash over you. In the days that follow, Yuan Yi's visits become infrequent. During winter, his father brings him to Kaimizura to pray for blessings, while throughout the rest of the year, he occasionally visits once or twice. Riding a tall chestnut steed, the sword at his waist transitioning from a child's to an adult's, and the size of his heori becoming more ample. In summer, you take him to work in the fields. Although the abbot has no such plans for you, you notice Yuan Yi's curiosity about your daily activities, leading to a sudden inspiration amidst your somber mood. Thus, you dress Yuan Yi in short hemp garments and lead him to a rice paddy, calmly instructing him to engage in labor. He must plant the seedlings at fixed intervals. Should he encounter any insects, he is to collect and discard them onto the bank. This rice paddy is today's task, to be completed before sunset. Clad in pristine monk's robes, you stand at the edge of the field, leisurely observing your noble brother clumsily navigating the muddy water, akin to a fish ensnared by sludge, unable to swim freely. A sense of vengeful pleasure quietly burgeons within you. You anticipate that Yuan Yi will soon plead for your assistance, requesting a reduction in his workload, at which point you would exercise your authority, shaking your head and sighing. Yuan Yi, you are far too pampered. You secretly anticipate such a turn of events. Yet, in reality, having exchanged his cumbersome noble attire for rough farmeress linen, Yuan Yi adapts remarkably well. Entering the rice paddy, he deftly plants the seedlings into the moist mud, showing great proficiency. Even when small insects brush against his skin in the water, he remains unfazed. He continues to bend over, toiling in the muck, enduring the aching of his back and the scorching sun, yet he persists with commendable resilience. You remain under the shade of a tree, attentively observing him. Initially, he stumbles in the mud due to his inexperience, but after watching the skilled farmers around him, Yuan Yi swiftly masters the movements, completing half of the rice paddy's work with both speed and precision, akin to the most adept laborers. Indeed, you have underestimated his abilities. At midday, as the work concludes, you summon Yuan Yi, who, with eagerness, suggests completing the afternoon tasks ahead of schedule. You, with a mix of emotions, offer him water and a towel. He, much like the neighboring farmers, joyfully brings the water to his lips, the sound of his throat gulping loudly audible, while the other hand wipes the sweat from his forehead with the towel draped around his neck. Once he sets down the water, his eyes sparkle as he asks, "Is this what my brother has been doing all this time?" You shake your head, replying honestly, "This is the work of my martial monks and hired farmers." "Then what is my brother's work?" "Overseeing that you all complete your tasks on time." "Wow, that sounds impressive." You dismiss it with a wave. "What is so remarkable about that?" Yuan Yi, with an innocent expression, replies, "Surely only the most capable individuals are entrusted with supervising others." The patterns on his forehead glimmer in the sunlight, his admiration unmistakably genuine. You glance at the nearby rice paddy and then back at your foolish brother, who has been pulled into the shade. He still approaches life's complexities with the simplest of thoughts, thus deriving various nonsensical conclusions from straightforward judgments. In other words, Yuan Yi bears no semblance to a noble. You think this to yourself and voice it aloud. You don't resemble a noble at all. Sometimes, nearby nobles come to pray, and their children engage in farm work as a mere formality, but they are not as eager as you. Yet Yuan Yi blinks innocently at you. "This is the work assigned by my brother." You instruct him. You are a noble. You possess the authority to choose not to work, as well as the authority to engage in it. Even when it comes to my directives, you must contemplate before deciding whether to comply. He blinks slowly, gazing at you with a foolish expression. Faced with such innocent eyes, you feel all your lectures are rendered futile. However, upon reflection, it dawned on me that my duty as a father is to guide Yuan Yi, who is a noble of the nation, and thus I need not burden myself with this matter. With this realization, my previously stagnant thoughts suddenly cleared. "Well then, let us dine." Amidst your daily sword practice, As the sun rises and sets in endless cycles, time flows quietly in the tranquility of your life. Chapter of the Waning Moon 1. The first fallen swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps was the elder Wind Hashira. Having acquired the pattern mark, he strove for progress thereafter. I believe that the tragedy of demons may very well come to an end in our generation. On the day he received the mark, the affable man smiled radiantly, wishing for a bright future. Yet, 2 years after acquiring the mark, he tirelessly practiced his swordsmanship at night. The following morning, a servant came to report that Mr. Wind Hashira had ceased to breathe in his chamber. Why did a once vigorous swordsman, brimming with strength just the day before, quietly pass away on an unremarkable night? The physician who came to investigate was filled with confusion, producing incomprehensible reports without uncovering the root cause. Subsequently, the second swordsman with the mark met his demise. Then the third, and by the time the fourth swordsman fell, a simple deduction emerged. The healthy Hashira's death was attributed to the mark, for none could survive beyond the age of 25. This was the commonality among those who had perished. What is to be done? Even if one wishes to continue honing oneself and striving for improvement, time slips away. Is this fleeting power traded for a brief moment of strength truly the force we require to combat the demons who possess eternal lifespans? Such morose discussions and feelings of defeat silently spread throughout the ranks. Amidst this backdrop, the flame Hashira, who had brought Yuan Yi into the Demon Slayer Corps, sought him out on a tranquil night, bearing wine. On this hard-won peaceful evening, "Would you care to share a drink with me, Mr. Yuan Yi?" Yuan Yi silently nodded, and they took their seats in the corridor, wine glasses filled at hand. The night sky concealed the moon behind clouds, leaving only scattered stars to cast a faint glimmer upon the courtyard. When the invitation was made, Rengoku Kejiro had initially prepared a torrent of worries and thoughts to share, but as they sat in silence, his prepared words faltered as he gazed at Yuan Yi, who sat expressionless with downcast eyes. In the midst of this awkward silence, he instinctively recalled their first encounter. No matter how one might embellish it, that initial meeting was profoundly tragic. Several years prior, the flame Hashira had received news of the demon's rampage and followed it to a village at the foot of a mountain. Upon arriving at a solitary cabin halfway up the slope, he pushed open the half-closed door, drawn by an indescribable silence and the stench of decaying corpses, to find a man inside. He was a tall figure clad in a red haori, with long hair tied up in a high bun, the ends curling playfully. His lowered face was shrouded in the shadows where sunlight could not reach, rendering his expression indistinguishable, save for the faint glimmer of a floral ornament swaying beneath his ear. This was, of course, an unremarkable sight. Rather, it was the intrusion of the outsider, the flame Hashira, that felt impertinent. The stench within grew more potent as Rengoku held his breath and fully pushed the door open, allowing more sunlight to stream inside, illuminating the man who knelt on the tatami, his red haori splattered with large, dark stains of blood, exuding a suffocating odor. Yet, the owner of the haori kept his eyes lowered, unresponsive, fixated on what lay in his arms, the head of a long-haired, slightly decayed corpse, which he held tenderly with both hands. From Rengoku's perspective, he could only see that the hair of the head was similarly tied up, meticulously arranged, cascading over the tatami with lazily curved ends. The man sat quietly, enveloped in the oppressive stench, gazing at the head in his hands. This posture seemed to suggest he awaited some impossible response from the person before him, hoping for a moment of awakening to converse. Rengoku quickly scanned the rest of the room, noting the headless body on the floor, the disheveled furniture, and the bloodstains scattered about. As he stepped further inside, the rancid odor intensified. He cautiously approached the tall man, softly inquiring, "I am merely a passing traveler. Are you all right?" A futile question, as this individual clearly had issues. Yet, the sunlight fell upon him, and he remained motionless, utterly unresponsive. Clearly, he was human. Humans are beings capable of communication. Hearing the noise, the man, who had been like a statue, finally reacted. His neck, as if driven by rusted gears, stiffly turned to lift his head, his dull, shadowy pupils finally focusing on Rengoku. He stared blankly for a moment, then disinterestedly lowered his head again, returning to his previous fixation. Seeing the head in the man's hands, Rengoku's heart ached with compassion for the tragedy that had unfolded here. He gently asked, "Is this your family member?" This question seemed to trigger a response. The man opened his mouth, his voice raspy and grating, as if sandpaper had worn it down. he was my beloved brother. The features of the head, barely discernible, indeed bore a striking resemblance to the man. Ah, he must have fallen victim to the demons, correct? Rengoku hesitated, then cautiously continued, you should have buried him properly. After the man first responded, communication flowed more naturally. Together, they gathered the remains of the deceased and buried them beside the cabin. Throughout the process, Rengoku actively conversed with the man, feeling urgency in his heart. He had come in pursuit of the demons, and alas, there had already been a victim. If the demons were not dealt with promptly, more would surely follow. The situation was dire. Yet, the man named Yuan Yi dispelled Rengoku's concerns. If the demon you speak of is the one with words written in its eyes, the one who killed my brother, I have already slain it. What? Rengoku was taken aback. Yuan Yi, however, remained expressionless. His emotions seemed buried alongside his kin in the earth. In truth, my brother could have saved himself. It was my safety that distracted him. As he spoke, Yuan Yi gazed quietly at the freshly erected tombstone. The darkness in his eyes coalescing into a profound self-loathing. It is all my fault. At that moment, Rengoku's heart was consumed by the implications of Yuan Yi's earlier words. His voice trembling as he pressed, you said the demon had words written in its eyes? Words like upper rank in one. Do you have any knowledge of this? Yuan Yi realized that this self-proclaimed passing traveler was no ordinary warrior. What followed were the events of the years that ensued. Rengoku brought Yuan Yi into the Demon Slayer Corps, where he transcended humanity to become the mightiest swordsman, imparting the breathing techniques to all fellow swordsmen. He made it his life's mission to combat demons, tirelessly traversing the path of their eradication. In his journey, only this singular purpose remained. Chapter of the Waning Moon 2. What was Mr. Yuan Yi's past like? Rengoku inquired. Are you referring to Ah? Although you previously mentioned that your swordsmanship was merely the result of daily training, upon further contemplation, I realize I know nothing of you. Every encounter has been fleeting, merely a brief moment shared after vanquishing a malevolent spirit at headquarters. Although I should be able to trust my companions with my back, I find myself utterly unaware of their pasts. Perhaps this is an opportune moment for a heartfelt conversation. Allow me to recount my history first. My ancestors have always been devoted to our Lord, and it so happened that each generation's eldest son embodied a profound sense of justice. Thus, the objective of exterminating demons and eradicating the progenitor of evil became an unspoken family creed. When it came to my generation, my father compassionately offered me a choice: to live as an ordinary person or to become a swordsman wielding the sun blade. Without hesitation, I chose the latter and embarked on the path of a demon slayer. My younger brother, raised in our household, harbors aspirations of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet he is a kind-hearted and somewhat clumsy boy. I refuse to let him tread this perilous path. I only wish for him to lead a normal life. As I spoke of my family, sincere brotherly affection illuminated Hashijuro's face. The emotional display caught Yuichi's attention, prompting him to unconsciously inquire, you care deeply for your brother, don't you? Reminded of family, the flame Hashira bashfully scratched his head. What can I say? That kid is both adorable and sensible. When I return home, he enthusiastically shouts, welcome back, big brother. When I'm away, he dutifully takes care of our ailing mother. Our father is a hot-tempered man, and my own carelessness would have left us in dire straits without my brother. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the personal nature of the conversation, Hashijuro trailed off and casually asked, I recall, Mr. Yuichi, that you have an elder brother as well. Surely you understand the feeling of having a sibling? After a moment of silence, Yuichi gazed at the vast sky above the courtyard, seemingly reflecting deeply before responding. My brother is a person of noble character, as radiant as the moon. Hashijuro gasped in admiration. He sounds remarkable. Yet, they had never met. Yuichi remained silent for an extended period, and Hashijuro wisely refrained from interrupting him. In the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuichi holds a unique status as the indisputable foremost swordsman, a master of martial arts and a mentor to all. It is imperative that Yuichi does not become disheartened by the curse of his markings. This was the private request entrusted to Hashijuro by their lord today, which prompted him to initiate this conversation. Yet the topic had inexplicably veered into personal territories. This was troubling, considering the current state of affairs. Would he be able to fulfill their lord's request? The more he pondered, the more uncertain Hashijuro felt. Perhaps it would be fine. He silently encouraged himself. After all, in his experience, when one feels discontented, Seeking companionship for a drink and conversation could work wonders. Through heartfelt dialogues and revelry, even the most sorrowful spirits could be uplifted. This remedy was not unique to him. He had inquired with his father and brother, and they all shared the same sentiment. Therefore, it would surely be all right. With 11 bottles of sake still warm and ready to be served by a maid at any moment, he resolved to keep Yuichi awake today, ensuring he would pour out the tales of his past life. Under a canopy of stars, Yuichi lowered his head, watching the sake in his cup gently sway. It had been a long time since he reflected on his past, so long that he hesitated to count the days and months. Yet, now that someone sat beside him, poised to listen, perhaps it was not such a bad thing after all. Gaining courage, he pried open the locked vault of memories in his mind, vaguely extracting fragments to piece together. My mother was a deeply devout woman, fervently wishing for a world devoid of conflict, praying daily. She beseeched the deity of the sun to warm my deaf ears, and even crafted an amulet in the shape of earrings. Because I remained mute, she worried incessantly, for which I have always felt remorse. My brother, too, was gentle, continually concerned for me. After being beaten for defying our father's orders to visit me, he gifted me a flute the next day, saying, "If you ever need help, blow this, and I shall come to your aid without worry," all while smiling through his swollen cheeks. I was deemed an ill-fated person. After our mother passed away, I longed to leave home, thinking, "Mother has left. Will you abandon me too?" My brother, suppressing his sorrow, insisted I stay, not wanting to be alone. Our father, a staunch believer in talent, deemed my swordsmanship superior to my brother's and sent him to a temple to become a monk, leaving home one misty morning with no way to resist. I felt immense guilt over everything that transpired, and thus I frequently wrote letters to my brother. Time and again, I wrote, yet not a single reply came. I understood he had every reason to resent me. Then one day, my father took me up a mountain under the pretense of training an heir and killed a bandit. My heart trembled with shock as I faced the reality of taking a life for the first time, and in my panic, I found myself at the temple, weeping before my brother. The brother who had every reason to detest me embraced me tenderly. Accepting all my clumsiness and weaknesses, "Let us run away to a place where no one knows us," he suggested kindly, and I found myself utterly unable to refuse. Thus, we left home, departed from the temple, and rode forth beneath the boundless night sky, continuing onward until our horses could run no further. The moon shone brightly that night, illuminating the path ahead. My brother's hand, sweaty yet reassuring, gripped mine tightly. I felt utterly incapable, unable to become a worthy heir, a dutiful brother, or even to navigate the rural life. Yet my brother excelled at everything. We traveled far until we reached a well-ordered village. My brother exchanged silver for land and purchased a house, continually nurturing my ineptitude with his calm composure. For 10 joyful years, he reliably cared for my growth. After a decade, he sought a girl from the village for me to marry. On that day, I brought gifts and letters to exchange with her family, intending to return home early, but was persuaded to stay for dinner. In my haste to return, the sun had already set. My brother was home alone, fighting fiercely against a demon, bloodied and battered. I arrived just a moment too late. The demon brandished my brother's severed head, claiming he had remained vigilant, awaiting my return. Upon regaining my senses, I severed the demon's neck with a single stroke, reducing it to a cloud of ash. Yet, even the most cherished things can be easily destroyed by others. My brother's eyes, stained with blood, remained wide open. As the demon had stated, he had been focused on the path down the mountain. What emotions accompanied him in that solitary struggle? For 10 long days, I cradled my brother's head, contemplating his feelings until the door swung open, and I heard, "You should bury him soon." The most powerful swordsman in the world gazed into his cup of wine, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. "My dream is to live peacefully with my family, in a smaller house, just close enough to see their faces and reach out to hold their hands. That would be enough. Yet, even such a simple wish remains unfulfilled, solely because demons exist in this beautiful world." Line. Chapter of the Waning Moon 3. Thus, I became a demon slayer. As Shinazugawa Jinaikyur observed Yurichi raise his hand and drink from his cup, a silence of contemplation enveloped them. The flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro, carefully poured wine for him, his curiosity manifesting in a natural inquiry. "Thanks to your joining, Mr. Yurichi, we have gained a profound understanding of the breath techniques. This period of combat against demons has granted us an overwhelming advantage, for which we are all immensely grateful." Yurichi, indifferent, turned his gaze towards him. Is this the reason you sought me? Huh. Please, speak plainly, Kaijiro replied. The strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps was known for his forthrightness, disliking any form of obfuscation. His gaze, as unyielding as his words, coupled with his strikingly noble countenance, commanded an aura of urgency born from years of vanquishing evil. Merely being scrutinized by him could induce cold sweat in those of weaker constitution. Following a brief silence, their conversation transitioned into a straightforward exchange. Within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, comprised of warriors, such a demeanor was not regarded unfavorably. Yet, there were moments when Kaijiro found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Sometimes, it seemed that Mr. Yurichi was oblivious to the nuances of social interaction. He appeared to be someone nurtured in affection, valuing his own feelings profoundly. The swordsmen who had been stumped by him in the Corps often speculated about him in hushed tones. However, Kaijiro held a deep admiration for Yurichi's candidness, his ability to express his thoughts without reservation. As an older brother, he wished that his own sibling could emulate this forthrightness, approaching him with the same straightforwardness, even if it meant making demands that could be burdensome. While a considerate brother who concealed his emotions was indeed endearing, Kaijiro sometimes found himself feeling sorrowful when he observed such a brother. If only I were a more dependable sibling, he lamented his own helplessness. Thus, despite never having met, and with their only connection being Yurichi's burial, Kaijiro harbored profound respect for the deceased Tsujikuni Yakin. Undeniably, as an elder brother, he was an exceptional individual. In response to Yurichi's directness, Kaijiro drained the sake from his cup and, without hesitation, answered openly. Recently, several Hashira in our ranks have met untimely ends, and the members have been voicing their concerns, fearing this may affect your spirits. Hence, the Lord requested I speak with you. Is that so? Yurichi turned his head disinterestedly, his calm voice resonating. I shall not waver because of such matters. I will undoubtedly slay the progenitor of demons, no matter the cost. Kaijiro was taken aback. He observed the resolve emanating from Yurichi's eyes as he spoke those words, a determination to exhaust his entire life, to achieve his infinite pursuits, to fulfill his goal with everything he possessed. An invisible flame quietly flickered within his gaze. Kaijiro had never witnessed such a side of Yurichi before. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps often fought against demons out of vengeance for their families who had fallen victim to them. And Yurichi was indeed one of those tragic souls. Yet, when he spoke of demons, he had never expressed such fervor before. Compared to words, he seemed far more adept at wielding his Nichiren blade to sever the heads of demons, reducing them to ash. Mr. Kaijiro, Yurichi inquired, would you refuse the markings that signify a shorter lifespan? Kaijiro instinctively shook his head. Of course not. The markings signify immense power. Those who bear them experience a significant increase in efficiency when hunting demons, while the likelihood of casualties decreases markedly. Trading a lifespan for strength may be questionable. Yet without such formidable power to protect us, we might not even secure our lives today. Under these circumstances, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps would be foolish enough to reject the markings. The concept of future is one that only those with a future would contemplate. Upon reflection, it seems the markings provide a sense of faith and security regarding the future, leading some to waver. Every heart possesses its frailty. Yurichi gazed at the sky, raising a hand to touch the markings on his forehead. In the past, I was ridiculed for the markings on my forehead. Both my father and the villagers had referred to me as the accursed one, the one touched by demons, or the ugly one. They uttered words that wounded me without a second thought. I wavered because of this, even engaging in acts of self-punishment. Yet tonight, the moon is dim, though the moon's majestic form remains etched in my memory. This is a mark bestowed upon you by the divine. During my moments of despair, my brother offered me such comfort. Each person is born with a mission. Perhaps Yurichi's birth carries a momentous destiny. In recognition of such significance, the divine grants a visible mark as a distinction. However, the divine, for convenience's sake, places this mark in the most conspicuous location, failing to consider our human sentiments. It cannot be helped. After all, they are divine beings. One day, I must voice my grievances to them. His brother spoke irreverently about the divine in a light-hearted tone, which brought Yurichi a sense of reassurance. Turning to Kaijiro, he offered a rare, faint smile. I actually envy those who waver because of their markings. Envy, afraid of an early demise, fearful of losing something dear. of parting from those important to them. These burdens weigh heavily on the heart and cause one to waver, do they not? Kaijiro was reminded of his family at home, falling into silence. As for Yorichi, he lowered his hand, the expression on his face becoming more subdued. He had nothing left to lose. Chapter 41. The Gap of the White Steed 3. On one occasion, when Yorichi came to visit you, he serendipitously encountered the ordination ceremony at Kyomizu Temple. The one being ordained was the younger son of a noble family from a neighboring town, 2 years your senior, by the name of Shuku. He had been training at Kyomizu Temple for 3 years, and the headmaster believed he had attained sufficient enlightenment, thus granting him a small altar for his ordination. As both of you were of noble lineage, pursuing the path of warrior monks, there had been occasional exchanges between you. You were aware that his father had numerous wives, resulting in several offspring, some sent to temples, others betrothed, and some, who were less favored, cast out with a few coins. In his father's eyes, only the eldest son, the heir, mattered. The rest of us were merely pawns labeled as sons. Whenever the topic of family arose, Shukua's countenance would darken, his tone somber, and the gentle features of his face would seem clouded with dust, revealing the discomfort of his upbringing beneath his parents' care. He naturally took an interest in you, regarding you with curious yet somewhat malicious eyes, and inquired, "I have heard that Lord Iwakatsu is the eldest son of your family. I wonder how it is that you, like me, have come to Kyomizu Temple?" One of the reasons you had petitioned your father to leave the inheritance was to evade the piercing gazes within the household. To your surprise, upon arriving at Kyomizu Temple, you encountered the same scrutinizing gaze directed at you. A composed smile graced your face as you gently replied, "Because my younger brother is exceptionally talented, I have much to hone compared to him." Upon hearing your response, Shuku pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah?" Yet, Lord Iwakatsu's prowess in martial arts is such that even the average adult warrior monk would find it insurmountable. Is your brother truly more formidable than you? Unable to fathom such a scenario, he expressed his astonishment. 2 years your senior. Shuku was nearly the same height as a typical adult warrior monk. He had been defeated by you on multiple occasions, albeit he would require 2 strikes to concede, unlike others who might yield after a single blow. Unless he sought to train through sparring, your style of competition remained straightforward and swift. The moment for Yuan Yi to reveal his talents has finally arrived. His father had carefully concealed Yuan Yi's abilities, allowing only for routine training in the suppression of bandits. All other cultivation was kept hidden within the confines of the Jigwa manor. Outsiders were only vaguely aware that the Jigwa family had a new heir, known for his exceptional martial skills, but they held no profound impressions of this successor. When he finally makes his mark, it will be astonishing. Such are the ambitions harbored by his father. For Ogata, who blends into the crowd of mediocre warriors, the brilliance of Yuan Yi's swordsmanship is beyond his imagination. Had Yuan Yi not been born as his brother, the existence of such swordsmanship would remain unfathomable to him. Ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of it. You coolly inform Ogata, "My brother is a genius who will render anyone in his presence overshadowed." The shaving ceremony for Ogata is conducted by a master from the temple. Kneeling upon the tatami mat, he finds himself before the solemn Buddha, the incense burner releasing a long plume of white smoke that disperses gently in the air, soothing rather than stifling. Once accustomed, it brings a sense of tranquility. The master stands behind Ogata, skillfully wielding the razor that glides lightly across his scalp. The sound of the blade whispering as his long, dark hair falls to the ground, each lock a remnant of a past destined to be relinquished. In the hall, apart from a few shaven-headed monks, 2 of Ogata's retainers stand idly at the side. Ideally, family should accompany him at such a moment, as the severed strands of hair would be collected and returned to the Ogata home, an enduring connection to his lineage. After today, the Ogata of Kyomizu Temple will cease to exist. He will assume a new name, such as Anshin or Juyu, symbolizing the severance of all worldly ties, devoted solely to the temple. Clearly, Ogata's standing within his family is not significant, for no relatives have come to witness this moment. The 2 retainers appear listless, their gazes wandering, their thoughts distant from the ceremony. Kyomizu Temple does not regard this ritual with much importance. Within the secondary hall, only 3 monks, including the master performing the shaving, are present, barely ensuring the continuity of the incense and the smooth flow of the ceremony. It is precisely because the temple places little significance on this occasion that you and Yuan Yi are able to hide behind the paper door, quietly observing the proceedings. As strands of hair fall, Ogata remains kneeling, eyes closed, lips moving in silent prayer. You recall your meeting with him yesterday. When he spoke of today's ceremony with a carefree demeanor, I won't have to wash my hair anymore. That is a good thing. Is there no reluctance? What would he miss? Family. He smiled bitterly. There was never a place for me in that house. Today, as he kneels, he indeed appears remarkably composed. Watching him, a faint sense of envy stirs within you. To sever ties with his family, to be solitary in the future, this is something you have long anticipated. The purpose of the ceremony lies here, in the quietude of daily life. If you declare yourself no longer a part of the Jigwa, no one would believe you. They would merely deem you foolish. Yet, after a ceremony, even if you say nothing, no one would perceive any connection to the Jigwa. How liberating and delightful that would be. As you watch the ritual unfold, you lean forward, your fingers gripping the paper door tightly. An expression of eager anticipation on your face. Brother, Yuan Yi whispers, leaning closer. You tilt your head slightly to show you are listening. Will you be like this in the future? He asks. You nod simply in response. He sighs with a trace of sadness. But brother, your hair is so beautiful. His warm breath brushes against your neck, sending an uncomfortable shiver down your spine, prompting you to withdraw slightly. Turning to him, you place a hand on his shoulder, creating some distance, then emphasize earnestly. It's not about the hair. After the shaving, I will no longer be a noble. Noble? Yuan Yi tilts his head, his gaze instinctively drifting to your hair. But I really like your hair. Clearly, you and Yuan Yi are not on the same wavelength. You patiently continue to explain. Not a noble, not part of the Jigwa, and no longer your brother. He gasps softly, covering his mouth with his hand, then grasps your shoulder, seeking confirmation. Not your brother? Indeed, he seems to have little understanding of the gravity of renunciation. Ironically, it is he who lived under the shadow of renunciation until the age of 7, yet he grasps none of its significance. Resolutely withdrawing your hand from his grasp, you declare, when the time comes, I will be a monk of Kyogai Temple, no longer a Yamakatsu, no longer bearing the Jigwa name, and not your brother. Yuan Yi's pupils contract slightly, surprise evident in his expression. You realize you have exhausted your ability to clarify further. At this point, you can only hope he truly comprehends what renunciation entails. Lost in thought, you recall the day Yuan Yi, at the age of 7, hurriedly bid you farewell, proclaiming his intent to enter the temple. In hindsight, he was indeed deceiving you, spouting words he did not understand as he prepared to leave the Jigwa. Now, it is you who will embrace renunciation, filled with joy and urgency to depart the Jigwa. With this thought, you turn your attention away from Yuan Yi's feelings and refocus on Ogata's shaving ceremony. The master wielding the razor is exceptionally skilled. While you converse with Yuan Yi, Ogata transforms from a graceful youth with long hair to a young monk with a close-cropped head. Once more, you direct your gaze to Ogata. He is no longer Ogata. The master has bestowed upon him a new name, Jujin. You observe his expression closely. You expect he will accept his new life with equanimity, just as he appeared when discussing it with you earlier. However, as the last lock of hair falls, he bows his head, accepting the master's new name. When he finally opens his tightly shut eyes, you distinctly see a tear gliding down his cheek. Surprised, you blink in disbelief, wishing you had misjudged the situation. Yet that tear, illuminated by the sunlight, reflects a hue utterly distinct from his skin, unmistakably a mark of sorrow. You stand silently in the corner, witnessing the conclusion of the ceremony, as Ogata's retainers converse with the master who presided over the rites. Jujin stands quietly behind the master, listening intently, while the retainers assess the new monk, their faces revealing satisfaction as they present offerings to the Buddha. They exchange pleasantries before collectively exiting the hall. Left behind in the secondary hall is the dignified Buddha, gazing compassionately upon the tatami mat and the fallen hair surrounding it. The remaining monks murmur complaints before fetching a broom to clean up. Fallen hair? You blink rapidly, swiftly accepting the present reality. As Jujin previously noted, the Ogata family shows no concern for him, dispatching retainers to attend the ceremony, even neglecting to gather his hair. In a family blessed with many offspring, collecting the hair of each generation might result in overflowing boxes. What significance would it hold? Perhaps the shaving ceremony was unnecessary. Indeed, from the day Jujin left the Ogata family, he may have already severed ties with the family that raised him. You should envy this decisive and unhesitating severance. Yet behind you, Yuan Yi's intensely perceptive gaze is fixed upon you, his presence palpable and close. You recall his previously naive and innocent eyes, filled with anticipation for a future that is destined to be severed, and your spirits, once buoyant, suddenly plummet. Chapter 42. The gap of the white steed. 4 years have passed, and your shaving ceremony gradually approaches. Master Teeman discusses with you the possibility of having it during the spring when you turn 13, in the cool weather, allowing you to shed your hair without the annoyance of long tresses during the ensuing summer. You express no objections and readily agree. Oh, I must deliver the news to the inherited state, you think. Master Teeman, while speaking, rubs his head, appearing somewhat troubled, yet his eyes cautiously dart toward you as he sighs. Master Teeman's acting is rather clumsy. You can see through his performance but fail to grasp his intentions, leaving you to respond in silence. Thus, he musters the courage to voice his thoughts. Oh, Yin Sheng, you seem utterly unwavering. You are puzzled, unwavering? He speaks of the many young lords from noble families in the temple who are reluctant to undergo the shaving ceremony, clinging to their beautiful hair and family names, or who may outwardly agree yet secretly write to their families to return home. The temple often frets over such matters each year. However, upon hearing this, he cannot help but look at you with admiration. It appears you have never been troubled by such concerns. You accept the shaving with such tranquility. Even I felt a pang of sorrow when I cut my hair back then. If by unwavering he means this, then he is indeed correct. You are resolutely steadfast. You remain composed, telling him candidly what you just mentioned. The shaving ceremony seems to have become a crucial aspect of abandonment. To participate in the ceremony means one is compelled to relinquish hair, surname, and noble identity, a viewpoint I cannot concur with. Oh, if we consider it an inevitable fate, then the shaving ceremony is merely a waypoint in the long journey of life. From the perspective of time, the day of the ceremony is akin to today, tomorrow, and yesterday, like the sun rising each day. Can one truly waver over such matters? In the face of predetermined fate, all I can do is accept. Acceptance is sufficient. You do not perceive your words as profound. Yet Master Teeman gazes at you with a perplexed and astonished expression after pondering for a while. He appears to struggle with the concept of fate. After a brief silence, Master Teeman ultimately abandons his contemplation, scratching his head, looking somewhat dejected. You noble ones who read books all day tend to speak in such convoluted terms. It leaves me utterly bewildered. But I see your attitude. Acceptance is indeed the right approach, correct? You nod. Ah, that is good. I can now respond to that old man, the abbot, who has been incessantly mentioning you lately. You interject at the opportune moment. Is it because of Yuan Yi? Yuan Yi? Oh, the brother who often comes to see you, correct? Yes, yes. He nods repeatedly. That's him. Even after having sent you to the temple, he still comes to visit and sends letters without cease. Other noble children lose contact after a few years, but the heir of the inherited state maintains a close relationship with you. At your age, doesn't he have anything else to occupy him? Though, frankly, it matters little. Yin Sheng, your status in the temple is not inferior to that of the heir of the inherited state. Yet, the abbot seems to worry. You cannot help but press your lips together. Master Teeman, looking relaxed, turns his gaze towards you. But now that I know your thoughts, I can rest easy. You reciprocate with a fitting smile, reflecting the atmosphere. Psychwater Temple has treated you well. In your second year, you were relieved of labor. And Master Teeman has been exceedingly accommodating. Over the past few years, you have consistently excelled in assessments, proving worthy of the temple's expectations. If only Yin Sheng and the inherited state were further apart. In recent years, high-ranking monks have frequently expressed similar sentiments to you. These are, of course, the abbot's wishes, an effect of upward influence. You understand what they desire from you. Yet each time you see Yuan Yi approach on horseback, his flowing hair dancing in the wind, his bangs swirling, and the ornaments on his ears swaying, his expressionless face lights up upon seeing you. He dismounts with grace, his red haori slicing through the air with youthful exuberance. In the temple, no other noble child is as close to their ancestral clan as you are. Letters from your family arrive one after another. The heir visits every few months, and those unaware might think you are merely residing in the temple to recuperate, soon to be taken back, which naturally invites speculation. Yet, you cannot refuse. Once your elder brother undergoes the shaving ceremony, will he no longer be my brother? Logically, that is the case. Why? Becoming a monk in the temple is precisely how it is, by that time. I shall no longer even be considered a child of the inherited state. Do not show such an expression. You are the young master of the inherited state. Exhibit the dignity of a young master. But this is in front of my brother. Do not act spoiled. Very well. Even if I become a monk, you can still visit me. If you have matters to attend to in the city, I shall come to see you. You are lying. Huh. My brother does not even reply to my letters. If you truly go to inherited state city, you will not come to see me. You can only remain silent. Will my brother not refute this? No, there is no need for a rebuttal. Rather, your judgment is accurate, and it surprises me. Why? If possessing great power allows one to establish rules, why do matters not unfold as I hope? My brother will always be my brother. You wish for that, do you not? You, faced with your younger brother's fervent gaze, what can you say? You find yourself unable to refuse. The very thread you long to sever remains firmly grasped in Yuan Yi's hand. Thus, you can only lower your eyes and hear yourself utter a non-committal affirmation. I will always be your brother. This will never change. Chapter 43. The eclipse of the sun for the lord of the inherited state grows increasingly aged. This description does not pertain to his years, for he has only just turned 30, robust and vigorous, still the reliable head of the inherited state. However, at times, when Axie observes the lord's silhouette, she perceives an inner weariness in him, as if he has lost the ability to grasp the current state of affairs. In the past, had someone dared to express such sentiments about the lord of the inherited state to Axie, she would have been taken aback, hurriedly covering their mouth to silence their absurdity. Yet now, things changed when young Master Yuan Yi turned 8. For Axie, it was meant to be an ordinary day. However, young Master Yuan Yi was to accompany the lord outside the city. She prepared suitable boots and attire, even styling the young master's hair into a spirited high ponytail. Watching him depart with the lord, Axie certainly harbored concerns about this outing. Why does the lord take the young master with him? What tasks will he assign to him? Will the young master be able to satisfy the lord? The master has always taken immense pride in the martial prowess of young Master Yuan Yi. Yet this does not imply an unbreakable bond between father and son. Their conflicts are merely a case of one suppressing while the other complies, resulting in a fade of harmonious coexistence. Such is the nature of their relationship. After all, from the perspective of Axie, who knows little of martial arts, despite her deep affection for young Master Yuan Yi, it must be acknowledged that in the role of the heir of the house of Ikezuki, he appears to lack the gravitas that his predecessor, young Master Iwakatsu, possessed. This sense of gravitas is challenging to articulate, excluding the influence of martial arts. Axie has often heard from the teachers of cultural and etiquette courses express their embarrassment at being unable to adequately educate young Master Yuan Yi. However, such claims are mere excuses, for Axie has witnessed them blushing in frustration before the young master in class, while he remains unaffected and composed, as steady as a mountain. The mere thought of this situation evokes in Axie a profound understanding of the teacher's ire. A decayed tree cannot be carved. After class, the instructors often leave with dark expressions, muttering similar sentiments as they hastily exit the classroom. In contrast, when young Master Iwakatsu was a student, Axie frequently heard in the courtyard how the teachers lauded his cleverness and composure, declaring him a natural noble. Such praises would circulate in waves. Beyond the teacher's performance, the respect from the servants of the house of Ikezuki was also markedly evident. During young Master Iwakatsu's tenure as heir, he was not a harsh master. Rather, he devoted most of his energy to self-improvement. He held himself to strict standards, occasionally demanding corrections from his attendants when they faltered in their conduct. Understanding one's identity and duty is something that should be inherently known to someone of noble lineage, is it not? What was merely a light question, spoken in a gentle tone, perhaps accompanied by a subtle smile, rendered those standing before young Master Iwakatsu mute with fear, completely deterred from dissent. Please forgive my transgressions, they would plead, trembling as they knelt, vowing never to err again. The reverence they held for young Master Iwakatsu stemmed from witnessing the bloody bandages wrapped around his hands, for he could only continue to wield his sword through such means after his blisters burst, or from the sight of him tirelessly practicing in the courtyard regardless of the season. This was not born merely from respect for the title of heir of the house of Ikezuki, but rather from admiration for a person of formidable spirit. When one observes another persistently achieving what seems insurmountable, a sense of awe naturally arises. His requests carry weight because he has already accomplished what he expects of those around him. Thus, A consensus emerged that only those who can achieve such feats deserve to remain in his presence. With young Master Iwakatsu's departure from the House of Ikezuki, young Master Yuan Yi ascended to the role of the new heir of the House of Ikezuki. As someone who watched over young Master Yuan Yi's upbringing, Axie was, of course, overjoyed. Yet even she could not deny that, in the capacity of the heir of the House of Ikezuki, young Master Yuan Yi was exceedingly reticent. This silence, once perfectly suited to the confines of the lady's courtyard and the young master's modestly sized room, now seemed to trivialize the significance of the heir's position. The martial arts instructor undoubtedly praised young Master Yuan Yi, referring to him as a prodigy in the sword arts, surpassing all worldly norms. He expressed admiration in terms that were difficult for outsiders to comprehend. However, not long after, the master, having assessed the situation, deemed the martial arts instructor insufficient to teach young Master Yuan Yi and barred him from further entry into the House of Ikezuki. Young Master Yuan Yi no longer had a new martial arts instructor. The master continually sought renowned warriors from various places, inviting them to spar with the young master. Yet, regardless of who it was, one strike was all it took for them to collapse before young Master Yuan Yi, clutching their wrists and losing the courage to lift their bamboo swords again. The strength young Master Yuan Yi exhibited was so extraordinary that it lay beyond the comprehension of the House of Ikezuki's servants. They vaguely sensed that young Master Yuan Yi was indeed the heir, solidifying his position with a single blade. Following his return from Kyogai that year, young Master Iwakatsu found himself without any challengers. "Father, he is not on par to be my opponent." Upon glancing at the newly appointed swordsman, young Master Yuan Yi made this assessment. Hearing this, the swordsman, momentarily stunned, flushed with anger and drew his sword to defend his honor. The master, after a brief moment of inscrutable contemplation, burst into hearty laughter, calming the swordsman's fury with riches. Upon returning, he acquiesced to young Master Yuan Yi's request. "From now on, you shall practice swordsmanship on your own. I shall secure an opportunity for you to shine." "Indeed, with your current abilities," the master exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. During this conversation, Axie stood behind Yuan Yi, quietly observing the master's gaze, which felt less like that of a father towards his child and more akin to a treasure hunter who had discovered an unparalleled gem, marveling at its rarity. Realizing this, Axie immediately diverted her gaze to her toes, afraid to look further. Yet, a pang of sorrow surged within her. If only the lady were still alive. How would the House of Ikezuki fare? Chapter 44. The eclipse of the sun. The master ruled the House of Ikezuki with an iron fist, unwavering in his decisions. However, a shift seemed to occur when young Master Yuan Yi turned 8. That fateful day, as twilight draped over the returning master, young Master Yuan Yi did not accompany his father home. Axie craned her neck, searching the crowd for the young master among the adult warriors. An endeavor that should have been simple, yet she could not find him. This ungrateful child. The master, having removed his armor before the gathered assembly, erupted in fury, so incensed that he neglected to eat the meal served by the attendants, sulking in silence. Axie discreetly inquired among familiar warriors and learned, to her shock, that young Master Yuan Yi had fled during the return from an expedition, abandoning his sword and riding off, his whereabouts now unknown. The master dispatched men to search for him, yet no one had returned with news. Axie, huddling behind the crowd, began to grasp the reason for the master's current rage. Even she could not comprehend the rationale behind the young master's actions. However, after a brief period of anger, the master ordered his subordinates to bring forth the servants who attended to young Master Yuan Yi. Axie knelt at the foot of the hall, shrinking into a ball, uncertain of what to do. The master's authoritative voice echoed from the hall. "Does Yuan Yi harbor discontent towards the House of Ikezuki?" Axie trembled and quickly shook her head. "The young master has never been discontent." "Humph." The master snorted disdainfully before continuing. "You are his close attendant. Where do you think he could have gone?" Axie. She stood frozen in fear, unsure of how to respond. Where could young Master Yuan Yi go? Where could he possibly go? Aside from today, he rarely ventured beyond the walls of Ikezuki City. Where else would he go? Moreover, even though he attended closely, young Master Yuan Yi did not exhibit much intimacy towards Axie. He remained perpetually silent, as if burdened with countless thoughts, or perhaps he pondered nothing at all. Regardless, he never voluntarily shared his innermost feelings with her. Axie steadfastly upheld her duties as a servant and rarely sought to pry into his affairs. Yet, Could it be that she had become the person closest to young Master Yuan Yi within the residence? Axie dared not inquire further. Kneeling at the foot of the hall, she racked her brain to recall the few words exchanged between young Master Yuan Yi and herself. Where did he intend to go? Where might he be? This was not particularly difficult to answer, for when Axie consciously endeavored to remember their past conversations, the name of Kyomizu Temple sprang forth. She lifted her head, nearly elated to unearth this location from her memory. It had to be Kyomizu Temple, for young Master Iwakatsu was there. A hush fell over the surroundings. Those in the hall, those below, and those on either side fell silent. The head of the Inakuni family narrowed his eyes, casting a cryptic gaze upon the woman below, and inquired slowly, "Are you so certain?" Axie immediately felt a surge of trepidation. Yes, indeed. Because young Master Yuan Yi has always missed young Master Iwakatsu, so I thought. Enough. The head of the household had grown weary of hearing this woman continue, convinced that any further words would be useless. With a wave of his hand, one of the retainers stepped forward, obeying his command to mount and head to Kyomizu Temple to investigate. Axie, feeling weak in her legs and hands, was led away. By evening, good news was returned by the retainer. Young Master Yuan Yi was indeed at Kyomizu Temple. However, bad news accompanied it. Young Master Iwakatsu stated that young Master Yuan Yi would rest for the night and return the following day. Upon hearing this, the head of the household was consumed with rage, sweeping his hand across the table, sending the teacup crashing to the ground, shattering into fragments. Axie outside could hear the furious shouts of the Inakuni patriarch. What did young Master Iwakatsu say that you obeyed? He is merely a monk from Kyomizu Temple, and yet you heed his words? Hearing this, the attendants outside exchanged glances, too afraid to speak. A monk from Kyomizu Temple? Yet young Master Iwakatsu had not formally renounced his name, still bearing the Inakuni surname. Moreover, young Master Yuan Yi was quite close to him. Axie, nearer to the door, caught snippets of the hushed explanations from the samurai behind her. Young Master Yuan Yi does not wish to return. Considering they are brothers, he is merely persuading him. Then came the even more enraged voice of the head of the Inakuni family. Unfilial son. All of you are unfilial. Heavy footsteps soon echoed within the room as the patriarch paced angrily upon the tatami mat, requiring someone to bear his wrath, but that person was not yet before him. Someone had defied his orders, and he was forced to suppress his fury, stifling his dissatisfaction, unable to immediately satisfy his need for venting. For the imperious head of the Inakuni family, such experiences were indeed quite rare. That night proved arduous for both the patriarch and the servants of the Inakuni household. At dawn the following day, the retainers gathered and set out on horseback for Kyomizu Temple to bring the young master back. This journey proceeded smoothly. Before the sun reached its zenith, young Master Yuan Yi was already being escorted back amidst a throng of attendants. In the same grand hall of judgment, the irate head of the Inakuni family sat, flanked by watching retainers and attendants, while the kneeling individual below awaited judgment. You have the audacity to return? The head of the Inakuni family questioned sternly. Upon hearing this, young Master Yuan Yi blinked in confusion. You sent someone to fetch me. The pale visage of the head of the Inakuni family flushed crimson, his voice rising. Are you questioning me? All present bowed their heads in trepidation, only to hear the calm voice of the child at the center declare the truth. I am merely speaking the truth. You. The head of the Inakuni family was nearly apoplectic, quickly abandoning the futile verbal skirmish, commanding that the young master be bound and placed upon a low stool. Strike him hard. Define your lord. Wake this disloyal and unfilial son. The patriarch's bellowing voice threatened to shatter the paper doors of the hall. Axie stood among the crowd, scarcely daring to breathe. What should be done? She could not help but recall the moment when young Master Iwakatsu had just departed. At that time, young Master Yuan Yi had just become the heir of the Inakuni family, yet knew nothing. The patriarch was constantly dissatisfied with his behavior and etiquette, causing young Master Yuan Yi to bear countless bruises concealed beneath his garments, with not a single unblemished spot visible. However, back then, it was merely the patriarch's anger manifesting in punishment. Now, with so many people and such thick rods, young Master Yuan Yi could not possibly resist. Axie's tears flowed freely, her mind racing with despair. She could not bear to contemplate further. Yet soon, she would not have to think any longer. For just as the first strike was about to land, young Master Yuan Yi broke free from his bindings, and before anyone could react, he darted out of the hall like a bird escaping its cage, joyfully fleeing. Chapter 45. The eclipse of the sun. The Inakuni household was in chaos. The heir openly defied the patriarch, escaping punishment in front of all, only to vanish without a trace. The guards at the gates insisted that not a single fly had been permitted to escape, prompting the patriarch to order a thorough search of the estate for young Master Yuan Yi, a man of considerable stature, yet they could not find him. During the last report, Axie observed cautiously beside, noticing that the head of the Inakuni family's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, shaking as he instinctively sought to issue a harsh threat, but upon seeing the retainers cowering in the corners like quails with their heads bowed, he recalled how his earlier threats had yielded no results, rendering them mere jokes. Thus, the head of the Inakuni family furiously shook his sleeves and retreated to his chambers, leaving a group of bewildered attendants behind. Should they continue searching? What would happen tomorrow? Would the patriarch punish them? Anxiety filled the air as they exchanged worried glances, then lowered their heads to resume their usual tasks, quietly returning to their duties. When Axie returned to the courtyard, she surveyed her surroundings, closed the courtyard door, and cautiously locked it. She searched each room within the courtyard once more, yet still saw no sign of young Master Yuan Yi. After closing the last paper door, she stood in the corridor, gazing up at the moon in the sky, her heart gradually filling with worry. Young Master Yuan Yi had escaped the patriarch's wrath, an act of blatant defiance, yet as an observer, she felt a sense of relief. If the situation were not so dire, she might have even wanted to leap out and exclaim, "Well done." No stringent family rules could outweigh the importance of young Master Yuan Yi's life. Yet now, the fugitive had yet to appear, and her concern deepened. Temporarily free from the threat of death, where could young Master Yuan Yi be? What was he eating? Where would he rest at night? Just a young boy, even a noble heir of the Inakuni family. Why was he hiding like a beggar? What was amiss in the Inakuni household? Axie sat in the corridor, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at the bright moon overhead, her heart brimming with complaints. Axie. Accompanying the abrupt voice was a head suddenly peering down from the eaves, shoulder-length hair swaying in the breeze, the tips displaying a dark red curl. Startled, Axie nearly cried out, but upon focusing her gaze, she felt a wave of relief. Young Master Yuan Yi. Young Master Yuan Yi glanced at her, then at the ground. Retracting his head before, in the next instant, he leaped from the rooftop into the courtyard, landing lightly, his heir swaying in an exuberant arc. Young Master, are you unharmed? Axie hurriedly stood up, leaning forward while deliberately lowering his voice, inquiring urgently. Yuan Yi approached the corridor wearing wooden clogs, leaving them in the courtyard and stepping closer to Axie in his tabi. His expression appeared remarkably serene, as if today were an ordinary day, and he calmly reassured Axie, stating, "I am fine." Axie knelt beside him, placing his hands on Yuan Yi's shoulders, giving him a brief inspection from head to toe, and upon discovering that, aside from some dust on his heir, he was indeed unharmed, he let out a significant sigh of relief. Thank goodness you weren't caught by the master." Was father very angry? Axie sighed deeply, a look of trepidation on his face. Not just angry, the master was nearly driven mad. You must hide well during this time. I shudder to think what might happen if he finds you. Yuan Yi tilted his head, listening for a moment before casually shifting his attention. He retrieved 2 wrapped rice balls from his pocket, even offering one to Axie. Are you hungry? Axie did not accept it, but was quite surprised. Where did you get these? From the kitchen. Ah, no wonder I heard something was amiss in the kitchen. If the master finds out amid Axie's rambling. Yuan Yi took back the offered rice ball and began to eat. They sat together by the corridor, where Yuan Yi quietly consumed his cold dinner under the moonlight. While Axie observed his young master's clean and endearing face, a tender expression gracing her features. Yet, she could not help but continue her admonishments. The etiquette instructor has said that one should chew slowly and savor each bite, maintaining elegance and noble bearing. You shouldn't rush when you're hungry. It mustn't be done like this next time. Yuan Yi swallowed the rice ball and muttered a couple of indistinct syllables that Axie could not comprehend before starting on the second rice ball. Watching Yuan Yi, who seemed in good spirits, Axie's thoughts turned to their current predicament and the challenges of the following day, and a look of sorrow crept onto her face. What will we do tomorrow? The master will not relent. Father cannot catch me. This is his residence. How can he not catch you? There are places he will not go, and I have been everywhere. I will hide well. But hiding cannot be a permanent solution. You are the heir to the nation, the next in line, and the master is your father. You cannot continue like this. Moreover, the master's temperament. Whatever he wishes to accomplish, he will not fail to do so. If he has not reacted today, he surely will tomorrow, and you shall bear the brunt of it. The more Axie pondered, the more her worry intensified, and she nearly shed tears. If only the lady were still here, she would surely have persuaded the master and protected you. What shall we do? Yuan Yi quickly finished his rice ball, his gaze shifting from the moon above to the dejected woman beside him. Axie hung her head, a look of despair clouding her features, with glistening tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Seeing Axie in such a state, sorrowful, worried for him, and unable to hold back tears at the thought of a grim future, Yuan Yi realized he could protect no one. Axie, he called her name, and when she turned to him, his usually impassive expression revealed a stark and cold side. You must leave the inheritance nation. Huh, young Master Yuan Yi? Yuan Yi coldly turned his gaze back to the moon. Yesterday, my father mentioned your inquiry into my whereabouts. I am already aware of it. Young Master, Axie exclaimed, leaning forward in a flurry of anxious explanations. Are you angry that I revealed your location? I want to do it again. I want to tell anyone about your visit to the courtyard today. Please don't send me away. I will not send you away. Despite his promise, Axie felt even more distressed. Then your meaning is Yuan Yi's tone remained indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. You should apply for a divorce from my father. After my mother's passing, it should have been this way. She prepared a generous settlement for you, and your husband and children in the countryside have been thinking of you. As Yuan Yi spoke, Axie's face gradually paled, and she stammered, You know everything? She looked at Yuan Yi's side profile, as expressionless as ever, yet under the moonlight, the familiar face appeared so sharp and cold. You stayed behind to care for me. I will take care of myself from now on. Please do not worry about me. Chapter 46. The fleeting moment the more lost and ignorant one feels, the faster time seems to pass. It feels as if, just yesterday, Master Tyran was discussing writing to the inheritance nation to confirm the date for the shaving ritual. And today he brought you the ink-dried letter for your perusal. What do you want to observe? He asked. Is the wording appropriate? Is the proposed date suitable? If you have anything to convey to the inheritance nation, please add that as well. Master Tyran sat casually in your room, awaiting your response. You placed the letter on the low table and glanced over it. The wording and proposed date were certainly acceptable. After all, the shaving ritual at Kyomizu Temple had been conducted numerous times. Even if Master Tyran was not articulate himself, it would not be difficult for him to consult with other monks. The primary issue with this letter, for you, was that the handwriting barely qualified as legible, lacking the neatness and clarity that correspondence should possess. Ah, I see your point. Master Tyran scratched his head and chuckled to mask his embarrassment. That brush is quite difficult to use. I can't manage it. How about you copy it out for me? Include your own message for the inheritance nation. And once you've finished, have you deliver it to me, and I'll send it all together to Inheritance City. After discussing the matter, Master Tyran left with a flourish, leaving you to grapple with the letter. During your 6 years at Kyomizu Temple, aside from the first letter upon your arrival, you had never proactively sent correspondence to your family. You never expected that the last letter you would send would be one severing ties. You almost felt destiny sneering at you from the pristine white silk paper. You were a subordinate of Master Tyran. During your time at Kyomizu Temple, you could not defy his orders. Thus, you silently ground ink and prepared the paper, first neatly transcribing the written notification he provided. The expenses for writing supplies at Kyomizu Temple were considerable. You typically devoted your time to honing martial skills, only practicing calligraphy occasionally when your mind was troubled. Over the years, you had copied countless Buddhist texts and written poetry repeatedly, and your writing had begun to take on a certain elegance. You had never exchanged letters with Yuan Yi, and the people of the inheritance nation likely would not recognize your current handwriting. Thus, when your written letter was sent to the inheritance nation, whether your father reviewed it or shared it with Yuan Yi, they would likely not know it was penned by your hand. With many complex and unspeakable thoughts swirling within you, you spread open the letter, carefully weighed it down with a paperweight, and in the upper right corner inscribed to the Lord of Inheritance Nation, pausing your pen. It was not that you were unwilling to write, but rather that your heart felt empty, and your mind similarly void, leaving you unsure of what to express. How could you articulate to your father that you would abandon the surname of inheritance, and that this was merely a letter to inform him of such news? What tone should you adopt to convey your intentions? What feelings did you truly harbor towards your father, respect or resentment? What emotions did you hold towards the inheritance, reluctance or evasion? What wording did the abbot hope to see in your letter? Countless questions coiled around your heart, which once beat steadily, constricting it tightly. You could smell the comforting scent of ink, yet a dull ache in your chest compelled you to hunch forward. You found yourself gripping the fabric of your monk's robe. The skin beneath it pinched, as if this action might alleviate the pain in your chest. You felt suffering, while simultaneously loathing this self that could feel pain. How utterly weak. In the solitude of your chamber, you find yourself mastering the rhythm of your breath. The once hunched spine gradually straightens, and you lower the hand that clutched your chest, forcing your furrowed brow to relinquish all inappropriate emotions. A heart unanchored breeds its own thoughts. If one cannot achieve this, at the very least, one can feign to have done so. You retrieve the fallen brush from the table, discard the soiled letter by crumpling it into a ball, and prepare a pristine sheet of white paper anew. The brush tip, saturated with ink, prompts you to exhale deeply, allowing calm to envelop your being. Outside, the sound of approaching footsteps grows louder, yet you pay it no heed. The brush hovers over the paper, poised to inscribe your thoughts when suddenly, the door flaps open, and a voice calls out your name with urgency. Akawaki-dano, Rain exclaims, pushing through the paper door with a flustered demeanor. You turn helplessly to regard him. He leans against the door, his face a canvas of bewilderment, breathless as he stutters. Akawaki-dano, the great general has sent for you. You instinctively frown, questioning the absurdity of his words. Rain, visibly anxious, reiterates, it's true. The master is receiving the Lord's retainer. He said it is for you. Seeing the sincerity in Rain's expression, your brow furrows slightly in confusion, and you refrain from speaking, opting to return to your desk to put away the paper and brush. As you secure the brush above the letter, you witness a drop of ink fall onto the once spotless paper, marring it with a circular stain. Another sheet wasted. With a wearied sigh, you crumple the soiled letter and rise, walking to Rain's side. Let us go. We can discuss the particulars on the way. Rain speaks no falsehood. Such a significant matter would deter him from deceit. The master graciously welcomes the Lord's envoy in the great hall, accompanied by Mr. Yamada, a retainer from the Ikekuni clan. Upon your entrance, Mr. Yamada, stationed near the door, notices your presence, his expression immediately darkening. Perhaps he realizes his countenance is unsightly, as he quickly bows his head to conceal it. You feign ignorance and approach the master, who appears equally unwelcoming. This is Ikekuni's eldest son, Akawaki, he states. The envoy, bearing the surname Doanji, inspects you with keen interest, smiling as he declares, by the Lord's command, I have come to escort Ikekuni's eldest son back to the Ikekuni estate. Staring blankly at the samurai addressing you, you momentarily find yourself at a loss for words. The phrase, by the Lord's command, to escort Ikekuni's eldest son, resonates painfully, each word familiar yet strung together, revealing a meaning that is hard to accept. At this moment, as you stand on the precipice of relinquishing your surname, lineage, and noble identity, you feel the master's aged hand on your shoulder tighten painfully, only to later slacken and fall away. Chapter 47. A brief interval, an exceedingly absurd incident has transpired. Several days prior, a gathering of nobles at the Lord's estate engaged in martial arts trials to assess the mettle of the next generation of aristocrats, whether they are worthy of the title samurai. The Lord, with palpable enthusiasm, observed the trials from beginning to end. Typically, his retainers have organized similar events, yet the Lord would only attend the opening and closing ceremonies, offering a few words of praise to the victor, as was customary. His time is precious, dedicated to governance, family matters, and issues he deems worthy of attention. Consequently, he often shunned such displays of youthful bravado for well-known reasons, harboring little interest. However, this occasion was different. First, due to poor harvests in recent years, the neighboring lord appeared financially strained, having made several unsuccessful requests for grain, leading to rumors of iron smelting within his territory, causing unrest among the nobles who deemed it necessary to evaluate the potential warriors in their lands. Secondly, this tournament proved far more captivating than its predecessors. During the opening, the 13-year-old heir of Ikekuni, with a single strike, knocked out an opponent who towered over him. The lord was taken aback and subsequently focused his attention on the Ikekuni child. The heir continued to demonstrate his prowess, defeating each opponent with ease, ultimately claiming victory in the tournament. The lord even dispatched his most formidable warrior to spar with him, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Spectators marveled at the rise of this promising warrior within their ranks, some expressing admiration, while others reacted with shock. The Lord, appreciating the heir's composure in victory and defeat alike, graciously inquired before the assembly, "As the champion of this tournament, do you have any rewards you desire? I shall grant them." At this, the hall buzzed with astonished murmurs, as the Lord was not known for his generosity. Although other skilled warriors had emerged in past competitions, none as exceptional as this Ikezuki heir. He had never before promised rewards. To the Lord, words of praise were meant to instill fear in his retainers, who were expected to serve him with utmost loyalty. Now, all eyes turned to see what the Ikezuki heir would request, or perhaps what his clan hoped to gain from the Lord. Kneeling in the center of attention, the 13-year-old, clad in a dark red haori, his hair elegantly tied up, displayed a resolute face that bore an unusual dark red birthmark on his forehead, rendering his otherwise handsome features somewhat marred. Amidst the eager speculation, he raised his impassive face to meet the Lord's gaze, calmly articulating his wish. "Please bring my brother back from the temple." Unheard of. As the Ikezuki Lord grappled with his rising fury and the other nobles exchanged incredulous glances, the grand hall fell silent. The Lord stroked his beard, perplexed by the request, but, in the name of his title, acquiesced on the spot. "All this information reached you during your journey home, gathered from Mr. Yamada. Riding alongside you, he kept his gaze fixed ahead, his tone flat and reeking of reluctance as he relayed the news. You remained undeterred, meticulously extracting every detail until you finally ceased your inquiries, allowing the stiff Mr. Yamada some respite. Rain, riding with you, voiced his concerns softly. Akawaki-dano, it seems Mr. Yamada does not welcome you." Even he could discern this. And you understood it as well. The envoy, Doanji, would undoubtedly grasp the implications. You are the forsaken child of Ikezuki, and now, due to the expectations of the Ikezuki heir and the Lord's directive, returning from Kiyomizu Temple presents uncertain outcomes. The very reasons for your departure remain unchanged. And as you grow older, you may soon face even more awkward circumstances. Does Yuan truly understand what he is doing? You ponder numerous thoughts internally while maintaining a stoic expression, responding calmly to Rain. As a samurai, one must heed their lord's commands. The wind, perhaps emanating from behind, carried away your voice. Ahead, Mr. Duanin Temple slightly turned his head, casting a curious glance your way. Mr. Yamada, who had maintained a somber demeanor, appeared to soften upon hearing your response. Even you, who had been restless, assured you earnestly, "I too shall always follow Lord Iwakatsu." You cast a perplexed glance at the suddenly invigorated you. Frankly, you were indifferent to his declaration, just as His Highness and your father seemed unconcerned about your opinions when they whisked you away from Kiyomizu Temple. Before setting off, Mr. Duanin Temple urged you with great urgency. You were still clad in your monk's robe, a thin layer that felt increasingly insubstantial as the chilly night breeze swept through. In your haste, you had only managed to gather a few necessities. As you packed your belongings, Master Iron Man arrived, his typically cheerful face now shadowed by displeasure. Yet, in deference to the Lord's command, even the abbot chose to comply, and he had no standing to voice dissent. Master Iron Man entered your room. Noticing the freshly penned stationery on your desk, its ink still wet, ready to be folded and sent off, though it was merely a formality, as the letter had become irrelevant. Infuriated, you bundled your belongings, only to turn and find Master Iron Man tearing your stationery into shreds. Approaching the scattered remnants, you felt a pang of regret. The paper from Kiyomizu Temple was of fine quality, and procuring such elsewhere would cost a considerable sum. Master Iron Man slammed his fists on the table, his neck flushed with anger, staring at his own massive fists, avoiding your gaze. Steeling yourself, you bid him farewell. "Master, I must depart." Iron Man, with puffed cheeks, seemed to grit his teeth in silence. It was not until you reached the door with you that his teeth-clenched voice echoed from behind. "Remember to take care of yourself. I am returning home, not heading to battle. There is no need for your concern." With that, you left Kiyomizu Temple. Chapter 48. The Gap of the White Steed. You arrived at the house of the inherited nation. As the head of the household and the young master were still away in the Lord's city, no one was present to receive you. The housekeeper, Lady Shoko, politely explained the situation and then arranged for your accommodation in the guest quarters. Upon seeing you settled, Mr. Duanin Temple smiled, stating, "Now, I can report to His Highness." After speaking, he mounted his horse and departed. The inhabitants of the inherited nation were more astonished than welcoming at your return. It had been many years since you last met, The last time, you were still a child, and now you returned, nearly of adult stature. From behind, one could easily mistake you for an adult. The fact that you had been summoned back from the temple at such an age was indeed inconceivable to those at the inherited nation. Your servants, upon seeing you, bowed in astonishment, their eyes reflecting confusion and disbelief. The Lord actually brought back the eldest son? Incredible. Yet, it was already established that the young master was to be the next head of the household. Why was this so? As you moved among them, you could nearly hear the unspoken questions swirling in their minds. Once settled in the quarters arranged by Lady Shoko, you removed your mask of tranquility. Alone, a sense of confusion washed over you. How were you to live in the inherited nation? As the eldest son? As a vassal to the young master? Or as a son waiting to forge a marital alliance? Each possibility left you with an unsettling feeling. What of the reckless plea made by Yuan Yi to summon you back? Did he truly comprehend the awkwardness of your position in the inherited nation? You were equally uncertain. For years, your father had imparted the doctrine of the theory of power to Yuan Yi, teaching him that the strong should possess everything, bear all burdens, and protect all. The will of the Lord and the blade of the samurai. That was the enduring foundation of the aristocratic system. Yuan Yi always listened quietly, though it was unclear how much he truly absorbed. Now, he wielded that power, exerting noble authority over you. The victor claims all, the vanquished lose everything. Seated in the courtyard of the inherited nation, you pondered these disjointed thoughts, feeling a headache emerge again regarding the matter of inherited nation Yuan Yi. On your first day back home, you felt drained, lacking appetite, and suffering from a splitting headache. You initially assumed it was merely the result of the wind on the road or the adjustment to a new environment, hoping a night's rest would restore you to normal. However, by the second day, you fell ill. Your body felt slightly feverish, and you were utterly weak, as if a frenzied little creature resided in your head, relentlessly pounding against your nerves. You, startled by your condition, hurried to fetch Lady Shoko, who in turn summoned a physician from the city to diagnose you. An evil wind has entered your body. Too much worry, the physician remarked, stroking his beard while prescribing medicine for his attendant to fetch. Take 1 dose 3 times a day, boiled down to half a bowl of water. The physician's face seemed familiar. Lying in the dim room, you pondered that increasingly aged visage, finally recalling that he was the doctor who had once treated your mother. How had he described her condition? Frail and cold, requiring careful nurturing and peace of mind. It seemed he had said something similar, hearing those words back then. You felt a twinge of confusion. Your father had only one legitimate wife, showing no kindness to other women. Your mother had 2 sons, living in luxury and enjoying boundless favor and respect. As a woman, she was the envy of many a lady in the neighboring towns. Why then could she not find peace or calm? Back then, you could not comprehend how being the ill-fated younger son could weigh heavily upon a mother who loved her child. Now, however, you deeply understood the anguish brought upon a brother by a younger sibling deemed a son of the divine. You had always enjoyed robust health. The last time you fell ill was at the age of 8, during a harsh winter, but you recovered just in time for a martial arts competition at the temple, where you performed admirably. Now, however, even as you tried to feign normalcy, you lacked the strength to rise. With a splitting headache, you could only lie pale beneath the covers, watching you anxiously scurry about, preparing medicine and bringing meals for you. When you departed Kiyomizu Temple, you had not considered bringing him along, for you were uncertain of your own standing in the inherited nation. What sense would it make to bring him? Yet, when you were packing, you had knelt before you, his forehead pressed to the ground, pleading to accompany you. I can assist you with trivial matters, attend to your needs. And though it may seem insignificant, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Please, allow me to leave with you. His voice trembled, shoulders hunched tightly together, and his hands, resting on the ground, quivered slightly. You had never seen him in such a humble and fearful state. Yet, upon reflection, his fear was not without foundation. You was 14, and since the age of 9, he had been assigned by Kiyomizu Temple to serve as your attendant, remaining by your side for 6 or 7 years. Throughout this long duration, he had never concealed anything from you, even reporting back in full detail whenever the temple's higher-ups inquired about your actions. If he were indeed loyal, it was clear that his loyalty was unwaveringly directed toward you. You began to comprehend his fear of separation. It stemmed from the oppression faced by novices at the hands of the monks in the temple. Moreover, given Yu's decent appearance and physique, he was not a warrior monk, but rather a handsome, gentle youth. To some of the higher-ranking martial monks with peculiar tastes, A lad of such commendable qualities might merely be seen as a servant for daily life, a considerable waste of potential. You could not bear to bring him into the realm of succession, sharing the awkwardness alongside you. Yet, would leaving him at Kyomizu Temple truly promise a hopeful future? Gazing at the rain kneeling before you, you found yourself resonating with his sentiments, thus acquiescing to his wishes and taking him along. Clearly, your kindness at that moment has been repaid now, as you languish in illness. Occasionally, you awaken in a daze, only to find the rain steadfastly by your side, periodically swapping the freshly damp cloth on your forehead or pouring water to quench your thirst. How many days have I fallen ill? One day, feeling significantly better upon waking, you inquired. My lord, today marks the 3rd day of your stay in the realm of succession, he respectfully replied. Have your father and the others returned? Today, Lady Shonai mentioned that the head of the household has sent word, and he is expected to arrive within 3 days. I see. You removed the damp cloth from your forehead and propped yourself up with one arm. The rain, anxious, knelt beside you, attentively observing your movements. You exhaled a long, warm breath, feeling the coolness and comfort wash over your chest and torso. Prepare my attire. It is time to rise. After this, your health gradually improved. Chapter 49. Between the realms of succession 2 days later, as you regained your strength, your father and Yuya returned as anticipated. You waited in the courtyard for half a day, yet no summons from your father came. With a slight smirk in your heart, you resolved to visit his quarters to request an audience. Upon entering your father's courtyard, you found it filled with kneeling attendants, none daring to lift their heads as you approached, all hunching low as if to burrow into the ground should a crevice appear. Samurai stood at the entrance to your father's study, similarly bowed and feigning invisibility. You understood their fear all too well. You are utterly mad. I instructed you to participate in the competition. The prince was present. He inquired about you. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The door to the study was tightly shut, yet the cacophony of his shouts threatened to pierce the very roof. Your father was evidently in a furious state. This was not the moment to make your presence known. Thus, you two hunched your back and lowered your head, standing beside the samurai, an embodiment of meekness and compliance. Mr. Kawashita, standing near the door, cast a glance your way, his expression shifting from surprise to a foreboding gloom upon recognizing your identity. You understood from his gaze that you were not welcome. Coupled with the earlier roars from within, it was clear that your father, the head of the household, also did not welcome you. You could not help but sigh inwardly. You stood outside, listening to your father's relentless outbursts, his voice oscillating from robust to hoarse, until he seemed to tire, finally pausing. At this moment, another voice emerged. Father, have you finished? It was Yuya's voice. Outside, you were taken aback. It had been so long since you witnessed the interaction between your father and Yuya that you momentarily failed to react. As anticipated, the father, whose anger had just abated, roared even more furiously. Do you realize what a splendid opportunity this was? I have cautioned you repeatedly. He was clearly hoarse, and as you listened, you imagined his throat must be on the verge of expelling blood from his fury. It might have even occurred, for a fit of coughing soon echoed from within, followed by the door to the study swinging open, revealing Yuya with an impassive expression. He emerged unperturbed from the dim study into the brightness of the courtyard, while attendants discreetly glanced at him, discerning nothing amiss, rather than appearing as one recently chastised by the head of the household. He seemed as if he had just completed his studies and was leaving the study with ease. His expression conveyed a sense of habitual tranquility. No wonder your father was nearly driven to madness within the study. Yuya's footsteps soon halted as he noticed you standing behind the samurai. His eyes, momentarily alight with recognition, quickened his pace as he approached you directly. Brother. The emotion in his voice starkly contrasted with his earlier conversation with your father. You nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon the messenger's announcement, your father's voice resonated from inside. Iwakatsu? You instinctively called out. It is I, father. Come in. Yes. Yuya opened his mouth, clearly wishing to speak with you, yet the moment was inappropriate for conversation. He stepped aside, allowing you to enter your father's study. The last time you saw your father was 3 months prior, during a winter day when he had performed prayers in the main hall overnight before hastily departing the following day. Calculating the years, your father is merely in his 30s. And in the brief annual encounters you have had, you have distinctly perceived his aging. It is not merely the increasing wrinkles upon his face or the growing white hair that mark the passage of time. As a robust warrior, Your father's physical form remains impressive, embodying the image of a strong, middle-aged warrior of this nation as he strides with poise. Yet, occasionally, when you inadvertently meet his gaze, you observe the increasingly shadowy depths of his eyes, a stark contrast to the resolute father you remember from your childhood, whose unwavering demeanor has now transformed into one of flickering uncertainty. As you step into his study, he sits behind the desk, his eyes scanning you up and down, and you instinctively anticipate the words he will utter, likely laden with accusations such as, "What useless matters are these? Is it you who has influenced Yuya? How dare you return?" He has always disregarded the feelings of others, thus hurtful words come easily to him. Even with your mother, whom he cherished deeply, their disputes were marked by his unyielding tongue, regardless of her tears. Your father epitomizes the archetype of a noble warrior. You steeled yourself mentally, awaiting his words. However, he averted his gaze, closed his eyes briefly, and then, with a sigh, inquired softly, "You have returned?" You respectfully bowed your head, responding, "Yes, Mr. Anzan and Mr. Yamada came to Kiyomizu Temple and brought me back." "I see." Your father pondered for a long moment, and you felt his gaze hesitantly sweeping over you, as if grappling with a tumultuous decision. Ultimately, he resolved to speak. "I have matters to discuss with you." He recounted the reasons behind his recent outburst. The root of all discontent lay in Yuya's request before the daimyo. The current lord, His Highness Maeda, has ruled for over 20 years, governing with an iron fist and showing little mercy to his subjects. Fortunately, the years have been bountiful, and he has not engaged in excessive constructions that drain the populace, allowing the people to live relatively well, thereby earning His Highness considerable respect among the populace. However, as time has passed, the lack of a male heir to inherit the throne has become increasingly intolerable for the vassals. In his youth, he had a consort who bore him children, yet they all succumbed to frailty, leaving only a princess as his sole offspring. With no stable successor, the vassals are more anxious than the lord himself, having sent numerous beauties to his inner court, yet none have yielded news of a pregnancy in recent years. What a predicament! A blood relative offered counsel to the lord, suggesting he adopt several nephews to his lineage to appease the vassals. The young and proud Maeda, however, flew into a rage, nearly beating the advisor senseless before casting him from the palace. Gradually, rumors began to circulate that the lord harbored hopes for his only daughter, intending to establish her child as the heir. These, of course, are mere speculations. However, for the samurai aristocrats whose ascension is already secured, even unreliable whispers are worth pursuing. "Is your father intending to have Yuan Yi marry the princess?" you inquired. The ruler of the state nodded wearily, acknowledging your question. He had long before the tournament instructed Yuan Yi repeatedly, regarding the victory as assured, while also designating the marriage to the princess as the next step in his agenda. Yuan Yi, as he did each time he received his father's command, remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Over the years, the father had gradually grown accustomed to his son's silence and peculiarities, dismissing them as mere acceptance of his words, believing he would act accordingly. Then, Yuan Yi astonishingly surprised him. Through your inquiries, you had already formed a hypothesis regarding your return to the state. The father spoke to you in a manner that could almost be described as affable. As you listened, you matched his words against your own speculations, ultimately feeling an absurd sense of validation. Yet, the most ludicrous aspect was not the conclusion of your return to the state, but rather the current situation of the ruler explaining the circumstances to you with a genial demeanor. Seated behind a low table, his tone was relatively gentle, his expression rather placid, though tinged with a hint of fatigue, as he calmly recounted everything, leaving you astounded. However, in the next moment, you regained your usual composure. "Is there something you wish for me to do, father?" The head of the family immediately exhibited a look of surprise. "Indeed, your response is quite prompt. You thought to yourself that your father must have been tormented by Yuan Yi's obstinacy for far too long, to the point where your normal reactions appeared remarkable. He indeed had a request of you. Yuan Yi is too stubborn, fixated only on what he deems acceptable. No matter how much I instruct him, he remains oblivious." As he spoke, his gaze carried contemplation and a hint of admiration. "However, Yinsheng, you are a clever child. You have always performed admirably, and you know the qualities an heir should possess. Yuan Yi has been in correspondence with you. As his brother, you ought to support each other moving forward." You lifted your gaze, scrutinizing your father's visage, attempting to discern the motive behind his nauseating words. He slightly furrowed his brow under your gaze, visibly making an effort to endure your rudeness, allowing you to scrutinize him without objection. For your father, the current predicament must also be unbearable. As a weaker individual, he was constrained by the stronger, utilized by them to pave the way for Yuan Yi's advancement. Yet, was this not precisely what your father had always sought? And you, as the unexpectedly prominent eldest son of the state, an unwelcome presence in residence, found no grounds to refuse the ruler's request. After all, you too were a weakling. Surely, you wouldn't be foolish enough to conclude that because your father had restrained his temper to converse with you, he was a loving father? You were not so naive. Yes, I understand. You acquiesced and respectfully exited your father's study. Chapter 50. Between the states two. Upon returning to your small courtyard, unexpectedly, Yuan Yi was not there waiting for you. You casually inquired of those in the courtyard, and they shook their heads in confusion, stating that the young master had not yet arrived. Perhaps having grown accustomed to Yuan Yi's incessant intrusions, his absence now provided you with the quietude you desired. Ample time and space for introspection. For a moment, you felt somewhat disoriented. With mixed emotions, you finished your dinner, washed up, and until you peacefully fell asleep in your dormitory, you felt a certain disquiet, as if you were adrift without anchor. Given that you had recently recovered from illness, Rain strongly advised you to rest early. You were gently urged to change into your night clothes, and, lying beneath the covers, closed your eyes. Then, in the deep of the night, when the moon was high, you opened your eyes again. You blinked, staring at the ceiling, and after a considerable time, confirmed that it was not merely your imagination. Whoa, someone was playing the flute in your courtyard. Whoa, it seemed to be right atop your roof. The melody was simple. A few notes only, but the individual played it exceptionally poorly. You listened in bewilderment for a while, gradually feeling as though your drifting soul, akin to a dream, had found an anchor, quietly settling back into your corporeal form. Your mind began to clear. Truly, it was dreadful. You sat up, pushed aside the covers, and after a moment of hesitation, rose to open the paper door and gaze into the courtyard. The round moon hung high in the sky, unexpectedly bright tonight, casting beautiful moonlight across the courtyard, with shadows of the pine trees reflected in the pond, the stone-paved bottom barely visible. It was almost indistinguishable from daylight. With the barrier of the paper door removed, the cacophonous flute music became all the more distinct, and even more unbearable. You stepped into the courtyard in your wooden clogs, surveying your dwelling, and found a suitable beam, leaping up onto the roof. In the ghostly tales you had read, it should have been a beautiful fairy clad in feathered garments playing music beneath the moonlight, perhaps come to repay a debt of gratitude. Yet, in the reality of this moonlit night, the one playing atop your roof was the impassive young master of the state, producing a discordant tune from his rudimentary wooden flute with only 2 holes that had roused you from your slumber. Brother, Yuan Yi exclaimed in surprise, abruptly halting his dreadful performance. You walked across the red tiles, illuminated by the moonlight, and settled beside him on a relatively clean tile, calmly stating, "You woke me." Yuan Yi looked at you with an expression that was uncertain whether to be surprised or apologetic. The damned moonlight illuminated him clearly, then lowered his head in shame, murmuring, "I'm sorry." You inquired with a calm demeanor, "Why didn't you come during the day?" He kept his head down. "I was afraid of disturbing you." "Disturbing? If we met frequently, would you feel troubled?" You, upon hearing his explanation, you were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel gratified or bemused. As you wished. It seemed Yuan Yi truly understood the disruption his presence caused you. Hence he was making a concerted effort to grant you the necessary distance to recalibrate. Yet, if he truly comprehended this, you inquired expressionlessly, "Then why are you awake at night, playing the flute on my roof?" Yuan Yi sat on the tile, his long legs awkwardly crossed due to the slope of the roof, holding the flute atop his lap. Hesitating to respond, you, why bother reasoning with a fool beneath the moon? You closed your eyes, redirecting your attention to the wooden flute in his hands. "You still carry that flute, huh?" Upon hearing your words, Yuan Yi's fingers curled tightly around the flute. He still did not look up, but a steady voice emerged. "This is a gift from my brother. I have always cherished it." "I see." You felt no emotional upheaval at his confession. After all, it was entirely unnecessary, merely extending your hand toward him. "Let me see it." The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight. You opened your hands toward Yuan Yi, your palms glowing white under the moon's radiance. Yuan Yi obediently placed the flute into your hands. You examined the rudimentary wooden flute in the moonlight. This was indeed the very flute you had painstakingly carved for him. The result of laboring with a carving knife until your fingers were blistered, striving to create something presentable. The flute, which you had once felt assured enough to give away, must have been quite a fine piece in your eyes at that time. Yet, as time moved on, to your now mature perspective, this short piece of wood seemed nothing more than a poorly made child's toy. The subtle wooden splinters and burrs were easily smoothed by Yuan Yi. However, when it came to the overall shape of the wooden flute, which typically encompasses at least 5 notes in a scale, this particular flute, with only 2 finger holes, was a disappointment. As you retrieved a handkerchief from your pocket to clean the flute's mouthpiece and held it to your lips, you managed to produce a few sounds, 3 or 4 notes at best, but alas, they were out of tune. Indeed, this flute was a true wreck. While you tested its sound, Yuan Yi watched you intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After you finished, you turned to him and caught a glimmer of joy and delight in his gaze, as if his feelings were inscribed on a blank page. You closed your eyes briefly to adjust the discomfort rising within you and spoke to Yuan Yi with a calm demeanor, declaring, "This flute is utterly unusable." Yuan Yi paused, the joy in his eyes dimming as he lowered his head in silence. You then produced a new flute from your pocket, one you had whimsically commissioned from a purchasing monk earlier this year. It boasted 5 finger holes, 4 on the front and 1 on the back, crafted by a local artisan, whose attention to detail ensured accurate scales and an aesthetically pleasing, rustic design. It was far more refined than the crude creation from your childhood. You presented the new instrument to Yuan Yi, saying, "Let us use this one from now on. The notes are more precise and better suited for you." As you spoke, you naturally returned the old flute to your pocket, your mind fully made up to exchange the old for the new, intending to dispose of the former in silence. "Brother," Yuan Yi unexpectedly reached out, grasping your wrist as you attempted to withdraw your hand. Your motion halted. He extended his other hand, taking the wooden flute from you, and said earnestly, "I believe the old one is just fine." You found yourself powerless to resist, watching as he carefully wrapped the reclaimed flute in a cloth bag and stowed it in his chest pocket. He then pushed back the new instrument you had just drawn out, seriously informing you, "I have decided not to study music theory with Mr. Yuan Yi anymore. I will play as my heart desires, without adhering to scales or rules." You glanced at the respectable wooden flute he had returned, and then at the old instrument he held so protectively. You suddenly understood the anger and frustration your father had exhibited earlier that afternoon. In Chapter 51, Between Nations, Yuan Yi sought you out, not only to awaken you with his discordant melodies atop your roof, but also to inquire about your health. "I heard you have been ill these past few days. How are you feeling now?" You, feeling morose, clutched the flute you had intended to gift him, replying in a rather displeased tone, "I'm not dead." Yuan Yi responded. "You." He straightened his expression, solemnly admonishing you, "Please do not utter such ominous words." Realizing your faux pas, you felt a twinge of embarrassment. But being reprimanded by your usually obedient younger brother was quite mortifying. You hastily changed the subject. "Did father want you to seek the hand of a renowned princess?" Your attempts at diversion were always clumsy. Yuan Yi regarded you intently for a moment before lowering his gaze, resuming his usual calm demeanor to answer, "Yes." Seizing the opportunity, you inquired, "So, will you ask the nobleman to fetch me back?" "Yes." You touched your forehead, scrutinizing Yuan Yi's serious countenance, which showed no sign of concern, and you felt a wave of relief that your father had not dealt with him more harshly. You patiently explained the gravity of the situation. "You've made the affairs of our nation known to everyone." Yuan Yi remained unfazed, replying, "I know." You continued, "This is quite embarrassing." He diverted his gaze, looking out at the scenery, and nonchalantly remarked, "Then let father be embarrassed." You were taken aback, feeling as if you hardly recognized him after such a brief exchange. Yet, that familiar foolishness was indeed a hallmark of Yuan Yi. "Then let father be embarrassed," echoed sentiments you had harbored yourself after learning the full extent of the situation. It was evident that their father's teachings were applied equally to both sons, leading to a shared attitude towards him in certain respects. However, for you, Yuan Yi's sudden display of defiance was a refreshing experience. Curiously, you shared the content of your afternoon conversation with your father, summarizing, "Father asked me to help him discipline you." Yuan Yi's gaze returned to you, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, making it difficult to discern his emotions as he calmly stated, "I look forward to it." If anyone else had said such a thing, it would likely have been a sardonic jest cloaked in feigned calmness, but coming from Yuan Yi, It felt like striking a fist into a pile of cotton, rendering you powerless. Unable to resist, you reached out to ruffle his tousled bangs playfully, teasing. I might become like father, forcing you to do things you dislike. Yuan Yi remained still, responding obediently. Would brother do such things? You replied with conviction, of course. I am my father's child, inherently similar to him. Yuan Yi looked at you with confusion, but I am also father's child. You interrupted. You are the exception. Exception? What does that mean? He inquired, his expression betraying his lack of understanding. Indeed, your words were difficult to grasp without first-hand experience. Your playful assault on Yuan Yi's bangs resulted in a disheveled state, much like before, and you decided to abandon further futile efforts, withdrawing your hand. Perhaps, in the future, I may do something that will upset you. After a moment, Yuan Yi seemed to finally process your words, his eyes brightening as he looked at you. So, does that mean brother will always be by my side? You sensed something was amiss, but could not quite place it. With a hesitating nod, you replied, maybe? Under the moonlight, Yuan Yi beamed at you with a bright smile. No, it was not just a simple smile. With his handsome features, when his eyes expressed emotion, the slightest upward curve of his lips and focused gaze created an expression that seemed to radiate a halo, dazzling in its beauty. His smiles were indeed rare. With that radiant expression, Yuan Yi joyfully declared, in that case, I believe the future holds nothing but good fortune. He flashed you another bright smile. You could no longer bear it. Rising from your perch on the roof, you gazed up at the vast sky adorned with the luminous moon, letting out a resigned sigh and murmuring softly, I hope you remain as happy as you are today. As you began to step away from the eaves, Yuan Yi's voice called from behind, Brother, are you leaving? Yes, I have no fondness for moon gazing. It's late. I need to rest. The sound of tiles being stepped on broke the silence before abruptly halting. His voice was filled with respect, imbued with the endearment of a younger brother towards his elder. I wish you sweet dreams. Upon hearing this, you found yourself unable to take another step. You turned to face Yuan Yi. He stood a few steps higher than you due to the roof's slope, his posture conveying a sense of deference, as if a vassal before his lord. In this moment, you were momentarily taken aback, grinding your teeth to suppress your emotions and complained, since you wish me sweet dreams, then please refrain from playing the flute on my roof in the future. Yuan Yi lowered his head even further, affirming, yes, it will not happen again. If there is something, you may come directly to me. He slightly lifted his gaze to meet yours, inquiring, would that trouble you, brother? At least it is better than being awakened by you in the middle of the night. Yuan Yi's brows furrowed again as he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. After a moment's hesitation, you could not help but offer him guidance. Do not apologize so freely in the future. You reiterated, at the very least. Do not always apologize to me. It makes me feel like I am an incompetent brother. Perhaps you had more to say? For instance, why does the heir of the G country always appear so submissive? It is quite distasteful and a disgrace to G country. Or, if you believe you have done nothing wrong, do not readily utter apologies, for such words render you weak and easily bullied. Furthermore, I take pride in your growth, as you can stand against our father and steer matters in the direction you desire. You had much to convey to Yuan Yi, yet, for some reason, upon facing his calm and composed visage, all the feeble words that once filled your heart timidly retracted. In reality, you found yourself unable to utter anything. You could only remain silent for a while, before leaping down from the eaves into the courtyard, retreating to your own room, drawing the paper door shut, and convincing yourself to sleep early to avoid disrupting tomorrow's training. Chapter 52. Between the G country for the following day after Yuan Yi's return proved rather arduous for you. The lady of the small quarters had arranged for you to reside in a courtyard adjacent to that of the former heir, separated by just a wall. While Rain was tidying up, Yuan Yi came over to invite you to his courtyard to wait, and you followed him there. The courtyard where Yuan Yi now resided was your childhood home, still graced by an old pine tree. Beneath the pine, a shallow pool for washing brushes revealed two plump goldfish playfully flicking their tails in the clear water. Yuan Yi had mentioned these goldfish in his letter, seemingly gifted by an elderly vendor in town who sought to please the young lord. Unable to refuse, he brought them back and has been caring for them diligently ever since, and they thrived quite well. By ordinary standards, these goldfish appeared too large and robust, embodying a vitality that deviated from noble aesthetics. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi seemed quite pleased with them. The sleeping quarters he now occupied were also once yours. A spacious 12 tatami mat room, ample even for an adult. You waited in the corridor for a moment when Yuan Yi emerged from his room, holding a simple diamond-shaped paper kite, eagerly presenting it to you. Brother, shall we fly a kite? It is now early spring, with grass growing and orioles flying. A splendid time for kite flying. The weather today is particularly fine, you remarked, glancing up at the sky where various kites danced and soared at different altitudes. However, you held no interest in them. Thus, you gently pushed the kite back towards him. I am not interested. Yuan Yi did not press the matter. He seemed hardly disappointed. Placing the kite aside and sitting beside you, casually perched on the edge of the corridor, he gazed at the pine tree in the courtyard and quietly suggested, "Would you like to spar with me in swordsmanship, brother?" You directly declined, feeling a hint of surprise. What made you think of sparring with me? Since your time at the Clear Water Temple, your only bout had ended in your defeat at his hands during that winter, after which he likely realized such actions displeased you and had not showcased his swordsmanship before you again, rarely even mentioning it in his letters, knowing you could never win. It would be merely self-inflicted humiliation. You had excluded him from your sight to train alone. Guided by these thoughts, you had not once asked Yuan Yi for a sparring match again. Yet now, you truly felt astonished. Yuan Yi, with his innocent eyes, continued to gaze at the courtyard's pine tree. I thought it would bring you joy, as you are always so dedicated to swordsmanship. To your surprise, you found yourself remarkably calm discussing the topic of swordsmanship with Yuan Yi once more. You calmly articulated, however, if I, who am so devoted to swordsmanship, were to be easily defeated by you, it would be rather laughable, wouldn't it? Yuan Yi finally turned to look at you. Brother, you are incredibly skilled in the temple. Your prowess is unmatched. Though praised by your brother, you felt no stir within. And you even felt a smile creeping upon your lips. So you believe I am qualified to spar with you? It must be noted that upon returning from the Grand City, Yuan Yi was indeed the nation's foremost warrior. You spoke this with a smile, and Yuan Yi paused, suddenly displaying a hint of panic, hastily explaining, "No, I merely thought it would alleviate your boredom. Sparring could pass the time." At this point, Yuan Yi seemed to realize something, abruptly halting mid-sentence. Yet you had already heard him. Pass the time? Sparring? Pass the time? Beneath your gentle smile, it felt as though a string within your mind snapped. Indeed, to Yuan Yi, the concepts of swordsmanship, the way of the warrior, and sparring appeared trivial and inconsequential. Oh, it seems that this notion of calmness was merely an illusion of yours. Yet you maintained your outward smile, as if wearing a mask with a perpetually upturned corner. Even teasing him with a gentle demeanor, Yuan Yi, it is truly miraculous that you have managed to live so steadily until my return. In the face of your smile, your clumsy little brother seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, retracting his neck and lowering his head once more. This time, he refrained from offering you a hasty apology. Perhaps, yesterday's conversation had genuinely resonated with him. Strangely, you found solace in that thought. I will not spar with you. You diverted your gaze to the scenery in the courtyard, calmly declaring to Yuan Yi that sparring with him would disturb your peace of mind, rendering you hopeless. Thus, do not bring up such matters again. Very well. However, sitting idly in Yuan Yi's courtyard was indeed dull, and after considering for a while, you kindly suggested, "Take me for a stroll around G Country City, Yuan Yi. I am quite curious about what it looks like now." The two of you set out together, exiting the grand gates of G Country. Nobility always had attendants accompanying them. Your close attendant, Yu, was occupied assisting you with your new residence and could not accompany you. Yet, the sight of Yuan Yi, equally alone yet undisturbed, surprised you. You instinctively inquired, "Where's your attendant?" "Lingren does not need to accompany me for outings." Yuan Yi replied. Lingren, the eldest son of the Yamada family, was of similar age to Yuan Yi and had become his attendant. But, an attendant who does not accompany their lord? You voiced your confusion. Yuan Yi responded, "He always conveys my father's intentions, which makes me feel uncomfortable." You just suddenly remembered that you too will be by Yuan Yi's side, constantly relaying your father's intentions. Will Yuan Yi grow tired of you and send you away, not needing your company? You were uncertain. If you were to pose this question to him now, he would undoubtedly insist that such a thing would never happen, because the brother is different, and other nonsensical reassurances to placate you. Thus, you swallowed your complex emotions in silence and stepped outside with him. To your astonishment, Yuan Yi led you through merely a few main streets in the city. And due to his presence, you, who should have felt like a stranger in this city, suddenly found yourself welcomed. Young Master Yuan Yi, freshly made dumplings just out of the pot. Have you brought a friend? 2 skewers for you. Young Master Yuan Yi. We haven't seen you in a few days. You must have been busy lately. Young Master Yuan Yi, I have just received some fresh vegetables. If you require them, I can deliver them to the Jigwa Manor. As we walk along the way, numerous vendors greet Yuan Yi with enthusiasm. Yuan Yi, walking beside you, often pauses to acknowledge their hospitality with a nod or a soft response. Yet he declines all the small gifts they eagerly attempt to bestow upon him. You share a resemblance with him, and passers-by, glancing between the two of you, express curiosity with a few inquiries. In response, Yuan Yi eagerly explains, "He is my elder brother. Yes, I have brought him back from the temple. He will live with me in the manor from now on. He is an exceptionally remarkable person." You occasionally gesture to indicate your appreciation for the warm welcomes, though your smile threatens to stiffen from the effort. Yuan Yi seems to radiate an ethereal joy, eager to introduce you to everyone he knows. However, you find it unnecessary. In a brief moment as you cross to the next street, you express your desire to keep things moderate. Yet, Yuan Yi, with his own intentions, earnestly explains the necessity and urgency of introducing you. But brother, it has been so long since you returned. No one knows you. Your composed demeanor, a testament to your upbringing, prevents you from rolling your eyes at him. Even if I do not leave Jigwa City, they still would not know me. At this point, your curiosity piqued, you inquire, "But you, the young master of the Jigwa family, why are you so familiar with the common folk of the city?" From a noble's perspective, fostering relationships with the subjects is utterly unnecessary. The commoners simply need to accept the aristocracy's rule. Their feelings towards the lord, be it affection, fear, or disdain, do not complicate matters, as long as they remain obedient. Upon hearing your question, Yuan Yi glances at the roadsides and begins to describe in a calm manner. His lengthy exposition is somewhat tedious. So here is a brief summary. According to Yuan Yi, life within the Jigwa Manor is rather unfulfilling, thus he occasionally ventures into Jigwa City. The journey from the manor's grand entrance to the city gates and back is monotonous, yet preferable to enduring the martial education from his tutors at home. His distinctive birthmarks make him easily recognizable, and soon enough, people began to acknowledge the young lord of Jigwa by their moniker. And the entire city came to know that the future lord was still a mere boy who enjoyed wandering about. As he matured, coinciding with a poor harvest year and rampant banditry surrounding the city, the lord frequently took the young lord outside to combat these marauders. After their arduous efforts, they would return with the severed heads of bandits dangling from their horses' reins. Additionally, desperate villagers seeking refuge would bring news. "Thanks to the Lord, our village will recover after a 6-month respite. It was fortunate that the young lord arrived just in time to save us from the bandits' wrath." I heard the young lord ventured out alone to subdue the bandits? Yes, indeed. Those dreadful men have been vanquished. During your time in seclusion at the Qingshui Temple, Yuan Yi diligently fulfilled his responsibilities as the young lord, striving to safeguard the populace. He earned considerable respect among the commoners. However, he humbly downplayed this, stating, "They merely extend their kindness towards me as the young lord, thus they are particularly indulgent." You once shared the title of young lord of Jigwa, and Yuan Yi's humility stands out to you like a stark contrast. Chapter 53. Between the Jigwa realms, the days following your return to Jigwa City feel exceedingly dull. Your father, possessing a broad perspective, swiftly shifts his focus to how to maximize the potential of his returned child, prioritizing pragmatic concerns over the lost opportunity to court a princess. Thus, in recent years, the teachers dismissed by the Jigwa Manor have been summoned back. In the classroom, apart from the obstinate Yuan Yi, there is now you, who is somewhat favored by the instructors, especially Mr. Yuan Yi, the music theory teacher, who, after hearing you play a piece under the pretense of a test, was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Young Master Yinsheng has diligently honed his skills even in the temple." With a noble smile, you humbly reply, "Thanks to your guidance in my youth, I have learned that music theory is more than mere amusement. It is also a means to soothe one's spirit. Your words have remained etched in my memory. In all honesty, your remarks are merely a polite exchange, devoid of any hidden meaning." Yet, upon hearing you, Mr. Yuan Yi's gaze shifts to another student beside you, whose bewildered expression reveals a hidden sorrow, prompting the teacher to wipe his tears and look at you with even greater sympathy. Indeed, your life in the temple must have been quite challenging. You open your mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps these poets and musicians are prone to such tendencies, becoming melancholic at the sight of beauty and romance. perceiving the most ordinary occurrences as laden with unspoken burdens and drowning others in their emotions. You hesitate, contemplating whether to clarify, at least to dispel the notion that you had suffered great humiliation in the temple and now returned in triumph. This troubling hesitation dissipates when you meet Yuan Yi's gaze, allowing you to let go of your concerns. Yuan Yi attends the noble classes alongside you, and after a simple assessment, the instructor understands your current level. When admiration flickers in the teacher's expression, pride gleams in Yuan Yi's eyes, not from pity, but from a sense of equality, admiration for your abilities, and pride that you are his brother. Locking eyes with Yuan Yi, the tumult within your heart suddenly calms. Why should you explain your life to those who are irrelevant? Their feelings hold no significance to you. Just as they regard you as a symbol of resilience, you view them as mere instruments for imparting knowledge. With this realization, clarity washes over you. Consequently, during the ensuing days, as literary, tea ceremony, and archery instructors commend you, you graciously accept their praise, attributing your diligence to their teachings in your youth, asserting that you would never tarnish their reputation as educators through your own shortcomings. The returning teachers, lured by the generous compensation from your father and intimidated by the martial aristocracy, may have harbored resentment, yet upon hearing your words, their faces break into smiles, gradually setting aside their prejudices and resuming their duties as mentors. Naturally, your father is quite pleased. In hindsight, he muses that perhaps he should not have sent you to the temple. At a family banquet, he even expresses such leniency towards you. You are momentarily taken aback, then promptly set down your chopsticks and kneel respectfully in his direction, saying, "Father's actions were all for the stability of Jigua. If not for the trials at Qingshui Temple, I might not possess my current abilities. Father has merely done what every head of a household ought to do." Upon hearing your words, your father bursts into hearty laughter, even rising to embrace you, showering you with praise filled with satisfaction. Leaning gently against him, you play the part of a grateful child in the narrative of a benevolent father and filial son, and so you display an appropriately moved expression. Internally, you perceive your father's grip on your hand to be exceedingly cold, with his breath carrying a faint scent of decay. Clad in a voluminous robe, his physique appears to embody the vigor of youth, with thick, dark hair and piercing eyes that retain their intensity. Yet, when he stands beside you, whether conversing with you or with Yuan Yi, he emanates an aura of weariness and decrepitude. Through your father's embrace, you catch a glimpse of Yuan Yi seated at the low dining table, his chopsticks paused as he gazes blankly at you both. His handsome visage, illuminated by candlelight, reveals no discernible emotion. Only the slight tremor of the flower pendant on his earlobe betrays his presence. His usually placid eyes meet yours, yet you find them inscrutable. A fleeting memory crosses your mind. In your childhood, you often found yourself in a similar predicament as Yuan Yi. You, the eldest son, would visit your mother and observe her speaking with you while tenderly embracing your younger brother at her side. In those moments, did he too perceive your feelings through your gaze? Through the assessments of your mentors, your father has come to understand your capabilities and thus harbors great expectations for you. Keep an eye on Yuan Yi. Do not allow him to act in a manner unbecoming of our noble status. This stands as your father's inaugural directive. You nod in agreement, all the while grappling with the moral dilemma of feigning compliance. It has been previously noted that Yuan Yi is a noble who embodies none of the typical traits associated with nobility. He shows no interest in the strictures of the inheritance house and is indifferent to the awe and reverence that others exhibit toward him. Instead, he prefers to venture beyond the estate, immersing himself in the lives of the common folk. On the few occasions you accompanied him outside, you witnessed his readiness to engage with the populace, even assisting elderly women with mobility issues across the street, ensuring their safe return home before feeling at ease. At that moment, you were profoundly moved. Rain, following closely behind, remarked humorously on your sentiments. Young Master Yuan Yi truly cares for the common people, as if they were his own kin. You swiftly admonished him, asserting that a subject should not criticize their lord. Rain, cowed, fell silent. Upon exiting the elderly woman's home, Yuan Yi appeared with 2 freshly washed green fruits in hand. A hint of bashfulness in his demeanor as he approached you, offering one. "This is a cucumber that Grandma received today. She gifted it to me as a token of her gratitude. Brother, please accept one." You accepted his offering, holding it in your palm, at a loss for words. Yuan Yi's kindness struck you deeply. Though he does not conform to the typical conduct expected of nobility, his heart is undeniably pure. You remain silent for an extended period, ultimately deciding to keep the cucumber and refraining from uttering any reprimands. Do not mention today's events to father, you instructed Yuan Yi. His eyes brightened at your words. I understand. He disapproves of my actions. Yet, he continues unabated. As you observe your younger brother, joyfully delighted by a mere sour cucumber, you increasingly comprehend the reasons behind your father's profound weariness. Chapter 54. Between the inheritance houses, you quickly find your place within the inheritance house. Internally, you uphold familial regulations, while externally, you promote the virtues of the young master. Strangely, your impression of the inheritance house, influenced by your father's presence, suggested that the vassals would always remain reticent, fearful of disobedience. However, after residing there for a short while, you were astonished to discover that the servants in the back courtyard showed little respect towards Yuan Yi. The young master Yuan Yi, you mustn't eat this cold. Young master Yuan Yi, this has been specially prepared for you. Please consume it while it's warm. Young master Yuan Yi, the master has instructed that you need. When you were in the role of the young master, no one dared to speak to you in such a manner. Strangely, Yuan Yi appears accustomed to such treatment, complying with the servant's demands regarding meals and adhering to your father's seemingly unnecessary directives. The servants in the courtyard engage in casual conversation, even under the watchful eyes of their master. Yuan Yi's attendant, Rina, treats her master with a lax demeanor, attending to him only when present, otherwise disappearing without a trace. Fortunately, there are no unmarried women in the back courtyard, lest unnecessary scandals arise. You observe these dynamics in silence, contemplating how to instigate change. When the lady of the small quarters begins to apply the same standards to your own meals and daily routines, in accordance with the master's orders, your meals will be arranged according to young master Yuan Yi's portion. The lady stands before you and Yuan Yi, presenting the subsequent portion list. After patiently listening, you resolutely reject. I will not accept this. The lady, typically poised and composed within the inheritance house, is momentarily taken aback by your response, her eyes widening in surprise. With neither your mother nor father in attendance, as the sole steward of the household, she may not have encountered refusal before. Is young master Iwakatsu dissatisfied with something? She inquires, her powdered face and delicately drawn brows knitting in a frown as she regards you sternly. Unfazed, you calmly nod. Yuan Yi is now 13. I have reviewed his portion, and it remains at the level of 3 years ago. This is not appropriate. However, the old arrangement was presented to the master, and he raised no objections. She counters, invoking your father's authority. You nod, acknowledging her point. Is that so? In that case, I shall bring this to my father's attention. Young master Iwakatsu. The lady raises her voice slightly, interrupting you. This is a trivial matter. The master is often preoccupied with affairs. Do you wish to trouble him with such issues? You respond unwaveringly. If that is your belief, then indeed, I shall inform my father. The lady continues to scrutinize you with a stern gaze, yet you remain resolute. Ultimately, she must concede, lowering her head and softening her tone. Very well, since you have raised an objection, I will adjust the portions according to your and young master Yuan Yi's current ages. Her shift in attitude prompts you to offer a congenial smile. That would be most agreeable. Once the lady with the ashen face departs, Yuan Yi, who had been silent until now, approaches you, exclaiming, Brother, you are so impressive. Today, his attendant Rina has also been absent, and Yuan Yi, lingering in your quarters, has his tea poured by rain into his cup. You rest one hand on the edge of the teacup while gently massaging your temples. Feeling a sense of fatigue wash over you, your eyes unconsciously closing. What do you mean by impressive? The lady is quite severe. You openly contradicted her arrangements. He observes with admiration. You regard him with surprise. You dare defy father, yet you obediently heed a mere steward in the courtyard? Because she makes valid points. What points? Her dietary arrangements are quite healthy, the academic schedule is orderly, and she emphasizes frugality. As Yuan Yi rambles on, you can't help but press your fingers to your temples. Yet these matters are trivial. As you organize your thoughts, you slowly respond to Yuan Yi. Your own will is what truly matters. Health and order are what they ought to uphold. Yet I fail to see how they can satisfy your preferences and win your favor upon this foundation. I perceive a lack of humility in her demeanor as a subordinate, which presents a significant issue. For instance, if you favor sweet delicacies, she presents a menu replete with the customary savory dishes of the warriors. If cultural lessons are not to your liking, She schedules the master's classes at the most error-prone hour of the morning. If your close attendant is absent, she neglects to promptly arrange a second. After spending many years in the realm, she has begun to assume the role of a master, losing her sense of propriety and presumptuously orchestrating your life. As you reflect on this, you cannot help but let out a derisive laugh. It is absurd for one to be so oblivious of their own position. Upon uttering this, you open your eyes to find Yuan Yi drawing closer, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Oh, how does my brother know I enjoy sweet food? You are taken aback by the question. Your fondness for lingering at the dumpling stall was quite evident when you left the estate. Yuan Yi hesitates inexplicably. Did brother notice? You gently push his overly close face away with your hand, responding coolly, I will never forget the sight of the young master of the realm drooling in front of a stall, yet unable to afford a purchase. How much savings do you have in your private treasury? Your mother's dowry, the monthly allowance from the estate. You have no particular penchant for spending, so you should have a clear idea of what is in the storeroom. Under your series of inquiries, your foolish brother gazes at you with his innocent, wide eyes. Looking rather foolish, you hear a suppressed sigh from behind you as the rain continues to fall. Taking a deep breath, you cannot suppress your weariness and briefly close your eyes. Truly, why was I once envious of such a foolish individual? Apart from martial prowess and temperament, he possesses nothing of worth as a noble. Thus, in the first year of returning to the realm, you exerted great effort to reorganize the estate's back courtyard, replacing the managing lady, substituting Yuan Yi's close attendant, and dismissing all servants who disrespected and looked down upon him. Additionally, you meticulously reconciled the chaotic accounts in the storeroom, ensuring that the young master of the realm would no longer find himself enamored by goods in the marketplace, unable to procure the necessary funds. When you issued orders, the dismissed servants clamored and expressed their dissatisfaction, even escalating their complaints to your father in the front courtyard, accusing you of cruelty towards the old minister's wife and insensitivity towards the veterans. They likely misdirected their grievances. Your father, impatient, sent a retainer to summon the husbands of these women, who, of course, also served the realm. In the rigid class society, these men, who stumbled through life, often understood the terror of power better than their sheltered wives. Once they were gathered and apprised of the situation, they trembled in fear, apologizing profusely and only dared to rise after receiving forgiveness, their faces pale as they escorted their women away. The realm will never lack for retainers. The day before, Yuan Yi, witnessing the weeping attendants, expressed concern. Will they be punished when they return home? You remained indifferent, crossing out a series of names with your brush. They erred. You looked up at Yuan Yi. Do you not inquire what they did wrong? Yuan Yi, understanding the situation, lowered his gaze before you. They displeased brother. You are becoming increasingly familiar with this sudden sense of powerlessness. After a moment of reflection, you regain your voice, brushing aside his ambiguous comment. Better to pretend you did not hear, and earnestly instruct him. Subordinates are like foliage that requires constant pruning. Your neglect of their management in previous years has allowed them to run rampant. Their error lies in failing to recognize their position, lacking respect for you as the young master of the realm, and not guiding you along the right path. Yuan Yi responds with a silent nod, his hair abundantly gathered in a high ponytail, and you vaguely notice he still uses an old, faded hair tie. You continue emotionlessly. While I could continue to prune them, allowing them to remain would be too arduous. Since this group is inadequate, it is best to replace them. As you speak, you observe Yuan Yi's reaction. You assume his inherent kindness would prompt him to protest or display a troubled expression, causing you to waver in your resolve. However, this is not the case. From the beginning of your reorganization of the realm until now, as everything nears completion, Yuan Yi understands each directive you issue, and that is where it ends. When you solicit his opinion, he offers brief suggestions to maintain the status quo, as he has not perceived any threat to his interests, which you coldly dismiss. And Yuan Yi calmly accepts all changes within the estate. Like an island amidst turbulent waters, he remains stable, steadfast, and unwavering. All events unfold according to your expectations. Yet at times, observing Yuan Yi's detached demeanor stirs a vague sense of dissatisfaction within you. It feels as though you are the one serving him. Although everything you do is indeed in service to him, since the day you were welcomed back into the realm, you have inevitably become Yuan Yi's retainer. It is laughable for one to be oblivious to their own position. You once said this. Now, reflecting upon it, It seems that even before you realized it, you had already aligned yourself correctly and engaged in proper conduct to please your lord. Contemplating this, as a retainer, you could be considered exceptionally gifted. Your spirits, buoyed by the significant changes within the realm, sink back into a calm and subdued state as various thoughts emerge. At the end of this year, as relations with neighboring countries grow increasingly tense and news of your return to the realm spreads, noble youths passing through begin to invite you to gatherings. The social interactions among nobles, purportedly to foster deep bonds, serve more as a fade, as everyone feels the weight of impending warfare and extends olive branches toward the commendable warrior clan of the realm. The invitations, identical in format, are presented to both you and Yuan Yi. The gathering is initiated by the esteemed lord's relatives, the Maeda family, who have sought renowned courtesans and beautiful entertainers in the realm's pleasure districts to host the assembly for the young nobles. The noble Maeda, hailing from a prestigious lineage, wields considerable influence within the country and has similarly invited young nobility from neighboring cities. You and Yuan Yi, along with the others, are seated as guests of the feast. The sake served, the beautiful entertainers beside you, and the boisterous banter of the men reveal that those present regard you as proper noblemen. As a retainer of the realm, you sit beside Yuan Yi, who sits at a low table laden with food, his back straight like a steel spine. His shoulders are positioned in the most proper manner, standing out amidst the raucous laughter and banter of the other nobles due to his solemn demeanor. Your father, aware of your attendance at the gathering, specifically admonished you to ensure that Yuan Yi does not bring shame upon himself tonight. Consequently, before departing, Yuan Yi donned a new outer garment, a fresh headband, a newly acquired sword, and maintained an expression of calm indifference, unaffected by the accolades or criticisms. This he did not require your reminder for, as he sat expressionless, tall and imposing, exuding an intimidating presence. Moreover, considering he had recently triumphed in the Lord's martial competition, he could easily defeat any warrior present with a single strike. Thus, when Yuan Yi first arrived, the gathered nobles greeted him warmly, showering him with compliments that flowed one after another, never repeating. The noble Maeda openly expressed his admiration for Yuan Yi. Keiichi indeed finds himself ill-suited for the intricate social milieu of clinking glasses and toasting, maintaining the cold fade you had previously mentioned, offering only a slight nod to everyone, exuding an icy aloofness that is impervious to flattery. Having once donned the mantle of nobility, does he now presume himself to be extraordinary? What an attitude! Does he truly believe himself to be significant? TSK, sitting behind him, you can almost hear the muffled frustration of the numerous nobles whose dignity he has inadvertently dismissed. However, rather than embodying the naive, easily manipulated heir, it would serve him better to present himself as the formidable and singular aristocrat of a warrior lineage when facing future colleagues. You find yourself pleased by this notion. You have observed Keiichi, after being toasted, stiffly maneuvering his arms to evade the advances of an experienced courtesan who, with practiced grace, positions herself in a manner that makes escape impossible. Consequently, his shoulders remain rigid, creating a sense of bewilderment that belies his apparent indifference. Witnessing this scene, you calmly sip your drink, unable to suppress a tranquil smile. For Keiichi, such gatherings are undoubtedly excruciating. Coincidentally, for you, they are equally unremarkable. As a retainer to the heir, you trail behind him, and the surrounding nobles scarcely spare a glance your way. Even the beautiful courtesans dispatched to serve you are naturally assigned to your brother, while the girl pouring wine beside you, smiling as she converses, occasionally glances at the center of the banquet, where ambition flickers in her eyes. After all, you are merely a subordinate, reluctantly attending to your duties, and you fully comprehend the sentiments of those around you. Thus, your understanding reaches its limit. This uncomfortable banquet ultimately concludes amidst the clattering of empty bottles. The paper door behind you slides open, and the attending retainers of the nobles file in, carefully escorting the inebriated lord and his favored lady to the prepared chambers. Rain approaches you with hurried steps. The courtesan beside you, her attire disheveled, has succumbed to intoxication, collapsing upon the tatami mat. What was her name again? Tsuru? Rain reaches for your arm, attempting to assist you, but you exhale a breath reeking of alcohol and wave him off, rising unaided. After issuing a few instructions to Rain, you clasp your hands within your sleeves, awaiting Keiichi, who has consumed even more wine, to rise with the support of his newly assigned attendant. After regaining his footing, Keiichi sways slightly before stabilizing, seemingly returning to lucidity. He brushes aside the hand of the courtesan leaning against him and turns to face you. The courtesan, who had relied on him, moans softly, her form slumping onto the tatami, utterly oblivious in her stupor. Keiichi halts before you, his cheeks and neck flushed with intoxication. But his eyes remain relatively clear as he inquires, "Brother, shall we return home?" You nod and depart with him through the throng of attendants, nobles, and courtesans. Exiting the entertainment district, the streetlights flicker dimly, illuminating only a few inches ahead for those traversing the path. The celestial stars and moon offer a more reliable source of guidance. Fortuitously, the night is bright with a scant few stars, under the cold, white moonlight. The night breeze wafting through the city carries a chill. This year remains a mild winter, yet no matter how warm the day, the nighttime chill remains unwelcoming, prompting the gathered nobles to secure their rooms in the entertainment district early. It is no wonder that you and Keiichi, under the starry sky, hasten home so late, drawing incredulous gazes from the attendants of the establishment as you depart. Before leaving, your father generously provided you with ample silver. Fully aware of the possible developments following the banquet, yet he seemed to approve, merely advising you to seek out virtuous women for companionship. You were well aware of this without his prompting. However, once the banquet concluded, you found yourself wishing to return to the familiar confines of your own abode, craving cleanliness over the stench of alcohol that clung to you, especially in comparison to the intoxicated courtesans, unaware of how many men had graced their chambers. On the way home, Keiichi slows his pace to walk alongside you, his voice muffled as a haze of white mist mingles with the night air, his drunken throat rendering his tone somewhat indistinct. "Brother, must we attend such gatherings in the future? You had donned a scarf when you left, but removed it during the banquet. Now, as the cold night envelopes you, you wrap it around your face, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage him in conversation. The biting wind invades your mouth, and your mind, muddled by drink, feels like a tangle of confusion. Speaking coherently seems a daunting task, and maintaining a straight course is a challenge enough, leaving you reluctant to discuss nonsensical matters with the equally intoxicated Keiichi. "Brother? Brother, do you hear me?" His persistent gaze and relentless calls are indeed bothersome. "Brother, if there's a next time, I won't come." You place your hands within the oversized sleeves of your outer garment, meandering a few steps while digesting his words. After a considerable pause, you finally grasp what he has just conveyed. "Not come next time? You sound just like a child." Internally voicing your annoyance, you take a breath, ensuring that each syllable is articulated clearly as you respond tersely, "Fine." "Eh?" His single-syllable exclamation reaches your ears. Upon hearing your reply, Keiichi's cheeks flush deeper with intoxication. He has always been quick to react to matters close to his heart, a smile spreading across his face as he leans closer to confirm. "Really?" You blink slowly, remaining impassive as you study him for a moment. Then pull down the scarf from your face, which now reeks of alcohol and is quite intolerable. Exhaling a cloud of mist tinged with the scent of drink before leisurely informing him. "After all, it is the request of the esteemed young lord." Perhaps it is the frigid moonlight of the night or the fact that your seemingly serious mind has already ceased functioning. But Keiichi's unwavering gaze upon you has suddenly become bearable amidst this sluggish and somewhat unpleasant evening. As you ponder this curious sensation, you continue to explain to Keiichi, "As long as everyone understands that you are a formidable warrior, not one for idle chatter, and should maintain a distant demeanor toward strangers, you need only to speak less at such gatherings in the future." You attempt to rouse your dulled mind, inadvertently recalling the earlier banquet and the young heirs engaged in their toasts, their eyes upon Keiichi, as well as your own. The courtesan beside you, with her slender waist and delicate neck, had been leaning into your embrace, yet her eyes flickered with ambition as she cast glances toward the heart of the revelry. After all, you both have reached the age where such considerations are pertinent. Your father had also imparted similar sentiments upon your departure. You slowly reflect on this, trying to erase the uncomfortable scenes from your mind. Speaking of which, Keiichi and you are on the brink of adulthood. Today, Keiichi performed admirably among the new generation of nobles. He is destined to become an exceptional lord in the future. Thus, it is only fitting that the next step in his life should be initiated. With this realization, your leisurely pace comes to a halt. "Brother?" Keiichi, who had been following closely, collides gently with your shoulder, quickly retracting his force to avoid a disastrous tumble. You command your sluggish brain to contemplate carefully, and at last, the conclusion emerges. Keiichi, it is time for you to wed. Chapter 56. The eclipse of the sun when my elder brother returned from the inheritance house. He slumped his shoulders, his head hanging low, and the once vibrant spark in his eyes was now replaced by a look of bewilderment. Our father, who had accompanied him back, gave him a slap on the back, the intention unclear, whether it was meant as encouragement or simply a reprimand. My brother staggered slightly, gasping in surprise, as our father beckoned to summon a retainer from the courtyard. The retainer presented the newly commissioned sword to the younger son, his tone tinged with unmistakable resignation. From now on, you shall serve as the personal attendant to young Master Yuan Yi at the inheritance house. The retainer accepted the sword in silence, his mind racing with memories. This sword had been crafted specifically for my brother, who had just come of age, and Lyrian had anticipated this moment for quite some time. How then could it now be handed to him? Moreover, as an attendant to young Master Yuan Yi, he glanced at his elder brother, whose demeanor was far from right, and instinctively voiced his confusion. So what about Lyrian? Though it was not unheard of for two brothers to serve the same lord, it seemed a waste of our family's precious talents. Take the Yamada family, for instance. Aside from the eldest son Lyrian, there was the younger son, the retainer. In previous times, they might have aligned with different young masters. But in this era of the inheritance house, it was unnecessary. After all, the head of the family had made his intentions clear. The next heir was undoubtedly young Master Yuan Yi. The retainer initially thought this was the family's way of paving his path, allowing him to follow in his brother's footsteps and serve the same lord. Yet, the reality was far different. Upon hearing the retainer's query, our father delivered another slap to the despondent Lyrian's head. This fool. He was sent back from the inheritance house and will no longer serve young Master Yuan Yi. You are now the one chosen as young Master Yuan Yi's next attendant. Speak with your brother to understand what is required, and you shall go to the inheritance house tomorrow. With his head hung low, Lyrian was embarrassed as our father publicly exposed his shortcomings before his brother. His face flushed crimson. He forced himself to lift his head and protested. It's not that I was sent away. It was a change. A change. Young Master Yuan Yi consulted me about recommending another child from the Yamada family, and I suggested the retainer. Don't make it sound like it was all my fault. Before Lyrian could finish his defense, our father's unyielding hand struck him once more, silencing his arguments. Young Master Iwakatsu made it abundantly clear. You are hardly ever at young Master Yuan Yi's side, and you dare call yourself an attendant in such a state? You bring disgrace to the Yamada family. If it weren't for the face I have to save with the Lord, do you think this would be so easily resolved? You've embarrassed me completely. But Lyrian's face burned with shame, and he struggled to find words to justify himself. Yet, every word spoken by our father rang true. The retainer watched this exchange, and when he met his brother's inquisitive gaze, Lyrian found himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted, unable to utter a single syllable. Ultimately, he had indeed been sent back from the inheritance house, stripped of his right to serve young Master Yuan Yi. All the intervening circumstances were of little consequence in light of this definitive outcome. Say what you will, Lyrian mumbled, his head drooping once more, casting a shadow over him as he stood beside our father and brother. As the elder sibling, he felt he had lost all face in front of the retainer. How infuriating! Our father sighed and departed, leaving the two brothers in the house to engage in casual conversation, naturally revolving around the day's upheaval. What kind of person was young Master Yuan Yi? What about young Master Iwakatsu? Why had he been sent back from the inheritance house? These were matters the retainer needed to understand before venturing to the inheritance house. Laying the newly acquired sword beside him, the retainer spoke with Lyrian, feeling a mix of curiosity and nostalgia for their shared time together. Ever since Lyrian had entered the inheritance house 5 years ago, their time together had diminished significantly. Each month, on the first day, before dawn, he would rush off to the inheritance house, only to return home under the starlight on the last day of the month. Occasionally, during festivals, their father would be home, yet Lyrian would always be subjected to their father's training in swordsmanship, which never seemed to satisfy him. With young Master Yuan Yi, how can your swordsmanship still be like this? It's simply unacceptable. When Lyrian emerged from the training sessions, shoulders drooped and face downcast, he often found the retainer waiting outside, ready with supper. As he handed over a rice ball, he couldn't help but tease his foolish brother, always getting scolded. Lyrian, you haven't improved at all. With his cheeks stuffed with rice, Lyrian accepted the tea from his brother, swallowing his food before grumbling. Honestly, Scolded by the teacher at the inheritance house and scolded by father when I come home. What kind of young master Yuan Yi is he? He doesn't even guide my swordsmanship, yet everyone acts as if I would soar to greatness just by following him. But I've suffered so much at the inheritance house. Lyrian's eyes were filled with indignation as he spoke, the volume of his complaints rising to the point that even their father in the study could hear. The carefree demeanor of the retainer led him to doubt his brother's words, and he chuckled heartily, feigning sympathy. How pitiful, Lyrian, to suffer at the inheritance house, huh? Lyrian, blissfully unaware of the sarcasm, saw the retainer looking at him with a sorrowful expression and felt a sense of camaraderie, launching into a litany of complaints. The grievances were indeed entertaining tales of life in the Lord's house. He shared how upon his arrival at the inheritance house, young Master Yuan Yi had been distant and cold, issuing orders to keep away from him. How aside from his exceptional swordsmanship, young Master Yuan Yi was lackluster in every other discipline, leading to a teacher's frustration that culminated in a smack to Lyrian's hands, resulting in swollen fingers that served as an excuse to skip subsequent lessons while young Master Yuan Yi continued his indifferent ways. Even the teacher had grown desperate, utterly at a loss with their master-servant dynamic. There were tales of how the Lord would sometimes assign young Master Yuan Yi numerous tasks, but he would heed none of them, disappearing to the rooftops when annoyed, or running off into the city, vanishing without a trace. These were the stories shared between the brothers in the early years at the inheritance house, punctuated by Lyrian's serious nods of agreement. Yes, yes. His battle achievements are formidable, yet in everyday life, he shows no semblance of a lord, entirely different from my expectations. Yet, this peculiar lord seems quite suited for you. Lyrian, what do you mean suited? Because you're such a fool. If you had a strict lord, he would see you for what you are and send you home. Wouldn't he? What? You little rascal. Lyrian's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed, struggling to find words to retort. Their conversation culminated in a playful chase, with the taller brother tackling the younger one to the ground, delivering a light-hearted beating. From Lyrian's descriptions, the retainer felt no particular sentiment toward young Master Yuan Yi, occasionally reflecting on their family's good fortune. Although their future lord seemed eccentric, he appeared generous enough to tolerate a fool like Lyrian, even indulging him to the point of developing a foolish temperament. Truly a blessing for the Yamada family. Such a curious and stable existence continued until 2 years ago, when young Master Iwakatsu was brought back to the inheritance house, initiating a gradual transformation. What kind of person was young Master Iwakatsu? During that first return home, the retainer had inquired of his contemplative brother. Despite the apparent foolishness of his thoughts, Ayato diligently endeavored to comprehend the situation, which in turn evoked a sense of pity in Shorin. Regardless of the outcome of his contemplation, Ayato's earnestness warranted encouragement. As he reflected on his recent days in the inherit household and his limited encounters with Lord Iwakatsu, a look of unease crept onto his face. His gaze towards his brother filled with trepidation. What should I do, Shorin? I sense that Lord Iwakatsu does not favor me. Shorin remained unfazed and inquired. Why do you say that? Ayato replied. His expression when he looks at me resembles how you appeared when you found that bat in the house last time. It feels as though he regards me as worthless, wishing I would vanish immediately. But how could that be? You possess an appealing countenance. Have you done something to displease him? Shorin asked. No, not at all. I have been quite honest, unchanged from before. Unchanged? Shorin pressed. Yes. I simply accompanied Lord Enichi to class, practiced swordplay, and wandered about the city. I have not engaged in any inappropriate conduct. As Shorin observed Ayato's obliviousness, he realized the crux of the problem and sighed. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What do you mean? Ayato queried. You are a close attendant, Ayato. Merely accompanying Lord Enichi to class and practicing swordplay is not as simple as it seems. By the standards of other households, you are expected to attend to your lord's every need, staying by his side at all times. As Shorin elaborated, Ayato's face paled in realization. Then, what is the nature of Lord Enichi's relationship with Lord Iwakatsu? Relationship? Shorin echoed. What is Lord Enichi's attitude towards his brother? Ayato pondered and hesitantly replied. It seems they have never quarreled. Shorin blinked, suppressing a surge of frustration. Having served as a close attendant to Lord Enichi for so long, Ayato was utterly oblivious to the dynamics between his lord and his brother. Indeed, one could not rely on Ayato's understanding. Gazing at the cold, white moonlight in the courtyard, Shorin felt a tempest of emotions, yet maintained an outward composure. He even found the strength to gently reassure his brother, "It appears you are in dire straits. The worst that could happen is that you are sent home and no longer serve as a close attendant. Prepare yourself for a thorough reprimand from Father Ayato." As fate would have it, not long after, Ayato was indeed sent back home. Chapter 57. The Eclipse of the Sun. I am finished. My life is surely over. Ayato wailed, embracing a nearby pillar in tears as he distanced himself from his father's gaze. Observing his brother's emotional turmoil, Shorin calmly rose to fetch some refreshments, pouring himself a cup of tea as he took a sip. After a while, sensing Ayato's prolonged lamentation was unsustainable, he awkwardly approached and took another cup of tea. "So, what exactly transpired?" Shorin inquired. Ayato took a sip and sniffed. Shorin handed him a handkerchief from his sleeve, which Ayato unhesitatingly used to wipe his nose before dabbing at his tears. Finally composed, he lamented, "It is just as you said. It is all Lord Iwakatsu's fault." "He does not like you?" Shorin asked. "Indeed." Ayato sniffled, pitifully nodding in acknowledgement. "You can keep the handkerchief, just remember to wash it," Shorin remarked, wrinkling his nose in distaste at the soiled cloth. "Oh." Ayato's tears threatened to spill again. His brother was utterly unsympathetic. Shorin, however, was impervious to Ayato's emotional appeals. Recognizing his brother's passionate nature, which could be described as either innocent or annoying, he directly inquired about matters of concern. "Did Lord Enichi say anything when he sent you home?" Ayato suppressed his sorrow, mustering the energy to recall. "It was just yesterday. He told me I was an inadequate attendant and that I would be sent home." Shorin nodded thoughtfully. "A reasonable judgment." Ayato hesitated before continuing. "It must be that Lord Iwakatsu is dissatisfied with me. It seems he has not seen me around Lord Enichi a few times. So he directly ordered me home to vacate my position as a close attendant. He left me no room for negotiation. It is truly excessive. After all these years of camaraderie with Lord Enichi, he disregards it completely." Shorin dismissed his brother's emotional grievances, perceiving the decision to send Ayato home as a reasonable one. However, whether Lord Iwakatsu was indeed as unfavorable as Ayato claimed was debatable. Engaging Ayato in such subjective matters seemed a path to trouble. He decided to bypass this and continued his inquiry. "So, Lord Enichi has no objections to Lord Iwakatsu's arrangements? I have heard that personnel changes at the inherit household have been quite frequent lately. Have the brothers quarreled over this?" "Lord Enichi, he completely endorses Lord Iwakatsu's arrangements," Ayato lamented, his mood growing increasingly despondent. Even the head of the household seems to adopt an attitude of letting Lord Iwakatsu do as he pleases. Initially, there was some dissent. But now, after several rounds of changes, I cannot discern who truly holds authority in the inherit household. "I see," Shorin mused for a moment, sipping his tea. "Perhaps the head of the household intends for Lord Iwakatsu to return and rectify the chaos at home?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shorin immediately negated his own thought. "No, that cannot be the case. If that were the sole reason, they could easily appoint a more seasoned steward rather than relying on Lord Iwakatsu, who has long been relegated to the temple." Ayato remained silent, allowing his brother to ponder, while he surreptitiously indulged in the delightful treats on the plate, 7 small dumplings with a glutinous rice exterior and red bean filling. With each bite, he felt his mood lifting, a smile of contentment gracing his face. After a moment of silence, Shorin set aside his thoughts and shifted focus to the next question. "So, what kind of person is Lord Iwakatsu? What expectations does he have for Lord Enichi's attendant?" Ayato swallowed the 3rd dumpling, pausing in his chewing before responding. "Lord Iwakatsu probably desires someone similar to his own attendant." "His own attendant?" "Yes, a fellow named Yu, who seems to have returned from the temple with Lord Iwakatsu. He is exceptionally handsome. They are practically inseparable, and he is utterly obedient to Lord Iwakatsu, performing his duties with great care and exhibiting a gentle demeanor." As Shorin visualized Ayato's description, he easily concluded, "In summary, he is someone entirely opposite to you. Apart from his looks, correct?" "How unfair. I have sparred with him, and my swordsmanship surpasses his," Ayato retorted. "Yet, Lord Enichi is already the foremost warrior. He does not require an attendant with exceptional swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Ayato's mouth fell open in confusion, unsure how to counter with a rebuttal. It was indeed a rather sound argument. Shorin, feeling a sense of calmness wash over him, absent-mindedly touched the sword at his side. "If it is merely this, I feel quite confident in becoming a competent attendant." "You mean your physique?" Ayato mumbled instinctively. As the youngest son of the family, Shorin was 2 years younger than Ayato, having been born with a meek cry akin to a kitten's, nurtured diligently by their mother. She had raised him with care, even dressing him as a girl in his childhood, which ultimately led to him growing into a healthy young man. Though deemed healthy, he is notably more slender in both arms and legs compared to the naturally robust Ayato. After donning male attire around the age of 10 and embarking on his swordsmanship training, his frail physique has rendered him somewhat clumsy, often practicing sporadically. His swordsmanship, while not remarkable among his peers, barely achieves a mediocre standard. Ayato instinctively worries about his brother's frail health. Shiren shrugs and offers a resigned smile to his elder brother, attributing the situation to Ayato's inadequacy, hence it falls upon him to take charge. The Yamada family serves as vassals to the state. It boasts numerous retainers. The family's patriarch earned his position through valor, securing Ayato's role as the close attendant to the young lord of the state. Likewise, upon realizing he could no longer fulfill his duties as a close attendant, Ayato instinctively sought opportunities for his younger brother. In the world of samurai, the chances for advancement are exceedingly scarce. Even the faintest thread of opportunity dangled by a lord is fiercely contested by those beneath him. This was true for the Yamada patriarch, for Ayato, and now for Shiren. Young Master Yuichi is a commendable individual, possessing a gentle spirit and exceptional swordsmanship. He would not impose undue hardship upon you. After much contemplation, Ayato finally managed to articulate a description of his lord. Hence, is it more crucial to curry favor with Lord Iwakatsu? Shiren tentatively inquired. Ayato hesitated, slowly nodding in agreement. That seems to be the case, for young Master Yuichi heeds Lord Iwakatsu's counsel closely. What, then, is Lord Iwakatsu's disposition towards young Master Yuichi? Well, his foolish elder brother faltered for ages, unable to articulate a coherent response. Clearly, it was something he would need to understand for himself in the state. As for the notion of needing to curry favor with Lord Iwakatsu, given Ayato's acknowledgement as a failure, it was likely a misguided path, one that could be set aside for now. On the second day, Shiren entered the state and encountered the lord he would serve in the future. The young man was tall and robust, with striking features and broad shoulders. Upon their meeting, he inquired with a calm demeanor, "You are Ayato's brother, Shiren?" Shiren knelt respectfully before him, responding with utmost deference, "Yes. My elder brother's misconduct led to his dismissal, and my father feels profound shame. I must apologize to you today." His lord fell silent. What Shiren had expressed was merely the customary dialogue expected between a lord and his retainer. A benevolent lord might offer some gentle words, allowing the matter to be swept aside. However, young Master Yuichi did not respond as Shiren anticipated, failing to offer a forgiving reply. As Shiren bowed his head, anxiety crept in during the silence until young Master Yuichi's calm voice finally broke through. Such matters need not be mentioned again. The words were not gentle, and the tone did not convey satisfaction. Instead, it conveyed a tension of discontent with Ayato's past actions and dissatisfaction with Shiren's present, yet an acceptance of the situation as it stood. Young Master Yuichi is indeed a commendable individual, Ayato's words echoing in Shiren's mind. Steeling himself, Shiren could not suppress a quiet curse at his foolish brother. Indeed, one ought not to trust a single word from him. Subsequently, Shiren began to follow young Master Yuichi in his endeavors. In matters of daily sustenance and living arrangements, his lord displayed a remarkable lack of fastidiousness, maintaining an unflappable demeanor. Yet, Lord Iwakatsu occasionally scrutinized his lifestyle. Should he discover any negligence, he would summon the appropriate individuals for inquiry. In terms of academic pursuits, his lord could hardly be described as particularly astute. Instructors of literature and music often appeared more tormented than the students themselves, seemingly resigned to their fate. Regarding martial arts and swordsmanship, Shiren had indeed heard of young Master Yuichi's prowess. It was said that he had accompanied the lord of the state on campaigns against bandits during his childhood. Recently, he had made a stunning impression before the daimyo, even defeating the nation's foremost samurai in combat. With such a formidable master, Shiren naturally felt a surge of curiosity and even requested a sparring match with young Master Yuichi, hoping to gauge the distance between their abilities. "Please, do not hesitate to offer your guidance." Shiren bowed deeply, adopting a humble posture. He did not consider his request to be excessive. After all, it was entirely reasonable for a lord to instruct his retainer in martial arts, was it not? Yet, young Master Yuichi declined. "To spar with you would be a torment for me," he stated bluntly, his tone cold and piercing. Shiren, caught off guard by this response, momentarily froze. His mind racing. The term you seem to imply all those aside from him, the weaklings. The notion of torment suggested a disdain for lowering oneself to the level of the weak to engage in a match. Shiren instinctively interpreted the words in this manner. Truly, there was no alternative interpretation. Young Master Yuichi is indeed a gentle soul, with exceptional swordsmanship. He would not impose hardship upon you. Ayato's assertions resounded in his ears. And yet, it all seemed to be a web of deceit clouding his rational judgment. It was no wonder Lord Iwakatsu had dispatched Ayato home. What on earth was that fool doing all day? However, you may spar with my elder brother's retainer. He is an excellent warrior. Young Master Yuichi seemed to demonstrate understanding, illuminating a path for Shiren. As a retainer to his lord, what could Shiren possibly say? He could only force a grateful smile, nodding in agreement. Lord Iwakatsu's retainer was a young man named Yu, with whom Shiren had exchanged pleasantries. In terms of first impressions, Yu was an exceptionally handsome young man. While Shiren had always found Ayato good-looking, with well-defined features and a cheerful demeanor, Yu's beauty was distinctly different. At their age, possessing commendable swordsmanship and a slender, youthful physique, along with a strikingly beautiful face, made him a rare and valuable talent among retainers. When Shiren first encountered Yu, he was taken aback, wondering which household had sent such a fitting retainer. Later, during a casual conversation, Yu revealed that he had been brought to the estate by Lord Iwakatsu from Kiyomizu Temple. With this context, they shared a bond forged through adversity, making their connection all the more significant. Shiren held a degree of respect for him and inquired about his service to Lord Iwakatsu. Yu remained tight-lipped, only sharing generalities and mundane matters known throughout the household. Eventually, the two retainers found an opportunity to spar, and Shiren, though noble by birth, found himself slightly outmatched. Losing to a commoner trained as a warrior monk in a temple. While he felt a twinge of disappointment, he managed to maintain his composure, praising Yu's exceptional swordsmanship. Yu, putting away his wooden sword, blushed at the compliment. My swordsmanship has reached this level thanks to Lord Iwakatsu's guidance. Shiren, playing along, continued to inquire. Lord Iwakatsu's martial skills must be impressive indeed. Having never witnessed Lord Iwakatsu spar with others, he had only heard of his relentless training, practicing diligently in the courtyard regardless of wind or rain, and surmised that his lord's skills must be formidable. Yu nodded in agreement. I can hardly withstand 2 strikes from Lord Iwakatsu. Shiren felt a pang of disappointment at having not survived even 10 strikes from Yu. Yu likewise inquired. I have heard that young Master Yuichi is the finest swordsman in the nation. I wonder what his skill level is like. As a close attendant, he was utterly unable to respond to the inquiry. Rain, ever perceptive, swiftly came to his rescue, saying, I apologize. I just remembered that you have only been here for a short while and may not have had the chance to learn much yet. The attendant, however, felt no comfort. It seemed that as long as young Master Yuan Yi refused to engage in a contest, he would remain forever oblivious to his own capabilities. Then I shall just fabricate a response, he declared. My elder brother accompanied Lord Yuan Yi to the competition in the capital, and from his accounts, it was clear that Lord Yuan Yi found no worthy adversary among his opponents. Even the most skilled warriors fell easily before him. I have never even ventured beyond the borders of our kingdom, and it is truly difficult to comprehend Lord Yuan Yi's current prowess. The thought of having to serve such a formidable lord fills me with the urge to strive for improvement. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Rain exhibited a look of profound understanding, exclaiming, I feel the same way. Whenever I witness Lord Iwakatsu's relentless self-improvement and observe his unwavering ascent towards the pinnacle of martial arts, my own skills, which I once took pride in, suddenly feel utterly inadequate. I yearn to remain by his side, to live under his protection, and with such aspirations, I must keep pace with him. From the moment I faced defeat at his hands, I realized that Lord Iwakatsu would never glance back to wait for anyone. He is a true force of nature, and his gaze can only acknowledge the strong. To position oneself as a weakling, awaiting his favor, is a perilous gamble. Should he one day grow weary and cast me aside, I would be utterly powerless to remedy such a cruel fate. The mere thought of such a possibility sends chills down my spine. Thus, I cannot afford to falter. Perhaps Lord Iwakatsu too harbors a similar resolve, driving him to train so diligently. Contemplating this shared sentiment, I find that even the most arduous perseverance becomes worthwhile. As he spoke, Rain's handsome visage gradually revealed an almost fervent devotion. Turning to the attendant, he inquired, "Can you comprehend this feeling, my dear attendant?" The attendant hesitated, struggling to grasp the nature of the bond shared between these two souls in adversity. Internally tumultuous, he maintained an outward facade of admiration and casually asked, "But surely, you and Lord Iwakatsu share such a relationship? Even so, do you still feel apprehensive?" Rain tilted his head in confusion. "What sort of relationship do you mean?" After a brief silence, the attendant finally articulated two elegant and meaningful words, "mutual paths." He observed the young beauty before him momentarily stunned, only to blush deeply once he comprehended the implication. His long eyelashes fluttered, a sign of his embarrassment. The attendant steadied himself, reciting a few thoughts to suppress the strange impulse that surged within him. It would indeed be peculiar if such a beautiful youth were at his side without any developments occurring. Yet, despite his bashfulness, Rain resolutely denied any such conjecture, exclaiming, "No. How could I ever be worthy of Lord Iwakatsu? He is a noble and elegant figure, akin to the brightest moon." The attendant reflected. Over the past 10 days, he has faced numerous unexpected challenges in the kingdom, and now, it seems almost routine to add one more. The two attendants found themselves engaged in conversation that afternoon, as both young masters had ventured into the city without them, Lord Yuan Yi having expressly stated he desired no accompaniment. Thus, they were left behind, an occurrence that seldom allowed the attendant to spend time with Rain. Yet, prior to their exchange, Rain remained a gentle and refined young man in the attendant's mind. Afterward, however, Rain's image subtly transformed. What is the appropriate distance to maintain between individuals? This is indeed a profound inquiry. The attendant had always believed himself adept in social matters. Yet now he felt a profound sense of defeat within the kingdom. He wondered when Lord Iwakatsu would return. Rain, glancing at the heavens, could no longer suppress his urge to gaze towards the courtyard entrance. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, the attendant made a swift decision to take his leave, temporarily parting from the beautiful youth, Rain. As a newly appointed attendant to young Master Yuan Yi, the attendant could not help but feel a mix of curiosity and apprehension towards the stern Lord Iwakatsu, the architect of his destiny. Particularly after learning that the return of Lingren was at Lord Iwakatsu's behest, he found himself exceedingly cautious in the presence of this noble scion. If one were to assess his demeanor, it might be said that his trepidation towards Lord Iwakatsu subtly surpassed the reverence he held for young Master Yuan Yi. After all, the words of his master, often harsh and unyielding, pierced through his pride, leaving him feeling somewhat evasive. Upon returning home after a smooth first 10 days of service, the attendant bore no goodwill towards his eagerly awaited elder brother, whom he chastised with a wooden sword, lamenting, "You have provided me with nothing but false information. How foolish I was to trust you. After all these years, you have shared nothing of value, you inept fool." Lingren, scampering about the courtyard to evade his younger brother's ire, approached with a cheerful grin when the attendant finally paused for breath. Producing hawthorn candy from his pocket, he presented it as if it were a treasure, his face radiating pure joy. "Well done, my dear attendant. You have truly excelled by not being sent home by Lord Iwakatsu during your first term. Such an achievement deserves a sweet celebration." The attendant gazed at the bright red candy, then at his brother's beaming smile. Lingren's gleaming white teeth and handsome face seemed to shine with an inner light. In that moment, the irritation that had once consumed him appeared to dissolve in the warmth of that smile. Why engage in a contest of wills with a fool? The hawthorn candy was no trivial expense and must have cost him a significant portion of his savings. Idiot! With that money, you could have flattered the eldest daughter of the neighboring house. And yet, he had returned well, without any issues. The attendant maintained a stern expression as he snatched the hawthorn candy from Lingren's grasp, betraying little of his feelings. At least he refrained from once again wielding the wooden sword against his brother's legs. Lingren, realizing he had narrowly avoided disaster, laughed heartily and sat close to his brother, eagerly watching him enjoy the candy while inquiring about his experiences over the past 10 days. Naturally, the most pressing question was, surely, Lord Iwakatsu was pleased with you? After all, no one could possibly refuse you. The latter half of that statement was nothing more than the nonsensical musings of a foolish brother and could be disregarded. The former, however, was a keen observation. Even Lingren understood that among the masters of the kingdom, Lord Iwakatsu's words held the most weight for them as attendants. The attendant was acutely aware of this fact. In the brief span of 10 days, he had unexpectedly found himself in a few short conversations with Lord Iwakatsu. During one such instance, at the conclusion of the final etiquette class, where young Master Yuan Yi had been detained for poor performance, the attendant stood helplessly outside the classroom, awaiting his master. In that moment, he caught sight of Lord Iwakatsu emerging from the classroom, clad in a purple garment, with Rain respectfully following closely behind. Dutifully carrying his book bag, the attendant was supposed to bow in greeting and silently watch Lord Iwakatsu depart, but he momentarily lost focus, staring intently at the noble scion as he approached. He even committed the rudeness of maintaining his gaze fixed on Lord Iwakatsu's face. Such scrutiny is rather intrusive, Lord Iwakatsu remarked. Young Master Iwakatsu did not raise his voice in reprimand. Following the gaze of his younger brother's attendant, he instinctively lifted a hand to touch his jaw, perhaps sensing the peculiarity of the moment, before lowering it again and calmly inquiring of his brother's recent attendant, "Is there something amiss with me?" Standing a head taller than the attendant, his peaceful demeanor naturally cast a commanding presence, his dignified visage and refined voice epitomizing the grace of a true nobleman. The attendant, suddenly enlightened, promptly bowed in apology. The one who determined his fate bore him no ill will, merely leaving him with a parting remark. "From now on, you need only focus on Yuichi. You are his attendant and must maintain appropriate boundaries." That evening, the attendant found himself troubled by these words. He remained uncertain about the relationship between the Ikezuki brothers. The suggestion to concentrate solely on young Master Yuichi implied that no effort was required for others of the Ikezuki lineage, a notion that was indeed reasonable. However, during the past few days, the personnel shifts within the Ikezuki household persisted, all orchestrated by young Master Iwakatsu, with the so-called core being none other than the future head of the family, Ikezuki Yuichi. At the eye of the storm, young Master Yuichi appeared to accept everything around him without question, embodying the role of the young master he was meant to be. Yet, young Master Iwakatsu seemed to have stepped into the limelight, stirring up such tumult that it threatened to upend the entire Ikezuki house. Meanwhile, Yuichi remained silent. The attendant observed this unfolding drama, inevitably reminded of the relationship between the emperor and the shogun in this land. Logically, the dynamics within the Ikezuki should not be so convoluted as to necessitate the presence of manipulation or subterfuge. However, wherever power congregates, the most bizarre structures tend to emerge. Even within the modest confines of the Yamada household, the attendant had witnessed his mother scold a maid as one would a pet. And during times when he struggled with martial arts and male attire, it was his father who, rather than fretting, expressed unexpected pride. Thus, his father had suggested that he should concentrate more on cultural studies, settle down, and accompany Eri in his journey ahead. The attendant naturally received the adoration of his family, all while bearing the identity of a weakling. Regardless of how he berated his brother Eri as a fool or inept, the trials Eri could navigate with ease eluded him. The wooden post that Eri could effortlessly topple remained insurmountable for him. Having endured the same downpour, Eri would shake off the droplets like a drenched poodle, disheveled yet robust. While the attendant, having been granted the sole umbrella by his brother, returned home dry, but subsequently succumbed to a chill. Weakling. In comparison to his brother, he felt pathetically feeble. And what of the relationship between young Master Yuichi and young Master Iwakatsu? The attendant pondered these thoughts, trembling as he turned beneath the covers. Young Master Yuichi was the foremost figure of the vassal state, perhaps the mightiest warrior in this land. Young Master Iwakatsu was either an exceptional warrior or a strategist. The attendant was uncertain, having never witnessed young Master Iwakatsu draw his sword, only hearing of his commendable prowess, which could rival that of his own father. Yet he remained too insignificant. Compared to young Master Yuichi, the latter willingly heeded his call, even doing so with such readiness. The attendant recalled Eri's description of young Master Yuichi, likening other warriors to mere fireflies in contrast. What thoughts might the weakling young Master Iwakatsu harbor toward his brother, whose strength was so overwhelming it felt despairing, yet remained defenseless against him, though they were blood brothers? One could only shine as a firefly under the brilliance of a radiant sun, emitting a light that even he might not cherish. Was this not a sorrowful plight that could bring one to tears upon reflection? Chapter 60. The eclipse of the sun. The moment of verification arrived swiftly. On the eve of the month's end, young Master Yuichi intended to wander the streets of Ikezuki City alone. Upon reaching the gate, He suddenly became aware of the attendant's presence and turned to gesture dismissively, wishing to send him away. Young Master Yuichi waved his hand outward, his demeanor ambiguous, oscillating between earnestness and nonchalance. The attendant, feeling a sense of foreboding, managed to maintain an expression of compliance mixed with determination. Eri was returned by the Ikezuki due to his lack of constant attendance at your side. Please do not make it difficult for me. As he spoke, his brows furrowed, and the corners of his mouth drooped, conveying an air of concern and sorrow. If he were sent away, his life would be ruined. This expression conveyed his sentiment. Young Master Yuichi remarked, in just a short span of 10 days, the attendant had begun to grasp the nature of his lord. He was more amenable to gentleness than to force, somewhat slow but straightforward. While not particularly easy to interact with, he did not possess a penchant for cruelty. Sometimes, reason fell on deaf ears, and such moments could be navigated with a meek demeanor, which might yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. Indeed, young Master Yuichi regarded him for a moment, hesitating in his steps that were originally aimed at departing alone. The future head of the Ikezuki lowered his gaze, speaking in a hushed tone as if sharing a grave secret. Do not disclose today's events to your brother. The attendant immediately nodded in compliance, thus earning the privilege of accompanying his lord on this outing. In the Yamada household, Eri had mentioned that young Master Yuichi occasionally preferred to leave without anyone in tow, possibly meandering through the streets, where the townsfolk had grown familiar with him, or pursuing other clandestine matters. In any case, it was his personal affair, and he preferred solitude over companionship. Young Master Iwakatsu seemed quite displeased with this inclination. What if you require assistance? I did not fail to assign you attendance. Driven by this dissatisfaction, he could hardly tolerate Eri's carefree attitude. Therefore, the attendant was resolute not to repeat past mistakes. With a mixture of anxiety and curiosity, he followed young Master Yuichi out of the Ikezuki estate. Under his lord's guidance, they navigated the winding streets of Ikezuki City, eventually reaching a secluded area far from the bustling marketplace, where young Master Yuichi pushed open the gate of an ancient courtyard. The attendant felt a twinge of surprise as he sensed the destination's nature. The courtyard bore the weight of years, the materials used were sturdy, and the architectural style was both timeless and grand, exuding an elegant quality shaped by the passage of time. It was evidently not a dwelling of common folk. Coupled with young Master Yuichi's age and status, as well as his penchant for solitary excursions, the attendant instinctively surmised that within this abode might reside a beautiful noble maiden, patiently awaiting her clandestine rendezvous with the young lord of Ikezuki. There could be no more reasonable conjecture. However, upon arrival, they were greeted not by a fair maiden, but by a cantankerous old man, his beard speckled with gray and back-hunched, who, upon seeing Yuichi, curled his lip and greeted him with a huff. You've come? Young Master Yuichi nodded. Yes. Let us continue the previous session. Indeed. When the old man noticed the attendant standing behind Yuichi, his eyes widened slightly, and he raised his voice in reprimand. Did I not instruct you to refrain from bringing anyone? Young Master Yuichi lowered his head slightly in explanation. The attendant knows his place. He will not cause any trouble. Humph. The old man snorted in evident displeasure, as if on the verge of losing his temper, clicking his tongue before restraining himself. If you disturb my workshop, do not expect to return. Young Master Yuichi nodded calmly, signifying his acceptance of the stipulation. The attendant observed everything with great confusion from behind. When he silently followed young Master Yuan Yi into the so-called workshop, he witnessed the young master pick up a piece of bamboo wood, followed by a section of sandpaper for polishing, performing the motions with a skill born of countless repetitions. Standing aside, the attendant gazed at the assorted bamboo flutes meticulously arranged on silk cloth within the studio, unable to contain his astonishment. Young Master Yuan Yi, unable to restrain himself, leaned closer and quietly inquired, "Are you learning to make flutes?" In his hands was a piece of purple bamboo approximately half a meter long, still devoid of sound holes, with a few rough splinters at the joints. He was patiently using sand and oil to polish it, his focus unwavering, completely absorbed in the task at hand. If he exhibited such diligence in his literature classes, one could only imagine the joy it would bring to his professor, prompting tears of gratitude. The attendant observed for a while, growing increasingly certain. Young Master Yuan Yi was undoubtedly an adept craftsman, perhaps feeling a sense of obligation now that he had brought someone to this place. Yuan Yi briefly informed the attendant during a pause in his work. This is the home of Master Teuchi, a master flute maker. I have asked him to guide me in flute crafting. The attendant blinked, as if he had heard the esteemed name in town before. Master Teichi was indeed a renowned flute artisan. However, why was the young lord of the nation learning to make flutes? The attendant could not recall any previous display of passion for flute music from young Master Yuan Yi, nor had Ling Ren ever mentioned it to him. Even Mr. Yuan Yi, who taught music theory this term, seemed to have given up on instructing young Master Yuan Yi. Thus, the attendant's confusion was almost palpable on his face. Upon noticing this, Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, his deft movements gradually coming to a halt. Lacking particularly close friends, he was unsure how to interact with the attendant. He had to rely solely on instinct. Gripping the unrefined bamboo flute, he furtively confided to his close attendant, "I am preparing a gift for my elder brother. Do not let this slip." The attendant remained perplexed but unconsciously acquiesced, thinking that such matters would likely draw little interest. However, during one instance when Yin Sheng inquired about his work, he casually asked, "Yuan Yi sometimes roams about the city. He hasn't abandoned you, has he?" "I have been following young Master Yuan Yi closely." "Oh, that is quite good. Has he visited any strange places?" The attendant found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, young Master Yuan Yi was seated in the courtyard, disheartened by his abysmal performance in the literature exam. Ordered by his elder brother to study with a book in hand, his posture one of despondency. He was unaware of the inquiries his elder brother would make to his attendants, seemingly indifferent. There is nothing inappropriate about sharing matters with others. Young Master Yuan Yi often demonstrated a broad-minded and carefree attitude toward many things. Yet now, Yin Sheng's seemingly casual question struck upon something that should remain unspoken. How should he respond? The attendant hesitated. In his prior straightforward exchanges, this moment of indecisive hesitation stood out starkly. Even the rain behind Yin Sheng seemed to glance up, curious about him. The pen in Yin Sheng's hand came to a halt. Living for an extended period at Kiyomizu Temple, he had unknowingly cultivated the habit of occasionally copying scriptures, writing a few lines in his leisure time as a means of practicing calligraphy and finding peace. Yin Sheng lifted his gaze to scrutinize the attendant. In the brief silence that followed, confronted by Yin Sheng's gaze, the attendant's mind began to waver. What should he do? If Yin Sheng insisted on pursuing the matter, how would he respond? As a descendant of Yamada, to whom should he remain loyal? To the foremost warrior of the nation? Or to the foremost strategist? Would silence lead to being sent back home? As the attendant's eyes flickered, on the verge of speaking his decision, Yin Sheng averted his gaze. He resumed writing, uttering nonchalantly, "Never mind. You don't have to tell me everything." The attendant wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, and blurted out a foolish question. "Aren't you going to ask more? You seem to be in a difficult position. Did Yuan Yi ask you to keep this a secret?" The attendant pondered, hesitating, his eyes darting. Yin Sheng, naturally, understood. He chuckled lightly. It's normal for a growing younger brother to have some secrets. As long as he is happy, it's all good. In Yin Sheng's light-hearted conveyance, the attendant suddenly felt that the worries and excitement he had tossed and turned over the previous night had transformed into a trivial joke, like a soap bubble that would burst with the slightest touch in the sunlight. In the courtyard, young Master Yuan Yi was still troubled over his literature textbook. Inside the room, Yin Sheng's neatly penned scriptures exuded serenity. Between these two spaces, the relationship between the two brothers was, in truth, quite simple. For some inexplicable reason, the attendant suddenly recalled a childhood memory, wearing girls' clothes, and returning home in the rain with his brother. He had begged Ling Ren to take him to the city's festivities, and Ling Ren, unable to refuse his pleas, made ample preparations, finally taking his hand to head out together. Unfortunately, they saw no fireworks, caught no goldfish, and did not even taste the dumplings from the vendors before they were met with an unexpected downpour. Ling Ren had brought an umbrella and held it over the attendant completely, exclaiming, "We must hurry home." With that, he carried him on his back, splashing through the puddles as they rushed home. Yet the attendant still fell ill. During his fevered, delirious state, he vaguely heard his parents scolding his brother, wanting to rise and explain, but even breathing felt laborious, leaving him without the strength to get up. Would he die? The thought brought him sorrow and discomfort. Yet if death meant the end of such suffering, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. At least, his father, mother, and Ling Ren would no longer need to worry about him continuously. He remembered that night, the dim light, the relentless sound of rain outside, his mother's muffled sobs from the adjoining room, and then Ling Ren, damp and disheveled, appearing at his bedside. His hair was still wet, curling against his forehead, and the face that usually radiated cheer was devoid of its familiar expression. Ling Ren pressed his cool forehead against the attendant's fevered brow to check his temperature. And as he did so, warm droplets fell upon the attendant's hair, utterly impossible to ignore. You must get better soon. Ling Ren, always foolishly boisterous, would laugh radiantly after causing trouble, making it hard for anyone to remain angry with him. If he were unhappy, he would squawk and demand attention, seeking comfort like a silly brother. Yet, for some reason, on that night, despite the sorrow threatening to overflow, he silently shed tears. The quiver in his voice betrayed his anguish. Next time, I'll make sure to take you to the festivities happily. In the flickering candlelight, the attendant struggled to lift his eyelids and caught a glimpse of Ling Ren. Ah, you really are a fool, he thought. You blame yourself for things that aren't your fault at all. No wonder he cried so sorrowfully. This unfamiliar, sorrowful, self-reproachful face was nothing like his usual handsome demeanor. How infuriating it was that someone like him existed, making him feel this way. Yet it was also because of his presence that, even amidst the persistent discomfort, the attendant found it impossible to easily give up. Chapter 61. The Battle of the Tiger. You conveyed your thoughts to your father. A new year is approaching, and the nation will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Yuan Yi and you at the beginning of the year, signifying your adulthood. As one has reached adulthood, a competent heir should earnestly consider marriage, embarking upon matrimony at the earliest opportunity to ensure the continuation of the family lineage. Among the nobility, this is a perfectly legitimate and pressing arrangement in life. Upon hearing your words, your father pondered for a considerable time. You awaited his nod, which would enable you to summon an artist to collect portraits of young ladies from neighboring noble families, inquire about their backgrounds, and commence the selection of the next prospective mistress for the family. The very thought of it ignited a sense of anticipation within you. Yet, your father appeared unhurried. Over the years, his health had deteriorated. With the arrival of autumn and winter, he donned a heavy cloak early on, losing interest in even stepping outside, often found sitting in the study in a daze. Perhaps it was due to a deviation from his directives that such a hard-won opportunity with His Highness was squandered on this trivial matter of recalling you, a deviation so unforgivable that it weighed heavily upon him. Though he strove to engage in conversation with you, his thoughts frequently drifted as he gazed at the sunlight or moonlight in the courtyard, or the flicker of candlelight on the table, leaving you to wonder where his spirit had wandered. Despite his frailty and declining spirit, your father nonetheless prepared for a pilgrimage to Kyogai, as was customary, hoping to seek blessings. You had once suggested that he bring a statue of Buddha home to pray in the household, but he had vehemently dismissed the notion, deeming such intentions insincere. In his earlier years, he had never even ventured into a temple, scoffing at your mother as she lit incense. Yet, following her passing, he exhibited a newfound reverence for the divine. You recalled the words of Yuan Yi, who had mentioned that your father hoped the deities would extend their grace to him, guiding him to join your mother in achieving enlightenment after death. You suppressed a laugh at the absurdity of it all, amused by the irony. You dutifully ensured that the new stewardess of the back courtyard, Mrs. Kawashita, prepared all necessities for your father's journey, reminding her to take good care of him during his days of worship. As your father, immersed in reverence for the divine, gradually relinquished control over family affairs to Yuan Yi. You welcomed this change. Nevertheless, your father seemed to remain steadfast regarding Yuan Yi's marriage. Just wait a little longer, he began, but faltered, the words trailing off as he gazed at you, his eyes wandering, clearly distracted. Perhaps there will be a turning point. With that, he fell silent. Although he had resolved to wait, he lacked conviction in this decision, even forgetting to mask his uncertainty. You understood that your father still harbored aspirations concerning the princess of the Maeda family, yet he struggled to find an opportune moment to propose. But why complicate matters? If he truly sought to court her, he could straightforwardly approach her, leveraging Yuan Yi's status as the first samurai. You contemplated this notion. Yet your father seemed burdened by concerns and calculations that eluded your understanding, leading him to hesitate. Standing before your father, observing the man who sat behind the desk, increasingly stooped with age, you felt a peculiar sensation arise within you, reminiscent of your brief encounter with your mother before her departure. Your recent interactions with your father evoked a similar sentiment, as if an insubstantial, murky veil enveloped him, obscuring the essence of the man you once knew. Standing beside him, you perceived his visage, caught the scent of his presence. Through these tangible elements, It felt as if you were reaching out to something else entirely, something that did not exist. You gazed at your father, the heir to the family. The once formidable shell of the samurai now bore cracks that had emerged unbeknownst to you. Within this conversation, the fissures of doubt widened before you. Through these increasingly mottled cracks, you glimpsed the feeble, ethereal essence of your father, eroded and diminished. The conclusion was stark: a wretched soul, undoubtedly unworthy of enlightenment, a man incapable of noble living or dying, steeped in tragic circumstances. Such a hesitant, faltering patriarch would surely bring you embarrassment should his vassals witness his indecision. You found yourself disinclined to engage further. Bowing your head in silence, you nodded in understanding, taking your leave from your father. Upon returning from his study, you found Rain holding an invitation addressed to you. It was from the eldest son of the Irie family, who had not departed since the last gathering. You unfolded the letter. After years apart, I am pleased to see brother Iwakatsu still in splendid form. Our circumstances seem to mirror one another. I hope to share a feast with you soon. Irie. You handed the letter to Rain for safekeeping, taking a moment to recall the details concerning this individual. The Irie family from the neighboring town had seen their previous matriarch pass away shortly after giving birth to her eldest son. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch remarried, and within a year, a second son was born, doted upon by the new wife. Yet there were no rumors of mistreatment towards the eldest. In your few encounters with the eldest son, he had consistently exhibited an overwhelming jealousy toward his younger brother, coupled with his insinuation of shared circumstances in the letter. You felt a wave of nausea wash over you, as if you had swallowed a fly. Nonetheless, attending the banquet was not entirely out of the question. Following your directive, Rain commenced preparations for your outing. The Irie family welcomed you at their establishment, where you found not only yourself, but also several other neglected eldest sons from various noble families in attendance. As the host, Irie displayed great hospitality, ushering you to a seat and summoning the most beautiful courtesan in the room to accompany you. The proximity of your seating allowed for intimate conversation, with Irie animatedly engaging you, his eyebrows dancing, and his words spilling forth, nearly splattering onto your plate. You found yourself compelled to set down your chopsticks, steeling your resolve to endure as he unwittingly prodded at your sensibilities, feigning a semblance of hesitation to encourage his incessant chatter. The gathering of noble eldest sons indulged in a raucous revelry, empty bottles littering the floor, their loud proclamations about their siblings' failures resembling nothing short of a dismal alliance of the unfortunate. As you quietly sipped your drink, the longer you remained, the more regret you felt for having attended such a gathering. You had anticipated Irie would offer something of substance, perhaps a threatening scheme, yet he merely resembled a discontented, pedantic scholar, lamenting trivial matters filled with the jealousy and hatred of the weak towards the strong. After a while, you discerned a pattern in his grievances, particularly regarding the brother who was favored by their stepmother. It appeared he was becoming a veritable demon of envy. Everyone present seemed to share this sentiment, rendering the scene utterly absurd. Then came the inevitable battle of words. Irie, with a boisterous voice, shouted his intentions as if to carry them to the heavens. There will always be opportunities. There will always be opportunities. As he spoke, he leaned over, attempting to throw his arm around your shoulder. Iwakatsu, you feel the same way, don't you? You rubbed your temples, the cacophony of drunken revelry echoing in your head. We are indeed kindred spirits, you replied, slightly turning away to evade his alcohol-laden embrace, sighing as you countered, I fear I cannot concur with that sentiment. Pardon? His mouth, reeking of alcohol, gaped wide, accompanied by a cacophony of rising voices. Yet, you found yourself too weary to respond. Sensing your indifference, you stepped forward just in time to support you. As you rose, your head spun in a dizzying whirl. This banquet, marked by your refusal to eat and the incessant chatter of those around you, had seen you imbibe far more than at the last gathering. Even with Yu's assistance, your mind remained somewhat clouded, and after a moment of steadying yourself, you managed to utter, I must take my leave. Before you stood the flushed-faced Irie, hands outstretched as if to impede your departure. You took a step back, traversing past countless toppled bottles, brushing aside the entreaties of the courtesans, and walked resolutely out of the raucous room. At the entrance stood Madame Yui, the manager of this establishment, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Observing your condition, she gracefully closed the sliding paper door behind her, effectively muffling the noise, and then regarded you with genuine concern. Lord Narayuki, a room has been prepared for you. Allow me to escort you there. As she spoke, her head bowed slightly, her tone was warm and caring, and her expression radiated sincerity, instilling a sense of comfort that was hard to resist. You rubbed your temples again, your head pounding and your body weighed down. You continued to support one side of you, yet you were acutely aware that you could hardly stand. "Take me there," you conceded with a sigh. You were led to the upper level of the courtesan house, the tranquil floor, passing numerous closed paper doors, until you reached an unremarkable one. Madame Yui held a candle in one hand and opened the sliding door with the other. Inside, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the neatly arranged bedding. By the bed knelt a woman, poised with a shamisen, quietly awaiting your arrival. Chapter 62. The Battle of the Tiger 2. It was hardly surprising that a night spent in a courtesan house would involve female companionship. The woman awaiting you set aside her shamisen, took you from U.S. grasp, and thoughtfully assisted you with washing up, ensuring you settled down comfortably for sleep. In the dim light, you caught a glimpse of her, her hair simply styled, her face dusted with white powder, her movements deft yet somewhat constrained. "What is your name?" you asked instinctively before drifting off to sleep. She lay beside you, fully clothed, curling into a small ball, maintaining a respectful distance. You recalled her slightly trembling hands as she washed your face. A fierce tempest. You suddenly realized that to this woman, you must appear as that very tempest. A wry smile crossed your lips. "Akane," she softly replied, "my name is Akane." "Akane, as in the crimson leaves of the frost-kissed hills?" you queried without thinking. She fell silent, and you paid little heed. In the next moment, you succumbed to a heavy slumber. Yet, the intoxicated are seldom granted restful sleep. By midnight, the burning in your stomach awakened you, and you leaned against the bed, retching. Akane immediately rose, fetching a wooden basin and cloth, pouring water to assist you in drinking. As you sipped, you lifted your gaze to her, now more alert, noticing the remnants of her coarse courtesan makeup and her unkempt hair. Anxiety etched on her face, revealing traces of undeniable fatigue beneath her eyes. "Have you not slept?" you asked. She hesitated, then nodded. You laid back down, feeling your mind clearing. An urge to sleep creeping in, though you managed to resist, your discomfort easing. With eyes closed, you casually inquired, "Is it permissible to spend the night this way?" While you did not care about the lives of courtesans, Madame Yui's choice of Akane to attend to you surely implied an expectation for more than mere coexistence through the night. A nervous voice broke the silence beside you. "I can still play the shamisen for you." As clarity returned momentarily with a rush, you quickly tucked away your empathy and drifted back into a heavy slumber. Upon waking the next day, after dressing, Madame Yui had already arrived at your room with eager anticipation. "Lord Iwakatsu, did you rest well last night?" As you secured your sword at your waist, you nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Yui pulled Akane closer, her smile genuine and filled with heartfelt joy. "If this child has pleased you, it would be most fortuitous." Akane, with her simple hairstyle and wooden hairpin, held her shamisen in one hand while the other was grasped by Madame Yui, standing quietly with her head bowed. Too shy to speak, you paused momentarily in your motions of adjusting your attire. At that instant, Madame Yui was poised to slip a small bag of money into your hand, while simultaneously making a request. "Please do support Akane's work in the future," she stated, extending the pouch toward you. When she noticed your indifference, she handed the pouch to you, who stood by, waiting for your directive, hesitant to take it. If Madame Yui were to learn that nothing had transpired the previous night, she would surely be incensed, you thought instinctively. You cast a glance at the silent figure of the girl standing with her head bowed behind Madame Yui, nodding slightly to you. After he accepted the pouch, you expressed your satisfaction. "Akane is a considerate child. Please retain this room and her services for me, as I shall be returning soon." This was indeed the truth. The war decree from His Highness was imminent, and the conflict would unfold as soon as the following year. The Narayuki clan was a prestigious samurai family within the realm, and the recent competitions had garnered much acclaim. As war approached, many samurai would inevitably seek to ally themselves with the Narayuki clan, while those from fallen noble houses would gravitate towards them as well. War is a dreadful affair, yet for the Narayuki, seizing the opportunity may render it a fortuitous one. With the festive season nearing, you could easily anticipate the numerous invitations that would be extended to the Narayuki clan. Should you refuse to attend, as the eldest son, you would have to uphold the dignity of both noble families by appearing. Such social interactions among the aristocracy can be quite tiresome, considering the impending social engagements. It seemed entirely reasonable to retain a dedicated room within the courtesan house, especially with the added request for a specific courtesan as companionship. You noticed Madame Yui's surprise. She glanced between the girl behind her and you, hesitating, a troubled expression crossing her features. "This child, we have invested considerable effort in her training," she said. You pressed your fingers to your temples, beginning to feel exasperated. Shortly, the Narayuki clan will send funds. Thus, the matter was settled. In the following days, as you had anticipated, a flurry of invitations arrived at the Narayuki estate, like falling snowflakes. Your studies with you had long concluded, and with the winter season, the tax records were also finalized, leaving ample time for feasting. Your father had always shown support for your social engagements, never hesitating to cover the expenses. Unfortunately, you displayed little interest in such gatherings, appearing indifferent towards interactions with peers of the nobility or the alluring courtesans of the district. You had observed his occasional disappearances from the Narayuki estate, spending entire days in the city without a trace. Was he perhaps meeting someone clandestinely? You had entertained such thoughts. However, when you broached the subject of marriage with him, he showed no signs of wavering, neither eager to investigate which noble ladies could be considered nor stubbornly resisting the notion of an engagement. He spoke to you with an attitude that was devoid of expectation or concern, merely stating, "Whatever you arrange, brother." You find yourself both amused and exasperated by his nonchalant demeanor. Does he regard you as his personal steward in life? However, it would be utterly unwise to let his casual remarks provoke your ire, so you suppress your irritation and patiently inquire, "What are your expectations for your future wife?" Upon hearing your question, he tilts his head in contemplation, seemingly engaged in earnest thought, and then replies, "A woman like my mother. She embodies the quintessential noble lady, beautiful, composed, and elegant. Finding a woman of such aristocratic caliber should not be too challenging." As you ponder this, he slowly adds, "A woman who is gentle and kind like my mother." You respond, "Just as noble men project an image of valor and magnanimity, noble women inevitably present themselves as beautiful, serene, and dignified. As for the so-called gentleness and kindness, there exists no formal assessment to measure the temperament of every noble woman, nor does it pertain to the intrinsic nature of one's soul. In the context of contemporary societal norms, such a pursuit is both unnecessary and fanciful. In this light, your father, in his first marriage, was indeed fortunate to have found a woman akin to your mother. As your thoughts meander through various tangents, you ultimately reassure him. Your father will surely find you a lady of noble standing, akin to your mother. It is said that today's gentlewomen are so kind-hearted that they would hesitate to crush even an ant. Surely, they are not far removed from what you desire. I understand. There was neither sorrow nor anticipation on his face. When he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon the azure sky, his pupils clear and unclouded. He quietly inquires, "Brother, what are your expectations for your future wife?" You blink in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of wife do you wish for? In discussing Yuaniki's marriage with your father, you had not considered your own future, nor had your father shown concern for it. As Yuaniki's retainer, your future might involve an alliance with the daughter of another retainer, or perhaps a union with a noble lady after cultivating a romantic connection, or finding a kindred spirit altogether. You shake your head, dismissing such peculiar fantasies from your mind. An elegant and serene lady, you casually respond. Chapter 63. The Battle of the Tiger. As anticipated, war soon erupted. Initial reports indicated that refugees from neighboring lands had invaded the borders, seizing food and women. Lord Maeda initially dispatched a stern missive, demanding an explanation from the neighboring daimyo. The plight of the commoners was dire, as they would starve if they did not pillage. The circumstances were beyond their control. Previously, when assistance was sought, you had declined, and now the rioting populace was beyond my command. It was reported that the response letter from the neighboring country contained such sentiments. Subsequently, word arrived from the lords of border castles, indicating that the raiders included not only starving refugees, but also traces of samurai. Upon receiving this news, Lord Maeda lamented and drafted a formal summons, which was dispatched by his retainers to various castles. By the time the command reached the castle of Ikoku, it was already the transition from spring to summer, with a fresh wave of seeds just sown in the territory. The populace, upon hearing the news, was filled with trepidation, anxiously awaiting the lord's response. The lord of Ikoku reacted in unison with other castles, immediately summoning his samurai to prepare, ensuring the supply of provisions along the route. and setting the time for the gathering of his soldiers, Ikezuki Castle fell into a state of frantic military readiness. At this juncture, each time you traversed Ikezuki Castle, you observed renowned merchants fleeing with their belongings in ox-drawn carts, while the stalls and shops remained open, yet the vendors appeared anxious, their faces etched with despair. In contrast to the samurai, who were fervently eager to seize the opportunity for glory, others shunned the notion of war entirely. Before departing, the eldest son of the Inuma family specifically sought you out, smiling as he expressed his well wishes. Achieve great deeds in battle. And perhaps the daimyo will grant you new territories, or your younger brother may share some spoils with you. This is your chance, Lord Iwakatsu. You must be aware of this, right? He was mocking you, unabashedly so. Yet, you understood the truth in his words. This was indeed your opportunity. You visited the weapons shop and commissioned Master Tetsuhira to craft a new katana and tanto, equipping yourself with a full set of armor and gear. Thanks to your father's generous investment, the Ikezuki forces were well prepared and robust. After inspecting your new katana in the shop, its blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance. A weapon destined to be drenched in blood. The final tempering would occur that evening. Please return tomorrow to collect your sword. Master Tetsuhira was equally pleased with his creation, cheerfully scheduling a time for you to retrieve the blade. With a mixture of tension and excitement, you traversed the streets of Ikezuki Castle, passing hurried pedestrians, anxious commoners, and proud samurai adorned with swords, until you reached the Ikezuki estate. As you returned to your courtyard, you happened upon Yuaniki's yard, where the door stood ajar. Your gaze drifted inside, and your steps momentarily faltered. What was Yuaniki up to? A sudden curiosity emerged within you. What were his feelings regarding the impending war? This newfound question clouded your mind, and you found it difficult to continue your brisk pace. You stood before Yuaniki's courtyard, gazing through the wide-open door, where an ancient pine tree, seemingly untouched by time, stood. It was a beautiful day. The warm summer sun illuminated the verdant pine, casting its glow upon you, filling your vision with radiant brightness. Yuaniki sat in the corridor of the courtyard, and as you glanced over, you found him looking up at you with a serene expression. Your eyes met. He noticed you. At this point, lingering before his courtyard felt rather foolish. Thus, you stepped forward into his space. Brother, have you just returned? Yuaniki inquired from his place on the corridor, where he had neatly arranged the components of a disassembled katana, blade, hilt, scabbard, silk cloth, binding cloth, and brush, all meticulously organized. He had likely polished each piece, as they gleamed without a trace of dirt, the blade radiating a cold light, a weapon thirsting for blood. You removed your own sword from your waist and set it on the floor beside you, settling down next to him, and quietly replied, "Yes, I went to see my new sword. You must be pleased with Master Tetsuhira's work, right?" You nodded, and as Yuaniki's calm inquiry continued, the fervor that had once surged in your heart gradually subsided. Curiously, you asked, "Have you been here maintaining your sword today?" Yuaniki's gaze shifted to the blade before him. He lifted the sword, polishing it with the white silk cloth, and responded with a calm demeanor, "Yes. I found no other tasks to occupy my time, so I am here." He hesitated for a moment, a rare expression of deliberation crossing his face, and eventually found the right words to convey, "I am adjusting my state of mind." Oh, your eyes widened slightly as you regarded your tall brother with renewed seriousness. Yuaniki had indeed matured fully. You should have realized this sooner. Having undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, he now sat before you as a fully fledged adult samurai. He was about to don his sword and head to the battlefield, and in this preparatory phase, Yuaniki was diligently polishing his weapon, adjusting his mindset, actions befitting a mature warrior. The sunlight illuminated him, casting a glow upon his brow, and as he sat there, his broad back exuded a silent yet reliable strength. He was indeed engaged in the noble task of weapon maintenance. Yet, you suddenly feel a surge of astonishment and an inexplicable sense of loss. Unbidden, fragments of the past cascade through your mind. For instance, when Yuani was still but a child, blood smeared across his face as he fell into your embrace from a galloping horse. The sensation of taking a life is profoundly terrifying. He seemed to have uttered such words at that time. However, thereafter, he never spoke of such things again. Following his father's command, Yuani eradicated the bandits surrounding Inakuni Castle. Becoming the savior of the townsfolk, the young lord whispered about in awe. Yuani set aside the silk cloth and deftly assembled his sword, his movements remarkably crisp and fluid. a testament to countless repetitions now ingrained in muscle memory, a sight that was undeniably pleasing to behold. He had indeed matured into a commendable warrior. Observing him, you experienced a flicker of understanding. Strangely, this realization did not elicit joy within you. With a swift motion, the final step was completed. Yuan Yi sheathed his sword, placing the well-maintained blade beside him as you instinctively sought confirmation from this exemplary warrior. Are you ready? Yuan Yi lowered his gaze, neatly folding the silk cloth and setting it aside, placing his hands on his thighs. He raised his eyes to the ancient courtyard, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. Maintaining a demeanor of serene composure, he quietly replied, "No, brother. I cannot remain calm." A moment of silence enveloped you. After a brief pause, you inquired, "Why do you say that?" Yuan Yi continued to gaze at the courtyard. "On my way to the city, I witnessed the anxiety of the people regarding the impending war. Upon returning home, I saw my father and the retainers equally agitated by the same matter. Is not war merely the act of drawing a blade to sever an opponent's head? It is indeed a horrific task that requires immense restraint to execute. Why then, do those who wield swords, like myself, harbor such anticipation for this grim future?" The sunlight in the courtyard grew increasingly dazzling. "Ah, you are unable to comprehend each other," you mused. "Indeed, I do not understand." An ancient dialogue pried open the shackles of memory, echoing softly within your heart. Yuan Yi's voice, calm yet firm, reached you. "I cannot grasp it all. Brother, please enlighten me." In the bright courtyard, you seemed to see a child, bloodied and frightened, still running towards your embrace. "Brother, please comfort me." You parted your lips. How should you respond? Under the blinding sunlight, the question felt insipid. Is there not but a singular answer? Chapter 64. The Battle of Inashida. For what do you perceive a samurai to be? You asked Yuan Yi, as the foremost warrior of the land. Aside from his blade and unparalleled martial prowess, did he truly comprehend the weight of this power? Surely, his father never imparted such knowledge to him. Or perhaps, even if he did, it was of little significance, destined to be forgotten. Hence, Yuan Yi found himself unable to compose his thoughts as he prepared to enter the battlefield. Upon hearing your question, Yuan Yi looked at you in confusion, mindlessly repeating, "Samurai?" To accommodate Yuan Yi's clumsiness, you simplified your earlier query. "What is the reason you wield your sword?" Yuan Yi? His gaze shifted to the sword at his side. Crafted by the esteemed master Tetsuhira, it bore the resounding name Chikiri, a title befitting a renowned blade. Yet he had shown no interest in the master's enthusiastic suggestion, rejecting it outright with cold indifference. Power, fame, wealth. He had never held any interest in such pursuits. Yet, a competent samurai must wield a sword. Yuan Yi pondered your question and slowly replied, "At first, I merely wished to follow in your footsteps, brother." Hearing this, you furrowed your brow in patience. Brother? It had been ages since he addressed you in such a manner. How distant that memory seemed. If he were to reminisce from that time, such a declaration felt excessively lengthy and tormenting for you. Fortunately, Yuan Yi quickly redirected the conversation. Later, it became necessary for me to wield the sword, to eliminate the villains disrupting the peace of our territory. I must protect myself and the common folk. This assertion could not be entirely dismissed. However, it bore the weight of a proclamation akin to that of a successor, delivered in an overly grandiose and righteous tone. Listening, it felt somewhat disingenuous. Yet, since Yuan Yi believed this, he must indeed hold such convictions. From a noble perspective, it seemed foolish yet endearing. Suppressing the rising sense of helplessness within, you gently reassured him. If you think this way, then the upcoming war bears the same nature. The same? Lord Maeda, your sovereign, requires you to wield your sword to eliminate the rebellious subjects disturbing the peace of his domain. You must protect yourself, your lord, and the citizens under your protection. That is the essence of it. Yuan Yi turned to you. Is that so? You affirmed with certainty. Indeed, it is so. Perhaps your earnest expression was too serious, causing Yuan Yi to feel a subtle disquiet. Yet he was soon swayed by your conviction. He looked at you, puzzled. Then why do you and the other samurai eagerly anticipate this war? You hesitated for a moment, but your mind swiftly organized a rationale, primarily comprising two reasons. Yuan Yi's expression became earnest, eager to listen. You explained. First, samurai aspire to acquire land, gain renown, and amass wealth. The swiftest route to achieve this lies on the battlefield. Achieving great feats for their lord, slaying significant adversaries, winning crucial battles, and conquering new territories. Any of these pursuits is far preferable to idly waiting at home during peaceful times, wasting away. At this, Yuan Yi's expression clearly indicated that he held little interest in the first point. His gaze urged you to hasten to the second reason. You awkwardly averted your eyes and continued. The second reason, as you might have observed, is that the citizens of the city are gripped by fear due to news of war, terrified of losing their lives. Yet powerless to resist, they feign normalcy, maintaining their shops and striving to live. In such an atmosphere, the commercial streets cannot thrive as usual, leading to a significant decline in the city's tax revenue. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed Yuan Yi's expression, confusion mingled with an inability to articulate his thoughts. Is this explanation flawed? You pondered. Shifting your approach, they are your subjects. You draw your blade to safeguard your honor and property. The safety of your subjects is an integral part of noble assets. Consider those living in the countryside, like Aki and her family, or the elderly fishmonger and his son in the city, who will likely be conscripted to the battlefield. Think of the kind old woman who once gifted you cucumbers. Who else, aside from you, the Lord, will care for their lives and safety? As you observed Yuan Yi's expression gradually shift to one of realization, you knew you were on the right track. Each swing of a samurai's blade, aside from claiming the life of an opponent, also serves to protect those behind him. If I explain it this way, you should understand, right? You inquired of Yuan Yi. He followed your gaze, slowly blinking as the fog of confusion lifted. Then, brother, do you wield your sword for this reason as well? Huh. You struggled to maintain your serious demeanor. Despite your best efforts to suppress it, your gaze momentarily drifted. In that very moment, you beheld the yard where you stood. With its towering pines, the pond nestled beneath them, and the two increasingly plump goldfish swimming within its depths. The fallen pine needles brushed against the tranquil surface of the pond, creating delicate ripples that danced across the water. Beneath those ripples, the rotund goldfish swayed their heads and tails lazily, basking in the sunlight, exuding an unmistakable air of contentment. Yuan Yi takes excellent care of the goldfish, you mused, idly reflecting that it seemed you had never nurtured anything yourself. Even the ordinary goldfish gifted by the vendor thrived under his care, appearing vibrant and healthy. Yet, your thoughts abruptly halted. A fleeting image flickered through your mind. You turned your gaze to the earnest eyes of the person beside you, who was looking intently in your direction. In that moment of clarity, you realized what you were doing. You were lying. You were lying to Yuan Yi. I must wield my blade to protect myself and the innocent. Why did Yuan Yi harbor such a misguided notion? It was you who had instilled it in him. After his first taste of killing, in his moment of doubt, you had urged him to be grateful for the crimson hands that wielded the blade, taking lives yet safeguarding his own and others. To protect those behind him, he had swung the blade. Now, as he prepared to step onto the battlefield, confused about the act of killing, you still intended to weave intricate lies suited for him, allowing him to become an untroubled instrument of war. What were you doing? Why did you feel this turmoil again? Were the goldfish in the pond truly happy? You glanced at Yuan Yi. Oh, he had just asked you if you wielded your blade for the same purpose. A scoff of disdain arose within you. But upon seeing the look of confusion in his eyes, you found yourself genuinely laughing. Brother? Yuan Yi gazed at you with unwavering trust, seeking your guidance. Are the goldfish in the pond truly happy? No, I do not fight for such reasons. Yuan Yi tilted his head, perplexed by your meaning. You returned his gaze and instinctively began to perform. I am a traditional warrior who only draws my blade for the will of my lord, to strike down his designated enemies and protect the subjects within his domain. Do you understand this, my young lord? Yuan Yi replied. That is indeed a most intriguing experience. You observed as his eyes widened slightly at your words. The confusion that had clouded them dissipated, replaced by a dawning realization, followed swiftly by uncertainty and shyness. As a faint blush crept across his cheeks, he even began to consciously avert his gaze, tilting his head away. You noticed the thick hair at the back of his head, the high bun swaying gently with the flower ornament dangling by his ear. Even his earlobes had turned a shade of pink. How amusing it was to see Yuan Yi, who blushed at such casual expressions of loyalty, still a Navi child, far removed from the mature warrior you had envisioned. You found this somewhat humorous, yet curiously, the emotions that usually summoned a smile within you eluded your grasp this time. Would the goldfish perish if removed from the water? You hesitated to delve deeper into that thought. Was what you were doing truly the right course of action? A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over you, too swift for contemplation. Then, I hope my words can enlighten you, my young lord. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You stood, preparing to withdraw, at a loss for words, uncertain of where to draw the line of time, simply remaining beside Yuan Yi. Conversing with him, under his gaze, you began to feel a sense of shrinking fear as you recalled your recent actions. You were reluctant to acknowledge these feelings of weakness. Yet, you clearly saw the barriers encasing you. Beneath those barriers, your warrior form seemed intact, for you had performed so excellently. However, in order to maintain that semblance of wholeness, to avoid revealing cracks to others, you had to work even harder to suppress unnecessary emotions. You refused to become a pitiful, weak individual. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, you grasped your blade and, as always, walked steadily toward the yard's exit. Were the goldfish in the pond truly happy? Yet deep down, you yearned to flee. Then, brother, do you also wield your blade for such reasons? For what do you wield your blade? Brother, behind you. Yuan Yi called out, halting you in your tracks. You paused and slightly turned your head to indicate you were listening. You should have turned back to look at him. Yet, you lacked the strength and courage to do so. It is not for my lord that I ask you to wield your blade. You wondered if Yuan Yi was watching your retreating figure. Did your exterior mask your imperfections completely? Your steps had come to a standstill. Yet you found yourself at a loss for suitable words in response. But I understand now. I will wield my blade for all that I hold dear. Your heart felt as though it had been clenched, a sourness roiling in your stomach. You could no longer resist the urge to turn back and look at Yuan Yi. He stood on the other side of the sunlight, beyond the bright rays, offering you a shy yet trusting smile. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Tiger. The day before the departure of the troops, you visited the pleasure district. You rented a room and a courtesan. A trivial indulgence for a warrior, hardly worthy of concern. Yet, as a person of responsibility, with the battlefield looming ahead, it was only prudent to tie up any loose ends in the city, ensuring no lingering issues would arise. The madam of the establishment greeted you with no surprise. Since the news of war had spread, business had flourished day by day, as many warriors sought solace in the soft embraces of women before heading to battle. Thanks to the war, her quarters were now filled with intoxicated men and women. The madam regarded you with a curious gaze, perhaps wondering why you had come so late. HNGJ has been missing you, she exclaimed. In the past few days, men have come and gone, yet you have not graced us with your presence. And she has grown pale from waiting. The madam's words were always capable of eliciting sympathy from men. You subtly gestured, and the rain behind you placed a pouch into her hands. The madam weighed the pouch, and her smile instantly became sincere. She led you with light steps into HNGJ's room. Shortly after you had engaged her services, HNGJ had gained the honorific G, a title that marked her status. When you first heard the madam refer to her in such a manner, you had inquired, only to be met with her teasing response that she was no longer a child, and it was inappropriate to continue calling her by her given name. A trivial matter. You paid it no mind. Upon entering HNGJ's room, she sat as usual in the center, cradling a shamisen, her complexion far more refined than when you first met. As the sliding door opened, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with delight as they fell upon you. You presented her with 2 bouquets of hydrangeas. Hastily purchased during your journey, you can place these in a vase. The room still feels somewhat bare. HNGJ accepted them with evident surprise, instructing a small girl in attendance to tidy up and arrange the flowers. It seems she had a dedicated attendant, a child named MN. HNGJ appeared to genuinely anticipate your arrival, as within moments of your sitting down, she gleefully circled around you, eager to share the new melodies she had learned, wishing to play them for you. Halfway through, she inquired if you would be staying today, expressing how much she missed you. Then, a shadow of sorrow crossed her features as she asked when you would depart for the battlefield and if you would be safe. You sat quietly, sipping tea, allowing her to pour out her emotions before you brushed aside her questions and delved into the purpose of your visit. You retrieved a plump pouch from your sleeve and placed it on the tatami mat, pushing it towards Hongji. She accepted it, bewildered, and even opened it in front of you, letting out an undignified gasp. Lord Iwakatsu. Hongji covered her mouth, her face displaying a mix of panic and fear. She looked at you, questioning why you would bestow upon her such a fortune. It struck you as odd that her face bore a hint of fear, and her reaction was not as joyful as you had anticipated, leaving you puzzled. However, you were reluctant to dwell on such matters. If misfortune were to befall me on the battlefield, seek out another man for support. With a rather cold demeanor, you conveyed your intentions. The pouch fell from Hong Ji's hands onto the tatama mat. She knelt and grasped your sleeve, gazing up at you with tears welling in her eyes. You are a formidable warrior. Could you truly face peril on the battlefield? You observed her delicate, pale hands, long fingers with rosy-tipped nails, beautiful yet fragile, contrasting with the violet fabric of your attire, evoking a sense of tenderness. Emotionless, you replied, as long as one is human, misfortune can strike on the battlefield. I merely wish to assure you that if it were to occur, do not feel burdened on my account. There will be no such misfortune. For the first time, Hong Ji interrupted your speech with a fervent declaration. I will remain in this room, awaiting your triumphant return, Lord Iwakatsu. You looked at the woman before you, tears streaming down her face, and felt a stirring within your heart. Perhaps she was merely performing to win your favor? After all, you had been quite a generous benefactor. The hairpin adorning her head, her exquisite garments, and the cosmetics upon her lips were all thanks to your patronage. Yet, after you had made your intentions clear and exhibited an indifference towards her seeking another path, was such performance still necessary? This psychological exploration was indeed complex. Perhaps a fraction of her sentiment was sincere. You gently lifted the weeping Hong Ji. She seemed to be the second woman to shed tears for you. Hong Ji clung to your waist with surprisingly strong arms, her delicate embrace catching you off guard. Lord Iwakatsu, you hesitated but eventually wrapped your arms around her, your other hand brushing through her slightly disheveled hair, your voice unconsciously softening as you instinctively sought to soothe her. It is merely a precaution. There will be no such eventuality. For the first time, she revealed a stubborn side. You glanced helplessly at the other presence in the room. You, normally perceptive, you was now uncharacteristically fixated on his hands, oblivious to your gaze. You turned your focus back to the woman in your arms, patiently reassuring her, then you shall wait for my return. Yes, I will surely await Lord Iwakatsu's return. Confused, you stroked Hong Ji's hair, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded to this point. As you prepared to leave the brothel, you paused and turned back to her room. She leaned against the window frame, gazing at you dreamily. When your eyes met, she broke into a silly, tearful smile in the sunset's glow, waving a handkerchief at you. If this was all a performance, she was likely destined to be a courtesan. You waved back in response, then turned away in a daze. Were her feelings genuine? You could not help but inquire of you, who had always followed you like a shadow, silent yet steadfast. Upon hearing your question, he replied lightly, Are you referring to Hong Ji's affections for you, my lord? Affections? Is that not how the feelings of women for men are described in the mundane world? You nodded. You paused before continuing. After all, she is a woman of the brothel. Their true sentiments are often elusive. Listening to Yu's response, the wavering of your heart gradually settled. Chapter 66. The Battle of Ene 6. The expedition commenced. The vassals sent by His Highness had not issued sufficiently clear orders. Stationed at the border, the directive was to eliminate all rebellious foes, be they civilians or insurgents. Such were Lord Maeda's instructions. Due to this irresponsible command, your father hastily marched ahead to the village at the edge of the domain. When you arrived at what was once Tanuki village, only smoking ruins remained. Amidst the charred remains, the vestiges of humanity had melded into the ashes, now mere relics of the past. Food and women had vanished without a trace. A retainer who ventured deeper into the village returned to report, and silence fell over the troops. As the monotonous sound of hooves echoed, the hurried footsteps of men faded, and thoughts of the devastated village were cast aside as they pressed forward. However, within the ranks, a subtle transformation was taking place. The once distant notion of war, perceived by the samurai as a golden opportunity for combat, began to invoke a forgotten fear as the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. The grim reality of war revealed itself, not merely a ticket to fame and wealth, but a brutal truth where one must kill to avoid being killed. To escape the fate of being hanged, scorched, or humiliated, one must eliminate all threats beforehand. Amidst the rising tide of fear and awareness, the army of Tsujikuni finally encountered the enemy. Hidden in the thickets by the roadside, as your forces advanced, a rain of arrows struck from the shadows. Some of your comrades fell victim to the arrows, and in the ensuing panic, the ambushed adversaries sprang forth from the underbrush, their eyes glinting like ravenous wolves, wielding bloodied blades as they charged. You found yourself positioned perilously close to the thicket, the enemy's arrows and assaults targeting you directly. For instance, an arrow lodged itself in the plate armor of your upper arm when your guard was down, had it not been for the sturdy protection. You might have been injured and unseated. Yet, as fate would have it, you remained unscathed. When confronted with the enemy's initial charge, you quickly regained your composure and responded. With a swift draw, you executed the technique, envying the waning moon, unleashing two sweeping crescent strikes that intersected and flew toward the advancing foes. The wide arc of your attack shielded the samurai around you. Your perfected third martial skill, envying the waning moon, is characterized by its long-range area effect. The subtle tremors of your wrist during the strike widened the gash inflicted by your blade, making it difficult to heal. Since its inception, you had never employed this technique against a living being, until now. As anticipated, the broad sweep of your strike made it nearly impossible for multiple enemies to evade, resulting in swift success. The blade sliced through flesh as if painting vivid crimson strokes upon the skin. While it struggled to penetrate armor, it erupted with blood on the unprotected flesh, and the first wave of enemies fell, shrieking in agony. In the moment you secured this vital respite, the samurai around you finally reacted. "Lord Iwakatsu, are you unharmed?" Yu's voice reached you from behind, but you were too focused to turn and acknowledge him. He had already spurred his horse forward, gripping his blade tightly as he charged toward the second wave of enemies. Your offensive techniques included Dark Moon Palace, Beads of Moonlight, and Envying the Waning Moon. Your defensive techniques comprised Hazy Moon's Return and Moon Spirit's Calamity. In the hallowed grounds of Kyogai Temple and the estate of the Ikezuki clan, you diligently honed your unparalleled swordsmanship, tirelessly wielding your blade to cultivate your skills. At long last, the moment of fruition has arrived. As the crowd fell silent in the wake of the devastation wrought upon Tanuki village, what thoughts occupied your mind as one among the throng? You were indifferent, utterly unconcerned with the lives of the common folk, the survival of the villages within your domain, or the encroaching pressure of death posed by the enemy. As a samurai, witnessing the remnants of the village engulfed in smoke and ruin, you sat astride your steed, gripping the reins tightly until the nails of your fingers pierced the flesh of your palm, forcing yourself to suppress the thrill surging within. As a samurai, you heard the wind rising, not carrying the anguished groans of the villagers, but the sound of birds soaring aloft. This was your opportunity. If you could slay enough foes, garner sufficient renown, and achieve notable deeds, even you, the deemed ineffectual eldest son of the Ikezuki clan, destined to be estranged from the headship, might seize the chance to carve your name in glory by counting the enemy heads, bathing your honor in their blood. This was your moment. As long as you could grasp it, even under the banner of the Ikezuki clan, you could forge another stronghold beyond the walls of Ikezuki Castle. This was the chance for Ikezuki. Amidst the symphony of iron and blood, upon the battlefield shrouded in smoke, you finally touched the depths of your own heart. You beheld your adversary, adorned in decent plate armor, his eyes bloodshot beneath the helm, gazing at you like a ravenous wolf eyeing a bleeding morsel. Through his eyes, you glimpsed your own, those which always feigned calm and steadiness, now reflecting an intensity indistinguishable from his. Indeed, as you awaited the opportune moment, keenly aware of the predatory gazes fixed upon you, were you not also yearning to drown in their blood and be reborn from the flames? With a swift strike, you executed a decisive blow, dispatching your foe from his mount, his blood splattering upon your hands, soaking the hilt of your sword. Yet there was no time to hesitate. The next adversary lunged at you, eyes ablaze with fury. "Ah, slay him. Charge. No, stop. Spare me." This melee, its duration a blur, felt like a fleeting instant, a vivid replay of the darker chapters of your life. In the midst of countless life and death encounters, your 5-sword techniques gradually became more fluid and refined. Indeed, it is only through the crucible of life and death, through the baptism of enemy flesh and blood, that true martial prowess is forged. As you swung your blade for what felt like the umpteenth time, severing yet another head, the cries of battle began to subside. The relentless tide of foes pouring forth from the thickets had finally fallen silent. With a swift motion, you extracted your sword from the gap in the enemy's armor, blood gushing forth, even warm droplets splattering upon your cheek, bringing with it a metallic scent reminiscent of rust. "Lord Yashikatsu," a voice approached you, and instinctively, you raised your blade, yet paused mid-motion as you recognized the newcomer. It was him, Rain, standing before you with a battered sword in one hand and a bloody dagger in the other, his armor soaked in crimson. He stood beside you, sheathing his weapons as you scrutinized him. His concerned gaze met yours, I'm relieved to see you unharmed. You averted your gaze, disinterested, and surveyed your surroundings, only to discover a sea of fallen bodies. The enemy lay lifeless on the ground, while your comrades were either silent and unresponsive to their fates, some gritting their teeth and hastily bandaging wounds, others writhing in agony upon the ground. Only a scant few, like you and Rain, remained unscathed amidst the chaos. Thanks to your initial strike, I could have been. Rain's voice drifted into one ear and out the other as you sheathed your bloodied sword, beginning your search for Yuan. He and your father had initially occupied the vanguard, but upon your first glance, you noted your father and his trusted retainers were intact. Yet Yuan was nowhere to be found. In the heart of your contingent, warriors had begun to inspect the fallen foes, ensuring the last breath of any surviving enemy was silenced with a final blow, while scavenging for any valuables among the dead. At the rear, where the common folk huddled, you cast a glance and were surprised to see many still alive, yet Yuan was still absent. His tall frame, broad shoulders, and narrow waist always made him stand out in a crowd, easy to discern. Yet now, he was nowhere in sight. Could it be? A chilling thought seized you, momentarily freezing the fervor of your blood. No, that cannot be. As you hesitated, the jubilant cheers from the front lines reached your ears. Following the gaze of the crowd, you beheld a figure emerging from the shadowy thicket, tall and slender, shoulders broad yet narrow at the waist, with hair tied high and a crimson-stained forehead. As he stepped into the sunlight, one hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed sword, the other bearing a dripping head. Chapter 67. The Battle of the Tiger. As night fell and the camp was set, you sat beside Yuan, gleaning insights from the conversations among the surrounding warriors about the shifting tides of the daytime battlefield. When the ambush struck from the jungle, your father was still in shock. But Yuan had reacted swiftly, dismounting and charging into the fray with his blade, braving the onslaught. Truly astonishing. After all, he is Lord Yuan. There was no cause for concern. It was said that the hidden commander had met his end at his hands, was it not? Indeed, the head has been secured, awaiting presentation to the Lord at dawn, and it seems he had brought down a significant figure. As everyone gathered around the campfire, sharing drinks and tales, they occasionally cast admiring glances toward Yuan seated by your side. After inquiring with a retainer, you confirmed that Yuan had sustained no injuries. Yet recalling his reckless behavior still sent shivers down your spine. How could he charge forth without fear of never returning? It had been quite some time since you had chastised Yuan. He always bore an impenetrable demeanor, seemingly unaffected by even the harshest rebukes, rendering any scolding an exercise in futility. However, just after descending from the battlefield, you grasped Yuan's arm, inspecting him for wounds, your trembling hand betraying your anxiety. Perhaps it was the exertion of battle. In the heat of combat, fatigue and soreness were unnoticeable, but now, in the relaxed aftermath, you felt your muscles protest, trembling involuntarily. Your shaking hand against Yuan's steady arm starkly highlighted the disparity between the strong and the weak. Brother, Yuan instinctively reached out to steady you, his concern evident as he examined the arrows embedded in your armor, relieved to confirm they had not penetrated to flesh. I'm so glad you're unharmed. You should still share a few words with Yuan. However, in that moment of speechlessness, your father called for Yuan in a loud voice. He scrutinized the head Yuan presented, inquiring about the recent events, and a proud expression spread across his face as he clapped Yuan on the shoulder, guiding him to the center of attention among the retainers, heralding him as the greatest hero of this skirmish. You observed from a distance, the words not entirely clear. Yet the anticipated development was evident. After all, among the circle of nobles, as Yuan approached, the somber post-battle silence transformed into a chorus of admiration. When your father finally remembered your presence and gestured for you to join the group, he seemed devoid of any curiosity regarding your own accomplishments, merely raising his chin slightly to beckon you into the fold. It is rather amusing that your position in the skirmish had been in the middle of the formation. Driven by an inexplicable sentiment, you desired to maintain a certain distance from Yuan Yi, prompting you to make an additional request to your father. Upon hearing your plea, he regarded you as though you were a fool, but seeing your steadfastness, he nodded with indifference. If Yuan Yi were indeed a sagacious ruler, he would have discerned, from your mere gesture, that your prior declaration of wielding a blade for him was entirely insincere. Those who protect their lord would never distance themselves from him amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, he seemed oblivious to this fact. You silently returned to the circle of warriors, your blood-stained outer robe still dripping with the lifeblood of your enemies. Listening to the heartfelt admiration and submission expressed by your comrades towards Yuan Yi, you felt as though a block of ice had settled in your chest, rendering you cold and unfeeling. Lord Iwakatsu, thank you for standing in front of us. Lord Iwakatsu, we are grateful. Lord Iwakatsu, are you all right? The concern and respect you received amidst the ranks of soldiers meant nothing in the present moment. Once you had gathered your thoughts, you inquired of Yuan Yi under the cover of night about the reckless nature of his actions. He did not meet your gaze but stared intently at the flickering flames of the campfire before him, the light dancing in his eyes as he replied in a calm voice, "Because I felt it was possible, I chose to act." You furrowed your brow at this reasoning. What if your instincts were misguided? Yuan Yi turned to face you, the once dark stain of blood on his chin now scrubbed clean. Both of you had changed out of your bloodied garments, and the soiled swords had been entrusted to the attendants for cleaning. Now, seated among the crowd, he resembled a young nobleman out for a leisurely outing, devoid of the smoke of war. In the depths of his eyes, your icy, wrathful visage was reflected. He earnestly asked, "Are you worried about me, brother?" You loathed the sticky sentimentality in his voice. You were the strongest combatant in the ranks. Naturally, everyone would be concerned for you. You replied coldly, your expression void of emotion. Yuan Yi scrutinized you closely, seemingly attempting to discern your true feelings in the dim light. Yet, the more he gazed, the colder your demeanor became. Whether he succeeded in his endeavor was uncertain, but eventually, he averted his gaze, reaching out to poke at the campfire with a branch, speaking in a level tone filled with reminiscence. "When we were attacked, I saw arrows aimed at your location, and I wanted to rush to your aid. However, with father by my side and arrows aimed at him as well, he would not permit me to act recklessly. Wherever I went, the number of people I could save was limited." You responded, "Then I thought of going into the forest to eliminate those who harmed everyone. They attacked with the same intent, so their deaths are only just." Despite achieving a resounding victory alone in enemy territory, Yuan Yi remained visibly displeased by your side. You observed him with a cold gaze, acutely aware of how his legs curled slightly, as if he were struggling to suppress a desire to withdraw into himself. Unable to contain your curiosity any longer, you posed an unexpected question. What if you were injured? You detested the weakness inherent in such words. A warrior on the battlefield should cast aside personal safety, driven by an indomitable will to fulfill the expectations of their lord. Thus, what if you were injured? Was an utterly feeble inquiry. Sustaining injuries in battle was a natural occurrence, was it not? As long as you could still move and your life had not yet extinguished, you would achieve your lord's desires. When you fought during the day, you did so with the conviction of certain death, determined to battle until every enemy had fallen. However, you failed to realize the most perilous place, the unseen danger, was indeed Yuan Yi, who fought alone. What were you doing? Outnumbered. What would happen if you perished? Silence. You regarded your own safety as inconsequential? Do not ask again. Do you believe the Lord I protect with my blade is whom? Though your heart felt as cold as ice, and your soul was suffocating in the depths of the sea, your body betrayed you, involuntarily uttering sentences tinged with unsteady tones. No, what you expressed was not your true heart. You were merely performing. An elder brother who cherished his younger sibling, a loyal retainer worried for his lord. You had always excelled in this act. In response to your probing, Yuan Yi bowed his head deeply. He should have been revered by all. He was the most significant contributor in this battle, meant to bask in glory and hold his head high before the masses, embodying the spirit of the people. Yet, at that moment, before you, he resembled a child who had erred. He lowered his head so deeply that it seemed he wished to bury his face in his own embrace. "I'm sorry," he began to apologize once more. "What are you apologizing for? You heard your own words, cold as ice. Be silent. You have accomplished nothing." In his calm tone, Yuan Yi's voice began to quaver with suppressed emotion. "I simply wanted to protect everyone." Chapter 68. The Battle of the Tiger 8 on the following day. The troops of Ikezuki converged with the main forces of the daimyo. Your father and Yuan Yi went to pay respects to Lord Maeda, even going so far as to present the head Yuan Yi had claimed in a specially prepared box. Prior to this, Yuan Yi had explained the circumstances to you. "I hear that the one I killed was the young son of the neighboring daimyo, who was quite fond of him. There were even rumors of wanting to establish a new heir. Some retainers had seen the young lord and thus recognized him, but it remains mere speculation. Father intends to use this to gain favor. When your father and Yuan Yi returned from the daimyo's tent, the box containing the head was nowhere to be found, and a flush of excitement crept across your father's pale face. The Lord is exceedingly pleased. Your father paced within his tent, straining to suppress an outburst of laughter. Yuan Yi, this is your opportunity. This is your chance. The nearby advisors supporting Ikezuki were equally elated, their eager gazes fixed upon Yuan Yi, who stood at the center of the gathering. You, standing in the tent, found yourself at a loss for words, unable to express any emotion, feeling entirely superfluous in that moment. Thus, you excused yourself from your father, who did not even glance in your direction, waving you away dismissively. While Yuan Yi remained frozen in place, gripped by your father's hand, resembling a tall, silent shadow. Stepping out of the tent, your heart was restless, and you found yourself aimlessly wandering the camp. Ikezuki seemed to be the first official unit to engage in battle, and within the entire camp. Only here were their wounded soldiers. Furthermore, due to their remarkable achievements, they garnered praise from Lord Maeda. Iwakatsu, truly it is you. As you wandered without purpose, someone from the camp called out to you from a distance. Following the sound, you spotted a gleaming bald head, clad in a white monk's robe, accompanied by the resonant clanging of a large wooden staff. Master Tetsujin, you instinctively approached him. For this battle, the daimyo had also summoned the warrior monks from the region to join the fray. You had not anticipated encountering someone from Kyogai Temple on the very first day of the assembly. You, my boy, quite impressive indeed. I heard about your exploits even before your arrival. I hear that the heads you collected could not even fit in the horse's rear. Master Tetsujin boisterously praised your achievements within the camp, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You truly are a product of Kyogai Temple. I cannot allow you, my junior, to outshine me on the battlefield. You opened your mouth, instinctively wishing to utter some modest words, but as they reached your lips, they faltered. You were uncertain of your expression at that moment. For the next instant, Master Tetsujin reached out and tousled your hair, grinning as he teased, "What is the matter? Now that you've achieved great success, do you look down upon your former master? Is it that you cannot even manage to speak?" You swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before lifting your head to force a modest smile, exclaiming your surprise at seeing him. "Oh, what a delightful surprise. But you see, Kyogai Temple arrived 2 days earlier, and I've been waiting for you for just as long. Yet, here I am, receiving your good news first." Instinctively, you adjusted your hair, apologizing for the wait. It hardly qualifies as a long wait. The Iron Man master leaned in to scrutinize your expression, then withdrew, stroking his chin in contemplation. "I thought I was mistaken. You appear quite accomplished, yet you don't seem particularly happy." You blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the seemingly oblivious monk soon came to a conclusion. "But of course, it is war after all, hardly a cause for celebration." The long-absent Iron Man master surveyed the surroundings, casting a cursory glance at the groaning wounded, his pupils unchanged, then apathetically shifted his gaze back to you, his face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. "Yet, how swiftly you young ones grow. I recall our last meeting when you were still shorter than I. Now, look at you." He gestured at your height, noting that you had indeed grown considerably. It was astonishing how quickly time had flown, transforming you from a fledgling in need of guidance into a reliable companion. You bowed your head respectfully, acknowledging, "I owe much to your guidance." In a few days, the grand battle would commence, and as comrades on the battlefield, with you guarding my back, should I feel assured or anxious? Engaging in conversation with the jovial Iron Man master lifted your spirits slightly. "If fortunate enough to share the same war zone with you, I shall strive to live up to your teachings." "Ah, you've grown, and your words resonate with confidence." As anticipated, the battle commenced on the 3rd day. Yet, one detail diverged from your initial understanding. In the original plan, you were to serve as the main force at the front lines, solidly advancing the vanguard. However, as you surveyed the battlefield, you observed a small flanking unit unexpectedly infiltrating from an angle, striking at the enemy's core with the precision of a sharp cleaver. They were unstoppable. You beheld the banners of your side fluttering within the enemy ranks, unimpeded from the battlefield's edge to their heart. And the once defiant foes began to waver as they witnessed the same scene. How could this be? The enemy, previously your adversary, now appeared hesitant to flee. Why was there no one to intercept? The banner of Lord Maeda remained unyielding. What had transpired? The shaken enemy formation crumbled under pressure, and your blade slowed as the blood of your foes trickled down its edge, splattering crimson droplets upon the muddy earth. You heard your fellow fighters, like you, observing in silence, their initial confusion evolving into a chorus of jubilant cheers as Lord Maida's banner drew closer. You stood amidst the tumultuous battlefield, inhaling the stench of death, surrounded by the remnants of smoke and fire. Emotions surged from behind you like a tidal wave, coalescing around the returning hero. Mounted and bearing the flag, he was illuminated by the light, and all that the light revealed was his path ahead. Upon his steed rested the severed heads of enemy generals, his blade glinting with a chilling brilliance, while his figure beneath the banner shone as brightly as the sun. Yuan Yi. It is indeed Lord Yuan Yi. Admiration, respect, affection, gratitude, and myriad emotions converged into an overwhelming tide directed towards this hero of the battle. You found yourself in the open field, gazing at the approaching figure. You lowered your gaze to your own blade, noting a segment had shattered, falling into the bloody dust. Chapter 69. The Battle of the Tiger. That night, as the moon reached its zenith, sleep eluded you. Many shared your plight. Among the victors, numerous civilians and warriors. Their injuries minor, took advantage of the moonlight to scour the battlefield, ensuring the living enemies met their end, and collecting valuable spoils before burning or burying the final corpses to prevent the land from succumbing to plague. Such tasks were not yours to undertake. The spoils of war were insignificant to you, and you harbored no penchant for the cruelty of slaughtering foes. Nor did the labor of digging graves confer any glory. Before you immersed yourself in the aftermath, none dared to command you, the heir of the Kuni family, to perform such menial labor. Yet, you chose to do so. Though drenched in sweat and devoid of accolades, it was preferable to sitting in the noble tent, listening to others bicker over how to divide the spoils of war. Prior to the war, as a member of the nobility, you had eagerly anticipated the division of accolades. The path for samurai to rise was limited, and whenever an opportunity arose, everyone flocked to seize it, fearing missteps that could lead to their downfall within the samurai class. As a retainer of the Kuni family, your hopes for the war mirrored those of many warriors, perhaps even more fervently. As you ignited the pile of corpses, flames licking upwards, you silently delved into your innermost thoughts, striving to unearth your desires. You realized that even seated within the Kuni castle, possessing a relatively stable position, the next generation's Kuni lord trusted you. You still instinctively yearned to escape from the confines of the castle. You desired fame, a new territory bestowed by the lord, even if it were merely a dilapidated village, anything that would grant you ample justification, a resplendent honor, far removed from the castle, standing tall and breaking free from its grasp. Ideally, you wished to be so distant that you would never return. Never again would whispers of the Kuni reach your ears. You would be like a kite severed from its string, severing ties with the city of your birth. Thus, you fought fiercely on the battlefield, severing the heads of your fellow humans, allowing their tainted blood to splatter upon you, strike after strike. You initially intended to join the Kuni camp, and, alongside many nobles, passionately vie for your share of the glory to report to the Lord and receive accolades. It was the natural course of things. Yet, when you stepped into the camp, amidst the stench and filth of the warriors, through the flickering candlelight, you beheld wide-eyed faces, mouths agape, and hoarse cries. In the midst of this throng, you did not see Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, Lord Maeda summoned him to inquire about the situation. In response to your question, your father squinted slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had not smiled like that in a long time, his graying hair appearing darker and more vibrant. Imbued with pride from the honor that was so close at hand, you felt a peculiar sensation. Standing before your father, witnessing his joyful demeanor, rendered you speechless. It was as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in your throat. Your once heavy limbs felt as if they were crafted from wood, joints suddenly stiffening. You gazed at your father. He sat at the head of the noble table, leisurely observing his warriors, who bickered incessantly over the ownership of a single head. In the flickering candlelight, his eyes involuntarily lifted, revealing a barely perceptible, scornful disdain. Below him sat a pack of wild dogs, tearing flesh, while he presided over the distribution of spoils as their king. So, will you also immerse yourself among the wild dogs? The cotton in your throat constricts your breath. Before you can react, your body instinctively retreats a step. Oase is startled by your movement, and your father's gaze shifts towards you. His eyes, mirroring the glance of the samurai below, settle upon you. Your father's voice drifts lightly. You must have a memory of how many heads you've severed, right? As your lord speaks, some samurai begin to take notice of you. their covetous gazes occasionally landing in your direction. The looks they cast at the enemy on the battlefield during the day likely do not differ much from those directed at you now. You should join them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the damp and foul air of the tent, the stifling, oppressive gazes, and the rising din of quarrels all coalesce into a viscous mass that crashes down upon you like a gelatinous blob fallen from a tree, enveloping you and rendering your thoughts inextricably tangled. You must be experiencing some sort of malaise. The first thought to surface in your mind is the void left by someone's absence. He has gone to receive the Lord's commendation while you remain here. Thus, when your father inquires of you, you retreat another step, your joints stiff and numb, your constricted throat emitting a hoarse response. It is all up to you, Father. You believe you have uttered such words. How does your father perceive you upon hearing this? You do not notice. Just as you have not heeded the gazes of the other samurai. Everyone in the tent, be they the warriors vying for accolades below or your father allocating them above, appears quite joyous. You wish fervently to share in their elation. Yet, this longing is also sealed within that inexplicable resin, leaving only a hollow shell of confusion within you. You exit the tent of contention, wandering aimlessly along the path visible before you, and upon seeing someone clearing the battlefield, you vacantly join in. It seems someone has been trailing behind you. Footsteps follow you persistently. It must be the rain. You glance sideways and indeed see his shadow following closely. You dismissively retract your gaze, reigniting the pile of corpses before you, witnessing the flesh soaked in oil sizzling under the flame's caress, transforming vibrant life into lifeless char. Falling to the earth, merging with the soil to nourish future vegetation. You vacantly observe everything before you, beads of sweat rolling down your forehead, the fierce flames nearly singeing your hair, only for the person behind you to pull you back just in time. Before you, a scorching fire rages. Yet why do you feel an internal chill? You do not comprehend. You sit upon a wooden stump by the roadside, gazing at the vivid flames while basking under the bright moon above, feeling utterly devoid of strength. You cannot fathom why you wish to depart from Inakuni. Even the energy to contemplate this eludes you, until someone approaches, calling out loudly, their voice boisterous in your ear, "Iwase. There you are? I was worried sick and thought something had happened." You turn numbly, spotting the towering monk, as formidable as an iron tower, standing beside you, a Zen staff in hand. Its iron rings clinking melodiously. You blink, processing for a moment, and softly address him, Master Tetsujin. According to custom, you should rise and bow. He is a senior who has shown you great care. Remaining seated before him is indeed quite disrespectful. Yet, you have no desire to move. Despite this, you stiffly prepare to rise and bow to him. Just as you are about to stand, Master Tetsujin sits down beside you, disregarding the formalities, and with a hearty slap, pushes you back onto the stump, then asks in a booming voice, "What is it?" You clearly won the battle, yet you look rather unpleased. Unpleased? You instinctively force a gentle smile, refocusing your gaze on the burning fire, responding softly, "How could that be? I was merely lost in thought and did not react in time. Of course, I am happy, aren't I?" Indeed, Inakuni achieved great success in this battle. Surely, the future will be bright, and life will only improve. Master Tetsujin sighs in relief. It is wonderful that you think this way. Your earlier expression was akin to that of a corpse, which startled me greatly. You instinctively muster an embarrassed grin, waving your hand in humility. That description is a touch excessive. It was merely a resounding victory during the day, as if in a dream. I simply did not react in time. This must be your first time on the battlefield, right? Master Tetsujin shakes his head, winking at you. What a glorious victory it was. What were you just thinking? It was a triumph. Do you still have worries? Your lips move, suddenly at a loss for words. You ponder the bountiful spoils of war that await. Perhaps this is the opportunity to marry. This is what troubles me. You prepare to respond thusly. I do not understand. Yet, the sounds reaching your ears starkly contrast with what you believe you have articulated. Master Tetsujin replies in a rather ordinary manner. What is there not to understand? The fire before you crackles and pops, limbs resembling human appendages collapsing and breaking in the blaze. The vivid flames cast their glow upon you and Master Tetsujin, the hot air and unpleasant odors assaulting your senses. This is not a suitable place for conversation, you realize. So, why has Tetsujin chosen to sit beside you? Your thoughts seem trapped in that noisy tent, and after a moment of heavy silence, A remnant of emotion you cannot comprehend compels you to utter words you may not fully grasp. I do not understand what it is that I truly desire. What do you mean? As a man, power, status, wealth, women, honor, strength. Surely one of these is what you seek. You shake your head in confusion. The person beside you curiously inquires, then what do you want? You gaze vacantly at the bright moon high above, at the scattered fires across the wilderness, at the fallen enemies. Even death can be obliterated by flames, erasing all traces, while the Bushido you profess to uphold, somehow, in that moment, you seem to glimpse an entire desolate future of yourself wandering beneath the moonlight after witnessing all things. Thus, a warm breeze stirs, scattering the voice that emerges from your throat. I want to run away. What? I want to run away. Why? Your astonished tone instinctively lowers. Did you not perform well? You appear unscathed. This is a prime opportunity for making a name for yourself, especially in front of me. You cannot utter such defeatist words before others. He seems to regain his composure, beginning to inquire, why would you think of running away? You have done well in Inakuni, right? Staying at Kayamizadera may not have been better for you. The head of Inakuni trusts you. The next head of the family is your brother, who also relies on you. I heard he executed the enemy's commander today. Truly remarkable. The Lord will undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Inakuni is flourishing, if you assist him well. Power, wealth, women, everything will be within your grasp. This should be quite simple for you, right? Everything is within reach, just at your fingertips. You are not one to fear death. Why think of running away? Why think of running away? It is utterly inconceivable. Ah, how could you utter such foolishness? You quietly gaze at the moon in the sky. In your ears, Master Tetsujin's inquiries persist, as natural as the flow of water. Amidst the cacophony of incessant inquiries, the soul that had settled within the tent seemed to drift back into the corporeal form. You exhaled quietly, pondering the peculiarity of uttering such foolish words. You commanded your stiff joints to straighten your spine, contracting your chest to breathe normally. After enduring a fierce battle, your body remained unscathed and remarkably healthy. Thus, in the next moment, you turned towards the incessantly chattering monk beside you, a look of epiphany gracing your face. You are correct, Yinsho. What has caused your sudden weakness? Sudden? You feigned embarrassment, confessing, it is my first time slaying so many. I must admit, I momentarily lost composure. I apologize for the spectacle. The Iron Master scrutinized you intently, his furrowed brow reflecting his perplexity. He could not fathom the anomaly in the behavior of his once proud disciple. Was it merely the jitters of a novice on the battlefield, or a slip of the tongue? Kikuno Kuni Yinsho is not of such fragile constitution. To better comprehend the recent events, the Iron Master engaged in a flurry of conjectures within his mind, ultimately persuading himself. After observing you for a moment, he visibly relaxed, releasing a long breath. As a warrior, you shall become accustomed to killing. Refrain from uttering such despondent words in the future. I am the only one who has heard them. Others are oblivious. That night, you offered countless apologies to the Iron Master, who finally relented after much ado. Upon returning to the Kikuno Kuni encampment from the battlefield, you discovered that the samurai had dispersed, and a report detailing your accomplishments awaited on the table before your father, ready to be presented to the Lord. Your father shared the report with you, which accurately chronicled your deeds, promising a commendable reward. Your achievements were second only to Yinsho, and you felt a swell of pride at your father's rare expression of pride. You gazed at him, mixing gratitude and admiration in your countenance, responding with words imbued with loyalty and respect. Kikuno Kuni, my Kikuno Kuni, your father folded the report, his fingers tracing the frayed edges of the paper, his eyes sparkling with extraordinary brightness. It seemed he would hardly find rest that night. Yinsho, has he returned? You inquired, lowering your gaze. Your father waved a hand dismissively. His Highness has retained him for discussion. He shall return tomorrow. Do not concern yourself with him. You understood, excusing yourself politely, while your father carefully set the report aside, contentedly extinguishing the candle to prepare for slumber. As you made your way back to your tent, you heard Rain's soft voice calling from behind. Lord Yinsho, what troubles you? You responded with calmness. Are you well? He timidly inquired. And you? How could I possibly be unwell? You instinctively offered an appropriate smile, softly asking, are you curious? Rain hesitated, stammering a few syllables before all his emotions quietly subsided. He always possessed an acute sense of awareness. The bright moonlight illuminated your path ahead. Your future was vast and expansive, awaiting you. Chapter 70. The Battle of the Tiger. Following the initial victory, Lord Matuda's forces engaged in several more encounters with the enemy. Perhaps the first battle had shattered the morale of the opposition. Despite the change in commanders, subsequent confrontations posed little threat. Wherever swords clashed, your army operated like a millstone, grinding the enemy's soldiers to shreds, dispatching their lives with effortless precision. The tally of slain foes transitioned from an exhilarating pursuit to a monotonous chore. When the opposing forces could no longer maintain formation, remnants of defeated troops scattered into the surrounding forests, ready to emerge and strike at any moment. While such threats were bothersome, they were not truly formidable. With defeat, why not surrender and retreat? Yinsho often expressed confusion regarding the protracted war mired in hopelessness. Although he could readily consult your father, he chose to seek your counsel, which irritated you further. Yet, you patiently provided an answer for the defeated troops. Retreat merely leads to starvation. Upon hearing your words, Yinsho's eyes widened in astonishment. Why would they starve? He often displayed such naivete, especially for one who hailed from a rising star of a vassal state. Indeed, it was best to keep him from speaking too much in the presence of others. You found your thoughts drifting back to the scorched earth you had traversed, the lives lost, and those soon to perish. Along the way, you frequently encountered dilapidated shrines. The shattered clay effigies of deities dragged from their sanctuaries. The land god had not protected this territory as his devotees had hoped, resulting in suffering. You were uncertain how Yinsho would perceive this war, but you understood the aristocratic viewpoint on warfare. Lacking sufficient food and unable to procure seeds for spring planting, they resorted to pillaging our lands. If they fell in battle, the Lord would care for their families, ensuring they would not starve. However, returning home as an excess population or a traitor defying the Lord's orders would lead to certain death. You coldly asserted their fate was sealed the moment they were conscripted. Observing Yinsho's silence, you noticed a clear expression of compassion etched upon his face, a hint of divine mercy. Refrain from harboring undue kindness, you warned him coldly. Those are a pack of uncontrollable starving wolves. If we do not eliminate them swiftly, other villages may suffer the same fate as the Tanuki village. They are the truly innocent ones. Initially, Lord Matuda had refused to lend grain. Lend. You closed your eyes, raising your voice slightly. Everyone is suffering from crop failures due to warmer climates and pest infestations. Why would Lord Matuda's territory have enough grain while theirs is insufficient? Did you truly believe that something lent would inevitably be returned? Yinsho remained silent, his head bowed, a melancholic expression dimming his features. In the rare moments of respite from war, the brotherly conversation you shared with him had devolved into your incessant lecturing. You were growing weary of this situation. In the first battle, as you decapitated the local commanders, Yinsho was destined to emerge as the greatest hero, earning substantial rewards post-battle. Yet, he appeared utterly unenthused. Even as he became accustomed to the process of killing, each time he wiped the blood from his blade, his expression bore a profound sorrow. Yinsho despised causing harm to others. You understood this well. However, in this world, one cannot simply do as they please. For instance, while you sometimes wished to cast aside your bothersome brother, he persistently trailed behind, chattering away, making even the smallest desires unattainable, much less fulfilling his noble and grand aspirations. Lend me your sword. You extended your hand toward Yinsho. Instinctively, he unsheathed the blade from his waist and handed it to you. The Shuichike, as Master Taipian had once enthusiastically named it upon its gifting, had garnered recognition among the samurai after countless battles, despite Yinsho's initial reservations. Now, it was widely known that a new famed blade would gain renown through Yinsho. With a swift motion, you drew the Shuichike, its white blade reflecting a chilling brilliance that pierced your eyes. The blade remained pristine and undamaged, as if it had just emerged from the forge, its fine edge sharp enough to sever a hair with ease. As an ordinary warrior like yourself, the blade at your waist has undoubtedly been replaced countless times. You cannot help but marvel at the impeccable maintenance of the Tsujikuni. Tsujikuni, accepting the name with a hint of resignation, candidly informs you that if his elder brother desires, he can bestow it upon you. You had initially intended to borrow his sword under the guise of lending it, planning to withhold its return until the next battle, as a lesson about the treachery of human nature. Yet, his immediate offer of a gift leaves you perplexed. Why waste words on a fool? A familiar sense of powerlessness washes over you. You sheath the sword and toss it back into his arms, maintaining a stoic expression as you utter, "Spare me." With Tsujikuni in your possession, your followers will undoubtedly come seeking trouble tomorrow. Tsujikuni, momentarily flustered, slowly attaches the blade to his waist, his tone tinged with resignation. They do not follow me. They merely seek the strength I possess. What difference does it make? Tsujikuni pauses, silently fastening the Tsujikuni, before looking at you with confusion. However, Tsujikuni Yorichi is not just about power. You observe as Tsujikuni gazes at you. His eyes, often dulled by the specter of death from the recent battles, still retain a semblance of innocence. If one were to discern a change, it would be the added sorrowful compassion for the souls lost beneath his blade. You turn your head to evade his searching gaze. You are acutely aware that Tsujikuni seeks your validation, yearning for an understanding that eludes you. Yet he believes he can find it in you. His formidable strength commands respect on the battlefield, yet those who gather around him see only that power. The blood on his blade will only attract more blood. In this moment, Tsujikuni must feel an overwhelming sense of confusion and pain. Just as you begin to contemplate this direction, your mind drifts, and you almost succumb to a vision. A pitiful child adorned with a sun emblem, clothed in coarse fabric, hair unkempt, standing barefoot at your feet. He timidly extends his hand, hoping for a gentle response. His eyes, though hollow, are filled with profound sorrow. Would he weep as a result? How tragic. Yet you find yourself reluctant to delve further into such thoughts. Since the war began, you have occasionally felt a weariness that you cannot attribute to any specific day. Thinking has become exhausting and unnecessary. For a warrior, the paramount duty is to obey orders. And so you have consciously begun to curtail the depth of your thoughts on certain matters. You have simply hidden this weariness well, ensuring it remains undetected by others. Whenever you wish, you can present yourself with great aplomb. Do not utter such disheartening words. You hear yourself calmly rebutting Tsujikuni's perceived weakness. Everyone trusts you, follows you. If you were to display confusion, they would waver. You turn your head, avoiding his silent gaze. In the stillness of the air, you sense that the child seeking your embrace has drawn back, as if scorched by your harsh words. You lazily close your eyes, yet a peculiar joy envelopes you. How pitiful, Tsujikuni. I understand now. After a prolonged silence, Tsujikuni straightens his back, responding to your expectations with the calmness befitting a trustworthy lord. Chapter 71. The Battle of the Tiger 11. Regardless of the enemy's efforts to delay, the war reached an inevitable conclusion. The Maeda forces advanced into enemy territory, and when the neighboring lord issued a letter of surrender, Lord Maeda seized the opportunity to demand substantial compensation. Wealth, land, women, such were the offerings sought. After several days of hesitation, the neighboring lord ultimately signed the agreement. Consequently, the Maeda warriors wore expressions of delight, eagerly awaiting their post-war rewards. Although the troops remained encamped, the warriors within began to gather for revelry and merriment. Among the Tsujikuni's ranks, some warriors invited you or presented treasures and swords, requesting your favorable words before the lord to secure greater rewards after the conflict. You declined each offer. As a noble, one is expected to engage in appropriate social interactions at the right moments. Yet, your recent lethargy has dulled your interest in such matters. You also noticed that Tsujikuni was absent from the festivities. Invitations from retainers flooded in like snowflakes, but he declined them all, never attending a single gathering. Your refusal to join the banquets sparked discontented murmurs among the other warriors. He merely has slightly better achievements. Does he think himself exceptional? How ungrateful. Like insects buzzing incessantly after being disturbed, their chatter became an unwelcome background noise. You paid little heed, though you occasionally caught their discontented glances. Once a socialite, you now found yourself unexpectedly alienated. This state felt peculiar, yet liberating. The words of others failed to sway you. You remained resolute in your indifference. This behavior was, in truth, rather foolish and lacking in social grace. You had lost control over the intricate web of noble relationships and, after the war, might not secure the best outcomes for yourself. Typically rational, you had acted irrationally at this crucial juncture. Such erratic behavior must have caused concern among other nobles. Yet, everyone is adept at rationalizing their feelings. For example, after a period of fermenting dissatisfaction and your continued indifference, opinions shifted. He must be arrogant. Being the brother of Lord Tsujikuni, it is merely a matter of bloodline. On his own, he is only marginally more skilled. The disdainful looks directed at you gradually morphed into envy. You walk through the crowd, growing increasingly apathetic. During this time, Tsujikuni made several visits to your tent. You had Rain dismiss him, stating that you were busy and had no time to meet. Your excuse was rather flimsy, especially since you were merely idly perusing maps, with nothing pressing to attend to. With victory close at hand and no other threats present, the camp had descended into a state of disarray. Your claim of being busy seemed particularly absurd. Fortunately, Rain, as you instructed, earnestly turned him away. He is a diligent and meticulous individual. Regardless of the reasonableness of your requests, he dedicates himself fully until the task is complete. Thus, under your lackluster directive, even such a flimsy excuse became acceptable to Tsujikuni through Rain's unwavering adherence, and he ceased to disturb you thereafter. Yet, news of him continued to reach your ears. Even as you quietly read in the tent, the camp buzzed with movement and conversation, their voices penetrating the thin fabric. You heard that a drunken warrior, encountering Tsujikuni at a banquet, lost his sense of reverence and, in a fit of drunken enthusiasm, ran to block Tsujikuni's path, exclaiming, "Lord Tsujikuni, I greatly admire you. Please, let us share a drink." He likely expressed his admiration with fervent respect. Tsujikuni's response was cold and devoid of expression. "You are blocking my path." With an air of authority, he issued the icily firm command, "Step aside." It is said that the intoxicated warrior, caught in a fit of rage, broke into a cold sweat and immediately became submissive, scrambling away in a most undignified manner. Those who witnessed the event, upon leaving, erupted into derisive laughter at the warrior's expense. No, no, no. You cannot possibly comprehend. The murderous intent. The murderous intent. I nearly believed he would draw his blade upon me. Did you not see the ferocity in his gaze? Truly, the esteemed Yuichi, who has accomplished the great feat of a knight's charge, is nothing short of extraordinary, almost beyond human. The warrior, blushing and filled with reverence, offered this defense. This is merely one of many tales that have reached your ears. In the camp, the warriors extended invitations to Yuichi for their revelries, all of which he graciously declined, yet never faced any censure. For the powerful possess privileges. It is almost taken for granted that the mighty Yuichi ought to stand apart, marching to his own drum. If he were easily invited, it would be deemed a loss of dignity. Before stepping onto the battlefield, you harbored fantasies about the world, believing that if the way of the samurai was not attainable, at least you could refine yourself in other areas, cultural studies, noble socializing, artistic pursuits, thus securing a place for yourself in the city known as inheriting the nation. A position that would bring you inner tranquility. You set such expectations for yourself. However, as you confront the harsh realities of life, the imminent specter of war, amidst the carnage of iron and blood, everything society had molded you into suddenly feels worthless. The truth reveals itself. Only power, a formidable power that transcends worldly reason, matters. With such strength, the so-called cultural studies, noble socializing, and artistic pursuits, these are merely the compromises of the weak. Unable to achieve greatness, they resort to embellishing their inadequacies with other pursuits, numbing themselves in the dance with fellow inept individuals, convincing themselves of their worth. What you previously engaged in was nothing but this triviality. Yet, when Yuichi, radiant as the sun, commands the battlefield with absolute strength, he requires no other means of sustenance. Every comrade around him will instinctively bend the knee in submission. And you are but one of the struggling insects. Chapter 72. The Battle of the Tiger. Though you may attempt to evade, ultimately, you must confront Yuichi. The two lords have signed a treaty to end the war, and naturally, the forces of your nation must retreat from this land. Your father has given you the directive to convey this message to Yuichi, ensuring he returns to the city of inheriting the nation with his troops safely. I have heard of his recent actions, your father remarked, casting a disapproving glance your way. Did I not instruct you to support and guide him, Iwakatsu? You lowered your head in acknowledgement. Your father set aside the documents he had been perusing, weary, and rubbed his temples, eventually lifting his gaze to meet yours. From now until your return to the city, you are to keep a watchful eye on him. Do not allow him to lose face in public. Upon hearing this, you hesitated. To be frank, solely based on your own will, you wished to reject this directive. However, expressing such refusal would surely invite your father's ire, compelling you to fabricate a reasonable explanation. While it was not impossible to do so, merely contemplating the effort felt tiresome. Thus, you acquiesced. Rain informed you that Yuichi had been residing in a nearby bamboo grove for some time. As Lord Iwakatsu relayed this to you, He lowered his head in shame. The retainer has continually spoken of Lord Yuichi, requesting that you go to the bamboo grove and have a word with him. I assumed you would not require this information, hence my delay in conveying it. I beg your forgiveness for my presumption. You replied, Rain. Your actions have always aligned with my expectations. This time is no different. You intended to dismiss Yuichi's visit, and even if the retainer had conveyed his message, you were not particularly inclined to listen. As for the notion of seeking him out for conversation, ugh, why must you bear the burden of being Yuichi's elder brother? If you had no connection to him, your father would not have mandated that you establish contact. Surely, your life continues along its designated path, stable and unchanging. You did not chastise Rain. Rather, you allowed him to remain in the tent, instructing him to pack his belongings for the return journey. Then, seizing the opportunity of the early dusk, you ventured into the bamboo grove at the edge of the camp to seek out the individual who had become a source of vexation. The bamboo grove adjacent to the camp was quite expansive, lush and verdant, the summer having just passed and winter yet to arrive. As you entered, the bright sunlight filtering through the dense leaves softened considerably. You walked deeper into the grove for a while before spotting the retainer standing by the bamboo. Dressed in a white outer robe with a sword at his waist, he leaned against the bamboo and, upon catching sight of you from afar, rushed over. Bowing and exhaling a sigh of relief as he led you further in, Lord Yuichi is just ahead. He mentioned he wishes to be alone and adamantly refused to allow me to remain by his side, so I could only wait here at the periphery for you. His words implied that you would undoubtedly come. This irked you slightly, yet you did not express your displeasure. Following his guidance, you proceeded a short distance before he halted. Hesitantly unwilling to advance further, Lord Yuichi would not wish to see me. I will wait here for him. If you go just a bit further, you will find him. You could not fathom why Yuichi chose to linger in this dim grove each day, and you felt frustrated by your own passive predicament due to him. Yet, one must respect reality. You could only suppress all your emotions and walk into the bamboo grove, moving toward the darker recesses. As the retainer had indicated, it was not long before you found Yuichi. Clad in a red outer garment, he sat upon a stone in the grove, his back straight. Hair tied high behind his head, adorned with flower-shaped ear ornaments that swayed gently. You stood behind him, observing his silhouette, your footsteps gradually slowing until you came to a stop. Under normal circumstances, you would have greeted him directly, then led him back to the camp and onward to the city of inheriting the nation, keeping him within your sight to prevent any foolishness like sitting idly in the bamboo grove. However, as you approached his back, the rustling leaves of the bamboo whispering around you, your throat suddenly felt constricted. It had been quite some time since you had last seen Yuichi. From the moment you began to avoid his summons until now, it felt as if a month had passed. How had he fared during this time? You sluggishly began to ponder this question. You had only heard fragmented snippets about him from others, yet the image of Yuichi that emerged from their words felt distinctly unfamiliar. Much like the silhouette before you, there was an unsettling sense of estrangement. The Yuichi others described with an austere demeanor akin to a specter, and the imposing figure seated before you. How had he fared recently? Did he hear the sound of your approaching footsteps, for you had not concealed them? Did he recognize that it was you? Would he, in a moment of grievance, inquire why you had spurned his summons? Or would he greet you with a warm and radiant smile? Overwhelmed by a multitude of questions, you found yourself hesitating. Yet, this hesitation was fleeting, for in the next instant, the man seated before you turned and regarded you. Brother, Yuichi, upon seeing you, appeared momentarily taken aback, then rose, tucking away the items in his hands, and calmly inquired, "Are you ready to return?" You pressed your lips together, awkwardly replying, "Yes, father sent me to fetch you." "Is that so?" He seemed momentarily bewildered, slowly blinking, then fell silent as he gazed at you. You looked at Yuichi not far from you. He stood beneath the dim sunlight filtering through the bamboo grove, his bangs swaying gently in the breeze, his face devoid of expression. Those eyes, fixed upon you, exuded no discernible emotion, yet you felt ensnared by his gaze, rendered momentarily speechless. Truly, he was the remarkable Yuan Yi, renowned for his gallant feats. You recalled the blind admiration that everyone in the camp held for him. Stepping away from the accounts of others, Yuan Yi emerged from the pale words of gossip, standing before you, and you suddenly realized that, from a mere visual perspective, he appeared to be a formidable and dignified noble warrior. Do not allow him to lose face in public, your father had instructed. Yet, the reality was that even without your urging, Yuan Yi radiated an undeniable aura of strength simply by standing there. Before you could delve deeper into your thoughts, Yuan Yi broke the awkward silence. Brother, could you spare a moment to talk with me? Speaking, he stood right before you, making a request. You, standing face to face, could hardly brush him off with the excuse of being busy at this moment. Reluctantly, you acquiesced. Chapter 73. The Battle of Inuzuka. Are you happy that the war has ended? Yuan Yi inquired. You forced a smile, answering him perfunctorily. Of course, I'm pleased. You know I have quite a few military achievements, don't you? Yuan Yi wore a puzzled expression. You took a moment to compose yourself and patiently explained. Father has sent a report of our military exploits to the Lord, detailing the merits of all the retainers. His Highness will reward based on this. As you spoke, you recalled your position on the report, at the very top. Though you could never compare to a prodigy like Yuan Yi. You had developed your own breathing techniques and practical sword skills, and with your fearless demeanor, it was natural to have garnered commendable achievements on the battlefield. Your father had considered your placement at the top, but Yinsheng, you are still young and may not command respect. My senior retainers place great importance on this accomplishment. They might view it as favoritism towards blood relations. You understood your father's concerns, yet since it was your merit being questioned, it was only reasonable that you did not yield easily. You said, Yuan Yi shines brightly. My contributions are but a flickering firefly. You continued, if even my close retainer cannot secure the accolades he deserves, how could others trust in my father's authority and fairness? Your father was swayed by your words, hesitating before granting you the position you deserved. He further explained that Yuan Yi's accomplishments would be reported separately, and his name would be listed in the Lord's battle report alongside other esteemed lords, making it clear that, as an heir, he would not ascend in rank. However, he was indeed exceptional, having been summoned personally by the Lord, and with his illustrious achievements echoing far and wide, he had transcended the norm and emerged as a standout. Yuan Yi will lead in unity to greatness. When discussing Yuan Yi, your father's face lit up with a smile, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealing his pride and satisfaction in his heir. Your father's words rang true. You offered a few insincere compliments that, when directed at others, would seem disingenuous, but in Yuan Yi's case, they appeared to be understated. Thus, even your half-hearted flattery felt remarkably sincere. With your father's unwavering support, Yuan Yi would undoubtedly not remain stagnant in his current position. Occasionally, you found yourself underestimating your father due to his moments of doubt and vulnerability. But returning to the objective reality, you could not deny that he was an exceptionally competent head of the Inunami clan. The development of the clan under his leadership made this evident. What kind of rewards would your father and the Lord bestow upon you after this war? You were indifferent, feeling a calmness about the future without a sense of anticipation. Nevertheless, when confronted with Yuan Yi's question, you maintained your composure while fabricating a lie. There will be abundant spoils after the war. Perhaps this opportunity will allow me to marry a virtuous lady from the noble families of Inunami or explore other cities. The mere thought of this excited you. But your voice lacked any semblance of joy and sounded rather dry. Thus, even Yuan Yi immediately discerned the truth and candidly accused you. Brother, you are lying. You leaned against the bamboo behind you, opening your mouth, struggling to arrange the limited words in your mind to form the response you desired. But all you could manage was a dry reply. Why do you say that? Yuan Yi sat upright on a large stone, his back straight and hands resting on his thighs, looking at you earnestly and stating, because you are not happy. I am very happy. No, you are not happy. Why am I not happy? Your eyes tell me otherwise. Your previously calm demeanor was now ignited by Yuan Yi's stubbornness. Gritting your teeth, you earnestly imparted the truths of the world. I am an excellent warrior. My lord trusts me. And the next lord is my brother, who also relies on me. I will have a glorious future. Do you understand? Yuan Yi simply gazed at you in silence. You pressed on. In the Inunami battle report, I am at the top. The rewards after the war will be plentiful, to the point of causing me worry. Land, gold, women, these are all within my grasp. I can attain anything. Do you understand? Yuan Yi remained silent, still watching you. You mustered your spirit. I am still young. I will have a beautiful wife and raise thoughtful children. I will establish a new family, and I will elevate the name of Inunami. No warrior can refuse such a future. Do you understand? Yuan Yi continued to watch you in silence. You gasped, your hands clenched tightly beneath your sleeves, trembling slightly. Yet you fought to maintain control. You even managed to keep your nearly shattered expression from breaking, casting a resolute gaze upon Yuan Yi, who silently regarded you. Do you still think I am not happy? After a moment, which felt both fleeting and interminably long, Yuan Yi responded to your inquiry with an unusually calm demeanor. But brother, should one possess all this, must one necessarily be happy? You struggled to steady your disrupted breath. Unable to respond to his question, Yuan Yi maintained his serene demeanor, continuing to inquire. What you speak of, I will also have, yet I still feel sorrow. Should I be happy to become an excellent warrior, a trustworthy lord, and to carry forth the family name? I have pondered such questions, but my mind remains blank, filled only with anguish and sorrow. I wish to fly kites and play games, yet I am not permitted. When I finally receive permission, my brother departs from my side. And when he returns, I must take up my sword to end another's life. Yuan Yi gazed at you, his voice calm, devoid of disappointment or sorrow, yet to your ears, his words resonated deafeningly. Amid so many sorrowful matters, must I not even express the sadness I feel? Should I be happy? You looked at Yuan Yi before you, seated upright upon the stone, hands resting on his thighs, submissively raising his head to inquire. From the front, he appeared like a student being chastised by a teacher. Though he seemed regal and powerful from behind, viewed from the front, he was utterly oblivious. He truly was a fool. So foolish that there seemed to be no hope for him. He understood nothing. Yet, why was it that such a clumsy Yuan Yi? Why is he able to articulate what you cannot? Chapter 74. The Battle of the Tiger 14. This is indeed a most peculiar experience. You gaze at Yuan Yi, who is gazing back at you, expectantly awaiting your response. Do the goldfish in the pond live joyfully? Within his gaze, your soul appears to split in twain. One half heavily anchored within your corporeal form, controlling the rhythmic breath and movements of this fleshly vessel, while the other half, like a wisp of smoke unshackled from all constraints, dances at your side, coalescing into the form of a child clad in splendid attire, with a neatly arranged hairstyle. Standing not taller than your waist, yet possessing a countenance adorned with an unfamiliar, carefree smile. One of his hands points towards Yuan Yi, while the other tugs at your sleeve, looking up into your eyes with an indescribable sense of repression and childish malice. Hey, why must you respond when he asks you? Isn't it strange? Why must you yield to this stubborn fool? You are clearly in distress, are you not? Though this anguish may be devoid of value and rather absurd, if you are suffering thus, why not let those around you share in your torment? This is a malevolent specter visible only to you. So, just tell him. Call him a fool. He knows nothing. Aside from his martial prowess, he is utterly worthless. Tell him that there is no sorrow, that finding joy in life is inherently meaningless. His existence, apart from being a useful sword in the hands of a lord, is devoid of significance. Tell him that his current plea for answers and solace is downright grotesque, weak to the point of laughter. You cannot bear to acknowledge that such a person is your lord. Speak, Iwakatsu. Let him weep and writhe in front of you. Let him bleed tears of despair. He should not exist. He has no place in this world. It is him. It is him. His anger escalates, nearly pulling at your sleeve in a fit. His once clear eyes now flecked with bloodshot veins, his voice piercing and shrill. If only he were gone. Your life, if he were absent, your life would surely not be so utterly wretched. It is all his fault. You perceive a faint buzzing in your ears. The dim sunlight filtering through the bamboo grove becomes dazzling within your pupils. Leaning against the sturdy bamboo behind you, you close your eyes, striving to endure, ultimately suppressing the sudden surge of panic and impulse within. A chill breeze sweeps through the bamboo thicket, with withered leaves settling upon your hair. You ought to brush them away, yet in this moment, for reasons unknown, your body, perfectly intact, seems to lack the strength to even breathe. You quietly open your eyes. Within your field of vision, Yuan Yi remains as focused as before, gazing intently at you. The child at your feet, visible only to you, weeps blood and clamors incessantly. Curse him. Deny his suffering. Refute his past and present. Why? Why must I alone bear such sorrow? Is this not profoundly unjust? You tightly clench your jaw, bewildered by your own condition. You must be unwell. Finally lowering your gaze, when you are able to speak normally. What escapes your lips is a response that surprises even yourself. You are sad. Yuan Yi pauses, then candidly replies, Yes, I feel sorrow for myself. Though he articulates his pain, his voice remains steady, yet you know he speaks the truth. The incessant child at your feet falls silent upon hearing this, then tilts his head back, glaring at you with fierce intensity. He is merely showing off his emotions. Since you are susceptible to such displays, he always behaves this way. He certainly does not feel genuine sadness. Do not soften your heart. Just give him a good scolding. Sweet words will not suffice. This is all a ruse. You are merely deceiving him. Do the goldfish in the pond live joyfully? The child at your feet continues to chatter, yet your body feels somewhat lighter amidst the clamor. You hear your own calm voice once more. What are you sad about? Yuan Yi's voice drifts from afar. Though he is near, his response seems to waver. Perhaps it is the wind rustling through the bamboo. I do not know. It is just that my heart feels as though a part of it is hollow. Each time I lose something, each time I slay something, I wonder why others rejoice over these events. I cannot help but pose this question to myself. Yet, the joy of others eludes me, like the void in my heart. Even if I were to share it with them, they would not comprehend. You look up at Yuan Yi. He gazes down. His hand, once resting on his thigh, now wanders to his left chest, as if indeed a part of him were missing. My mother told me that connections can form between people, that mutual understanding is possible. My brother urged me to wield the sword to protect all that I hold dear. I believed in all this, and thus endeavored to fulfill it. Yuan Yi lifts his gaze to meet yours. His eyes, in the dim light, seem to ripple like water. Yet, I still feel sorrow, brother. Why is this? The child at your feet suddenly falls silent. Do the goldfish in the pond live joyfully? Throughout your life, you have never nurtured anything. Rabbits, birds, goldfish, pets that other noble children might whimsically care for have never piqued your interest. You have never invested your energy. Your aspirations lie elsewhere, devoid of that tender affection and care. You have only ever cautiously, meticulously, cared for your brother, because he is a fool in need of protection. Yuan Yi is your brother. Your mother entrusted you with the sacred duty of safeguarding him. Your mother earnestly charged you. As your elder brother, I shall protect you. Yuan Yi, you made that promise, too. Thus, out of a sense of responsibility, you indeed took great care, to the best of your ability, of your foolish brother. But is your care truly correct? You observe Yuan Yi before you. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon him, as the wind stirs. The light dances, and he sits there, shrouded in a watery pattern of light and shadow. His gaze upon you is filled with pure confusion and sorrow, reminiscent of long ago days, in a similar setting, where he confided his own uncertainties and pain to you. Do the goldfish in the pond live joyfully? You gaze at your brother, never before so acutely aware of his life's deficiencies and satisfactions. Because of love, in the backyard, your mother crafted a dreamlike fishbowl for him. With walls of peace and kindness, you took his hand from your mother, in your innocence, unwittingly pouring into the fishbowl protection and valuing stagnant waters. Your mother's love is a soft poison. Your lies are hypocritical poison. Yuan Yi dwells within this fragile illusion, battling the myriad lies that threaten to unravel. It is only natural that he suffers. Your mother nurtured within him a fragile heart. It is only natural that he feels confusion, for the fabrications you weave cannot withstand the scrutiny of reality. One day, Yuan Yi shall awaken from this dream. He will come to realize that there are no soap bubble-like, vividly colored loves and ideals in this world. And he, brother? Yuan Yi grows anxious under your gaze, softly calling your name. Your lips part, and before you can comprehend, you pose a peculiar question. How sad are you? Yuan Yi blinked, deep in contemplation. He pondered diligently, striving to encapsulate his feelings in words. Perhaps the literary instruction he received had failed him, as after much deliberation, he could not conjure an adequate adjective to express his sentiments. In an almost foolish manner, he spread his arms wide, tracing a large circle in the air, exclaiming, very, very sad. Your lips twitched slightly. Yet Yuan Yi's expression remained earnest. He gestured with fervor, his arms extending dramatically, even bordering on the absurd. Very, very sad. Is he a fool? The child by your side, reminiscent of a mirage, mirrored your incredulity. He must be a fool. There was no rebuttal. However, the child hesitated and tugged at your sleeve, looking up with a fair face contorted in confusion, his brows furrowed, yet reluctantly uttering a compromise. He said he was very sad. What can we do? Yuan Yi wouldn't lie. If he truly is very, very sad, then there's nothing we can do. He clasped his hands together, earnestly beseeching you. Yin Sheng, we promise to take good care of him. Chapter 75. The Battle of Yin. You must be unwell. You sighed inwardly, accepting this reality. Thus, knowing it was a misguided path, you found yourself unable to turn back. It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. You lamented your own failure in silence, while the boisterous child achieved his aim, dissipating like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the dim light. Your limbs regained strength. You lifted your arm and casually beckoned Yuan Yi, calling him over. Come here. Yuan Yi looked at you in confusion. His expression revealed his utter lack of understanding of the situation, yet his body obediently followed your command, rising and walking towards you in a daze, stopping just an arm's length away. They say distance breeds beauty, and this adage held true. From his previous position, clad in a dark crimson coat, Yuan Yi appeared stern and imposing, exuding the aura of a formidable warrior, instilling a sense of security. Now, as he stood before you, you noticed the scattered bamboo leaves upon his head and shoulders, gray smudges of either wood shavings or dust on his cuffs, and the loosely tied belt of his sword, which hung carelessly at his waist. For a moment, you contemplated summoning the attendants stationed nearby to question their negligence. It was truly incomprehensible. With someone attending to him, how could he present himself in such disarray? You maintained a stern expression, momentarily casting aside the multitude of words swirling in your mind, extending your hand in silence to tidy Yuan Yi's appearance. You removed the dead twigs from his hair, brushed off the fallen leaves from his shoulders, and wiped away the gray stains on his garment and cuffs, even attempting to adjust his belt. Yet, halfway through, a vein throbbed at your temple, and you found yourself wanting to reprimand this chaotic individual. Fortunately, he had not been frequently appearing in public. Otherwise, his disheveled appearance would be a disgrace to the nation. Such untidiness would shock the lower ranks and incite whispered gossip. However, even without such a disheveled appearance, Yuan Yi had already become the subject of covert discussions behind his back. Perhaps it was your pallor that prompted Yuan Yi to sneak a glance at your expression. He seemed to freeze, initially poised to hunch and evade, but then obediently extended his hands and feet, the heaviness in his eyes retracting, refraining from revealing even the slightest hint of emotion. As if you were some fearsome beast. After a hasty cleanup, you delivered a firm pat to Yuan Yi's chest, instructing him to straighten his shoulders. You look so dejected. What sort of appearance is that? Under your admonishment, Yuan Yi silently lifted his chin, striving to embody the demeanor of the heir of the nation, as you had previously taught him. He clearly understood the version of himself you wished to see. Yet he persistently presented an alternate facade. Indeed, was this not excessive? You sighed quietly in your heart, lowering your gaze and hands, feeling slightly awkward as the situation unfolded. What did you intend to accomplish by calling him over? Well done. Yuan Yi queried, perplexed. Brother, what do you mean? Clearing your throat. You endeavored to project a nonchalant demeanor, repeating, you did well. Yuan Yi simply gazed at you. You, however, found it difficult to meet his gaze. Instead, your attention was drawn to another bamboo stalk beside him, your eyes fixated upon it. Yet, you felt compelled to provide an explanation. It's very sad. But you will strive to endure. It's painful, yet you understand the need to suppress it. You waver in your actions, but you have concealed it from others. This shows considerable progress, and I am pleased. Yuan Yi continued to observe you in silence. You dared not meet his eyes. Do the goldfish in the pond live happily? You were uncertain. Is what you were doing the right course of action? You did not know. You could only focus on the present, accomplishing what you could at this moment. Thus, you stumbled through words that only a fool like Yuan Yi might believe. Growing up is just like this. You and I will become detestable adults, bound to face our own doubts and pains, and this is unavoidable. The mutual understanding among people is, I believe, difficult to find, which is why our mother constantly repeats it. Do not always take things at face value. Think for yourself a little. Yuan Yi remained silent. You too did not fully grasp the meaning of your own words. Were you comforting him? It seemed not. Were you providing answers? It appeared not. The words you spoke seemed directed at Yuan Yi, yet also at the self who was trapped within the tent, unwilling to step outside. It was not insincerity. Rather, it was the extent of what you could articulate with your limited vocabulary. In any case, you strained to express a jumble of sentiments, sadness, confusion, pain, all of which you felt, yet amidst these turbulent emotions, you persevered, striving to live, even if your existence was chaotic and unkempt, far from ideal. As you spoke, you glanced at Yuan Yi. He regarded you quietly. In this silence, his usually tranquil eyes resembled a deep pool, rippling with subtle waves, emanating a mesmerizing dissonance. But it must be an illusion. You felt uncomfortable, as if you were twisted like a rag, but with great effort. You managed to pour forth the words from your mind. Seeing you work so hard, I cannot help but praise you. Saying, I am proud of you, Yuan Yi. You. All words fell silent. Even the wind in the forest hushed. You and Yuan Yi exchanged glances. Yuan Yi, you felt utterly foolish. What nonsense had you just uttered? Could he even comprehend it? You could not even understand it yourself. Forget it. Let us share this sorrow together. When you return, you must inquire of the attendants how they allowed Yuan Yi to become like this. Furthermore, upon your return, you would await the great lord's reward. Your father would undoubtedly plead for Yuan Yi to wed the princess, and perhaps then, the princess would take care of him. Maybe, just maybe, you would find your freedom. A multitude of intricate questions surged in your mind, finally breaching the barriers you had erected, flooding your thoughts and causing a sudden headache. It helped you overlook the awkwardness and discomfort that followed your previous remarks. You swiftly turned, beckoning Yuan Yi with your hand, ready to walk out together. Let us go back, shall we? You? Faster than the wind. Yuan Yi suddenly lunged from behind, enveloping you in his embrace. You stumbled, completely unprepared, nearly falling to the ground. Brother, he exclaimed, his arms like iron bands around you. His voice resonated in your ear, causing every hair on your body to stand on end. Discontent, utter discontent. The slight emotional clarity you had moments ago was immediately submerged by the overwhelming wave of his presence. Instinctively, you reached out, grasping his arm that encircled your chest, but found yourself unable to pull away. Yuan Yi, what are you doing? You could only shout in protest. This was simply intolerable, an outright assault, a sensation unfathomable even in your deepest nightmares. His iron grip, the warmth radiating from him, the breath brushing against your ear, and the gaze that enveloped you from behind. All these sensations were indescribable. It was akin to a leech stealthily clinging to your flesh while you toiled in the fields during your childhood, filling your chest with a sticky, suffocating scream upon realization. Its moist, soft, and repugnant form draining your dignity and vitality, nearly impossible to remove. Such a feeling. No, it was even more unbearable. You expended every ounce of composure from your earlier years to refrain from kicking him away, lest you tarnish your noble demeanor. You harbored a profound loathing for this invasive behavior. Yet, the rogue behind you seemed oblivious to your fury, adopting a childish, clingy demeanor as he sweetly inquired, Brother, will you always stay with me? His breath brushed your ear. You immediately shouted no. Yuan Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, Why not? Seizing the moment, you finally managed to shake off his arm and distance yourself from him. You warily stepped back 3 paces, eyeing him with suspicion, while brushing off your garment, which now carried the lingering odor of his unwashed body. Upon sensing your wary gaze, Yuan Yi stiffened, his color draining from his face. Standing 3 steps away, you felt your heart, which had been racing, slowly regain a steady rhythm. You gritted your teeth and warned him sternly, Do not embrace me suddenly in the future. Yuan Yi, with a perplexed expression, opened his arms wide, attempting to explain, But you used to let me do that when we were kids. You paused for a moment. Did he ever embrace you as a child? But this was no longer childhood. Thus, you continued to warn him fiercely, You cannot do that anymore. Yuan Yi blinked, realizing your resolve, and with a look of disappointment, lowered his head. I understand, he said. You understand what? You inquired. He nodded, That I cannot suddenly embrace you anymore. And I cannot come too close to you. Correct. You also need to maintain hygiene and keep yourself clean. Yes. And do not act like a child. He looked up. Act like a child? You frowned, rephrasing your command. Just don't say those clingy, disgusting things. Yuan Yi's eyes dimmed, and he let his head droop. Disgusting things? Assuming he did not comprehend, you specified, like saying you will always be with me. Do not say such things to me again. Yuan Yi pursed his lips and lowered his head once more. Understood. After a lengthy reprimand, you felt the goosebumps on your arms finally subside, allowing Yuan Yi to step in front of you, maintaining a distance of 3 paces as you both exited the bamboo grove. Initially, you intended to confront the servant upon exiting, but instead, you found yourself eager to change clothes, hastily bidding farewell to Yuan Yi. Upon returning to the camp, the rain had already packed up most of your belongings. Noticing your displeasure, the servant hesitated in his tasks. You instructed him to fetch your regular clothes, promptly changing out of your current attire. As the servant collected your dirty garments, he reported, The master just sent someone to inquire if you found young Master Yuan Yi. You adjusted your collar, catching a whiff of your own lingering odor, wishing you could immediately bathe. However, with the journey about to commence, you could only dust off your clothes while maintaining a stern demeanor. Speaking to the servant, your tone was rigid. I have found him, and I will keep an eye on him. Yes. The servant exited the tent to relay the message. When he returned, you had largely composed yourself, your expression returning to normal. Seeing the servant, you belatedly recalled something. The servant had previously mentioned that Yuan Yi had remained in the bamboo grove. Perhaps it was a residual effect. In the brief moment it took to utter Yuan Yi's name, the very sound sent a shiver down your spine, causing goosebumps to rise at the nape of your neck. In summary, it was repulsive. The servant replied, yes. He had specifically come to speak with me about young Master Yuan Yi. You nodded absently, striving to ignore the syllables, and asked, did the servant mention what he was doing in the bamboo grove? The servant appeared thoughtful, quickly recalling. He was playing the flute. The servant said young Master Yuan Yi has been playing the flute in the bamboo grove. Phase 2 summary. The second phase is upon us. In comparison to the initial outline, we have merely completed the first half of the second phase, and yet the length is staggering. The first phase was only around 80,000 to 90,000 words. So why is the second phase so lengthy? Thus, I will truncate it and shift the latter part to the third phase. First, let me record some data. Word count, 200,000 readers, 210,000 comments, 326 rating, 77.1. Writing mood while penning the second phase. I must admit it was quite torturous. As the author, I had to painstakingly delve into the emotions and logical reasoning of Yen Shang, unraveling the tragic reality he faced piece by piece, which nearly caused me severe stomach cramps. Thus, I was not particularly pleased. In fact, I spent at least 20 days writing The Battle of Yin, continuously and sporadically, yet I remained dissatisfied with the outcome. The deeper I delved into those emotions, the heavier my heart became, to the point where I felt like I might smash my keyboard in frustration. Ultimately, I am uncertain about the final presentation. Did I adequately tie up the foreshadowing laid earlier? Was the emotional transmission gradual? Could I genuinely convey those feelings within the text, even to a degree of 110? Honestly, I had no confidence, yet I thought since I've written this far, I ought to finish the second phase. So, I immersed myself in writing. After reviewing the final product from a reader's perspective, I felt it was acceptable. I had a general understanding of Yen Shang's predicament. But the essence of human experience is that mutual understanding is elusive, especially concerning his suffering. The emotional impact I felt while writing was not mirrored when I read it. For instance, when little Yen Shang resigned with "there's nothing we can do," tears would fall uncontrollably, but reading it felt as if there was a veil between us. It should probably receive a passing grade. 2. Proportion of plot to emotion. While writing, I found myself wanting to vent. Upon scrutinizing the outline, I discovered a disconcerting trend. My writing seemed devoid of plot, saturated solely with emotion. All emotion? This is rather troubling. A well-structured article typically features a dynamic ebb and flow of emotions, yet mine seemed to be a constant decline with sporadic rises. What is happening? This emotional trajectory is decidedly problematic. Yet, the outline was already in place, and I was at a loss as to how to revise it. What is more daunting is the act of expressing such sorrowful emotions, which, in itself, presents a considerable challenge. To write less and merely convey pain comes across as hypocritical. To write more while incessantly lamenting the suffering feels overly dramatic. Truly, it is a laborious endeavor that yields little satisfaction. No matter how I write, it feels somewhat off-kilter. Furthermore, I harbor a profound fear that, while writing, I may become engrossed in my own emotions, indulging in self-pleasure. For instance, I may believe I am crafting a breathtaking narrative that captivates, yet it could merely be a product of my own bias, self-indulgence, or an attempt to attract attention. However, while I write and subsequently read my own work, it becomes difficult to discern the accuracy of my portrayal. I can only navigate through it, hesitatingly writing and revising. For instance, there are numerous instances where I wish to express that one sees oneself shattering, finally succumbing to despair, unable to confront one's past and future, this direct anguish. Yet, in the subsequent drafts, I alter it to silence. I write with great restraint, yet I remain uncertain if such restraint is appropriate. I am apprehensive that what I perceive as restraint may, in fact, be mere presumption, leading my writing to skim the surface, devoid of any persuasive power. Consequently, I can only continue to console myself, saying, well, it's sufficient. It's close enough. As I progress, the enchantment diminishes. Regrettably, I began this narrative with a heartfelt affection for the Tokugawa brothers, filled with enthusiasm and vowing to provide them with a promising future. Yet, as I write and the word count reaches 200,000, I find myself increasingly biased. Initially, I aimed for impartiality, but my scales have begun to tip towards Ieyasu. It is truly unavoidable. After all, he is the undisputed protagonist of this tale. My partiality towards him is quite natural, is it not? Though it does cause a slight twinge in my gut. The brotherly bond one cherishes resembles that of Shiro, perhaps seemingly weak, yet immensely cherished. Where one can lash out in frustration, yet afterward check on their brother, asking, did I hurt your hand? Next time, use a stick instead. Or akin to Kamui from Gintama, focused on oneself, a tad selfish, yet at least one can love and acknowledge oneself. How delightful that is. Even during moments of sorrow, it is but a fleeting feeling, swiftly soothed by the affection of loved ones. What a beautiful relationship that is. Yet Ieyasu. I often encounter sentiments online asserting that an open and honest conversation between the Tokugawa brothers would surely lead to a bright future. Initially, I held some belief in this notion. Thus, during the first phase, both brothers were somewhat candid. However, in the second phase, I realized it was utterly futile. They were honest, engaging in heartfelt dialogue. And then, can such conversations truly resolve issues? Can they transfer Yuichiro's talent to Ieyasu? Will Ieyasu no longer harbor jealousy? Will Yuichiro cease to suffer? The problems remain unsolved. Can Ieyasu's inner turmoil be alleviated through discussion? Can Yuichiro's solitude be addressed merely by talking? Alas, regarding the perspectives of readers and authors, my yearning to witness the original portrayal of the Sengoku noble Ieyasu spurred me to commence this narrative, and naturally, I too am following its progression. I particularly cherish characters who embody the struggles of ordinary individuals yearning for talent, suffering due to their inadequacies. Such as Ieyasu from Demon Slayer and Hinata from Danganronpa 2. Their characterizations are truly delectable. Moreover, Ieyasu possesses the added allure of being a Sengoku noble, making him even more enticing. When examined from a reader's standpoint, one cannot help but feel sympathy for Ieyasu, yearning fervently for him to attain a beautiful future and be saved. Even in desolation, may the wilderness bloom with flowers. For there lies hope that, like Ieyasu, my own mundane and unremarkable self may find solace for the soul. However, from the author's perspective, I find myself in a quandary. As I outline the narrative, I constantly question its plausibility. Will it genuinely lead to this conclusion? Does this resolution equate to salvation? Will it bring him joy? I remain perplexed. In truth, the finer details of my outline often undergo spontaneous revisions. For instance, in the concluding chapter of the second phase, the initial setting depicted Ieyasu beckoning Yuichiro, arms wide open. Yuichiro, momentarily taken aback, would then rush to embrace his brother. Both would draw energy from their mutual giving and receiving. Yet, upon reaching this point in writing, I sensed something amiss. Embracing seemed absurd. Maintaining composure was already a commendable feat. Thus, I revised it, depicting Yuichiro adjusting his attire, silently chastising himself for his disheveled appearance. Ieyasu, preparing to depart, is then ambushed from behind, erupting in fury, nearly wishing to retaliate against Yuichiro. While somewhat humorous, this alteration indeed feels more logical. As I continue to articulate my thoughts, chaos ensues. I shall take a brief respite, for this writing process is profoundly taxing on my spirit. My emotional state is rather subdued, yet I must ensure my sentiments do not unravel, allowing for a natural flow of emotion in the subsequent passages. Although I yearn to maintain a daily update, it seems prudent to take a pause. Meanwhile, a spoiler, the next chapter will introduce a minuscule appearance of a certain antagonist, truly, just a hint. Ha ha ha, I have piqued your curiosity, have I not? It is indeed just a fleeting glimpse. Yet, it shall make an appearance, though perhaps not quite as an entrance. Given the current state of Ieyasu, I am fervently adding details to the outline concerning the antagonist, the singular arrow becoming increasingly pronounced. I am quite curious to see what will emerge from my writing. Yet I also fear I might falter. Speaking of the conclusion of the second phase, emotions should have stirred a bit, should they not? Yuichiro's action reminds me of a topic I encountered on Jihu. What to do if one finds themselves crying on the ground while their partner leaps over them. Ieyasu becomes somewhat enmeshed in his emotions, unable to extricate himself, only to be interrupted, leading to thoughts of finding an etiquette instructor for Yuichiro, ready to discipline him sternly. Such anger. Yet, this is quite favorable. Finally, the last step. Extending hands. Loudly. Please grant me a gift. Thank you. Chapter 76. The shell of a warrior after the resounding victory on the battlefield. My father's health has increasingly waned. He likely believes he conceals this well. In the presence of others, his voice booms, and on the battlefield, he wields his sword fiercely, commanding attention. Even when his troops are weary from their arduous journey, the head of the Tokugawa family strides forth, demanding they regain their vigor with an imposing presence. Indeed, he has managed to mask his condition admirably. The Tokugawa forces maintain their grand spirit on the battlefield, not solely due to Yuichiro leading the charge, but also thanks to their resolute patriarch keeping pace. The essence of a warrior lies in their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their lord, fighting valiantly against foes. However, once the war has concluded, my father struggles to uphold his facade. Before the return journey, I enter my father's tent. He sits upon his bed, attended by a loyal retainer, who presents him with steaming medicinal broth. My father grimaces in silence, consuming the bitter brew without uttering a word. According to the Tokugawa physician's customary practices, the concoction must be unbearably bitter. Yet, my father merely furrows his brow, drinking until he sets the bowl aside, maintaining his composure throughout. I stand to the side, dazed, lacking the reverence of a loyal retainer or the concern of a son for a gravely ill father. I appear to be lost in thought within the tent. My physical presence here, yet my spirit seems to have drifted elsewhere. It is only when you enter, lifting the tent flap, that he perceives you in the light. And his expression brightens. Brother. He greets you warmly. Due to recent events, I am filled with ire towards him, thus responding only with a silent nod before positioning myself at the far side of the tent, away from him. Unfortunately, Yuichiro takes just a few steps, directly following me. Unable to evade his presence in front of our father, I can only accept this arrangement with annoyance. The father remained oblivious to the peculiarities around him. He placed the medicine bowl down and turned his somber gaze toward you. Yinsheng, you have arrived? Bowing your head submissively, you responded, Yes, father summoned me here. What is your command? The head of the clan, seated upon his bed, propped himself up with one hand, straining to support his ailing body, endeavoring to rise and speak. But alas, his attempt faltered. Defeated, he sank back onto the edge of the bed, instinctively wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Upon lowering his hand, he noticed the white residue clinging to his fingertips, powder used by women. It was unclear when he had begun to apply such cosmetics to mask his wan complexion. Those around him sensed the change, but dared not speak of it. With a sigh of exasperation, he took a handkerchief from a nearby attendant and wiped the powder from his skin. Addressing you with an ungracious tone, I shall not make an appearance on the way back to the city. Yui will ride ahead in the procession, and you shall follow him. Will father be traveling by carriage? Yes, it must be so. You both understood the unspoken reality of his deteriorating health. Outside the tent, the warriors' spirited shouts resonated, while within, in the shadows untouched by sunlight, illness gnawed at the once vibrant warriors. Ever since returning to the city, you had been aware of your father's frail condition. You had noticed his resilience on the battlefield, but had not realized the extent of his decline. You understood your father well. He would never forsake the dignity of a warrior unless absolutely necessary. And to reside in a swaying carriage on the path of victory would be more unbearable than death itself. Yet, the very fact that he made such a decision indicated that without it, he might indeed succumb to his affliction. A few simple deductions in your mind unveiled the truth he endeavored to conceal. Strangely, upon grasping the gravity of his illness, your heart stirred with little turbulence. Instead, a sense of cold indifference washed over you, as if this realization had been long overdue. Thus, in terms of filial piety, compared to the seemingly indifferent Yui, you, as the elder son, appeared to exhibit a slight edge of concern. You had always maintained a respectful attitude toward your father, and aside from that, you calmly accepted the grim reality of his inability to rise, proceeding to act in accordance with his directives. Chapter 77. The Shell of a Warrior in the Deep Autumn. When the maple leaves were ablaze with color, the forces of the clan returned to the city. The triumphant procession was met with resounding cheers throughout the town. Parents welcomed their sons back in glory, and wives embraced their husbands returned from the brink of death. Everyone rejoiced, grateful that loved ones had safely returned after the ravages of war. However, the lord of the city, your father, did not make an appearance before the crowd. Upon his return, he was promptly escorted to the clan residence, confined to his quarters, and rendered unable to rise, subsequently transferring his authority entirely to Yui. In the presence of his retainers, he formally handed over the clan seal to Yui. Yet once the retainers departed, he scolded Yui with evident frustration. I know you likely do not understand. If there is something you don't know, go ask Yenshing. Thus, since returning to the city, you had likely spent more time wielding the clan seal than Yui had. Your father seemed unconcerned. In his words, his task was complete. The reports of the clan's endeavors had been accurately submitted, the territory remained intact, and the subjects would be rewarded or punished accordingly. Under his stewardship, the clan would embark on a brilliant future. With such unwavering faith, he effortlessly relinquished all responsibilities and burdens, beginning to rest and recuperate. As the eldest son, you felt an obligation to attend to his illness, thus keeping vigil at his bedside for 2 days, during which you engaged in several conversations. Are you preparing to pass the headship to Yui? Your father responded with calm acceptance. Yes. Now is the opportune moment to relinquish everything. You understand, do you not, Yenshing? Yui, as a war hero, returned to the city amidst the adoration and acclaim of the populace, and the surviving warriors, unable to resist, developed a sense of loyalty toward him. The Lord's rewards arrived a few days prior, the most significant news being that Princess Maida would wed in the spring at the clan's city. Given these circumstances, even if your father were still robust, his influence in the city had waned in comparison to the heir. Moreover, now that he was bedridden, even his reprimands had softened in tone. The decision to abdicate at this juncture offered your father a dignified exit. The conclusion he arranged for himself truly earned your admiration. Thus, in response to his words, you could only nod in silence. When the list of the Lord's rewards was announced, you, too, had achieved considerable military merit, acquiring substantial lands and wealth, drawing envious glances from the warriors behind you. Yet, within your heart, you felt scant joy. Upon realizing that your fragmented lands were all situated near the city, you were instead beset by worry and unease. It was said that this was a deliberate arrangement by your father. Through this reward, his intentions were profoundly clear. He wished for you to assist Yui in elevating the clan. He seemed to recognize your talents as a strategist aiding the clan head. For even in his weakened state, he inquired, Yui performed well at the celebration, did he not? You merely sipped your drink in silence. Is there anyone who dares to oppose him? No, none would dare disturb him while he savors his wine. Is that not splendid? Did you encourage him in this? You hesitated, feeling a bit awkward as you replied, it is but a minor matter. There was no need for me to specifically instruct him beforehand. Your father, undeterred by your words, exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Indeed, it appears that what you told him before still resonates with him. Your father pondered for a moment and then asked, are there any other pressing matters? You reported, the warriors have returned, victorious once more. And the city plans to hold a grand celebration during winter, with 3 days of tax exemption and the Lord's provision of wine. Is this your suggestion? You nodded. The spirits of the townsfolk need uplifting. Your father contemplated this and then smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, very well. As he spoke, he did not look at you, but rather gazed absently at the ceiling, as if envisioning the glorious city of the clan on the day of celebration. Stripped of all embellishments, and with a daily regimen of medicine, your father's face still bore the irreversible marks of decay. His complexion was sallow, his eyes clouded, and his hair grayed. Lying there, he appeared to have aged a decade or two compared to his peers, decrepit and frail. As if he could become a mere symbol on an ancestral tablet at any moment, merging into the dust of time. In your youth, your father was a towering figure of strength. His arms were unbreakable, his fists unyielding, and any hint of disobedience to his commands would invoke stern punishment. He was a warrior as formidable as his appearance, an insurmountable wall in your life. This was the impression he left upon you in your childhood. Yet, after your mother's passing, it seemed as if a chilling gust from hell had invaded his once impenetrable shell, shattering the fierce spirit of this warrior and allowing glimpses of vulnerability to seep through. Now, the man lying before you bore no remnants of the fearsome visage of your memories. And you would grant him the dignified conclusion befitting the head of the clan. The ailing man lay amidst the bedding, with a burning brazier on the tatami, while outside the cold wind blew in. Yet within his chamber, a stifling warmth lingered, mingled with the scent of herbs and illness. You did not believe that he could recover in such an environment. Regrettably, The physicians summoned one after another wore furrowed brows, sighing as they dispensed prescriptions, lamenting as they departed, offering no insights regarding what was evidently arranged for a funeral. The physician's diagnosis is rather straightforward: excessive worry and a restless spirit. It sounds remarkably similar to the ailment your mother suffered from in her time. Thus, is your father, like your mother before him, destined to be taken away by death, even though he is still alive? This thought fills you with a sense of melancholy. Yet, observing your father's expression, there seems to be a flicker of expectation in his murky gaze upon hearing these words. Chapter 78. The Shell of a Warrior 3. During your mother's illness, Yuan Yi was always by her side. Perhaps this companionship brought her comfort, for even in her suffering, she maintained her poise and spoke to you with gentleness. When your father fell ill, Yuan Yi also tended to him, but regrettably, his presence often provoked your father to cough violently, prompting the hurried arrival of the physician, who, after a thorough examination, hesitantly advised the father and son duo. The physician's words were tactful. Since he needs to recuperate, it is unwise to provoke anger. Who would intentionally incite anger? Yet, if Yuan Yi were to be placed before him, anger would predictably ensue. Consequently, for Yuan Yi, it seemed that before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was cast out of the sick room due to an inexplicable disdain, while your more composed demeanor allowed you to spend considerably more time with your father. Initially, your father would inquire about the affairs within the city, offering suggestions on various matters. However, as he observed your increasing adeptness, he naturally fell silent. Yet, you find no joy in the current distribution of responsibilities within the family. Shouldn't these matters be the concern of the lord of the city? Is it not overstepping to take charge? When you first took on these duties, you posed this question, expressing your desire to distance yourself from power. Unfortunately, your father disregarded your sentiments, dismissing Yuan Yi as a fool incapable of understanding. Your father, who had nurtured you as his heir, offered a rather scathing evaluation. You opened your mouth to respond, but words failed you. All the prepared humility you had vanished in the face of his unrelenting retorts. In your silence, your father added, "Fortunately, he indeed possesses unparalleled combat prowess. As long as this is guaranteed, the future of the family will rest in his hands." As his gaze drifted past you, the dimness in his eyes reflected your presence. Yet he remained indifferent. The ailing man, with an air of reckless nonchalance, uttered words that felt like a jest. Whether to assist or to manipulate is entirely up to you. After all, that fool cannot discern the difference. Just two simple sentences stirred a tempest within you. Strangely, your father seemed oblivious to the impact of his words. Continuing with a natural arrogance and calculated demeanor, "I have entrusted you with such a splendid situation, endowed with unmatched combat strength and exceptional strategy. The future of the family is assured." At that moment, your thoughts lingered on his previous statement. Did you just say manipulate? Your father shot you an irritated glance, as if your astonishment were a nuisance. Since he had been confined to his sickbed, this man had undergone unimaginable transformations, unprecedented aging, unprecedented frailty, and unprecedented leaps in thought. When Yuan Yi first entrusted the seal to you, your father remarked, "If there are issues, seek your elder brother's assistance." You understood well that this was merely a consequence of an overwhelming amount of post-war paperwork, a task Yuan Yi was ill-equipped to handle. Moreover, several of your father's retainers, having gained personal ambitions from their war honors, were not suitable for delegation. The pile of urgent letters awaiting your attention grew ever taller, and in desperation, you had to temporarily take over. Within the city, everyone was preoccupied with post-war rewards, and for the time being, no one raised objections. Yet, you were acutely aware that this arrangement was merely a stopgap measure, a misalignment of power and status that should only be temporary. However, your ailing father had just seemingly made a profound statement. Manipulate? The very notion, once voiced, involuntarily connected itself to Yuan Yi's image in your mind, a link you had never anticipated. Thus, this peculiar association could not fully materialize, leaving only a faint silhouette of displacement in your thoughts, soon overshadowed by a multitude of other memories. You could not fathom why your father would orchestrate such a scenario. If it were merely a jest to gauge your reaction, the nature of it was rather cruel. Yet, your father appeared indifferent to your confusion and turmoil. Amidst your inquiries, he let out a sigh tinged with disdain. His weak, prolonged breath mingled with the warm air of the room, intensifying the bitter scent of herbs that clung to your nostrils, suffocating the already stagnant atmosphere. The ailing warrior paused momentarily, seemingly to gather his thoughts before recounting a story. He said, Iwakatsu, prior to Yuan Yi revealing his talents, I held great expectations for you. You have always been exceptional, save for your occasional softness. Overall, you align with my vision for an heir. He continued, however, Yuan Yi's gifts far exceed those of ordinary men. His combat prowess transcends the realm of humanity, rendering other considerations trivial in comparison. He stated, the rise of the family is destined to be in his hands. Of this there is no doubt, yet I worry about his profound foolishness, his stubborn ignorance. He remarked, I have continuously pondered how to guide him, to help him understand what actions are appropriate for his position, but I have yet to find a suitable method until he reclaimed you. He concluded, thus, the issue resolves itself. The family is fated to flourish under Yuan Yi's leadership. As for whose will governs the family, you or him, I do not concern myself with such matters. You both embody the essence of the family. He added, Yuan Yi is a finely honed blade. You should understand this better than anyone, right? Up to this point, I have not encountered anyone more adept at wielding him than you, and I believe you will work together splendidly in the future. He asked, Iwakatsu, you comprehend my meaning. Do you not? Your father has repeatedly mentioned Iwakatsu. Do you understand? Or similar inquiries carry the same underlying intention, seeking assurance that his thoughts are being faithfully continued through you. Having grown under your father's guidance, his every word and deed left a profound imprint on you. Thus, when he inquired in such a manner, you often truly grasped his meaning. This time was no different. The only distinction this time is that you would rather remain entirely oblivious. You did not feel elated by the tacitly granted power of the current head of the family, nor did you find joy in your father's belated acknowledgement. Instead, a tumultuous storm raged within your heart while your mind coalesced into a frost-laden silence. You gazed at the man before you. He so casually dictated the fates of you and Yuan Yi, akin to a chess player arranging pieces on a board, where the black and white exchanged places, and the only consideration was the cold calculus of value. Your father is indeed an exceptional noble. Intellectually, you reaffirmed this realization once more. Yet simultaneously, a cold fury ignited within you, burning through your rationality. You often bowed your head in submission, but now you raised it, casting a disrespectful gaze upon the head of the family, this emaciated man languishing in illness, merely a struggling insect in this world. He audaciously attempted to instruct the resplendent sun. He must surely be mistaken about the current circumstances. You heard your own icy voice echoing. What do you take Yuan Yi for? Chapter 79. The shell of a warrior, for he is a remarkably useful blade, is he not? The father, taken aback by the emotions you displayed, did not dwell on it, but instead adopted a gentle and amiable demeanor, genuinely beginning to impart his wisdom regarding the use of Inagami Yuichi. As long as he is provided with a blade and informed of the foe, he shall return victorious, boasting a track record of unbroken triumph. Yet, even the finest of blades shall succumb to rust. Yuichi's thoughts are often perplexing, as he seems perpetually entangled in inexplicable matters. You must possess considerable experience in this regard, do you not? Silently, you scrutinized your father, who spoke with such ease. He sensed your gaze but remained oblivious to any discord. Or perhaps, even if he sensed it, he chose to disregard it. I have endeavored to utilize him effectively. Yet I have failed, for he pays no heed to my commands, my rewards, nor my punishments. Not even pain can instill fear within him, and emotional appeals yield no response. As he continued, your father looked at you with a sense of satisfaction. But Iwakatsu, you have consistently performed admirably, have you not? I care not for what you say or do to him, yet every time he returns from your presence, he appears to be in accord with the hearts of men. A fine blade requires maintenance to rid it of rust, striking cleanly and decisively at the enemy's throat. You should be more experienced than I in how to wield Inagami Yuichi. Thus, I entrust him to you. Perhaps invigorated by the conversation, your father grew increasingly loquacious. His spirit seemingly revived. Listening to his words felt akin to observing the shifting shadows on a paper-thin window, his lips moving rhythmically, producing a series of amusing statements that seemed to form their own coherent narrative. He genuinely believed he was imparting wisdom to you, earnestly hoping you would achieve success in furthering the family's legacy. Utilizing Inagami Yuichi, you sat before your father's bedside, witnessing the man before you grappling with the agonies of illness, irrevocably descending from life into death. His gaunt visage bore deep-set eyes, darkened orbs gazing at you, with flickers of emotion floating within. In his bedridden state, he always seemed to suffer. Joy was a rare companion for him, and when he did experience happiness, his words often conveyed sentiments not conducive to delight. He regarded Yuichi as a sharp blade, designating you as its wielder. In his dealings with blood relatives, your father exhibited a consistent cruelty, just as he had once stormed into the delivery room, intent on eliminating the ill-fated child of the family. Just as he had unhesitatingly chosen his youngest son when Yuichi revealed his talents, derailing your own life. Just as he now, upon realizing that Yuichi had not inherited his grand ambitions, but merely possessed great strength, disregarded his will and handed this living being to you as though he were a mere weapon. You lowered your gaze, contemplating the man lost in his delusions. By what right does he make such arrangements for you? As a father? As the head of the family? It is utterly laughable. So much so that even your anger felt pale, morphing into a cold indifference that teetered on the edge of pity or sorrow. You gently interrupted the man's tirade, voicing a bewildering inquiry. But you are Yuichi's father. Do you not harbor even an ounce of paternal affection towards him? As the words escaped your lips, you suddenly realized the sheer folly of your question. The man paused, seemingly awakening to your unyielding demeanor, the irreverent gaze you cast upon him provoking a curious reaction. He then grasped the gravity of your words, prompting him to stir beneath the covers and respond angrily. Does he show me the respect a son ought to show his father? I have already transferred the position of head of the Inagami family to him. All he does is provoke my ire, day in and day out. What merit does such a child hold for me to care for? I have fallen ill, and while you come daily to my bedside, he does not even bother to show his face. I am invisible to him as a father. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that it was he who had forbidden Yuichi from entering his chamber. Why should I care for him? He disregards my expectations, my feelings, and the future of the Inagami family. Aside from strength, what else is there worthy of admiration? If not for the war, the current favorable circumstances would have been lost as well. The man's incessant complaints stirred not a ripple within you. The moment the question slipped from your lips, you had already detached yourself from it entirely. His thoughts, his expectations, his emotions, so easily dismissing those you hold dear, only fueled your desire to retaliate with equal weight. Yet, what does he truly cherish? He is not one to cling to pleasures. The way of the warrior is not merely about exceptional prowess. Emotionally, he remains indifferent towards his offspring. A sudden epiphany illuminated your mind. You recalled a figure, a woman, always smiling gently, using her frail arms to support a kind-hearted reality amidst cruelty. If it were her, as thoughts swirled, phrases began to align and assemble in your mind, crafting a response that would satisfy you. During the man's labored breaths, you silently smiled, then spoke. How would mother react to your words? Upon hearing your inquiry, the man, who had only recently been furious, found his hoarse, rapid breaths momentarily stilled, his frail body immobilized beneath the covers. Ah, yes, precisely this. While she lived, she often became enraged by your actions. Despite her frail health, each outburst drained her further, yet you persisted, pushing her to her limits until she ultimately passed at such a young age. What would she think of your evaluation of her cherished child? Surely, she would be driven to madness, even wishing to take you from this world to spare her child from further harm. After her departure, your health deteriorated. Perhaps this is the reason? He stared at you in shock, his murky pupils laced with bloodshot veins, a fierce yet powerless anger burning within. Yet behind that flame, you perceived a profound fear. Yes, if it were mother. He gazed at you, mouth agape, attempting to retort, but finding no words to express himself. Allowing his emotions to spiral uncontrollably, his lungs resembling a worn-out bellows, producing strained and discordant sounds with each breath. He struggled to prop himself up, his pallid complexion flushed with the blood of fury. How dare you say such a thing? It was as if he were about to leap from the bed, ready to silence you with a brutal fist, using pain to teach you the proper conduct of a son. But you were no longer that frightened child of the past. He was no longer the insurmountable wall that once stood before you. Thus, you turned a blind eye to his feeble rage, maintaining your composure as you continued. Ah, I seem to have erred. Mother was a gentle and kind person, dedicating her life to good deeds. After her death, she is bound to attain enlightenment, whereas you gazed down at the frail man before you. His illness had rendered him weak, and the shoulders he had just managed to lift now slumped back beneath the weight of heavy covers. His face flushed, veins pulsing at his brow. Yet no longer did he possess the vitality to squander. After a moment, he extended a bony arm from the tangle of fabric, frail fingers clutching at your clothing. He even sought to command you, "Be silent." You did not shy away, but instead found yourself unable to suppress a smile, confidently declaring, "Lord Inagami, you shall descend into hell. Do not speak further." You remained indifferent, maintaining a serene smile. Mother passed away due to your cruel actions after her death. She is destined for enlightenment, and she shall never meet you again. Do not speak further. The man's voice grew hoarse, his gaze from beneath the covers almost pleading with you. Yet within your heart, a twisted sense of exhilaration arises. If there were but a 1 in 10,000 chance of reunion, what countenance would she bestow upon you upon the banks of the Sanzu River? You failed to care for her child, hypocritically venerating her faith while taking countless lives. And until your last breath, you never offered the affection that your child rightfully deserved. Do not speak further. Along the cracked corners of your lips, dark crimson blood meanders downward, staining the pale bedding, and you merely gaze at him coldly, uttering your final words. To be cherished by a man such as you, to be taken home, must surely be the greatest misfortune of her life.